Chapter 80. The Four-Winged Celestial Demon. The demon realm promptly acquiesced, and Bai Jin's gaze flickered as he began to ponder the 6 conditions he had proposed, ultimately concluding that there were no apparent loopholes. 110 iron-blooded warbulls of profound quality, possessing a reservoir of 100 million mana points. At present, the energy within this space was at a normal level, ensuring that his mana recovery would remain unaffected. In addition to the abundant provisions and water he carried, there were also the flourishing flocks of reed chickens that had begun to proliferate within his life space. Bai Jin could hardly conceive of anything he had neglected to prepare. As for any potential loopholes that might exist, if they were intentional, then they could hardly be deemed as such. I accept. Let the challenge commence in 5 minutes. Moo! All 9 iron-blooded warbulls materialized, dispersing at Bai Jin's command. On this expansive platform, 10 iron-blooded warbulls were evenly distributed. Bai Jin seated himself upon one of the iron-blooded warbulls, encircled by a frenzied woodpecker. Boom! A crimson vortex of space manifested, precisely at the grand plaza atop this mountain. Observing the vortex towering nearly 10 meters high, Bai Jin concentrated his thoughts, and instantly, the other 9 iron-blooded warbulls encircled it tightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of grotesque, flying demons emerged. Moo! With a resounding bellow, these flying demons plummeted from the sky. Subjected to the close-range roar attack of the level 31 iron-blooded warbulls, the flying demons were left dazed as they fell to the ground. Thud! A violent impact resonated as one iron-blooded warbull unleashed its brutal stomp skill at the moment the flying demons landed, resulting in the immediate demise of 10 flying demons. Upon their death, the flying demons were enveloped in radiant light. Subsequently, their corpses vanished, and crimson motes ascended, rushing into the skill scroll held in by Jin's hand. An aura of fury seemed to emerge. Swish, swish, swish. More flying demons appeared, and upon their emergence, they launched an assault. However, on Bai Jin's side, they awaited the enemy's advance, possessing the advantage of initiative. Thus the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Even when the flying demons attacked, they were utterly helpless against the iron-blooded warbulls, which boasted an additional physical defense of 44,640 points. One after another, the flying demons transformed into motes of light and surged into the skill scroll in his hand. Within a minute, over 100 flying demons had perished in frustration, and the skill scroll began to emanate a faint red glow, signaling its ascent in quality. Boom! The previously 10-meter-high vortex of space suddenly swelled to nearly 100 meters in height. Crash! A deluge of flying demons surged forth, compelling Bai Jin to urgently direct the iron-blooded warbulls to tilt their heads skyward and unleash the war roar skill. Crash! A multitude of flying demons plummeted to the ground, while a portion swiftly ascended in altitude and dispersed. By the heavens, they are remarkably well prepared. Observing the enormous javelin quivers strapped to the backs of the incoming flying demons, Bai Jin nodded in satisfaction. These were indeed tangible assets that would soon belong to him. Bai Ubu! Bai Ubu! The flying demons unleashed a frenzied barrage of javelins, each one striking the vulnerable points of the iron-blooded warbulls below with precision. Alas, the iron-blooded warbulls were summoned entities, composed of mana and energy, rendering them devoid of any weaknesses. Even when struck in the eyes or the excretory orifices, they remained utterly unperturbed. Moreover, regardless of the attacks they endured, the iron-blooded warbulls experienced neither pain nor fear, a remarkable trait surpassing that of any beast master in their tamed creatures. All the iron-blooded warbulls on the Grand Plaza paid no heed to the attacking flying demons in the air. They continued to follow Bai Jin's commands, relentlessly unleashing their war roars against the swarming flying demons in this space. Bai Jin felt a tingling unease. These were all Lord-level flying demon warriors, yet they appeared to be as inexhaustible as mere foot soldiers. This was in stark contrast to the previous wilderness beast path instance, where the number of leader-level wild bulls was finite. Boom! A crimson light erupted, and beneath the belly of the 3-headed iron blood battle bull king, Bai Jin was filled with delight, for the skill scroll in his possession had ascended to the yellow-gray quality. Fiery red light continued to pour in from the outside, and Bai Jin eagerly anticipated the arrival of an increasing number of flying demons, hoping to elevate this skill scroll to the mysterious grade or even higher. This was precisely why he had not imposed any restrictions on the quantity of flying demons summoned from the demon realm, nor had he limited the power input to a single occasion. It could continue ceaselessly. In hindsight, it appeared that the demon realm had expertly exploited his oversight, not only expanding the spatial portal for summoning, but also persistently sending flying demons into battle. Whoosh, a noticeably larger crimson light surged into the skill scroll, causing Bai Jin's heart to leap with joy as he quickly peered through the gap revealed by the Iron Blood Battle Bull King. Before him, a flying demon emerged, standing a towering 3 meters tall, adorned with 4 wings. Beneath its enormous primary wings, another pair of wings, half their size, coordinated seamlessly, allowing the 4-winged demon to ascend vertically with ease. Subsequently, Bai Jin marveled at the artistic finesse of the flying techniques displayed by these 4-winged demons as they maneuvered effortlessly in all directions, their flight becoming an instinctual expression of freedom. Though unaware of the specific attributes of these 4-winged demons, Bai Jin understood that they belonged to a higher echelon of yellow-grade monsters, as they had begun to direct the previously summoned batch of 2-winged flying demon warriors. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled. He had refrained from deploying the woodpecker into battle, fearing that the demon realm might hesitate to commit significant forces. Only the non-flying bovine warriors would leave the flying demons in an invulnerable position, thus significantly alleviating the demon realm's apprehensions. With the demise of the 4-winged demons that had just entered without a chance to hide, Bai Jin sensed that he may have underestimated the power of the demon realm. It seemed they were unconcerned about such minor losses in combat strength. Whoosh whoosh, with the guidance of the 4-winged demons, the scattered 2-winged flying demons began to unleash their swift flying abilities, rapidly descending to the ground to seize a handful of javelins before soaring back into the air. Instantly, a rain of javelins descended, with the 3-headed Iron Blood Battle Bull King becoming the focal point of attention. While the javelins thrown by the 2-winged flying demons could not breach the defenses of the Iron Blood Battle Bull King, the assault initiated by the 4-winged demons were already capable of doing so. Chapter 81. The Fierce Battle. Bai Jin's lips curved into a smile, for he had anticipated this occurrence. As the 4-winged demons unleashed their concentrated fire, the Iron Blood Battle Bull Kings, each with health points nearing 60 million, began to lose vitality at an alarming rate. The 3 Iron Blood Battle Bull Kings surrounding Bai Jin drew significant attention, suffering almost 1 million in health loss per minute. Boom, boom, boom. The 4-winged demons adjusted their strategy, focusing their assault on one of the Iron Blood Battle Bull Kings adjacent to Bai Jin. The 2-winged flying demons ceased their futile attacks, transforming into support roles, continuously retrieving spears from the ground and delivering them to the airborne 4-winged demons for launch. As 300 4-winged flying demons filled the sky, the spatial vortex ceased its power transfer. These creatures soared above, out of reach of the Iron Blood Battle Bull Kings, turning the tide of battle into a one-sided affair against Bai Jin. Yet, Bai Jin refrained from summoning the Berserk Woodpecker, closely monitoring the health fluctuations of the Iron Blood Battle Bull King before him. Under the relentless assault of the 300 4-winged demons, its health plummeted ominously. Enduring for 3 minutes and suffering countless spear strikes, the Iron Blood Battle Bull King finally succumbed, its health fully depleted. Whoosh! In an instant, another Iron Blood Battle Bull King took its place. Just then, while sheltered by 2 Iron Blood Battle Bull Kings, Bai Jin endured a barrage of spears. Fortunately, he had already stowed away his mystic-grade energy robe. Otherwise, the sheer volume of attacks might have rendered his equipment inoperative. Collecting a plethora of perfectly crafted spears, Bai Jin felt a surge of delight. Such exquisite weapons could fetch hundreds of thousands in price, and he had just gathered over 500 to 600 of them. If sold, it could amount to billions. The demon realm truly exhibited extravagance, providing such an abundance of perfect quality spears, nothing short of lavish. While Bai Jin reveled in his fortune, the multitude of flying demons above erupted in ecstasy. Finally, after their prolonged focus, they were witnessing the fruits of their labor. Whoosh! With a mere thought, a new Iron Blood Battle Bull King materialized, restoring his count back to 10. The swarm of 4-winged flying demons stood stunned, yet their assault did not falter. 5 minutes later, another Iron Blood Battle Bull King fell, and Bai Jin swiftly replenished his ranks. Boom! The demon realm's teleportation vortex surged dramatically, rising to the ceiling of this dungeon space. Reaching a height of 700 to 800 meters, from which countless four-winged flying demons emerged, each laden with spears. The skies of this dungeon were now densely populated with four-winged flying demons, interspersed with trembling two-winged flying demons. Concentrate fire. He is the void summoner. When his mana is exhausted, that shall be our moment to strike him down. Fight with all your might. The Lord has decreed that should we slay this human, we shall be rewarded with bloodline ascension. A veritable rain of spears cascaded from the heavens, dense beyond description, even claiming the lives of two-winged flying demons attempting to descend and retrieve spears. During this onslaught, the airborne demons engaged in fervent discussions, while Bai Jin casually retrieved a mat and settled on the ground. He also produced some fruit pastries, feeling peckish after the prolonged battle. With the enemies airborne, he found it impossible to strike them. Perhaps it was time to unleash the woodpeckers? After some contemplation, he decided it was indeed the moment. Whoosh, whoosh. 10 Iron Blood Battle Bull Kings vanished, now residing in his summoning space. Bai Jin swiftly stored away the uneaten pastries and glanced skyward. The multitude of four-winged flying demons erupted in jubilant exclamations. This foolish human has recalled his summons. Quickly shoot him. Kill, kill. A torrent of spears rained down upon him. Yet Bai Jin sustained no damage. He continued to collect the vast array of spears littering the ground, finding it far more rewarding than gathering coins. The summoned creatures within the summoning space rapidly restored their health and stamina. Given Bai Jin's relatively compact stature, the number of spears striking him was minimal. Most merely collided with one another and fell to the ground. After assessing the situation, he realized that the 110 Iron Blood Battle Bull Kings in his summoning space remained at full health, indicating that the attacks directed at him were less frequent than the recovery rate of his summoned bulls. Crash! A berserk woodpecker materialized, only to be instantly obliterated. The attacks from the yellow-grade four-winged flying demons were far too potent for the fragile woodpecker, with its mere 14,000 health points. Ah, how painful, what just happened? Who attacked me? Am I blind? A portion of the four-winged flying demons erupted in fury, while most remained bewildered. Nevertheless, their assault continued unabated. Crash! Another berserk woodpecker was summoned, only to meet the same swift demise, eliciting further shouts of anger from above. Currently, the berserk woodpecker was at level 21, possessing 14,200 health points, requiring 210 mana to summon, yet its recovery rate was not fast enough. Ah, how painful. Who is striking me? Ah, time and again, Bai Jin summoned the berserk woodpecker, only for it to be annihilated by the relentless rain of spears, drawing forth a chorus of cries of pain and indignation from above. Eventually, after enduring multiple assaults, some four-winged demons realized that if they refrained from attacking the little bird, they would not suffer pain or lose vitality. However, if they did not engage the human, their mission could not proceed. Yet, once they focused their fire on that human, they would inevitably strike the little bird nearby. Crunch! The sound of tearing flesh echoed as one four-winged flying demon seized a two-winged flying demon and began to devour it. With each bite, the vitality within the four-winged demon surged back to life. Before long, half of the two-winged flying demons had been consumed. Bai Jin watched in astonishment. Demons feasting upon their own kind. Truly, they were deserving of their savage reputation. The rain of spears ceased, as the densely packed four-winged flying demons recognized that they could no longer attack the little bird. The situation reached an impasse. Bai Jin chuckled heartily. Demons, are you afraid? If so, hurry and submit. Call me grandfather. His taunts resonated through the sky. With 36 points in physical attributes, he could project his voice louder than any ordinary horn. Ah, the detestable human. You shall perish. Dozens of four-winged flying demons lunged toward Bai Jin's position. Moo, moo. Just as these four-winged flying demons were about to seize Bai Jin, a group of Iron Blood Battle Bull Kings appeared without delay, unleashing their King's war roar. Crash! The swarm of four-winged demons, struck by the King's war roar, fell to the ground, stunned. Chapter 82. The Six-Winged Demon War General. Boom. One after another, the four-winged flying demons were vanquished, transforming into luminous orbs that surged into the skill scroll in Bai Jin's grasp. Ultimately, a four-winged flying demon was pinned beneath an Iron Blood Battle Bull King, revealing only its head. Boom. Bai Jin stomped fiercely upon the head of the four-winged flying demon. Given his limited prowess, he could not achieve a head-exploding spectacle. In truth, his kick inflicted minimal damage. Fight, surrender, or be humiliated beneath my feet. Flying demons, choose your fate. A colossal roar reverberated through the air as Bai Jin ruthlessly crushed the head of the demon beneath his foot, inciting the countless four-winged flying demons above to erupt in furious outrage. Detestable humans, there is no option for surrender or capitulation here. You shall not humiliate us. To the death, to the death, to the death. The air was filled with a cacophony of enraged howls as Bai Jin continued to stomp on the immobile four-winged demon. A torrential rain of javelins once again descended upon him, while the frenzied woodpeckers emerged only to be swiftly annihilated. However, this time, the four-winged demons above ceased their agonized cries and vitriolic curses, instead fervently hurling javelins down below. It was a battle of attrition. Either they would perish first, or his strength would be exhausted. Kill. All that matters is his death. Everything else is worth it. A satisfied smile graced Bai Jin's face. Indeed. How could such formidable demons fear death? The immense vortex in the space above seemed to writhe with fury, though it no longer released any flying demons. Bai Jin felt a twinge of regret. If only more flying demons could enter the fray. Time passed, and suddenly, Bai Jin realized that the skill scroll in his hand had been upgraded to a profound quality, and it could no longer absorb light points. Only one last four-winged flying demon remained in the air, having halted its attacks. Observing Bai Jin's unwavering stance below, the demon was filled with suppressed rage. Human, do not think that your petty tricks have granted you an advantage. Were it not for the restriction that only our flying demon kin may enter here, you would have been slain by other demons long ago. Just wait. One day, we shall consume you, starting from your legs. No limb shall be spared. You will die in terror and despair. Bai Jin could hardly be bothered to respond to such threats. With a swift motion, the four-winged flying demon lunged at him, brandishing a javelin, its speed reaching an unfathomable peak, catching Bai Jin completely off guard. Thud! He swiftly drew his shockwave staff to counter. But the demon's javelin instinctively parried with ease. A shockwave erupted, interrupting all of the demon's movements, followed by a surge of lightning that incapacitated it. The Iron Blood War Bull King unleashed a war cry directed at the monster, and the four-winged demon was swiftly slain amidst its paralysis. The colossal teleportation vortex churned violently, seemingly infused with boundless rage. Yet soon, the forces here activated, causing the vortex to gradually fade away. Notification: the challenge in the demon realm has failed. As per the agreement, you have received 32 skill points. Notification: you have mocked the demon realm, and you will henceforth be regarded as an enemy, despised by all demons. Bai Jin was unfazed. It was not the first time. What did it matter if the world loathed him? They would have to contend with him in the 9th domain first. What a delight. He had unexpectedly acquired 32 skill points in one go, a tremendous surprise. Previously, he had obtained 10 and 4 skill points, making a total of 46 points, tantalizingly close to the threshold of 50 points that could be obtained at the first tier. Bai Jin began to worry, hoping that the current experiments at the Super God Academy might break the limitations on attribute and skill points. Otherwise, he would have to hasten his ascension to the 2nd tier. This time, he had received a perfect quality 1st tier promotion certificate from the dungeon, allowing him to ascend to the 2nd tier once he met the level and experience requirements. His skill to summon the Iron Blood War Bull King was of profound quality, but it had initially been of yellow quality, consuming 16 skill points. When upgraded to profound quality, it did not require additional skill points because he utilized the source skill points granted during the 1st tier promotion. The summoning of the Iron Blood War Bull King was a source skill, exempting it from additional skill point consumption for future upgrades. Summon 6-winged flying demon general, profound quality. Description: after learning, you can consume 300 mana points to summon a 6-winged flying demon general of the same level, half energy and half corporeal. Description: summoning time is 60 seconds, cannot be interrupted while casting, skill cooldown is 36 hours, and cannot be repeatedly summoned. The perfect quality version was the Flying Demon Fighter, while the yellow quality was the 4-winged Flying Demon Captain. At the profound level, it became the 6-winged Flying Demon General. The initial attributes were somewhat exaggerated, with a summoning time of 1 minute and a skill cooldown of 36 hours. Indeed, it was rather absurd. Strength inevitably came at a cost, but fortunately, Bai Jin could manage it well. Learning the skill to summon the 6-winged Flying Demon General, you have consumed 32 skill points, and the skill has been successfully learned. Your supreme summoning talent is activated, and the skill to summon the 6-winged Flying Demon General begins to be refined. You have acquired the skill to summon the 6-winged Flying Demon Commander. Summon 6-winged Flying Demon Commander, exclusive profound quality, 110x summoning. Description: after learning, you can consume 300 mana points to summon up to 110 6-winged Flying Demon Commanders of the same level, half energy and half corporeal. Description: summoning time is 6 seconds, cannot be interrupted by ordinary means while casting, skill cooldown is 36 hours, and cannot be repeatedly summoned once reaching the maximum of 110. After the skill refinement, the general transformed into a commander, since it changed upon learning the skill. Bai Jin was uncertain of the original attributes of the 6-winged Flying Demon General. However, He could assert with absolute certainty that the commander would be far more formidable than the general. Especially for a race like the demons that revered strength above all else. The six-winged flying demon commander would undoubtedly possess formidable power. The 110x summoning effect that accompanied his supreme summoning talent was automatically applied to this skill. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin concentrated, and his figure vanished. Chapter 83, Six-Winged Flying Demon Commander. Exiting the Hell Dungeon. Entering an ordinary difficulty dungeon. Summoning the six-winged flying demon commander. The summoned six-winged flying demon commanders would be level 11, each requiring 3,300 mana points, totaling 363,000 points for 110. The consumption was significant, but he had the mana source continuously supplying mana, making it a trivial matter for him. Dense crimson summoning glyphs materialized around Bai Jin. After 6 seconds, 110 terrifyingly fierce creatures, towering at 5 meters, emerged. Their faces were as menacing as demons, adorned with sharp fangs, their bodies a deep crimson, and behind them, a pair of enormous wings accompanied by 2 smaller pairs. Their bodies were wrapped in fine crimson scales, resembling a suit of fish-scale armor. Six-winged flying demon commander, profound quality. Level, Tier 1, Level 1. Health, 7,047,000. Energy, 7,047,000. Defense, 71. Physical defense, 8,800. Magical defense, 17600. Physical attack, 35200. Talents, flight, extreme ferocity, demon command. Demon scales, characteristic, guaranteed hit. Skills, javelin throw, fury battle, rapid flight. Equipment, none. You have summoned the six-winged flying demon commander, and you have received the enhancement of the talent feedback, granting you the temporary talent of demon scales. Your physical structure is incompatible. You cannot acquire the temporary talent of flight. Your disposition is incompatible. You cannot acquire the temporary talent of extreme ferocity. Your race is incompatible. You cannot acquire the temporary talent of demon domination. Alas, for talents, and 3 have deemed me unworthy. Bai Jin felt quite disheartened. He had placed the utmost importance on the talent of flight, as its acquisition would grant him the freedom to soar through the skies. Yet now, due to a mismatch in physical structure, he had lost this boon. As for the talent of extreme ferocity, Bai Jin held a flicker of anticipation. For should he embody such a ferocious aura, his delicate visage would transform into that of a formidable man. Demon scales, mysterious grade, temporary. Effect, passive talent. Your physical defense is enhanced by an additional level, while your magical defense increases by 2 levels. Your resistance to blunt and piercing damage is significantly augmented. This talent is essentially akin to the indomitable defense effect, both being defensive talents of dual protection. However, the demon scales lean more towards magical defense. Flight. Effect, greatly enhances flying capability, allowing for effortless control over 1's movement. Bai Jin held a high regard for this talent, not to mention 6 wings. Even a 4-winged flying demon captain could effortlessly ascend vertically, retreat, hover, and maneuver side to side, showcasing flight techniques beyond imagination. Extreme ferocity. Effect, takes pleasure in slaughtering foes. Devoid of notions of good and evil, lacking concepts of compassion or mercy. This talent is distinctly demonic, and Bai Jin harbored no strong opinions about it. It is only natural to be ruthless towards enemies. As practitioners, they had learned in high school prior to awakening that one must not harbor sympathy for beings of another world, lest they meet an untimely demise. This perspective, however, is contentious, for not all beings in alternate realms are formidable. Many are ordinary life forms, and a considerable number of these beings, especially those from humanoid worlds, might even treat invading practitioners with kindness. Nevertheless, the majority of practitioners adhere to the belief that those not of their kind harbor different intentions. And Bai Jin currently shares this view. Demon domination. Effect, the 6-winged flying demon commander possesses a natural dominion over weaker flying demons and a degree of influence over other lesser demons. Bai Jin was uncertain whether this talent would take effect in the future, as his summon was an entity of the void, a being composed of magical energy and flesh, lacking a soul, due to level discrepancies and the absence of additional talent effects. The attributes of the 6-winged flying demon commander appeared significantly inferior to those of the Ironblood Warbull King. However, this being was a flying ranged combatant, and with its flying prowess, it would not be easily susceptible to attacks. What intrigued Bai Jin most were the characteristics. A guaranteed hit. Bai Jin carefully attuned his senses and ultimately felt a semblance of satisfaction. This guaranteed hit was quite literal. Any attack launched would strike the target. However, there were limitations. It did not imply unconditional accuracy. as long as the target's evasion speed did not exceed that of the six-winged flying demon commander's flight speed. The spear it launched would surely find its mark. This guaranteed hit talent also had a restriction. The target must be within line of sight and unobstructed. Otherwise, it would be rendered ineffective. If an enemy were to hide behind a building, the spear launched by the six-winged flying demon commander would lose its guaranteed hit effect. In that moment, Bai Jin grasped the truth of spatial dominance. Such a guaranteed hit attribute would be of little use to Murong Xiaobing, who could effortlessly manipulate space. Yet overall, it was still formidable, as space mages like Murong Xiaobing were exceedingly rare, numbering less than the fingers on one hand. Another distinction was that the Iron Blood War Bull King's vitality transitioned into stamina, whereas for the six-winged flying demon commander, it transformed into energy. Bai Jin understood the reasoning behind this. Vitality and energy were fundamentally the same, with the six-winged flying demon commander capable of expending energy to condense spears for attacks. After swiftly navigating through the intentionally entered ordinary difficulty dungeon, Bai Jin returned to the Super God Academy after 3 teleportations. The journey from his departure from the academy to his return had spanned over 10 hours, with most of that time consumed by the final battle. "My lord, this way please." As he arrived at the entrance of the Super God Academy, a poised young woman guided Bai Jin, swiftly leading him back to the location of the Valkyrie Battle Group's think tank. Han Shui approached with a hint of joy. "My lord, have you resolved it?" Bai Jin nodded in affirmation. "My lord, please follow me." Accompanied by the intelligent and composed Han Shui, Bai Jin soon arrived at a vast experimental arena. "My lord, the flying demon warriors utilize spears for ranged attacks. After you learn the skill, the flying demon warrior, being an energy entity, should condense spears through the expenditure of internal energy for attacks. However, the energy spears are rather ordinary, so we have prepared 500 perfect quality rune spears for you. All here." The Valkyrie Battle Group's equipment department continued to forge rune spears, which would be delivered continuously, for now. These are for you to experiment with and gauge their effects. Observing the spears, each about a meter long and 2 centimeters thick, Bai Jin's brow furrowed slightly. Sensing his confusion, Han Shui led him to the neatly arranged spears, divided into 3 piles. Chapter 84, So Long, So Thick. All 500 spears have been inscribed with special runes. 200 bear the Explosion Flame rune, which, upon striking a target, will erupt in a large blaze, affecting both the target and a surrounding area. Another 200 are inscribed with the Ice Explosion rune, which will cause a freezing explosion upon impact, dealing freezing damage and inflicting a freezing effect on the target and its vicinity. Lastly, the remaining 100 are inscribed with the Slowing rune, which creates a large area of slowing effect upon impact, serving as a means of area control. "My lord, you may practice controlling the flying demon warrior with these special spears in this arena. This will better prepare you for the first-tier battlefield space," Han Shui explained gently. Bai Jin was quite satisfied with the effects of these spears. However, while such small items were aptly suited for the flying demon warrior, his summon was a towering 6-winged flying demon commander. "Miss Han Shui, these spears are too slender and short. The specifications are somewhat incongruous." "Huh." Han Shui's face flushed instantly. Bai Jin sensed that this woman occasionally exhibited peculiar reactions. "My lord, what length and thickness do you require?" Han Shui inquired softly, her gaze subtly hopeful. Bai Jin estimated the stature and hand size of the 6-winged flying demon commander. "Miss Han Shui, approximately 3 meters long and 15 centimeters in diameter would suffice." "Huh. So long, so thick." "My lord, the flying demon warriors cannot wield spears of such thickness and length," Han Shui quickly advised. After reflecting for a moment, Bai Jin still felt it prudent to summon the 6-winged flying demon commander, revealing only its prowess. "Miss Han Shui, I have encountered some fortuitous events. Please take a look." Swish. A 6-winged flying demon commander was summoned from the realm of invocation, hovering several meters before the 2 individuals. "This, so immense," Han Shui exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with fascination as she fixated on the colossal creature. "My lord, what is this summoned entity?" "It is a profound grade 6-winged flying demon commander." Bai Jin responded directly, feeling no need to conceal the truth. Given the prowess of the Valkyrie Battle Group, they were likely well versed in such matters. With a deep breath, Han Shui's chest heaved dramatically, and it was only then that Bai Jin noticed her admirable figure. Swiftly, Han Shui produced a tablet, her delicate fingers tapping the screen. The final boss of the hell difficulty in the Flying Demon Realm is the Flying Demon Fighter. This is the limitation of the dungeon. Our Valkyrie Battle Group possesses extensive intelligence on the Demon Realm, and the Flying Demon Clan is known to be exceptionally formidable. Above them are the 4-winged Flying Demon Captains, which are typically of yellow-grade quality. Following that are the 6-winged Flying Demon Generals, categorized as profound grade. Your summoned creature, my lord, is a profound grade 6-winged flying demon commander, standing nearly a meter taller than the 6-winged flying demon general, indicating it is a rarer variant of the profound grade 6-winged flying demon. My lord, please hold on. I have sent the information, and our think tank is en route. We will comprehensively assess the capabilities of your summoned creature to tailor the most suitable weaponry and combat strategies for you. Han Shui transitioned into a professional demeanor, exuding confidence and composure, momentarily shedding her previously neurotic aura. Bai Jin nodded, realizing the might of a formidable faction. Such potent support far surpassed that of solitary adventurers. Thudding footsteps echoed as a throng of men and women rushed forth, each sporting eager and fervent expressions, embodying the zeal of research enthusiasts. Upon nearing, they began retrieving various tables, chairs, and equipment from their storage gear. Group leader? A female member inquired with anticipation. Just as Han Shui was about to respond, a figure materialized before them. Greetings, Commander. Greetings, Commander. They collectively exclaimed with respect as Han Shui spoke. The newcomer was none other than Murong Xiaobing, the commander of the 1st Legion of the Valkyrie Battle Group and a 5th-tier spatial mage. A 6-winged flying demon commander. Bai Jin, you certainly have an impressive acquisition. Murong Xiaobing acknowledged, clearly familiar with such creatures as she scrutinized Bai Jin, perhaps wishing to unveil his mask for a closer inspection. Ice Empress, Xiaobing. Bai Jin intended to address her as Ice Empress, but her gaze compelled him to modify his address. Han Shui and the others were astonished, quickly lowering their heads, adopting a demeanor of having seen and heard nothing. Bai Jin, have you piqued the interest of the demon realm and engaged in additional combat, ultimately reaping benefits and acquiring superior skill tomes? The voice was inquisitive, yet the tone was assertive. Bai Jin nodded and replied, Sister Xiaobing, you are correct. After defeating the flying demon fighter in the Hell Dungeon, the demon realm sought to challenge me. Consequently, I proposed numerous battle conditions, which ultimately led to my victory. He recounted the events, omitting the fact that his summoning talent was at an astonishing 110 times. As Bai Jin narrated, nearly 100 analysts fervently began their assessments. All right. Analyze the situation regarding this 6-winged flying demon commander and devise suitable weaponry and strategies, Murong Xiaobing commanded, prompting a team of analysts to step forward. Various abilities were employed, swiftly recording the specific data of the 6-winged flying demon commander's physique. Following that were diverse attack tests, and the analysts were fervently engaged in their research. Commander, my lord Bai Jin, the analysis has concluded. Based on the anatomical structure of the 6-winged flying demon commander, we will design 30 different types of javelins. Subsequently, based on the actual usage, we will finalize the most appropriate type. Excellent. Expedite the process of crafting some immediately. Understood. Bai Jin, you must be fatigued from the dungeon run. Your mana reserves within the mana source may have diminished significantly. Please take some time to rest and replenish your mana, as you will be required to enter the 1st-tier battlefield for combat later. Yes. Before Bai Jin could depart on his own, he had already returned to the palace. Once in the training area, he reclined on the large bed in the rest zone, donning the energy concentration robe, and began to recuperate as his previously expended mana swiftly replenished. Commander, based on what my lord Bai Jin has stated, we conducted an analysis. The overall direction of his account appears to be truthful. However, the credibility of the battle specifics is below 3. A member reported respectfully. What do you mean? Commander, it is highly likely that Bai Jin's true strength exceeds 999, far surpassing our understanding. The Flying Demon clan likely suffered significant losses in their recent encounter with him, the analyst stated earnestly. The conditions proposed by my lord Bai Jin during the battle contained deliberate oversights, leading to the demon realm suffering an unexpected defeat due to their covetous nature. Another analyst added. Murong Xiaobing nodded in agreement. Some secrets and trump cards are beneficial. There is no need to dwell on such matters. As long as you are aware of Bai Jin's situation, it is unnecessary to relay the data to the battle group. He currently has no affiliation, and should other legions discover this information, they may resort to underhanded or even distasteful tactics to poach him. Understood. Rest assured, my lord Bai Jin will only belong to our 1st Legion. However, Commander, should we not preemptively employ those methods you mentioned to secure my lord Bai Jin's loyalty, ensuring absolute certainty? Han Shui inquired earnestly. Unnecessary. His sister, Lu Ruyan, is already considered part of our 1st Legion. Regardless, he will not be easily swayed by other factions. Furthermore, Shui, refrain from being overly eager to unearth other secrets. While your intentions may be benign, it can lead to discomfort. Just as you. Do you not possess certain secrets you wish to keep hidden? Murong Xiaobing teased, fixing her gaze on Han Shui. Han Shui's face flushed crimson. Commander, you. Upon lifting her gaze again, Murong Xiaobing's figure had vanished. Han Shui took a deep breath, swiftly immersing herself in her work. After a little over an hour, Bai Jin's mana reserves had fully replenished to 100 million points. Rising to eat, his physical attributes increased slightly once more. Miss Han Shui, I have regained my strength. My lord, there is a vehicle awaiting you at the palace entrance to take you to your destination. Upon exiting the palace, Bai Jin indeed spotted a vehicle waiting outside. My lord, that vehicle has been parked there since shortly after your return. We inquired and learned it belongs to the Valkyrie battle group, and they are waiting for you. All right, I will step out. If my sister returns, please explain the situation to her. Yes, my lord. We will clarify everything with the young lady. However, my lord, your physical attributes are not exceptionally high. Please exercise caution. Bai Jin. He arrived once again at the expansive experimental zone, where he beheld numerous piles of javelins of varying specifications and shapes. My lord, various specifications of javelins have been meticulously prepared, and you may now summon the six-winged demon commander for experimentation. We shall observe and analyze the results of actual combat. Without hesitation, Bai Jin promptly invoked the six-winged demon commander. Two members affixed a large basket-like container to the back of the six-winged demon commander, specifically tailored to accommodate its physique, ensuring no disruption to its normal flight and combat capabilities. When fully loaded, it could carry 60 metal javelins at once. Different types of javelins were continually launched, while a group of strategists diligently recorded various data. These javelins were not simply shot into the air. Ahead lay a throng of energy-gathering combat puppets and monsters. The javelins inscribed with various runes exhibited remarkably exaggerated combat prowess, far surpassing the metal javelins previously launched by the four-winged demon captains. A single explosive flame javelin unleashed a conflagration within a radius of several dozen meters, inflicting immediate damage while also causing persistent fiery harm. The ice explosive javelin proved even more formidable, freezing an entire area upon impact, dealing damage while simultaneously exerting control effects. As for the slowing javelin, according to Han Shui, its primary purpose is to restrain the target rather than to eliminate it. While these javelins are undeniably powerful, they possess a critical flaw. They are single-use, as the explosive power of the runes obliterates them upon activation. 20 minutes later, the experiment concluded. A cadre of strategists quickly analyzed the amassed data. My lord, based on our evaluations, your six-winged demon commander is best suited to wield javelins measuring 26 meters in length, with a diameter of 13 centimeters, weighing no less than 800 kilograms and no more than 1,000 kilograms. We have dispatched the data. The equipment department will expedite the creation of a batch for you, and you shall receive those javelins shortly. Bai Jin nodded, appreciating the precision far more than his previous rough estimations. My lord, recent calculations indicate that your six-winged demon commander can launch 5 energy javelins per second. Should it fire physical javelins, this rate can escalate to 10 per second. And with rapid assistance in supplying javelins, it may even reach 12 per second. The slower rate of energy javelin launches is primarily due to the time required for energy accumulation. According to your provided energy consumption data, each energy javelin will deplete the six-winged demon commander's energy reserves by 10,000 points, so please remain mindful of this aspect. Han Shui reported, and Bai Jin nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the significance of this calculation. Han Shui stepped forward, her high heels clicking confidently. My lord, previously unaware of your situation, we have already produced a batch of small javelins. Among them are 15,000 explosive flame javelins, 8,000 ice explosive javelins, and 5,000 slowing javelins. While these javelins may not be suitable for your six-winged demon commander, you may still utilize them. I use them. I lack experience and would not aim accurately. Bai Jin quickly shook his head, concerned that such area of effect attacks could inadvertently harm his summoned creature. Han Shui's eyes sparkled, and she smiled brightly. My lord, everyone begins without experience. Practicing will suffice. Bai Jin's lips twitched beneath his mask. Prior to his arrival at the Super God Academy, his aunt had cautioned him about certain matters, particularly regarding the members of the Valkyrie battle group. This faction is directly under the Domain Lord's command. Originally composed entirely of women, but as their interactions became increasingly tumultuous, the situation deteriorated. Eventually, some exceptionally talented men beneficial to the battle group's development were introduced. Yet the gender imbalance remains severe. Currently, the strongest members of the Valkyrie battle group are exclusively women, and over 90 of the auxiliary personnel also consist of females. Compared to the past, they have certainly improved significantly, yet the imbalance persists. The high standards of the Valkyrie battle group mean that only the most exceptional men are permitted entry. Consequently, many women within the group, despite their formidable abilities, exhibit certain psychological issues, often appearing proper on the surface while internally restless. However, due to their elevated status and strength, they remain proud, looking down upon ordinary men. resulting in a plethora of powerful yet pure-hearted women within the Valkyrie battle group. Chapter 86. Utterly Ruthless. Han Shui spoke once more. Moreover, you are mistaken. You can treat these runic javelins as close combat weapons. The runes are easily triggered, and once activated, you are assured of safety while your enemies will face dire consequences. Should you wish to personally engage in combat, you can feign weakness to lure your foes before unleashing the power of the javelin's runes. Envision the spectacle. It would be quite entertaining. Han Shui's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is that so? Impressive. Excellent. Very well, I shall keep them, Bai Jin replied, his eyes lighting up at this novel approach. Truly, the ingenuity of a grand faction is beyond my previous imaginings. I have been rather naive. Bai Jin then gestured for Han Shui to step aside slightly. With a flourish, a multitude of 2-meter-long, 10-centimeter-thick javelins emerged. Remnants from the previous dungeon where the four-winged demon captains had utilized them. Though slightly smaller in size, they were crafted from solid metal. My lord, what is this? These javelins were left behind by the monsters encountered in the prior dungeon. They are solid metal of perfect quality, ideally suited for the creation of runic javelins. Han Shui replied with a smile, nodding in understanding. I shall take the liberty of accepting these on your behalf. Subsequently, these javelins will be melted down and transformed into those for your 6-winged demon commander. By the way, the power of the runic javelins is considerable and may severely damage the corpses of the void demons, so we will also produce a batch of javelins without runes. You may decide how to deploy them based on the situation, Han Shui added. Bai Jin silently applauded this astute and knowledgeable lady. Her thorough considerations were truly impressive. The efficiency of the top-tier faction in the 9th domain was astonishing. In less than half an hour, Bai Jin received a delivery of brand-new javelins. These javelins, measuring 26 meters in length and 13 centimeters in diameter, featured intricate threading to facilitate better grip and thrust by the 6-winged demon commander. Furthermore, the tips were equipped with several sharp edges, which Han Shui explained would enhance the javelin's flight speed and inflict additional damage upon impact. This batch included 300 unmarked javelins, 100 explosive flame javelins, 100 ice explosive javelins, and 50 slowing javelins, sufficient for multiple engagements in a first-tier battlefield. Explosive flame javelin, perfect. Category, single-use javelin weapon. Physical attack, 1600. Maximum explosion damage, 15,000. Maximum flame damage, 6,000. Maximum flame coverage radius, 100-meter diameter. Description, inscribed with perfect-grade explosive flame runes, filled with perfect-grade explosive flame crystal powder, featuring both impact and energy-triggered activation methods. Ice explosive javelin, perfect. Category, single-use javelin weapon. Physical attack, 1600. Maximum ice explosion damage, 12,000. Maximum freezing damage, 6,000. Maximum freezing coverage radius, 100-meter diameter. Note, engraved with a perfect-grade ice explosion array pattern and filled with perfect-grade frozen crystal powder, it possesses 2 triggering mechanisms, impact-triggered and energy-triggered. The materials of both the slowing spear and the explosive flame and ice explosion spears are identical. However, upon activation of the slowing rune, no damage is inflicted. Instead, a slowing zone with a diameter of 100 meters is established. These spears are equipped with 2 triggering methods. The impact-triggered method requires striking the target to directly activate the rune's power, resulting in additional excessive damage. In contrast, the energy-triggered method necessitates the user to grasp the energy input area on the spear, channeling their mana, thereby allowing them to control the speed and volume of the mana input, thus determining the explosion timing of the rune. Retrieving these spears, Bai Jin turned his gaze towards Han Shui. The knowledgeable and composed woman nodded. My lord, please follow me. There is a dedicated entrance to the instance. Soon, Bai Jin arrived at the entrance. My lord, while we assess that you can navigate the first-tier battlefield with ease, nothing is absolute. Your safety must come first. Many methods we offer are merely theoretical, and you need not be overly concerned. If you encounter an insurmountable situation, prioritize your safety and utilize the teleportation array within the secure zone to exit the instance, Han Shui earnestly advised. Bai Jin nodded and then communicated with the real instance. With a flicker of light and shadow, his figure vanished. Han Shui returned to her think tank. Everyone, we shall divide into 4 groups. 1 group will remain here, while the 2nd and 3rd groups will be responsible for the 2 teams in the Celestial class, and the 4th group will oversee the 10 teams in the Earth class. Periodically, I will convene everyone to analyze various information, Han Shui commanded solemnly. Understood. Soon, the 4 groups were formed, and 3 of them swiftly departed. You have entered the number 11 first-tier battlefield. The Void Demon Realm has begun to deploy its forces. Please refrain from leaving the secure zone for the time being. As with the previous situation, even the environment outside the secure zone remained unchanged. This time, the void demons seemed rather sluggish. As it took 5 minutes for the notification to arrive, the deployment of forces from the void demon realm is complete, totaling 8 first-tier combatants. Notice, the strength deployed by the void demon realm far exceeds ours. Please exercise caution. Notice, this battlefield is jointly constructed by both sides' forces. We are unable to provide damage protection for allies. Please avoid harming friendly units. Notice, the battlefield spatial map has been constructed. On the battlefield spatial map, the 9th domain remained marked in blue, while the void demon realm was in red, with 8 red dots glaring on the map. According to Han Shui, there had been a total of 31 battles previously, with each battlefield in the void demon realm deploying over 30 first-tier combatants. Why then had only 8 been deployed this time? Logically, having a larger number would increase their chances of victory. The reason the Super God Academy had fewer than 10 members in a team was purely due to the fear of being wiped out by the enemy in one fell swoop. Could it be that the void demons had suffered greater losses previously, thus adopting a more conservative approach? Or perhaps the first-tier combatants they deployed this time were particularly formidable, stronger than their numbers suggested? Bai Jin's eyes flickered. This time, he did not summon the Iron Blood Battle Bull King or the Berserk Woodpecker, with new summons at his disposal. It was naturally time to test their practical effectiveness. Whoosh! A 6-winged flying demon commander appeared, and Bai Jin did not equip it with real spears. Go! Eliminate all visible targets. No close combat allowed. Attack from the air with spears. Whoosh! The 6-winged flying demon commander's figure vanished in an instant, its speed far surpassing Bai Jin's ability to perceive. On the other side, the 8 void demons continuously channeled their power, summoning creatures that surged toward Bai Jin. These 8 void demons remained within the secure zone. After the swarm of summoned creatures departed, they began to regain their strength. The flying speed of the 6-winged flying demon commander was astonishing, soon leading it to a cluster of targets. Bayubiu. While its rate of 5 shots per second paled in comparison to the Berserk Woodpecker's 156 attacks per second, the power of each shot was incomparable. One by one, transparent spears were unleashed, striking down a throng of summoned creatures below with deadly accuracy. Without exception, these summoned beings were annihilated. Upon witnessing the demise of their summoned creatures, the 8 void demons felt an overwhelming sense of dread as they exchanged alarmed glances. The speed at which their summoned creatures had been eradicated was staggering. They had barely comprehended what had happened before they were all gone. A first-tier powerhouse from the human race has appeared. Could it be the individual referenced by the United Front Department, the one capable of manipulating energy threads to slice through anything? It was plausible, if it were indeed him. He would possess the power to swiftly eliminate our summoned creatures. What should we do? With his strength, we are no match for him. The 8 void demons began to discuss their predicament in frustration. Suddenly, one of the void demons pointed skyward, his eyes wide with terror. Look, what is that? Boom. The other 7 void demons followed his gaze, their expressions turning to horror as they beheld a monstrous creature, its fearsome visage barred by the protective barrier of the secure zone, glaring at them menacingly. The void demons, already resembling grotesque beasts with their green faces and sharp fangs, appeared almost docile compared to the 6-winged flying demon commander. As the 8 void demons locked eyes with the creature in the sky, a chilling dread surged from their hearts. The extreme ferocity of the 6-winged flying demon commander was fully unleashed in the presence of foes. Chapter 87. Victory without battle, a great loss. Though the 8 void demons were exceedingly alarmed, the sight of their adversary being blocked outside the secure zone reassured them of their own safety. They merely recognized that they would lose this battle. Quick, we must document the appearance of this creature, one of the void demons exclaimed, and soon several began to draw tools to sketch the scene. This creature lacked a soul. It was a summoned entity, akin to the colossal bull previously described by the United Front Department, both belonging to the realm of human void summoners. Indeed, who would have thought a powerful summoner from the human race has emerged once more? With the strength of this creature, they will likely secure victory within the safe zone. Yes, we are the ones trapped, unable to venture out. Once the time limit is reached, it will be determined that we have lost. If we are to lose, let us assess this creature's strength and relay the information back, thus avoiding punishment. Yes, continue summoning. Send out creatures to attack, and we will estimate its power based on the performance of our summoned beings. The 8 void demons ceased to regard the 6-winged flying demon commander outside, and instead, they relentlessly summoned various creatures to send forth. Each time a summoned creature ventured out, the 6-winged flying demon commander would promptly launch an energy spear, obliterating it instantly. Eventually, once the 8 void demons had exhausted their power, they remained clueless about the true strength of the creature, as no matter what type of summoned being they dispatched. It was swiftly dispatched. Let us retreat. We have at least gauged its strength, which far exceeds our own. The United Front Department will arrange for subsequent matters. Indeed. Let us depart. We may yet receive some rewards. The 8 void demons exited through the teleportation array. Bai Jin, initially perplexed, found it strange that with the speed of the 6-winged flying demon commander, it should have long since reached the void demon secure zone. Yet there had been no reaction. And the 8 red dots remained visible. The crux of the matter is that the 6-winged demon commander was not given any combat alerts regarding attacks. The void demon clan has either been entirely vanquished or fled. Our side has emerged victorious in this battlefield encounter. And you may depart from this spatial arena at your discretion, with a maximum stay not exceeding 12 hours. In light of your outstanding performance, you have been awarded a small experience crystal. Damn, Bai Jin cursed vehemently, feeling that his spoils were utterly meager this time. With all 8 members of the Void Demon clan having vacated the scene, he was left without a single corpse, thus forfeiting the opportunity to refine lifeblood crystals or mana crystals through flesh amalgamation. The next time, I shall personally take charge, without relying on any summoned entities. Such a loss is simply too significant. With a heavy heart, Bai Jin chose to exit. Upon his departure, Bai Jin found himself back at the very spot he had initially entered. Tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels echoed as the elegant and astute Han Shui approached briskly, her stilettos clicking rhythmically against the ground. My lord, did we win? She inquired. Bai Jin nodded, prompting a radiant smile from Han Shui. My lord, how many void demons did we eliminate this time? Shall I escort you to the flesh amalgamation area now? Han Shui asked softly. Bai Jin's lips twitched as he recounted the recent battle's circumstances. Han Shui listened intently, her eyes gleaming with excitement, nodding fervently. While this woman's beauty and figure could not compare to those of his aunt or younger sister, her unique intellectual charm was undeniably captivating, leaving Bai Jin with a very favorable impression of her. My lord, the situation we speculated about in our think tank has indeed come to pass. The Void Demon clan has also started employing this strategy of commanding summoned entities in battle. Based on the performance of other teams, this tactic has become widespread among the Void Demons. Including your recent engagement, our side has won 5 matches today, while losing 8. Han Shui stated solemnly. Bai Jin was taken aback. The remaining members of the Super God Academy totaled 58, with 10 from the Celestial class divided into 2 small teams, and 48 from the Earth class split into 11 teams, among which he was alone in his squad. This meant that all teams had engaged in combat today. Did we incur any fatalities? Bai Jin inquired. Han Shui nodded. 2 teams from the Earth class were completely annihilated, resulting in the deaths of 9 individuals. Other teams had 3 fatalities, totaling 12 losses today. The Earth class now has 36 members remaining. Bai Jin fell silent. Although he was not familiar with the members of the Earth class and had yet to meet them, these were all prodigies awakened this year from the 9th domain. And he was astonished that so many had perished so easily. Did the Super God Academy not equip these individuals with suitable weapons, or the like? Bai Jin asked quietly. Han Shui, somewhat surprised, shook her head. My lord, how could they not be provided with equipment? Every member of the Earth class is outfitted with yellow-grade weapons and armor, along with various supplies and an array of items. If not for their limitations in strength, acquiring better equipment would be a trivial matter. The Super God Academy is a pioneering institution meticulously crafted by the 9th domain, ranked among the top 10 exploratory academies, and supported wholeheartedly by the 10 Great Legions. Given such significance, how could they possibly disregard your lives? I heard from Lord Ice Emperor about your situation. There was a misunderstanding regarding your capabilities. Now that your potential is recognized, we have begun to furnish you with the treatment you deserve. You need not worry, as our team will continually address any shortcomings on your behalf. Your current level of treatment is on par with Zhuge Liun and your sister, Lu Rian. In fact, Lord Ice Emperor holds you in high regard, and some of your benefits are extraordinary, such as the special skill book for tenfold summoning that we procured for you. Han Shui explained gently. Bai Jin finally comprehended everything. He had initially thought that the Super God Academy employed a somewhat laissez-faire and brutal training approach, but it appeared that he had misjudged the situation. His entrance into the Earth class had been through ordinary talent, and they had not specifically nurtured him until he independently navigated the first-tier battlefield. The emergence of the first-tier battlefield had been rather abrupt. It was initially slated for completion a month later. Due to certain circumstances, we were compelled to engage in battle, and as first-tier combatants, you, the newly enrolled students, were hastily thrust into the fray. Unaware of the actual conditions within the first-tier battlefield, we did not prevent so many teams from entering 2 days ago. Now that we have gathered some intelligence, we will conduct specialized training for existing members and reorganize the teams. However, with the presence of the Celestial class teams, Particularly with you in attendance, our assessments indicate a significantly high probability of victory for the 9th domain in the first-tier battlefield, Han Shui noted. Her admiration for Bai Jin evident in her gaze. Bai Jin nodded. After I exited, I attempted to re-enter, only to be informed that a trace of battlefield energy lingered on me, necessitating a wait for its dissipation before I could enter again. Is this yet another limitation? Han Shui affirmed. This was an adjustment made by our 9th domain after the initial battle. It appears to have been a miscalculation. Had we known your situation earlier, we could have simply allowed unlimited challenges. Do not worry, my lord. We will conduct multiple analyses and propose rule changes, allowing you to navigate the first-tier battlefield freely. Bai Jin replied, Very well, I shall return for now. Contact me when the time comes. Just give me a call. Yes, my lord, please return to rest. Your sister has inquired about your whereabouts several times. Following Lord Ice Emperor's directive, I have informed your sister that you are with him, Han Shui remarked. As Bai Jin turned to leave, he realized that his sister's misunderstandings were likely to deepen. Revealing a modicum of his talent would indeed garner attention, which was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. The benefits he was currently receiving were already substantial. He estimated that even students from the celestial class might not possess extraordinary artifacts such as the source of mana. Furthermore, the extraordinary tenfold summoning skill book represented a treatment surpassing the norm. Such privileges were more than adequate. If he were to expose his full strength, he might face not merely enhanced benefits, but potentially dire consequences. The practitioner system had evolved over many years, and should there exist abilities capable of stripping one of their talents, as a mere first-tier individual, he would likely be ill-equipped to contend with it. Upon exiting, a vehicle awaited him, swiftly transporting Bai Jin back home. Upon his arrival, he found his younger sister engaged in lively conversation with Yang Lin on the sofa. Both women adorned with smiles, clearly enjoying their time together. With Zhuge Liun and Yang Wei absent, Bai Jin greeted them and made his way upstairs to his room, only to be abruptly halted by his sister's grasp. Brother, don't shy away. Sister Yang Lin is wonderful. I'm not trying to set you up, just make friends, she exclaimed. To his dismay, Bai Jin realized that his current physical attributes of 37 points rendered him utterly outmatched against his sister. In an absurd twist of fate, this tugging did not transfer any burden onto the iron-blooded war bull king. Sister Lin, come, let's add each other as friends. In the future, we can chat. My brother is an excellent conversationalist. My mother has never once scolded him. His hand was held firmly by his sister, who deftly unlocked his phone and added the gracious Yang Lin as a friend. Brother, why are you still wearing the mask? This is home. Take it off. Then let go of my hand first. How can I remove it otherwise? Bai Jin cast a frustrated glance at his younger sister, who quickly stuck out her tongue and released the grip she had on his arms. Once the mask was removed, Yang Lin wore a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering with focus. Brother, I have some news to share. Sister Lin's physical attributes have now surpassed 80 points. And both Zhuge Liun and I have also exceeded 80 points in our spiritual attributes. Perhaps in just a few days, we will be able to experiment with breaking the first-tier limit of 100 points. Lu Ruian exclaimed joyfully. Bai Jin was taken aback. You are still at first-tier level 0, and you haven't added any free attribute points during your advancement? Both Lu Ruian and Yang Lin nodded. Indeed. We could attempt it now, we just need to allocate points. However, there is a possibility that if we reach 100 points, we may not be able to add any further. Therefore, the Super God Academy advises us to rely on ourselves to raise our attributes to 100 points before attempting to allocate any points. If we are unable to do so at that time, we can see if the automatic increase in attributes upon leveling up can help us break the limit. Bai Jin nodded in understanding, noting that his own spiritual attribute stood at 71 points, most of which were gained from free attribute points, as he had yet to acquire any items that could enhance his spiritual attributes. In this regard, he felt his treatment was not on par with that of the members of the heavenly class. Brother, there's something incredibly interesting that I must tell you. Do you remember the contract summoner who could only summon goblins, whom Mom mentioned when we were at Misty Sea Base City? His younger sister suddenly asked with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Bai Jin nodded, recalling how his aunt had learned of this through the Valkyrie Battle Group's database and had shared it with them. Of course I remember. Annie laughed for quite some time about that. As Bai Jin interacted more with the Valkyrie Battle Group members, he sensed that his aunt, a retired member of the group, seemed to be somewhat eccentric. Yes, brother. You know, this morning, Mentor Lei Hong introduced a new instructor, Lia, who is the very contract summoner that can only summon goblins. What? Bai Jin was astonished, then realization dawned upon him. No wonder. I noticed this morning that her physique, particularly her ears and eyes, was quite different from ours. She must be a half-elf. Exactly. Moreover, we learned some combat techniques from Mentor Lia, and unlike Mentor Lei Hong, who hasn't adapted to new environments for over a decade, Mentor Lia is incredibly powerful. Lu Ruian praised earnestly. This time, even Yang Lin, who had been quietly listening with a smile, nodded in agreement. Brother, later on, Lin Jie and I sought out the think tank of the Valkyrie battle group in private. Do you know what explosive news we uncovered? Lu Ruian leaned in closer to Bai Jin, her voice conspiratorial. Explosive news? Bai Jin's gaze grew curious. Given that Lia was a goblin contract summoner, he felt this news could potentially shatter his worldview. Ahem, Lu Ruian, if it's something rather inappropriate. Perhaps it's best not to discuss it in front of so many people, Bai Jin subtly suggested. Noticing that Jin Se and Qing he had already been listening intently behind him after bringing in a fruit platter. Hee, Lu Ruian chuckled. Then turned to Jin Se and Qing he. Sisters, why does my brother seem so distant with you? You must not be treating him well. She teased playfully. Bang. Oh. Brother, you hit me. I'll tell Mom when we go back. Lu Ruian exclaimed dramatically. This playful banter lightened the atmosphere considerably, and Bai Jin felt at ease with his sister. Initially, he had worried that due to her striking looks, she might face unwanted attention from boys or exclusion from girls upon entering the academy, but now it seemed she was thriving far beyond his expectations. Not only were her relationships with classmates flourishing, but even the mentors showed her considerable affection, unlike him, who had already heard Mentor Lei Hong refer to him as Little White Face multiple times. Brother, did you know? Mentor Leah's biological father perished in a dungeon. And her mother, the elf, do you know what she did? Lu Ruian's eyes sparkled with gossip, and Bai Jin lightly tapped her, prompting her to share. Chapter 89. The Elven Lady, the Widow, the Friend's Widow. Brother, you know about the 5th-tier Battle Emperor warrior from our 9th domain, right? The female contract summoner who summoned him from another world, and they fell in love, eventually leading to the warrior remaining in our 9th domain, gaining recognition from the higher-ups. Lu Ruian recounted, to which Bai Jin nodded, acknowledging the prominence of such a 5th-tier battle emperor who was renowned and powerful among 5th-tier warriors. Moreover, this 5th-tier battle emperor treated the contract summoner exceedingly well, willingly offering his strength to help her grow stronger, with the price being that the female summoner would bear a child for them once a year. Now they had about 8 or 9 children. The elven husband was a 4th-tier battle king and had once consulted the 5th-tier battle emperor about martial arts, so they were acquainted. Later, when the 5th-tier battle emperor attended the funeral of the elven lady's husband, for reasons unknown, he found himself attracted to her. Not long after, likely not even past the mourning period, the elven lady moved into the 5th-tier battle emperor's home, and miraculously, she got along splendidly with the 4th-tier contract summoner. Lu Ruian shared with a look of pure gossip. Bai Jin felt a chill run down his spine. The combination of terms such as the elven lady, widow, and friend's widow was explosive, explaining why even a 5th-tier battle emperor could not bear it. Jin Se and Qing He exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with surprise. They had just graduated from the Valkyrie Academy, and, due to their exceptional performance, had directly followed the immensely promising Lu Ruian, without entering the various institutions under the Valkyrie battle group, thus being unaware of such intriguing tales. Consequently, Mentor Lia became the stepdaughter of that 5th-tier battle emperor, who then provided her with advice and guidance. It is said that all of Mentor Lia's remarkable martial skills were honed through battles against goblins. Lu Ruian exclaimed in admiration, then noticed Bai Jin's incredulous expression. Brother, it's not what you think. It's not that kind of fighting. It's a bloody struggle, Lu Ruian clarified, elongating her words for emphasis. Bai Jin quickly averted his gaze to avoid his sister's scrutiny. Brother, Mentor Lia summons goblins through contracts and engages in life and death battles. It is said that a crucial part of the contract stipulates that if the summoned goblin can defeat Mentor Lia in a one-on-one battle, it can then do as it pleases. Just think, the allure of a half-elf for goblins could be even greater than that for pure-blooded elves. As Mentor Lia embodies both human and elven bloodlines, and human women are among the most coveted targets for goblins. Thus, through these repeated life and death struggles, Mentor Lia rapidly grew stronger, becoming a 3rd-tier limit warrior, with the potential to become a 4th-tier monarch warrior at any moment. Lu Ruian expressed with heartfelt admiration. Bai Jin listened in genuine respect, but found himself pondering a question. Sister, since these are life and death battles, could it be that goblins possess considerable strength? Lu Ruian nodded. I've heard that the goblin world is quite formidable. The lower-tier goblins are indeed weak, incapable of contending with even the average individuals of our 9th domain. However, the variety of goblins is exceedingly vast. There are warrior goblins, mage goblins, colossal goblins, divine power goblins, and even those with bloodlines such as dragon vein goblins, phoenix blood goblins, and titan goblins, whose power is truly terrifying. Bai Jin exhaled deeply. Indeed, he had previously occupied a realm far too low to comprehend those otherworldly beings. He had always assumed that goblins were merely grotesque and feeble creatures. Now, little sister, if, And I emphasize if, a formidable goblin were summoned and managed to vanquish Minterlia, what then? Swish, swish, swish. The eyes of the four girls widened in astonishment. A hint of despair reflected in their gazes as they fixated on Bai Jin, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After a moment, Lu Rian finally spoke with a leisurely tone. Brother, it seems you do not fully grasp the nature of contract summoners. The terms of the contract are one aspect, but Minterlia's stepfather is a 5th-tier battle emperor. And it is rumored that her mother is also of the 3rd tier, an elf. They would never allow harm to befall Minterlia, should such an event occur. They would simply intervene and eliminate the goblin. Bai Jin twitched his lips. Little sister, the contract stipulates a one-on-one battle. This would be quite unorthodox. Wouldn't the goblin also contemplate the possibility of being slain by the powerful beings here? Lu Rian nodded. That is indeed the case. However, the goblins in their world are numerous. If one fails, another can take its place. With the allure of a half-elf, the majority of goblins cannot resist temptation. Thus, dear brother, when faced with temptation in the future, you must think carefully and not act rashly. Bang. You hit me again. I did not speak incorrectly. Nevertheless, contract summoners cannot frequently deceive their contracted subjects, for those deceived may retain certain information, making it increasingly difficult to form contracts in the future. Otherwise, through infinite contract summoning, we could eliminate beings from other worlds, Lu Rian added. Bai Jin nodded. This reasoning was sound. Otherwise, certain summoners capable of binding ferocious beasts could endlessly summon them, and subsequently enlist help to slay them, thus acquiring high-quality flesh indefinitely. Miss, all the ingredients are prepared. Shall you commence cooking? Qing he inquired softly. Lu Rian promptly stood. Of course, brother. Yang Wei is a contract summoner, and I had him summon various wild beasts from a world teeming with animals. I shall prepare them for you to taste. Bai Jin was taken aback. Little sister, did you not just say that contract summoners cannot do this? Lu Rian huffed playfully. Let Sister Lin explain it to you. I will start cooking now. With that, she cheerfully entered the kitchen, with Jin Se and Qing he following to assist. Soon, the vast reception area was left with only Bai Jin and Yang Lin, creating an awkward atmosphere. Although Yang Lin was impressive in many regards, Bai Jin currently had no intentions of seeking a partner. Becoming stronger was of utmost importance. Only by attaining sufficient strength could he cease worrying about his talents being coveted by others. Bai Jin, may I call you that? The girl spoke. To which Bai Jin nodded. The question you raised earlier pertains to the limitations of ordinary contract summoners. My brother possesses heavenly tier talent, so he is somewhat different and will not be affected by such constraints. You need not concern yourself with it. Her voice was remarkably clear and crisp, exuding a warmth that was quite unique. Swish. Just as Bai Jin was about to respond, his figure vanished, reappearing within the space of Murong Xiaobing. Chapter 90. Shattering Space. This situation was entirely different from before. The owner of this space, Murong Xiaobing, along with the 5th-tier healing emperor, Lan Shi, stood respectfully. Seated at the tea table was a woman adorned with a light golden mask. Bai Jin, this is the Valkyrie from the Valkyrie battle group, Murong Xiaobing announced, causing Bai Jin to startle. His most crucial life-saving skill, Absolute Substitute, was acquired through his aunt's connections with the Valkyrie battle group. It was evident that only this Valkyrie had the authority to bestow such a skill. Crucially, he still vividly remembered the handprint on his aunt's neck and had silently vowed to repay her by capturing 2 handprints in the future. Bai Jin had encountered the Valkyrie before. Regardless of his myriad thoughts, he respectfully bowed at this moment. No need for excessive formalities. Summon your iron-blooded war bull and 6-winged sky demon commander. I shall personally assess their quality. A somewhat hoarse voice emanated, sounding oddly fatigued. Bai Jin glanced at Murong Xiaobing, who nodded in affirmation. Swish, swish. An iron-blooded war bull and a 6-winged sky demon commander materialized. The Valkyrie slowly rose and approached the iron-blooded war bull. Extending a fist clad in light golden gloves, she gently tapped the bull. 1-0-30-0-0-0. This was the damage sensed by Bai Jin. Seemingly surprised, she lightly tapped again. 3-0-0-0-0-0-0. 5-0-0-0-0-0-0. 8-0-0-0-0-0-0. 12-0-0-0-0-0-0. 15-0-0-0-0-0-0. 15 for 90-0-0-0. With just 7 gentle taps, the iron-blooded war bull, possessing 59-520-000 health, was slain. This marked the first occasion since acquiring such powerful summons that Bai Jin witnessed one being dispatched so effortlessly. Previously, even against numerous 4-winged sky demon captains focusing their fire, it took 5 to 6 minutes to bring down an iron-blooded war bull, underscoring the Valkyrie's terrifying strength. Have your 6-winged sky demon commander attack me. utilizing all those runic spears. Yes, Bai Jin did not bother seeking Murong Zibing's approval. While he was certain he would not harm the Valkyrie, he decided to attack as a means of avenging his aunt. Boom, boom. Bai Jin held nothing back as the six-winged sky demon commander relentlessly hurled various spears at the Valkyrie. Instantly, flames and ice explosions erupted around them, only to be swiftly displaced by Murong Zibing from this space. After enduring several attacks, the Valkyrie appeared to move sluggishly at first, but soon her speed increased dramatically. Before long, the six-winged sky demon commander reported an inability to lock onto her position. With a thought, Bai Jin commanded the commander to cease its assault. Bang! Bang! The Valkyrie appeared in midair, seemingly walking on air as she approached the six-winged sky demon commander. After delivering a few gentle punches, she dispatched the commander. Swish! The Valkyrie reappeared beside the tea table. Excellent, with absolute substitute transferring damage to 10 iron bulls, along with this formidable six-winged sky demon commander. There exists a glimmer of hope for turning the tide. Her tone bore a note of praise. Bai Jin, I have been informed by Zibing about your situation, and I have personally conducted tests. Please listen to our plan. Should the 9th domain amend the first-tier battlefield rules of the Void Demon Realm to eliminate the limit on the number of entrants, and alter the first-tier battlefield to conclude in 3 rounds of combat, do you have the confidence to face it alone? A slightly hoarse voice inquired. Bai Jin felt astonished. Casting a glance at Murong Zibing beside him, who promptly spoke up. Initially, the plan was to establish merely one first-tier battlefield space. However, just a few days ago, an unexpected assault occurred. The Void Demon Realm launched a sudden attack, forcibly opening 108 first-tier battlefield spaces by exploiting our southern region of the 9th domain, which encompasses 108 base cities. In terms of first-tier combat prowess, our 9th domain is vastly inferior to the Void Demon Realm. With a total of 108 first-tier battlefield spaces, we are unable to cope with them all. Now, the Void Demon Realm has seized a substantial opportunity, dispatching their forces into every battlefield space, while we lack sufficient first-tier strength to simultaneously enter those spaces. Consequently, when the time elapses, we will be declared defeated. Should any battlefield be deemed a failure, our 9th domain will suffer significant losses. Within the entirety of the 9th domain, you represent our strongest first-tier combatant. Should other first-tier fighters enter these battlefields, not only would they face defeat, but their corpses would also be claimed by the Void Demon Realm, further exacerbating our losses. Thus, if this situation persists, even if the time restriction for entry is lifted, our first-tier forces will be unable to adequately address all battlefield spaces, ultimately leading to our total defeat in the first-tier arenas. Given your circumstances, it is unlikely that the ordinary first-tier void demons can breach your defenses. Moreover, with your new summon, the six-winged flying demon commander, you now possess no significant weaknesses in the first-tier battlefields against the Void Demon Realm. This turn of events has inspired our leader to contemplate a decisive conclusion against the Void Demons in the first-tier battlefields. Murong Zibing explained softly. Bai Jin took a deep breath and then spoke. My lord, I am willing to participate in the battle. However, if the enemy proves overwhelmingly powerful to the extent that my life is threatened, I will choose to flee. I have my aunt and younger sister. I do not possess the resolve to die for the 9th domain. Bai Jin spoke seriously. Before such beings, there was no need for subterfuge, and thus he spoke plainly. The Valkyrie, adorned with a light golden mask, nodded gently. Very well. Do your utmost, but do not risk your life. Zibing, I entrust this to you. Yes, my lord. Rest assured. Murong Zibing replied respectfully, and then Bai Jin witnessed a breathtaking phenomenon. The Valkyrie, clad in light golden armor, strolled away with an air of tranquility, causing the surrounding space to shatter into countless delicate fragments. Through the fissures of those fine spatial shards, Bai Jin glimpsed an endless array of bizarre storms. Within mere steps, the Valkyrie vanished into the vast tempest of space, and the fragmented space returned to normal. Taking a deep breath, Murong Zibing and Lan Shi, both fifth-tier powerhouses, immediately relaxed. Bai Jin, this matter is of great importance, significant enough for the Valkyrie to personally assess your strength. Therefore, it cannot afford any mistakes. We will provide you with additional support to ensure you can dominate the upcoming first-tier battlefield. If possible, try to eliminate those void demons. The condition of the southern 9th domain is a direct result of their actions, Murong Zibing asserted solemnly. Bai Jin nodded. Aside from anything else, refining the corpses of those void demons would yield extraordinary items such as life blood crystals and mana crystals, which he would not overlook. Although these two items held little significance for him at present, he still thought of his younger sister. Should he acquire an excess of life blood crystals and mana crystals, trading them for precious skill books or equipment would be highly advantageous. Bai Jin, I have previously informed the Valkyrie of your situation. She ventured deep into the Void Demon Realm and dispatched an ancient foe, ultimately acquiring a special skill book that grants a tenfold summoning ability. This type of special skill book cannot be stacked, so you shall apply this boost to your six-winged flying demon commander skill, Murong Zibing stated, extending her hand to reveal another tenfold summoning skill book. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This item held vastly different significance for him. Upon mastering it, he would possess a summoning capability of 120 times. Thank you, Sister Zibing, and thank you, Valkyrie. Bai Jin expressed his gratitude without hesitation, accepting the tenfold summoning skill book and immediately beginning his studies. As he anticipated, his summoning multiplier increased to 120. Bai Jin, our strategic team has received information regarding the imminent first-tier battlefield showdown and has identified a weakness of yours, Murong Zibing stated, catching Bai Jin off guard. Sister Zibing, please elaborate. Given that we are not imposing a limit on the number of participants this time, the first-tier battlefield will be significantly larger. The power of the Void Demon Realm far exceeds that of our ninth domain, and they may deploy vast amounts of first-tier forces to seek victory. This could result in an array of peculiar abilities emerging, such as spells that can seal off small areas and siphon energy. At that point, your mana recovery rate will be severely hampered, which could be fatal for you. Additionally, should your energy-gathering robe come under attack, it could be damaged. These factors all pose limitations to your mana recovery. Of course, the Void Demons cannot drain the entire battlefield's energy, based on the spatial constructs established by both sides. The internal energy will not diminish, but will continuously replenish. However, if your energy-gathering robe is destroyed, even with the mana source, your mana recovery rate may not sustain prolonged combat. If a lack of mana leads to your defeat, it would be a laughable tragedy. Therefore, there exists a method to alleviate this issue, inscribing an energy-gathering array into your superficial muscles. This way, you will not face the problem of inadequate endurance if your energy-gathering robe is compromised. However, inscribing the array onto your body would require inflicting damage to your skin and superficial muscles. You must disperse those iron blood warbolts, otherwise, the inscribing process cannot be executed effectively. This is manageable, but it will be quite painful during the inscription, and you will need to channel mana to assist the process, rendering you unable to use anesthetics. We fear you may not be able to endure it, Murong Zibing spoke solemnly. Bai Jin fell silent for a moment. It was not that he was concerned about being harmed after dispersing all the iron blood warbolts. That notion was absurd. Given Murong Zibing's strength, if she wished him harm, she could simply attack him relentlessly. Once all his iron blood warbolts were dead and his mana completely depleted, he would be defenseless, making him an easy target. Thus, the current concern was whether Bai Jin could withstand the pain of inscribing the runes. Bai Jin remained silent because he realized that the fierce battle intent of the iron blood warbolts and the sheer brutality of the six-winged, flying demon commander could not be conferred upon him. He felt that, in terms of willpower, he was merely an ordinary person, likely unable to endure the agony. Sister Zibing, I wish to give it a try. If the pain becomes unbearable, we can explore other options later. Very well, let us proceed to the main city. Inscribing the runes will require some time, and the javelins you requested are already in production, alongside some custom-made high-quality low-demand mana potions. We can collect them all at once. With a swish, Bai Jin hardly felt a thing before finding himself inside a palace filled with various tools. Master Yuan, we have arrived. Please make the necessary preparations. Please wait a moment. Your Majesty Ice Emperor, I will summon the personnel right away. A middle-aged bald man responded in a deep voice. Bai Jin, this individual is a master rune engraver specializing in energy-converging runes. Soon, engravers and array masters will arrive to assist in inscribing the energy-converging array upon your body. Murong Zibing said gently. Bai Jin nodded. The occupational system has become quite refined, allowing individuals to develop according to their varying talents. However, the vast majority still engage in the same foundational roles as before. Sister Zibing, I feel that your spatial abilities are truly unparalleled, almost invincible. With your strength, are you not inherently in an undefeated position? Bai Jin inquired curiously, having harbored this question for quite some time. Every time she transported him away, he felt nothing, nor did he possess any ability to resist. Murong Zibing smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Well, how shall I put this? Among entities of the same tier, I am indeed in an undefeated position, arguably invincible within my rank. However, your current strength is still rather weak. You might think I can easily shift people through space, tossing them into the void's dark currents to swiftly eliminate foes. Yet, it is not as simple as it seems. Once one reaches the fourth tier, they gain a certain resistance to my powers. For instance, regarding spatial displacement, if I stabilize a surrounding area, I require a tremendous amount of energy to effectuate a successful shift. If their strength is sufficiently great, I might even find it impossible to displace them. This stabilization of space is not what you might envision. It involves creating vibrations through the surrounding area, rendering the space unstable, thus complicating any attempts at displacement. Mirong Xiaobing explained softly, seemingly unconcerned about revealing methods to counter her abilities. Moreover, once one reaches a certain level of strength, my capabilities become somewhat diminished. Take the Valkyrie you observed earlier. She can effortlessly shatter the surrounding space. I wouldn't even dare attempt to displace her, and with my current power, confronting the shattered space around her is quite challenging. Even if I were to cast her into the void's dark currents, it would be of no consequence. She can disregard those void storms and easily tear through the fabric of space to return. Thus, Bai Jin, you must understand that there is no absolute invincibility. What is deemed invincible is merely relative, existing only within specific tiers or circumstances. Mirong Xiaobing spoke with admiration in her eyes. All right, Master Yuan and the others are prepared. Let us proceed to attempt the engraving of the energy converging array. Chapter 92, Rune Engraving, Energy Converging Array. Bai Jin observed as a total of 12 individuals, both men and women, stood ready. Young brother, where do you intend to inscribe the runes? Master Yuan, the bald man, inquired in a resonant voice. Master, is there any particular significance to this? Bai Jin, inexperienced in such matters, found the concept of inscribing runes on the body reminiscent of tattoos from centuries past. However, tattoos from centuries ago were merely for self-expression or ostentation, while today's inscribed runes possess various effects. The lower-tier practitioners are particularly keen on such practices. For instance, couriers often inscribe runes for stamina recovery on their bodies and acceleration runes on their legs, enabling them to deliver packages swiftly and sustainably. Many women also inscribe peculiar runes on themselves, resulting in wondrous effects. The modern inscribing of runes, much like the tattoos of yore, once engraved, establishes an increasingly intricate connection with the body over time, becoming part of the superficial muscle layers, rendering removal virtually impossible. However, a silver lining exists. Aside from the initial days when the inscriptions are visible, once they fully integrate with the body, they become entirely undetectable. If this were not the case, Bai Jin would be reluctant to engage in such bodily alterations. Thus, despite being a void summoner with a high demand for magical energy, Bai Jin had no intention of inscribing a typical energy converging array. Given that the Valkyrie core, the foremost force in the 9th domain, sought to enhance his combat capabilities, the runes they provided would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber, an opportunity that was rare and invaluable, prompting his swift agreement. To facilitate this energy converging array inscription, he had already cancelled his innate talents related to the iron-blooded War Bull King and the six-winged Celestial Demon Commander. Master Yuan let out a hearty laugh. There's no need to be so formal, just call me Old Yuan. Lord Ice Empress informed me in advance that the primary rune you require is the energy converging array, which primarily gathers surrounding energy and accelerates mana recovery. Therefore, your back and chest, being the largest areas, are the optimal locations for inscribing a more advanced array. Other areas, such as the arms, legs, and buttocks, can only accommodate smaller arrays. Master Yuan elucidated. Bai Jin nodded, saying, Brother Yuan, why don't you decide based on the specifics of my physique? Appearing quite pleased with Bai Jin's address, Master Yuan chuckled heartily and nodded in agreement. Excellent. That's the most suitable approach. I was genuinely concerned you might request something unusual. Please remove your clothing, and we shall examine the details. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin began to remove his outer jacket and pants, soon donning only a shirt and shorts. All stripped down, completely bare. What is there to be shy about? We're not children anymore. What haven't we seen? Master Yuan remarked somewhat discontentedly. Bai Jin glanced around. Among the 12 individuals, there were 8 men and 4 women, plus Mirong Xiaobing who had not left his side, making it 8 men and 5 women. He took a decisive step and disrobed, recognizing that this was a public setting, and the task at hand was serious, rendering any childish modesty unnecessary. Master Yuan was quite satisfied with Bai Jin's resolute action, and a glimmer of envy even flickered in his eyes. Not just him, but others displayed varying reactions, though none acted further. 2 female staff members approached, and Bai Jin's physical data was swiftly analyzed. Once they entered work mode, Bai Jin noticed their focus was almost alarming, seemingly devoid of any other thoughts. Bai Jin, we have computed your actual condition. Your back can accommodate a larger profound-level energy converging array, while your chest and abdomen can host 3 smaller profound-level arrays. This is the limit under the pursuit of quality. How does that sound? Great. I'll follow Brother Yuan's lead, Bai Jin replied. Master Yuan glanced at Mirong Xiaobing behind Bai Jin, then nodded, indicating for Bai Jin to step onto a small platform elevated 20 centimeters. Bai Jin, Relax your body. Avoid any significant movements when it hurts. Natural bodily twitches are inconsequential. Understood. Alright, shall we begin? Would you like to bite down on a cloth? With a swift motion, Bai Jin retrieved a clean white towel from his storage bracelet, folded it, and placed it in his mouth. In that case, we shall commence. MMM. He emitted a nasal sound, biting down firmly on the towel. The sensation of a steel needle piercing his body surged through him. It was his first experience of pain since acquiring the absolute replacement skill. One jab after another, beads of sweat appeared on Bai Jin's forehead. Aside from the muffled groan during the initial piercing, he managed to endure the pain. As he acclimated to the sharp stings and tearing sensations, Bai Jin began to realize that the process of inscribing runes was not as excruciating as he had anticipated. What is happening to me? Bai Jin pondered, bewildered. Though he considered it a fortunate turn of events, it seems that Bai Jin has undergone a transformation, eliciting a mix of surprise and satisfaction among the staff. Young brother, as I inscribe the markings, you must concentrate your magical energy into them, ensuring the coherence of the formation aligns with your actual capabilities. Elder brother, attempt to channel all your magical power. If you feel any obstruction, signal immediately, as this is crucial for the subsequent efficacy of the formation. Elder brother, the first circle of energy channels is already established. You must operate your magical energy with utmost fluidity and report any discrepancies without delay. In just an hour, the energy amplification formation inscribed on his back was completed. As Master Yuan, the bald giant, filled the formation with fine blue powder, Bai Jin felt an overwhelming surge of energy flooding into his body. However, as his magical energy was already at its peak, he could not ascertain the rate of recovery. Yet, intuitively, this arcane-level energy amplification formation seemed no less effective than the energy amplification robe he possessed. They then proceeded to inscribe 3 smaller energy amplification formations on his chest, 2, each the size of a bowl, on either side, and 1, the size of a plate. On his abdomen, each of arcane quality, with varying amplification effects based on their size. 3 hours later, all 4 formations were inscribed. Brother Yuan, are these energy amplification formations fixed at arcane quality? Bai Jin inquired. The bald giant burst into hearty laughter. Young brother, if that were the case, could I be called a master? The shape of the formation will not change. Over time, it will become a part of your very being, as if it were innate. However, the formation's shape is merely foundational. Its ability to gather energy stems from the energy amplification crystal powder that is ultimately embedded within. What you are infused with is arcane quality crystal powder, which is rather extravagant for you. Given your circumstances, even yellow quality would suffice. Perfectly crafted energy amplification crystal powder would be more than adequate. Should you rise to prominence in the future and switch to Earth-grade crystal powder, this formation will elevate to Earth level, and perhaps even to sky level quality is not out of reach. Seemingly lamenting the waste of materials, Master Yuan explained with a tinge of regret. Bai Jin's eyes brightened. This was a stark departure from what he had previously understood about inscribing runes. Brother Yuan, I wish to inscribe energy amplification formations all over my body. Is that feasible? Bai Jin asked, filled with anticipation. Now it was Master Yuan's turn to be taken aback, and he glanced towards Mirong Xiaobing, who had remained present throughout. Your Excellency Ice Empress? Proceed as he wishes. Understood. However, the notion of using arcane quality crystal powder on a first-tier novice was already absurd. If he intended to inscribe his entire body, the quantity required would be considerable. Master Yuan expressed his concerns. Mirong Xiaobing furrowed her brow slightly. I understand your point. Therefore, let us use yellow quality crystal powder for the other energy amplification formations. And for the costs incurred during your subsequent endeavors, I will offset them with my contributions in the war group. Yes. Suddenly, Mirong Xiaobing took out her phone, her expression turning serious. Continue inscribing for Bai Jin. I have some matters to attend to. Yes. With that, Mirong Xiaobing's figure vanished. After her departure, the atmosphere among the group noticeably relaxed. The bald giant cast a glance downward, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Young brother, what on earth transpired? How is it that a first-tier individual is inscribing formations of such caliber? Do you realize that formations inscribed onto one's body equate to the practitioner's variabilities? Typically, only 4th-tier practitioners inscribe yellow-level formations, and only 5th-tier individuals possess the requisite contributions to inscribe arcane formations. Moreover, due to the scarcity of various crystal powders, many 4th and 5th-tier practitioners often find themselves queued for such opportunities. It is astonishing that the Ice Empress has been so magnanimous as to allow you to expend her contributions. Bai Jin remained silent. The matters concerning the Super God Academy's first-tier battlefield must remain confidential. Young brother, your desire to inscribe energy amplification formations all over your body likely stems from a profound need for magical energy. However, you might be underestimating the significance of those 4 arcane energy amplification formations of varying sizes inscribed on your body. To put it bluntly, they could sustain a typical 4th-tier mage in regular combat. Of course, given your current physical weakness, the rate of magical recovery will not compare to that of higher-tier practitioners. Nevertheless, based on our industry experience, I would advise against such extremities. It would be most prudent to combine them with other rune formations. The bald giant offered his counsel. Bai Jin nodded. Brother Yuan, please elaborate. I am not particularly well versed in this area. Master Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Generally speaking, even if you are a magic-based practitioner, it is essential to focus on physical prowess. Thus, stamina recovery rune formations are indispensable. A decade ago, when the rules for practitioners had not yet undergone significant changes, many inscribed stamina recovery runes onto their bodies, allowing them to forego food and water entirely, as long as their stamina was replenished. However, that is no longer feasible. A human body requires sustenance to maintain blood volume. Otherwise, one risks losing vitality. We speculate that this is what has rendered our existence more tangible. Therefore, you might consider stamina recovery rune formations, as they are a common necessity. Bai Jin shook his head. As long as he had the iron-blooded War Bull King, he was endowed with arcane-level endurance, rendering stamina unnecessary. Brother Yuan, my situation is unique. I will not be considering stamina recovery rune formations for now. Master Yuan did not press further. Very well, then let us focus on your limbs. For the legs, the most common formations are those that enhance speed and jumping ability, which are advantageous for combat and escape, and can often be useful in unique scenarios. As for the arms, magic practitioners typically inscribe spell amplification runes, while warriors mainly inscribe speed and strength amplification runes. These are merely references. You may adjust according to your actual needs. Bai Jin pondered intently. Regarding his arms, he primarily relied on summoned entities and had not learned any spells, so he did not plan to inscribe spell amplification runes. Moreover, as the void summons were energy manifestations, they would not benefit from typical aura effects. Aside from a few exceptional aura skills, void summons would not receive any additional enhancements. As for his legs, he found Master Yuan's advice sound. Speed and jumping ability runes were evidently more suitable than inscribing energy amplification formations. His physical strength was still on the rise, and he had no intention of becoming complacent in that regard. Then, an idea struck Bai Jin regarding his arms. Without hesitation, he moved to an open space. With a swift motion, the impact golden cudgel appeared in his right hand, and he thrust it forward with a single hand. The rapid strike effect activated, tripling his striking speed. Delightful. He then switched to his left hand and finally wielded the cudgel with both hands. Each time, the rapid strike talent was triggered without exception. In the bewildered gaze of Master Yuan and the others, he returned to the platform. Brother Yuan, I wish to inscribe speed and jumping ability rune formations on my legs. And for my arms, I seek rune formations that can enhance my striking speed. Very well, and what about your posterior? Bai Jin felt a bit embarrassed. But having been observed by these individuals for several hours, he found little cause for shame. Brother Yuan, may I suggest inscribing 2 energy gathering arrays on your backside? Master Yuan, feeling a twinge of reluctance, replied, My dear brother, your talents are exceptional. I strongly advise you to have 2 stamina recovery rune arrays inscribed instead. Having 4 profound level energy gathering arrays is quite excessive for your physique. A true man should possess robust stamina. Allow me to inscribe 2 profound level stamina recovery rune arrays for you, ensuring that you will never again encounter issues of fatigue. Alternatively, we could inscribe stamina recovery runes on one side and a speed rune on the other. What do you think? Brother Yuan, there's truly no need. Please just inscribe the energy gathering arrays. That is all I require. My dear brother, the Ice Sovereign is a 5th-tier entity. Are you certain you do not wish for unlimited stamina? Shall you rely on stamina potions to recover your energy instead? Bai Jin interjected, Brother Yuan, I genuinely do not need the stamina rune arrays. Ah, I see. It's a matter of intimacy. I did not expect you to be so playful. No wonder the Ice Sovereign is so concerned about you. Brother Yuan, you misunderstand. Do not explain. I am not interested in your affairs. I shall check how much contribution the Ice Sovereign has left. By the way, let us keep our previous conversation confidential from the Ice Sovereign. Otherwise, I might. No. I will certainly be reprimanded. Goodness. As expected of a formidable 5th tier, the Ice Sovereign possesses an astonishing amount of battle contributions. My dear brother, you have received such exceptional treatment as a mere 1st tier. Undoubtedly, there must be significant matters requiring your assistance for the battle group and even the 9th domain. In that case, I shall inscribe 2 profound level energy gathering arrays on your backside as well. As for the speed and jumping runes on other parts, I am not particularly adept at those. The others will inscribe them for you later. Thank you, Brother Yuan. For hours later, Bai Jin donned his attire. The task is complete. Chapter 94. 100 strikes per second. A healer had already cast restorative spells to mend his superficial wounds, and he was now in perfect health, though a dull ache lingered throughout his body. His arms bore a total of 8 oval-shaped rune arrays, all of yellow-grade acceleration runes. As for his legs, they featured 4 speed arrays and 4 jumping arrays, with an additional 2 jumping runes inscribed on the soles of his feet. These rune arrays varied in size, but were all of yellow-grade quality, crafted by master-level artisans, and could be upgraded should better crystal powders become available. After bidding farewell to the inscription masters, Bai Jin drove his vehicle back to the Super God Academy via the Southern Domain's teleportation array. This lad is impressive. He managed to endure while inscribing so many rune arrays. Master Yuan praised after Bai Jin's departure. Indeed, during the inscription process, he could not utilize any healing methods. He is truly a tough man. For a mere first-tier physique to inscribe such a plethora of high-end rune arrays, it seems his mission is extraordinary. Not surprising. The Ice Sovereign personally came to oversee. The challenges he faces likely far exceed our imagination. Alas, his name is Bai Jin, if I am not mistaken. He is the one taken by Tang all those years ago. Must he bear the weight of past events? The actions of the Bai family in the Southern Domain are difficult to assess. Their merits and demerits are hard to articulate. As the old saying goes, the sins of the present will benefit future generations. However, as contemporary individuals, it is somewhat challenging for us to accept. I cannot forgive the deeds of the Bai family in the Southern Domain. Many of my kin perished in that catastrophe. Yet, he was merely a 2-year-old child at the time, and his mother and aunt sacrificed so much. I sense that matters are not as straightforward as they seem. The higher-ups have yet to reach a conclusion. Perhaps the situation is even more complex than our private speculations. Upon arriving at the teleportation area of the Super God Academy, Bai Jin found a vehicle awaiting him. He then proceeded to the previously designated large experimental zone. Han Shui, in her high-heeled shoes, swiftly approached him. My lord, we have prepared 32,000 explosive flame spears, 16,000 ice explosion spears, and 8,000 slowing spears for you. Please take them. Before him lay 3 large piles of exquisite rune spears, all of which Bai Jin stored in his spatial bracelet. My lord, we are aware of your current situation. Please summon 10 6-winged flying demon commanders and store them in the summoning space. Once the cooldown period ends, you can enter the battlefield. Bai Jin nodded and summoned 10 6-winged flying demon commanders, storing them in the summoning space. Inside the summoning space, 120 iron-blooded warbulls had already been summoned in advance. On the way back, he tested his current mana recovery situation, and the results astonished him. Originally, he possessed 71 points in soul attributes, providing a base mana recovery speed of 781 points. However, with the enhancement of 6 profound-level energy gathering arrays inscribed on his back, chest, and buttocks, his mana recovery speed soared to an astonishing 2,800 points per second. While this may appear to be merely a 4-fold increase from his previous recovery while wearing the energy-gathering robe, the reality was quite different. It was not that the 6 profound-level energy-gathering arrays were ineffective. Rather, his absorption limit was simply at that level. Nevertheless, as his soul attributes improve, this recovery speed will only accelerate, allowing him to utilize these 6 profound-level energy-gathering arrays for a prolonged period. He also conducted tests on his jumping ability, discovering that with a powerful leap, he could reach heights exceeding 100 meters. Yes, he could indeed jump that high. If an ordinary practitioner with 37 points in physical attributes attempted such a jump, they would undoubtedly sustain injuries, losing a significant portion of their health. However, he had absolute substitution. The damage was entirely redirected, allowing him to soar to such terrifying heights. As for the thrusting speed with the Shockwave Golden Cudgel, he performed tests as well. With the cudgel in his right hand, aided by the rapid thrusting combined with 4 yellow-grade acceleration arrays, he could achieve a thrust rate of 100 strikes per second. This was nearly on par with the speed of a frenzied woodpecker. Bai Jin recorded a video of this feat, where the Shockwave Golden Cudgel appeared as if it were fixed in place, as the thrusting speed was so rapid that it seemed as though he was not thrusting at all, giving the impression that the cudgel had lengthened. With the cudgel in his left hand, the speed dropped to 80 strikes per second, still astonishingly quick, though somewhat lesser. When thrusting with both hands, the speed decreased to 30 strikes per second, as coordination between the left and right hands required a degree of synchronization, thus reducing the speed significantly. Nevertheless, this was still remarkable, and with the enhancement of his physical attributes, this speed is expected to increase further. After this journey of inscribing, Bai Jin's strength has significantly augmented. My lord, we initially prepared some high-quality items to enhance your physical and soul attributes. However, After multiple analyses by the think tank and considering the current changes on the first-tier battlefield, we ultimately decided not to enhance your attributes for the time being. Han Shui said apologetically, "My lord, the battlefield space is jointly constructed by the 9th domain and the Void Demon Realm. Some of your power will be detected by the Void Demon Realm. If your attributes are too high, they may deploy top-tier first-tier entities into the battlefield. There are 3 decisive battles in total. We must secure victory in the first battle. Therefore, we will allow the Void Demon Realm to misjudge your strength, enabling you to sweep the battlefield and achieve victory in the first contest. Afterward, they will recognize you as a first tier with lesser attributes but exceptional talent, prompting them to deploy more forces to eliminate you. Following your victory in the first battle, we will provide you with items to enhance your attributes. My esteemed lord, there is no need for concern. The fluctuations in your attributes bear minimal significance, especially with the source of your mana at hand. Your summoned entities possess defensive traits, rendering the additional defensive strength from your soul attributes nearly negligible," Han Shui elaborated. Bai Jin nodded in understanding. "All right, I comprehend. What shall we do next?" "My lord, there is nothing further to be done. Simply rest well. The high-quality, low-demand mana potions tailored for you will be delivered once they are prepared." "Very well." Bai Jin then returned to the palace, now devoid of any lingering worries. If he had reached such a formidable strength, yet could not dominate the first-tier battlefield, it would indeed be an anomaly. In an unknown void, 2 starkly different forces clashed incessantly, akin to 2 walls of air colliding yet remaining irreconcilable. A cohort of powerful beings stood on one side of this barrier, emanating their formidable energies. Among them was the Valkyrie whom Bai Jin had previously encountered, now serving as the main force for this operation. Chapter 95, 600 million mana points. Time passed unmeasured, and the elite warriors from the 9th domain appeared utterly exhausted. The Valkyrie exhaled softly, "I appreciate your efforts, everyone. The rules for the first-tier battlefield have been established. You may return now." "Indeed. My lord Valkyrie must also take care to rest. We cannot afford any mishaps." The group dispersed, leaving only the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing behind. "My lord, we have accomplished all that we were tasked with. The remainder now rests with Bai Jin." "Yes, let us proceed. You should check on Bai Jin. If his condition is satisfactory, we shall enter the battlefield immediately." "Understood." In an instant, Bai Jin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, found himself in Murong Xiaobing's domain. "Bai Jin, how do you fare?" "Sister Xiaobing, everything is in readiness. We are merely awaiting the customized mana potions as mentioned by Miss Han Shui." "Excellent. Let us go and take a look." With a swift motion, they arrived at the expansive laboratory, where Han Shui eagerly greeted them. "Miss Shui, what are the mana potions prepared for Bai Jin?" "Captain, they are all ready and right here." Han Shui promptly retrieved a small wooden box and opened it. Inside lay a small pile of azure crystals, each the size of a marble. "My lord Bai Jin, please accept these." Bai Jin took the box and examined one of the small orbs. Mana Crystal Core. Quality, first tier perfect. Attributes, contains 3 million points of pure attribute-less mana. Description, once consumed, its effects persist until mana is fully restored, at which point its effects will cease. A mere marble-sized crystal contained an astonishing 3 million points of pure mana, far superior to the mana potions he had previously acquired for backup. "My lord, these mana items have been developed by the potion division of our Valkyrie Corps over the past few years. Their efficacy surpasses that of the conventional mana potions we have known. Standard mana potions require practitioners to digest and absorb them, transforming them into the corresponding attributes of mana through their bodies. In contrast, the Mana Crystal Core contains pure attribute-less mana, enabling almost instantaneous absorption. However, it is essential to note that these items differ fundamentally from your mana source, while your mana source elevates your mana capacity. These Mana Crystal Cores merely provide additional mana recovery. Currently, these cores cannot be mass-produced. The previous batch of perfect quality was allocated to members of the Heavenly class. While this batch is available here, Han Shui elucidated. Bai Jin nodded. This small wooden box contained a total of 200 cores, collectively amounting to 600 million points of pure attribute-less mana. "Now, Bai Jin, please stow away this batch of runic spears as well. We shall soon enter the first-tier battlefield." Murong Xiaobing indicated towards 3 large stacks of runic spears, prompting Bai Jin to hastily put them away. Following Murong Xiaobing, Bai Jin swiftly arrived at a location, a rectangular blue portal standing 4 meters high and 6 meters wide. Stepping forward, he immediately accessed the relevant information. First-tier battle space, real spatial battlefield, strength level, 19, entry requirement, not exceeding level 19. Special Rule 1. There is no limit on the number of first-tier combatants entering. However, all must enter within 1 hour after the first combatant has entered. Failure to do so will preclude further entry. Special Rule 2. The forces of the Ninth Domain and the Void Demon Realm are prohibited from interfering with the battlefield space. Special Rule 3. The safe zone's area has been reduced to a 3-meter square base and 6 meters in height. Once within the safe zone, all will receive full protection from the battlefield's forces. Special Rule 4. The corpses of both sides will be locked by the battlefield's forces until a victor is determined. Afterward, the defeated may claim the bodies of the fallen from the victors. Special Rule 5. To prevent summoners from remaining indefinitely in the safe zone while commanding their summoned entities. The safe zone will be in a state of power recovery denial, though items may still be used for recovery. Special Rule 6. If one side has no living entities within the battlefield space, or if the safe zone is encircled for over 2 hours without combat, the battle will conclude. With 6 special rules in total, Bai Jin turned to Murong Xiaobing, who gestured for Han Shui to step forward and elaborate. My lord, we have transformed the original 108 small battlefield spaces into one large space. We are, in fact, at a disadvantage. To meet the demands for change with the Void Demon Realm, we have made numerous concessions. The first special rule, allowing for unlimited first-tier entries, is particularly unfavorable for us. Han Shui stated earnestly. The new generation of practitioners in the Ninth Domain can easily accumulate experience and ascend to the first tier merely by methodically clearing standard dungeons. The process is far too simple. In contrast, the first-tier combatants from the Void Demon Realm have undergone rigorous trials and life-and-death battles to achieve their ranks. Each one a seasoned elite. This year, over 100 million practitioners in our Ninth Domain have awakened, most having ascended to the first tier. Yet the combat power we can actually deploy is limited to those within the Super God Academy. Moreover, our human race possesses a significant weakness, a common phenomenon of morale dropping after severe losses, rendering ordinary first-tier combatants likely to perish and become fodder for the enemy. It is precisely because of this first special rule that the Void Demon Realm was amenable to negotiations. Believing that regardless of whether we deploy vast numbers of ordinary first-tier combatants or top-tier first-tier geniuses, it would be of great benefit to them. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. This situation was indeed as she described. If the practitioners were not overly ambitious, they could cautiously clear standard difficulty dungeons without assuming much risk. With the introduction of the first special rule, the remaining rules served merely as supplements. The second special rule aimed to prevent the Void Demon Realm from causing chaos. This rule had existed in previous battlefield spaces. The third special rule, which reduced the originally 100 square meter safe zone to a mere 9 square meters, ostensibly limited our ability to evade and escape upon defeat, a concession the Void Demon Realm readily accepted. However, this particular clause imposes virtually no restrictions upon us. As there is only one adult present on our side, the distinction between the 9 square and the 100 square areas is indeed minimal. Once you exhibit your formidable prowess, the minuscule safe zone will effectively confine the Void Demon clan's escape. Han Shui remarked with a smile, and even Murong Xiaobing's eyes sparkled with mirth. Chapter 96. Only one human has arrived. How foolish. As for the fourth clause, the Void Demon Realm has readily acquiesced. However, our intention is to prevent certain members of the Void Demon clan from casually seizing the corpses of their fallen comrades, as these bodies can be refined into valuable materials that must not be easily appropriated. Regarding the fifth clause, it can be seen as a limitation on your part, yet it also serves as a form of protection. We can indeed supply you with a vast quantity of magical potions. Nevertheless, should the mana contained within those mana crystals be exhausted without securing victory, then engaging in a protracted battle would be futile. You can simply exit the battlefield through the teleportation array within the safe zone. The sixth clause remains unchanged as the criterion for determining victory or defeat, though it has been slightly modified. Given your strength, it may be possible for you to encircle the opponent's safe zone. Han Shui spoke solemnly. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Through Han Shui's explanation, he now comprehended the situation of this first-tier battlefield. To him, the differences from previous battlegrounds were not significant. Bai Jin, do you have any further queries? Murong Xiaobing inquired. Bai Jin shook his head, feeling that everything had been meticulously prepared and all conceivable scenarios accounted for. In his estimation, they were entirely foolproof. Bai Jin, remember that safety is paramount. If you encounter an insurmountable situation, prioritize your survival above all else. Disregard everything else, Murong Xiaobing admonished. Understood. Thank you, Sister Xiaobing and Miss Han Shui. I shall proceed now. Bai Jin nodded to the two ladies, then, under their watchful gaze, strode forward and vanished upon contact with the teleportation portal. You have entered the first-tier battlefield constructed between the Ninth Domain and the Void Demon Realm. The Void Demon Realm has commenced deploying its forces. Please refrain from leaving the safe zone for the time being. Indeed, The safe zone measured only 3 meters on each side, nearly the exact dimensions of the teleportation array. Beyond the safe zone lay a desolate expanse of sandy dunes. A minute later, a notification arrived. Notice, the battlefield space map has been established, and special rules have come into effect. The Void Demon Realm has begun to deploy its combat power. Notice, this battlefield has been jointly constructed by both sides. We are unable to provide friendly skill damage protection, so please avoid harming allies. Notice, number of first-tier combatants deployed by the Void Demon Realm, 15. Notice, number of first-tier combatants deployed by the Void Demon Realm, 31. Bai Jin glanced at the battlefield map and subsequently grasped the situation of this decisive battleground. It was a rectangular area measuring 300 kilometers in length and 100 kilometers in width, with a vertical height of 50 kilometers, and 2 minuscule safe zones positioned at either end of the battlefield. On the battlefield map, Bai Jin's side remained blue, while the Void Demons were marked in red. The red points on the map multiplied and began to spread out, with some moving toward his position. Bai Jin did not hasten to dispatch his summoned creatures to slay the Void Demons. This time, the allotted entry duration was 1 hour, and the more Void Demons that entered, the better. However, he did summon a formidable Iron-Blood Warbull King and positioned it outside the small safe zone, intending to keep it occupied should any Void Demons arrive. As anticipated, mana recovery was not possible within the safe zone. Bai Jin was currently at full mana capacity and had no need to venture outside for replenishment. From the direction of the Void Demons, the diminutive safe zone could hardly accommodate the towering figures of the Void Demons, so they swiftly dispersed upon being teleported in. Scouts were dispatched to probe the enemy's situation, avoiding combat if possible, to ascertain the strength deployed by the opposing side, and to return swiftly with a report. A scant few Void Demons heeded the command, while the majority congregated nearby, awaiting the arrival of more kin. A peculiar Void Demon possessing 6 arms and 2 heads incessantly issued orders. Do not dawdle. Proceed promptly to your designated formations. One by one, the Void Demons began to assemble into their respective formations. The Scout Void Demons manifested various runes upon their bodies, subsequently experiencing a surge in speed. Curiously, despite their rapid pace, the runes on their bodies exuded a watery force that enveloped them, allowing them to circumvent the effects of wind resistance, even running without stirring a tempest. The distance of 300 kilometers was not trivial, yet within merely 20 minutes, the first scout of the Void Demons beheld the situation within the safe zone. Only one human. The Scout Void Demon was taken aback, but soon after, his gaze locked onto the colossal bull outside the safe zone. So, it was that powerful human summoner. Did he intend to leverage the creature we have thoroughly assessed to dominate the battlefield? How laughable. A cruel smile crept across the scout's lips as he continued to observe, noting the absence of any additional human forces. With a swish, he hastened back. Concurrently, other Scout Void Demons began to arrive in succession. A portion scattered to continue gathering intelligence, while others fixated on the lone human within the safe zone. Eager to report, the scout hastened his return. In less than 20 minutes, he reached the Void Demon safe zone. No further Void Demons had been transported in. The scout quickly approached the 6-armed, 2-headed Void Demon. Commander, upon arriving at the human safe zone, I found only one human, the summoner of the formidable giant bull, who remains within the safe zone. While the bull is positioned outside, the scout relayed his report promptly. The 6-armed, 2-headed Void Demon fell into deep contemplation. Understood. Continue to investigate the situation. Yes. The Void Demon commander then stepped into the safe zone, glancing at the battlefield map, which remained unchanged from when he first entered. The humans' numbers were still just 1. Huh. Truly arrogant, believing that a powerful giant bull summoner could dominate the battlefield. You, return and report the situation here. Instruct the United Command to deploy additional personnel accordingly. Yes. A Void Demon who had just followed the commander swiftly departed through the teleportation array, leaving the battlefield space. Before long, an influx of Void Demons continued to arrive. By the time the 1-hour mark passed, the area surrounding the safe zone was densely populated with Void Demons. Esteemed comrades, only one human has entered. The one we are familiar with, the summoner of the formidable giant bull. The human likely intends to employ the old strategy to dominate the battlefield. We shall emerge victorious in this battle. The Void Demon commander's voice was steady, yet his eyes gleamed with triumph. Entrusted with such a significant mission, should he secure victory in this inaugural decisive battle, he would reap substantial rewards. Meanwhile, the humans had dispatched only one first-tier combatant, whose capabilities they had already thoroughly discerned. It was a foolish strategy beyond imagination. Chapter 97. Targeted Measures. Esteemed comrades, the giant bull possesses formidable strength. It is a void summon and is impervious to conventional deterrent controls. Therefore, do not recklessly expend your powers. The gravitational mage battalion stood poised for battle, ready to enact the command of the Void Demon Commander. Once that colossal beast charges, divide into two groups and restrain its speed according to the situation. He bellowed. Yes. Understood. Echoed the voices of over 1,000 gravitational mages in unison. The commander then turned his gaze to the other formations, water mages and earth mages. Once the gravitational mages have contained the giant bull, execute the planned strategy to transform the area surrounding the beast into a quagmire, effectively trapping it and inflicting damage. Yes. Understood. Responded the two battalions, each comprised of over 1,000 void demons. Defensive mages, should the enemy summon any additional offensive creatures, it is your duty to protect everyone. Yes. Understood. Archers, if the enemy summoner steps out of the safety zone, unleash your full firepower. Should they summon any flying creatures, the responsibility falls to you. Yes. Understood. According to the information from the Unified Command, given that the enemy had only dispatched one human into this arena, and that one of our formidable summoners had been slain 2 days prior, it was highly likely that this human possessed the ability to summon multiple creatures. However, the maximum summoning capacity was limited to 10. Thus, we can easily manage this threat. Shield warriors, if the enemy drives multiple colossal bulls to charge, you are to guard the perimeter of our formation and, if necessary, lay down your lives to obstruct them. Yes. Understood. 2,000 shield warriors, armed with heavy shields, dispersed to safeguard the surrounding area of the main force. Meanwhile, the gravitational mages, water mages, earth mages, defensive mages, and archers, each numbering in the thousands, coordinated to form a grand formation. The Void Demon Commander had already mounted a towering bull-like summon, his eyes glinting with anticipation. He had received assurance from the Unified Command that victory in this decisive battle would grant him the privilege to select a reward from the spoils. Since learning of the human summoner's powerful bull summon, he had meticulously gathered intelligence on its capabilities, growing increasingly covetous with each detail unearthed. The Void Demons had invested heavily in preparation for this conflict, mobilizing such a multitude of specialized mages. With an array of mages skilled in countering the strength of the opposing bull, victory seemed all but assured. Notice, the first-tier forces of the Void Demons have been fully deployed. Notice, total number of first-tier Void Demon forces, 7,850. Bai Jin rose and began to stow away the tables, chairs, tea, and pastries into his storage space. An hour had passed, and the moment of confrontation was finally at hand. Glancing at the battlefield map, he observed countless red dots converging toward his position, clearly gathering together. After a moment's thought, Bai Jin refrained from ordering the iron-blooded giant bull king to engage. This battlefield extended 300 kilometers. By the time the enemy reached him, he could strike decisively. And even if they attempted to flee, the distance would suffice for pursuit. He had even envisioned a scenario, given the battlefield's width of 100 kilometers. If the Void Demons scattered in retreat, he would be unable to pursue them all. Instead, he would pursue in a straight line, cornering them at their safety zone, taking down one after another. As long as the enemy's safety zone remained surrounded for over 2 hours without conflict, it would count as his victory. Thus, the Void Demons would either hide within the vast battlefield awaiting defeat or take the offensive. 3 hours passed, and Bai Jin found himself growing somewhat bored. Observing the densely packed formations of Void Demons advancing toward him, a spark ignited in his eyes. If he could vanquish 6,000 or 7,000 of them, how many life essence crystals and mana crystals could he extract? Meanwhile, the Void Demon Commander smirked with derision at Bai Jin's retreat within the safety zone. How foolish to remain sheltered while awaiting their approach. With a sudden burst of laughter, he commanded, "All Void Demons, heed my call. Transform the area within 100 meters of the enemy's safety zone into a quagmire." Yes, the grand formation began to shift, and the mages commenced their incantations. Bellowing, Bai Jin summoned 9 iron-blooded war bulls, leading them into a charge against the shifting Void Demon formation. Gravitational pull, double gravity, gravity chaos, gravity binding. Over 1,000 gravitational mages unleashed a torrent of gravity spells, inundating the charging iron-blooded war bulls. The sheer intensity of the spells momentarily left Bai Jin astonished. While his bulls were resistant to conventional intimidation and mental control, they could not withstand such gravitational forces. Perhaps a single spell might be ignored, but the overwhelming number and density of the spells rendered the iron-blooded war bulls immobilized. With their momentum drastically reduced, the Void Demon Commander erupted in laughter. Combined spell, Quagmire. Activate. Yes, countless water and earth mages initiated their spells, transforming the ground into soft mud as rainwater saturated the soil. The 10 iron-blooded war bulls, still ensnared by the relentless gravitational magic, began to sink slowly into the mire. The Void Demon Commander, watching the relentless rain of arrows fail to fell the colossal bulls. Felt his desire intensify. Flying demon commanders. Rise. Bai Jin summoned 10 flying demon commanders, who swiftly ascended into the air. With a whoosh, they launched energy javelins. But in an instant, the defensive mages had anticipated their arrival, erecting formidable shields. Over 1,000 defensive mages combined their efforts to create an exceptionally strong barrier, causing the energy javelins of the flying demon commanders to merely ripple against the colossal shield. Haha, human, did you expect this? We have long prepared for you. Today, your defeat is inevitable. The Void Demon Commander jeered, reveling in his hubris. Chapter 98, Total Domination and Suppression. As the Void Demon Commander laughed, a deluge of arrows concentrated fire on the airborne flying demon commanders. Their arrogance was evident, yet their actions were ruthlessly decisive. Bai Jin focused his thoughts, directing the 10 six-winged flying demon commanders to maneuver swiftly while continuously launching energy javelins at the massive protective barrier. Gravitational mages, disregard the bulls that have lost their resistance. Instead, envelop the area in gravitational fields to control those swift-moving summons. Archers, divide into groups and concentrate fire on the controlled summons. Revitalization mages, provide restorative support. Under the command of the Void Demon Commander, over 1,000 gravitational mages began a coordinated bombardment of gravity spells into the sky. The archers swiftly divided into 10 groups, preparing to unleash their concentrated assault. Hundreds of revitalization mages commenced their restorative spells, aiding the other void demons in recovering their expended strength. In an instant, Bai Jin found himself completely restrained and suppressed within this interface. Nestled in the safety zone, he beheld a dazzling array of sights. This was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the strength of a world, undeniably formidable and astonishing. He couldn't help but reflect that, had he possessed only his current abilities, defeat would have been inevitable. Moreover, from the triumphant taunts of that peculiar six-armed, two-headed void demon, he discerned that the void demons had anticipated his potential to summon tenfold. Given the might displayed by the void demons, if his strength were limited to merely 10 iron-blooded bull kings and 10 six-winged flying demon commanders, he would undoubtedly be worn down. Below the iron-blooded bull kings lay an unfathomably deep marsh, in which their power could not be exerted. Even their war roar would prove futile. The speed of the 10 six-winged flying demon commanders began to dwindle, as over 1,000 gravity mages from the void demons unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon the surrounding sky. The six-winged flying demon commanders had no choice but to retreat, for evasion was nearly impossible. Bai Jin watched with intrigue, recognizing that even summoning 120 iron-blooded bull kings and 126 winged flying demon commanders would not suffice to thwart the power exhibited by the void demons. However, if he did summon all 126 winged flying demon commanders to concentrate their fire, they could swiftly breach the massive shield conjured by the defensive mages. Additionally, he possessed a plethora of rune spears, which would amplify his damage upon firing. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to summon such a multitude of six-winged flying demon commanders. This battlefield was the site of the decisive confrontation between the Ninth Domain and the Void Demon Realm, and he was uncertain whether eminent figures were observing the unfolding events. Given the significance of this momentous battle, he found it hard to believe that both sides could not probe each other's intentions. After all, if they could communicate to alter battlefield rules, they could certainly observe without intervening. Thus, Bai Jin summoned a rampaging woodpecker. Whoosh! The rampaging woodpecker soared into the air, only to be struck down by a barrage of arrows and vanish. Several void demon archers were racked with pain, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Presently, the rampaging woodpecker was at level 21, boasting a health pool of 14,200 points. Upon its demise, it would rebound 1 for 20 points of damage, ignoring conventional defenses, back to its assailants, a considerable amount given that all present were first-tier void demons, likely no higher than level 19. In contrast, a level 19 practitioner from the Ninth Domain, if they had not invested in physical attributes, would possess a mere 900 health points. Bai Jin, now at level 11, had consumed an abundance of flesh from 4th-tier terrestrial beasts, resulting in a physical attribute of 38 points, giving him a total health of only 800 points. Swish, whoosh. Another rampaging woodpecker was dispatched, only to be instantaneously slain. More void demon archers found blood trickling from their mouths, swiftly treated by the revival mages. In the boundless void, the Valkyrie and Murong Xiabing stood suspended, their gazes fixed upon the battlefield. Not far off, several void demons, shrouded in an endless black mist, were also observing the situation unfold. My lord, we are taking too great a risk. We should have sent a first-tier individual in first, allowing them to stall the time before letting Bai Jin enter. He is currently under severe restraint, Mirong Xiaobing murmured. The Valkyrie, her expression inscrutable, glanced at the nearby void demons before shaking her head. It is futile, they have long prepared for this. Had we done so, they would still dispatch sufficient strength. Including Zhuge Liun, they are aware of the 10 first-tier celestial talents on the opposing side and have made corresponding plans. The battlefield is merely a space. Regardless of how we arrange our forces, they will exert their full strength. It is precisely because we sent only Bai Jin that they have committed so little power to counter him. Mirong Xiaobing opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately remained silent. His woodpecker was slain, yet how did the archers within the massive shield sustain injuries? Mirong Xiaobing's voice echoed in confusion, prompting the Valkyrie to fix her gaze intently in that direction. As more woodpeckers fell, an increasing number of void demon archers were wounded, although swiftly healed. This could no longer be attributed to mere coincidence. It appeared that Bai Jin possessed another trump card. This woodpecker was a force we had underestimated, revealing an unexpected efficacy. The Valkyrie nodded slightly. Xiaobing, his caution is indeed justified. Observing his current situation elucidates much of the information previously gathered. The shattering of the holy crystal, the disappearance of the primal beast path dungeon, these must all be orchestrated by him. Mirong Xiaobing nodded gravely. My lord, the intelligence team has speculated and analyzed these matters, though they did not voice them. What course of action will follow? The Valkyrie furrowed her brow slightly. Though he hails from the Bai family of the southern region, he was raised by Tang Yun, and his character should pose no issue. As for Suyin, she is part of the Valkyrie battle group, barring unforeseen circumstances. He will not become an enemy of the ninth domain. Xiaobing, upon returning, downplay Bai Jin's information as much as possible. Do not intentionally conceal or alter it. As for the nurturing he deserves, I have heard he possesses an enchanting visage. Have both you and Langzi taken a liking to him? The Valkyrie suddenly regarded Mirong Xiaobing with a peculiar expression. Mirong Xiaobing, usually composed, found her demeanor faltering, her cheeks flushing. My lord, do not heed rumors. You are aware of the events of that year. Had it not been for Bai Jin's mother, Tang Ling, sacrificing herself, I might not have perished in that battle. I would either have fled or been transformed by the void demon realm's power. My kindness towards him is solely a gesture of gratitude for his mother's grace. The Valkyrie's lips curled into a smile. Whatever the case, to continue providing him support, you and Langzi will need to sacrifice some reputation to the outside world. Just assume that the two of you are jointly nurturing him. Chapter 99, A War of Attrition. Mirong Xiaobing gazed at the Valkyrie, who bore a faint smile, momentarily rendered speechless. After so many years, it was the first time she had witnessed this woman, burdened by endless pressure, express a semblance of genuine joy. Although this smile bore a hint of mockery towards her, for one at the 5th tier, such fame mattered little. My lord, I understand. I will explain this matter to Langzi and will also advise Bai Jin to maintain a low profile in the future, concealing his true circumstances. Mirong Xiaobing replied earnestly. The Valkyrie nodded. There is no need for such formality. We are all sisters within the same battle group, no need for titles. She continued, well, this battle serves as a testament to our understanding of the void demon's strength. The reason for sending Bai Jin in was primarily due to his possession of an absolute substitute skill. It would be difficult to bring about his demise. Something Zhuge Liun and Suyin could not achieve. If we lose, we lose. We were bound to face defeat in this scenario. Bai Jin merely introduces an additional variable. Yet it appears this variable will not alter the eventual outcome. The Valkyrie spoke softly. Mirong Xiaobing nodded, then pointed towards the several void demons in the void. Master, what audacity do these 5 5th-tier beings possess to come here and observe the battlefield of the decisive battle? Should we not eliminate them all? The Valkyrie pondered seriously. Xiaobing, there are 5 individuals of equal rank before me. Should I exert my full strength, I could compel them to unite against me for a mere 3 seconds. At this, Mirong Xiaobing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, with my spatial abilities, those 5 shall not be able to easily slay me. 3 seconds is sufficient for me to dispatch a portion of their 5th-tier ranks. With that, the Valkyrie stepped into the void, shattering the fabric of space as her figure vanished. Madwoman, stop her. We are 5 strong. How dare she? Flee quickly. Do not become collateral damage. Hurry, let's unite. This lunatic is attacking recklessly, offering no defense. As numerous frenzied woodpeckers fell to the rain of arrows, the ranks of the void demon archers sustained increasing injuries, only to be healed shortly after. At that moment, the 6-armed, 2-headed commander of the void demons detected something amiss, casting a cruel gaze toward Bai Jin in the safety zone. Human, what a clever tactic. Yet, with so many warriors at our disposal, the damage inflicted by this peculiar little bird is negligible. Bai Jin chuckled softly, aware that the injured void demons had indeed been healed. However, he observed that their strength had noticeably diminished, their arrows lacking vigor. In that instant, Bai Jin began to comprehend the unique attributes of the practitioners from the ninth domain. When they sustained injuries and were healed, their health would return to full capacity, restoring them to peak condition. Moreover, even if they were injured, they would merely lose a fraction of their health, never experiencing true debilitating wounds. Such extraordinary and mystical qualities led Bai Jin to surmise that the Void Demon Realm coveted these powers. Summoning a frenzied woodpecker requires 2 10 mana points. And while in the safety zone, Bai Jin could not replenish his mana. Nonetheless, his mana reserves were immensely abundant. Beyond the 100 million mana cap provided by the mana source, he possessed 200 mana crystals that could restore a total of 600 million points of mana. Additionally, he had 100 vials of perfect grade mana potions in reserve. However, Bai Jin had no intention of utilizing these mana-restoring items. He possessed his own methods for replenishing mana. The cooldown for summoning the Frenzied Woodpecker was 6 seconds, with a summoning time of 0.5 seconds, totaling approximately 6.5 seconds, plus reaction time. Within roughly 7 seconds, Bai Jin could summon a Frenzied Woodpecker to its demise. The 10-headed, 6-winged flying demon commander soared beyond the shooting range of the Void Demon archers. However, this distance severely diminished the potency of their energy javelins. In truth, if he were to employ a rune javelin from a high vantage point, the effect could be significant. Yet, there remained the risk of the gravity mages below altering its trajectory, as these gravity mages typically possessed gravitational manipulation abilities. Furthermore, even if the rune javelin caused greater damage from above, it might prompt the void demons to retreat, given their displayed strength. The over 1,000 defensive mages could sustain their massive shield for a considerable duration. Although the teleportation array in the safety zone was small, its speed was remarkable. If this group managed to retreat beneath the cover of their giant shield, Bai Jin would suffer a considerable loss. Should he emerge victorious in this decisive battle, the ninth domain could reap substantial rewards. However, what would he gain? Perhaps a few rewards from the Valkyrie battle group. But the corpses of the void demons were exceedingly valuable resources that he was unwilling to relinquish. Therefore, Bai Jin resolved to first deplete the enemy's strength. The 6-armed, 2-headed void demon commander sought to direct the archers to avoid the peculiar bird, yet such a task proved impossible. Bai Jin had been attentively monitoring the battlefield. As soon as the archers shifted their focus, he commanded his swiftly flying 6-winged demon commander to approach that area and unleash a barrage of energy javelins upon the massive shield below. Once the void demons retaliated against the approaching 6-winged demon commander, he would instruct it to utilize its rapid flight ability to ascend into the sky, where the incoming attacks would obliterate the frenzied woodpecker. In such a scenario, the 6-armed, 2-headed commander could only direct the archers to alternate their attempts to eliminate the peculiar bird, which appeared every 7 seconds. In order to prevent the 6-winged demon commander from seizing the opportunity to launch a frenzied assault on the massive shield below. Damn it! Why does this scoundrel remain in the safety zone? The void demon commander cursed in frustration. Commander, we have transformed a vast area outside the safety zone into a quagmire. Even if he wishes to emerge, he will find it nearly impossible, a sycophantic void demon reported. The commander grunted in acknowledgement, then turned his attention to the water and earth mages. Ensure that the 10 colossal bulls are effectively contained. How have they remained underground for so long without being eliminated? Yes, Commander. We are continuously manipulating the water and mud to keep those bulls suspended, preventing them from breaking free on a solid ground. Good. Monitor your mana consumption and rotate your efforts. Bai Jin sensed that his 10 Iron Blood War Bulls were now trapped dozens of meters deep in the viscous mud, surrounded by shifting, swirling muck. Despite their immense power, they were rendered helpless against the infinite quagmire that engulfed them. Release. With Bai Jin's command, one of the trapped Iron Blood War Bulls vanished. The void demons tasked with controlling the bulls erupted in excitement. Commander, one of the bulls has disappeared. Excellent. Continue to ensnare the remaining 9 bulls. We shall exhaust this human. The 6-armed, 2-headed void demon commander exclaimed with cruel delight. Bai Jin swiftly summoned another Iron Blood War Bull, promptly returning it to the summoning space. After summoning frenzied woodpeckers for some time, Bai Jin's mana had diminished considerably, making it an opportune moment to test a hypothesis. Approaching the edge of the safety zone, Bai Jin grinned, bent down, and extended his rear beyond the boundary. Instantly, the 2 profound energy convergence arrays on his posterior activated, rapidly replenishing his mana at a staggering rate of 2,800 points per second. Indeed, being in the safety zone does not allow for mana recovery, but merely exposing a fraction allows me to restore my mana. Bai Jin felt a surge of confidence. Thus, he resolved to engage in a war of attrition and see who could endure longer. Master, this battle is exhilarating. Mu Rong Xiaobing exclaimed, her face pale, yet her tone brimming with excitement. The Valkyrie took a few deep breaths, nodding in agreement, her own excitement palpable. We have severely injured one of the 5, and you have taken down 2 fifth-tier foes. Even if we ultimately lose this battlefield, we have made our mark. Let us observe the battlefield further. I wonder if Bai Jin's 10 six-winged flying demon commanders have been slain. The two gazed upon the unfolding scene of the battlefield, where Bai Jin was bent over, extending his rear beyond the safety zone. The peculiar antics of Bai Jin left both the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing momentarily stunned. The Valkyrie inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. Murong Xiaobing hastily shook her head, exclaiming, "My lord, I truly have not developed an intimate relationship with him, and I am utterly bewildered by his strange proclivities. Perhaps he merely extended his posterior to release a gas, fearing that the odor would not dissipate within the safety zone." The Valkyrie's brow twitched slightly, her acceptance of this explanation begrudging yet palpable, before the two resumed their observation of the battlefield. Time drifted on, and Bai Jin had developed a conditioned reflex. The moment 6 seconds elapsed, he would summon a frenzied woodpecker to soar above the void demon forces, only to be swiftly annihilated by a barrage of arrows or spells. With the archer formation sustaining significant injuries, the 6-armed, 2-headed commander could only helplessly direct other mages to take turns dispatching the continuously summoned mystical bird. Hundreds of revival mages were becoming increasingly fatigued. Their expertise lay in sustained revival rather than direct healing. Consequently, the injured archers received only rudimentary treatment, and despite the application of healing items, wounds remained as wounds, impossible to fully mend. Cursed. Infuriating. The 6-armed, 2-headed commander seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. Every prediction had come to pass. They had firmly suppressed the summoner-esque creatures on the opposing side. The demise of formidable summoned entities necessitated greater intervals for their resurgence. They were acutely aware that the human side possessed inherent skills capable of disregarding cooldowns. As a first-tier human, regardless of which creature was summoned, they could gradually wear down their adversaries, especially since the safety zone hindered any restoration of strength. Even with a plethora of restorative items, one life could not endure an unceasing battle. Eventually, exhaustion would set in. Meanwhile, their own numbers allowed for periodic rest, making victory an apparent certainty. Yet the 6-armed, 2-headed commander found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Those infernal little birds were proving to be a vexation. Should they choose inaction, the 10 suspended summons would dive down with ferocious force to assail their massive shield. Maintaining this colossal barrier was no trivial task for over 1,000 defensive mages. If they allowed the summons to unleash their wrath up close, the defensive mages would inevitably falter. However, attacking the woodpecker meant putting their own warriors at risk, leaving them ensnared in a dilemma. For the sake of safety, he could only prioritize the integrity of the massive shield, which served as the bulwark for all his kin. In the lead-up to this decisive battle, the unified command of the Void Demons had meticulously simulated various scenarios that could unfold on the battlefield and had organized extensive drills, preparing for every conceivable outcome. This included a powerful first-tier Void Summoner capable of invoking formidable giant bulls, yet they had found the actual situation even simpler than their simulations, effortlessly neutralizing the giant bull's combat prowess. Now, however, the once advantageous tide of battle had been upended by an odd little bird, leaving all the Void Demons feeling stifled and irritable. As time progressed, Bai Jin's soul attribute had reached 71 points, and he felt no hint of fatigue. In stark contrast, the Void Demon formation was far from optimistic. Not only were the archers and mages attacking the frenzied woodpecker weary, but even the revival mages casting restorative powers were visibly drained. The defensive mages had split into 2 groups, taking turns to maintain the massive shield. The 6-armed, 2-headed commander's enormous eyes glowed crimson with agitation. What to do? What to do? If this continued, they would be the ones to collapse. My lord, perhaps we should retreat and devise a strategy? Proposed a member of the Void Demons. Slap, slap, slap. The commander lashed out, delivering a flurry of strikes to the face of the one who suggested retreat. Retreat? I shall not retreat, he roared, unable to contain his fury as he kicked the proposer. Those spear-throwing summons cannot be allowed to strike our shield from close range. The resultant damage would be insufferable for us. All defensive mages must contribute, or they will be the first to falter. This scoundrel has not consumed any energy replenishment items. How much mana does he possess? My lord, that human is provocatively presenting his rear towards us, shouted another member of the Void Demons, pointing angrily at the safety zone. This was indeed a gross misinterpretation of Bai Jin's actions. With 6,000 to 7,000 Void Demons densely clustered around, any direction he turned would inadvertently face a portion of them. Cursed. Infuriating. The human's method of provocation is truly repulsive. It resembles the submissive behavior of our own females, utterly disgusting. The six-armed, two-headed commander ground his teeth in fury. Chapter 101. A life for a kill. My lord, could it be that this human summoner is mocking us, suggesting we are weak and need to submit? My lord, we can no longer endure his incessant provocation. My lord, please devise a plan. I wish to tear this human apart and consume him in my wrath. I want to rend him asunder. A chorus of anger erupted among the void demons, even the injured ones leaping to their feet as though rejuvenated. The six-armed, two-headed commander glanced upward at the 10 menacing summons hovering in the sky, his dual heads flickering with resolve. Without uttering another word, he gestured wildly with his 6 green, fearsome arms, and immediately, a number of void demons nodded in acquiescence. Soon, 5 shield-bearing void demons emerged from the massive formation, exiting the protective barrier of the defensive mages. They interlaced their shields, albeit revealing several strategic vulnerabilities. Bai Jin's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and with a mere thought, a 6-winged flying demon commander surged forth at breakneck speed. Energy javelins were hurled frantically, piercing through the exposed gaps to slay 3 of the void demon shield warriors. Boom! An endless barrage of spells erupted, enveloping the 6-winged flying demon commander as it descended. This strike was premeditated. Under the relentless gravity spells, the commander found itself ensnared, swiftly overwhelmed by a torrential downpour of arrows and spells. Bang! The 6-winged flying demon commander fell in battle. A smile crept across Bai Jin's lips as he surveyed the 3 slain void demon shield warriors. Unlike the previous 2 battlegrounds, the corpses of these 3 void demons were now shrouded in a faint white glow, rendering them untouchable to a shield warrior attempting to retrieve them. At last, a worthwhile gain. Exchanging a depleted 6-winged flying demon commander for 3 void demon corpses is hardly a loss, Bai Jin mused, as the entire void demon formation erupted in excitement. As if the sacrifice of 3 of their kin to secure the death of a 6-winged flying demon commander was an equitable trade. Bai Jin sensed that the 9-headed, 6-winged aerial demon commanders in the sky were also nearing the depletion of their energy reserves. Each energy spear required an expenditure of 10,000 energy points to coalesce, and a level 11 dark grade 6-winged aerial demon commander possessed a total energy of 704 million. After such prolonged engagement, the aerial demon commanders had already exhausted their energy. In comparison to the iron-blooded Warbull King, they fell significantly short. The 6-winged aerial demon commanders lacked the ability to regenerate their energy unless they were summoned into a conjuring space. Monster, dare you engage in a trade with me? Bai Jin called out to the 6-armed, 2-headed commander in the distance. The commander's eyes flickered momentarily before he replied, Human, do not call me a monster. In our eyes, you are the true monster. Speak. What trade do you propose? Bai Jin gestured towards the 9-headed, 6-winged aerial demon commanders hovering high above. Monster, if you permit me to slay 10 of your kind, I shall grant you the opportunity to eliminate my flying summons. What say you? The 6-armed, 2-headed commander was momentarily taken aback, then lifted his gaze to the powerful flying summons beyond their attack range. Human, those flying summons are your fundamental skill? The commander inquired. Bai Jin shook his head, not at all. Upon hearing this, the 6-armed, 2-headed commander rejoiced. Human, how can you prove it? Seeing the eagerness in his response, Bai Jin felt confident that the commander was intrigued. Watch closely. Cancel. The 9-headed iron-blooded war bull king below vanished, and Bai Jin immediately activated the summoning skill for the iron-blooded war bull king. 10 massive summoning arrays emerged around the safe zone, and 10 iron-blooded war bulls appeared. Cancel. The 10 newly summoned iron-blooded war bulls vanished once again. Summon. Another 10 massive summoning arrays appeared, and once more, 10 iron-blooded war bulls manifested. This cycle continued several times before Bai Jin finally came to a halt. The 6-armed, 2-headed commander's eyes sparkled with intensity. Commander, each summoning produces a summoning array. He is not merely recalling the previous giants into a summoning space. This frequent summoning of great bulls must indeed be his fundamental skill, an excited void demon remarked. The 6-armed, 2-headed commander nodded vigorously. I know. I have certainly seen it. Thus, the 10 flying summons high above were not his fundamental skill. If such formidable summons were to perish, summoning them again would require considerable time. Without the interference of these powerful flying summons, they would no longer need to maintain the highly energy-consuming giant shield. The area surrounding the safe zone was fraught with mud and marshes, rendering his giant bull summons ineffective. Meanwhile, those smaller flying creatures could be easily controlled by alternating assignments, preventing even the most bizarre damage from being inflicted upon them. This would afford them a more extended respite to contemplate how to make this human summoner retreat in despair. After this analysis, the 6-armed, two-headed commander perceived only advantages. Human. We are mortal enemies. How can we trust you? A voice laced with fierce anticipation echoed back. Bai Jin chuckled softly. Whether you trust me or not, you shall soon find out. Surely, your void demon kin are not so cowardly as to lack the courage to sacrifice their lives for victory? Commander, before entering this battlefield, we were all prepared to die. I willingly offer myself. Commander, I am a shield warrior, and I have yet to play any role. I embrace my demise. Commander, allow me to go. Countless void demons spoke up in unison, while the six-armed, two-headed commander displayed a pained yet respectful expression. Before he could respond, a squad of 10 shield warriors from the void demons stepped out of the protective barrier. Human, come forth. Boom, boom. 10 energy spears were launched, and yet another six-winged aerial demon commander was drained of its energy. With a cacophony, a torrent of spells enveloped the six-winged aerial demon commander, which was soon besieged by an avalanche of arrows and incantations, leading to its swift demise. The second six-winged aerial demon commander had fallen, leaving 10 lifeless bodies of void demons on the ground, adding to the previous 3 for a total of 13. This amounted to 13 life blood crystals, or mana crystals. Bai Jin glanced once more at the six-armed, two-headed commander, and this time, he could discern an expression of trust beginning to form. Human, shall we proceed? The six-armed, two-headed commander inquired with a hint of anticipation. Bai Jin laughed heartily. Continue indeed. Chapter 102. This child is utterly foolish. What followed was a seamless collaboration. By the time the 9th six-winged aerial demon commander was slain, 83 void demon corpses lay on the ground. In the endless void, the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing exchanged bewildered glances at Bai Jin's actions. Xiaobing, why is Bai Jin doing this? Is it merely to collect some void demon corpses? Murong Xiaobing furrowed her brow. My lord, I am uncertain. I cannot comprehend Bai Jin's motives. Even if those six-winged aerial demon commanders are drained of energy, their mere presence in the sky serves as a deterrent to the void demons below. If they can endure, they might even drag down the defensive mages of the void demons. There is a sliver of hope here. I do not understand why he would jeopardize our stronghold. Murong Xiaobing responded earnestly. The Valkyrie nodded. Let us observe further. We have already conveyed the significance of this decisive battle to him and provided various rare resources. If he is truly willing to sacrifice our only chance of victory for a handful of void demon corpses, it calls into question his strategic vision. Monster, we agreed that if you allow me to slay 10 of your kind, I would grant you the opportunity to eliminate my flying summons. However, thus far, I have only slain 3 of your kin, so I must make up for the remaining 7, Bai Jin declared. The six-armed, two-headed commander's lips twitched as he glanced at the last remaining flying summon in the sky. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and nodded. 17 void demons, prepared to face death, stepped out of the protective barrier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy spears shot forth rapidly, swiftly slaying all 17 void demons, who then fell to the combined firepower of their kin. Summoned the six-winged aerial demon commander, Bai Jin declared. In the summoning space, he still had 110 six-winged aerial demon commanders. Yet he activated the summoning skill nonetheless. 10 six-winged aerial demon commanders were summoned and swiftly soared into the sky. The six-armed, two-headed commander showed no significant surprise. Human, shall we continue? Bai Jin laughed heartily. Continuing is permissible, but my summons are at full energy. They cannot be exchanged for just your 10 lives. The six-armed, two-headed commander's expression hardened. What do you mean? 200 lives for 1. Otherwise, prepare for a relentless bombardment of spears. Bai Jin commanded, his thoughts manifesting in the sky where 10 six-winged aerial demon commanders coalesced energy spears and assumed attack positions. The six-armed, two-headed commander's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Bai Jin. Commander, let us adhere to our recent plan. If we exhaust his formidable flying summons, victory will be ours, and our fallen kin shall receive the glory they deserve. Indeed, Commander, according to the rules of the decisive battlefield, the bodies of our fallen kin will become part of their world. It is likely he seeks to facilitate this. My lord, our shield warriors are utterly ineffective. To perish thus, at least we have made a contribution, urged a cohort of high-ranking void demon captains surrounding them. The six-armed, two-headed commander cast a glance at the shield warriors, who had not played any role from the outset, and subsequently closed both sets of eyes. The captains immediately comprehended the commander's intent. Shield warriors, you have proven ineffectual on the battlefield. You need not exert yourselves any longer. For the sake of victory, sacrifice your lives. The unified command will duly record your valor, and your families and kin shall receive the rewards they deserve. The shield warriors, stationed around the formation, fell into a somber silence. Then, The captain of the shield warriors beside the six-armed commander respectfully bowed before turning to depart. We are willing to die for our race. We are willing to die for our race. The atmosphere grew melancholic as the shield warriors assembled into formation, and the captain led 190 void demon shield warriors away from the colossal shield. Bai Jin felt a tinge of admiration for these warriors. They spoke of death with such resolve, and he had deliberately asked for a steep price, yet they did not even bargain. He sensed that the previous offer from the 10 six-winged demon commanders had been too low. Alas, no wonder Sister Xia Bing and Miss Han Shui had remarked that the first tier of the void demons had been forged through trials. Indeed, this iron-willed spirit was beyond our comparison. Perhaps, the ascension of ordinary individuals in the ninth domain was too facile, resulting in a lack of tempered will. Bai Jin, though contemplative, acted without a hint of hesitation. A fully energized six-winged demon commander unleashed a barrage of energy javelins upon the unprotected void demon shield warriors below, firing 5 projectiles per second, and within 40 seconds, had annihilated the 200 void demons. Subsequently, Bai Jin commanded this six-winged demon commander to offer no resistance and was swiftly overwhelmed by the concentrated fire of the void demons. Within the boundless void, the Valkyrie's gaze turned sharp. Murong Xia Bing sensed the Valkyries barely contained fury and quickly spoke up. This Bai Jin, how could he act so foolishly? As long as we possess the flying demons, we stand a chance in a war of attrition. This individual is usually so composed. Why has he acted so irrationally this time? My lord, let us observe further. Should this lead to our defeat, Bai Jin shall not escape his culpability. I will ensure he faces severe repercussions. Murong Xia Bing harbored her own ire, yet due to her previous encounters with Bai Jin, particularly hearing Master Yuan of the Inscription Masters praise Bai Jin's iron will, she held some reservations. The Valkyrie nodded. I have stated before that this decisive battle is inherently a losing scenario for our ninth domain. Bai Jin is an unforeseen variable. However, it appears he lacks the potential to alter the tide of battle. Xia Bing, if his actions possess ulterior motives, then that would be one matter. But if he truly disregards the bigger picture for the mere corpses of the void demons, we shall no longer offer him support. If possible, confine him within your realm as punishment. Murong Xia Bing was momentarily taken aback. Then came another 7 instances of sacrificing 200 lives for each kill. As the 9th group of void demon shield warriors took to the battlefield, Bai Jin once again commanded the 6-winged demon commander to swiftly execute strikes. When the final javelin was launched, Bai Jin issued the command, rapid flight. Whoosh! The 6-winged demon commander's figure vanished in an instant, rendering countless arrows and spells ineffective. The void demons were momentarily stunned. Their previous 18 collaborations had been marked by honesty, so why had the opponent suddenly changed tactics? This 9th 6-winged demon commander did not ascend to the skies, but instead maneuvered to the periphery of the safe zone, whereby Bai Jin drew it into the summoning space. The 6-armed, 2-headed commander felt mocked, a surge of fury welling within. Chapter 103. The safe zone is not absolutely safe. Humans are indeed untrustworthy. Did you think that with only 2 flying summons left, there remained a chance for a turnaround? How laughable. Previously, you had 10 such formidable summons watching over us from the skies, and now you have but 2. We can easily suppress you. Human, cease your futile resistance and hurry to escape through the teleportation array. Otherwise, you may very well face death. The 6-armed, 2-headed commander snarled. Bai Jin chuckled heartily. Having already collected the corpses of 1,900 void demons, he had achieved tremendous gains. Even if the remaining void demons were to flee, he would still profit immensely after the battle's conclusion. Whoosh! A 6-winged demon commander appeared and enveloped Bai Jin in its embrace. With a rapid flap of its wings, Bai Jin was whisked high into the air. This unforeseen turn of events left the void demons in shock, and the 6-armed, 2-headed commander was the first to react. Gravity mages, deploy spells and waves to envelop the safe zone. We must not allow him to return. Yes, over 1,000 gravity mages readied their spells, launching coordinated bombardments around the safe zone to ensure that Bai Jin would be subjected to the gravity spells upon nearing it. Human, you are seeking your own demise. Within the safe zone, you could at least teleport away. Now, prepare to perish from exhaustion. Did you think that while you were in the safe zone, we had no means to deal with you? Human, you are truly foolish. Were it not for your 10 powerful flying summons, we would have 100 ways to ensure you could not remain in the safe zone. The 6-armed, 2-headed commander brimming with confidence, as if all the previous displays of arrogance and ferocity had been mere pretense. Suspended in the air, Bai Jin was puzzled. I am within the safe zone, and you have means to deal with me? Bai Jin was genuinely inquiring, for the safe zone was impervious to attack, and his adversaries had not assaulted it previously. The 6-armed, two-headed commander laughed heartily. We cannot attack you while you remain within the safe zone. However, the safe zone cannot prevent sound from penetrating. What if we were to divide into groups of hundreds and hurl curses and shouts at you from within the safe zone? How long can you endure? Boom. Bai Jin suddenly realized the truth of the commander's statement. He wondered whether their curses would count as damage and whether they would transfer to the iron-blooded war bull king to bear. Bai Jin pondered. Sensing this might be a vulnerability of the absolute substitution skill. Then why did you not do so earlier, allowing so many of your kin to perish? Did you intend for them to sacrifice themselves? Bai Jin questioned. The six-armed, two-headed commander smirked maliciously. Human, do not sow discord. I shall not hesitate to tell you that at that time, you had 10 formidable flying summons, and as we anticipated, your skill cooldowns were pre-prepared, allowing you to summon those beings again. Once we began loudly cursing you, those sounds would disrupt our mage group, making it difficult to maintain the giant shield, at which point your 10 powerful flying summons could launch their assault. Thus, we sacrificed so many of our kin to secure the elimination of 2 of your summons. Now, with only 2 powerful flying summons remaining, we can easily defend against your attacks. Even amidst some noise, we can ensure our safety. Moreover, you foolishly ventured beyond the safety zone. Our gravity mages have been continuously casting gravitational spells around the perimeter of this secure area. A mere speck of a safety zone can be enveloped by just 100 gravity mages, and you are doomed to your fate. The six-armed, two-headed commander was elated, initially believing victory was assured, only to encounter a misstep that nearly allowed the enemy a chance to turn the tide. However, thanks to the adversary's folly, they have unwittingly restored his certainty of victory, much to his delight. Bai Jin's expression grew grave. The void demons proved to be insidiously cautious, and he had thought himself clever for gaining an advantage. Truly, one must never underestimate any intelligent race, he reflected. Humans, I offer you a chance for immortality. Surrender, and accompany us to the void demon realm, where you shall be treated with the utmost favor. I guarantee you shall not perish. The six-armed, two-headed commander bellowed. Is surrender still an option? Naturally, capitulation was out of the question. However, if within 2 hours, you refrain from engaging us in battle while we have already encircled your safety zone, we shall claim victory. Should you find yourself outside the safety zone upon defeat, you will not be teleported away. Instead, you will accompany us to the void demon realm. The commander intoned solemnly. Bai Jin understood. It seemed the void demons had made their 6 special rules abundantly clear. Having left the safety zone, my fierce bulls would finally serve a purpose. With a thought, he summoned the 6-winged flying demon commander to swiftly carry him away and descend in altitude. Moo. 10 iron-blood war bulls emerged, charging furiously towards the ranks of the void demons. Absurd. Such a clumsy strategy is utterly foolish. The six-armed, two-headed commander observed the approaching bulls without a trace of concern. Water mages, earth mages, construct another circle of mud traps, and gravity mages deal with these massive bulls in waves. Yes. As the gravity mages cast their spells, the 10 iron-blood war bulls found their speed drastically curtailed. With a flicker of thought, Bai Jin made it appear as though the bulls were ensnared by gravitational magic from a distance. As numerous water and earth mages combined their spells, a larger circle of mud traps manifested. The current situation was thus a safety zone of 9 squares in size at the core, surrounded by a mud trap region stretching 100 meters wide. Beyond that, a 200-meter wide area where the void demons were orderly dispersed. Further out lay another mud trap zone, 100 meters wide. Bai Jin nodded in approval from his aerial vantage point. 2 circles of mud traps effectively ensnared them as well. While I could hurl the iron-blood war bulls into their dispersed circle from the sky, their massive shields were formidable. Should the bulls land upon those shields, they would tumble into the adjacent mud trap areas. Such a tactic would be futile. Thus, let the bombardment commence. With another thought, a lavish single-seater sofa appeared, which he had the 6-winged flying demon commander hold. Seated upon the sofa, Bai Jin began orchestrating the battle. Chapter 104. Artillery Bombardment. In the boundless void, the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing's expressions softened somewhat with Bai Jin's actions. My lord, it seems Bai Jin has certain plans. I knew it. He appears quite clever. How could he commit such folly? Moreover, he has yet to utilize the runic spears we provided him. I believe I might discern his intentions, Murong Xiaobing said, her eyes shining with understanding. The Valkyrie nodded. Perhaps he truly can keep the void demons on the battlefield, if he manages to turn the tide and wins. As a reward, you shall marry him, and I will privately grant him a 5th-tier royal treatment. Murong Xiaobing felt that the Valkyrie was behaving unusually today. Having astonished her multiple times, Bai Jin retrieved the custom-made spear quiver, strapping it onto the 6-winged flying demon commander beside him. With a clatter, 60 perfect-grade runic spears, each 26 meters long, 13 centimeters in diameter, and weighing 800 kilograms, were placed into the quiver. Go! Bombard! With a swift motion, the six-winged flying demon commander flapped its 3 pairs of wings and accelerated towards the ranks of the void demons. Defense mages split into 100 groups. Construct independent protective shields and utilize flying devices to ascend and pursue him, commanded the six-armed, two-headed commander. Hastily directing 1,000 defense mages to form into 100 groups of 10, they began assembling metal plates, swiftly piecing together platforms approximately 4 meters on each side. Surrounding these platforms were 1-meter-high railings, with 3-meter-high metal columns at each corner. Ascend. With the order given, every 10 defense mages positioned themselves around the flying platforms. After casting their spells, the 4 metal columns erected a new protective shield encasing the platforms. Inside each platform were 4 void demon archers, 2 revival mages, and 4 gravity mages. Given the towering stature of the void demons, 20 of them filled each 16-square-meter flying platform to capacity. With a rustle, the multitude of flying platforms ascended, while the six-armed, two-headed commander stood on a large flying platform surrounded by 100 defense mages casting defensive spells. Humans, it is not that we lack the means to fly. Now you understand the worth of our kin as sacrifice, do you not? Had we not feared your 10 formidable flying summons bombarding our flying devices, we would have taken to the skies long ago. Now you are left with only 2 flying summons, one of which you are so carelessly employing. Witness the aerial might of our race. The six-armed, two-headed commander declared passionately. Boom. A fiery runic spear struck one of the flying devices with tremendous force, causing ripples across the protective shield. Below, 10 defense mages turned pale, hastily channeling more mana. Huh. You indeed possess a trump card. Why not use it earlier? Why wait until now? Look, without the concentrated fire of 10 summons, you cannot harm us. The six-armed, two-headed commander sighed with relief. Bai Jin chuckled, aware that the commander's words were not lost on him. Yet, had the enemy been in full formation, if all defense mages had cast their massive shields to shield themselves while retreating to the safety zone, he would not have been able to stop them. Unless he was willing to reveal all his strength, under the relentless bombardment of 126-winged flying demon commanders, he could entirely leave the enemy trapped. However, Bai Jin sensed that not only his side, but also the void demons might have powerful entities observing the battlefield. This feeling was unmistakable, unlike anything he had experienced in previous dungeon raids. In a flash of speed, Bai Jin vanished and reappeared above the remaining void demons. Among the 100 flying devices that had just taken to the air, there were approximately 2,000 void demons. Below, there remained 2,000 to 3,000 more. Moo. The 10 iron blood war bulls that had been recalled were unleashed, commencing a frenzied slaughter. Shield warriors, press forward. Quickly. Water and earth mages, construct a small mud trap area. Everyone, be cautious and avoid it. Archers, fire at the cow legs to create distractions. Below, the void demons remained calm and composed, swiftly organizing their response. However, without the interference of the gravity mage or the protective barriers cast by the defense mage, how could these void demons withstand the relentless onslaught of the 10 iron-blooded bull kings? The remaining 100 shield warriors were utterly inadequate to counter the frenzied slaughter unleashed by the colossal beasts. Whoosh! Bai Jin ascended after deploying the iron-blooded bull kings. Evading countless attacks, ignore the chaos below, focus entirely on hunting that human. If he perishes, the summoned entities will dissipate, commanded the six-armed, two-headed commander, prompting 100 flying platforms to swiftly pursue Bai Jin. Slowdown spears, fire. Bai Jin retrieved a small bundle of slowdown spears. The six-winged flying demon commander behind him firmly grasped the couch with its taloned legs, then seized the spears, unleashing devastating strikes upon the approaching horde of void demons according to Bai Jin's directives. Bang! Bang! One by one, the slowdown spears detonated, creating vast zones of deceleration in the air, ensnaring the flying platforms of the void demons in a state of sluggishness. Ice explosion spears, fire. The 2 six-winged flying demon commanders continually hurled ice explosion spears, blanketing the area. After several successive strikes, they managed to encase the majority of the void demons' flying platforms in ice, sending them plummeting to the ground. Flame explosion spears, fire. Boom, boom. Waves of fiery sparks ignited, as the void demons experienced the exquisite torment of being caught between ice and fire. In the endless void, the Valkyrie nodded gently, while Murong Xiaobing wore a beaming smile. My lord, I told you so. No wonder Bai Jin previously exchanged the six-winged flying demon commander for the demise of the void demon shield warriors. He truly intends to eradicate them all. I understand now. In my earlier admonitions, I mentioned the need to eliminate as many void demons as possible. The Bai family of the southern domain triggered the calamities, Yet the true villains are the void demons. Perhaps he has kept this in mind. Murong Xiaobing remarked with a hint of sorrow. The Valkyrie's gaze sharpened. Xiaobing, opinions on the Bai family's actions vary, but the death toll is an undeniable fact. The Lord of the Domain has shown incredible mercy by not pursuing accountability afterward. You need not speak in defense of Bai Jin. Our Valkyrie battle group owes much to his mother and has never regarded him as part of the Southern Domain Bai family. He has grown up in peace. Murong Xiaobing nodded repeatedly. My lord, I care not for those so-called grievances. I merely believe we misjudged Bai Jin as foolish. Chapter 105. Human. You lack martial virtue. Human. You lack martial virtue. The six-armed, two-headed commander bellowed from within the magical shield. Martial virtue? What is that? The ethics of a warrior? I apologize. But I am not a warrior. I am a summoner, Bai Jin replied with a cold smirk, as the six-winged flying demon commander increased the pace of spear launches. Under the relentless barrage of rune-imbued spears from the two six-winged flying demon commanders, the first flying device shattered its shield. Switched to regular spears. The two commanders promptly launched unmarked spears, piercing and eliminating over 20 void demons. As the destruction escalated, more flying devices were obliterated, and the void demons continued to fall. An hour later, only the massive ice sphere housing the six-armed, two-headed commander remained above the ground. Bai Jin commanded the two six-winged flying demon commanders to cease fire. Gradually approaching, the previous barrage of spears had likely rendered the 99 flying devices completely inoperable, while the commander's platform, measuring 10 meters in width and length, appeared significantly more formidable. Human. You. The six-armed, two-headed commander fell silent under Bai Jin's mocking gaze, gesturing for several actions. Around them, dozens of void demon scouts quickly dispersed. Bai Jin recalled the 10 iron-blooded bull kings and summoned them anew, as the void demons that had lingered near the safe zone had already been eradicated. Go. Hunt them down, leave none alive. The 9 iron-blooded bull kings and a 6-winged flying demon commander swiftly departed. Monster, I grant you the chance for a fair duel. However, should you lose, the flying device beneath you shall belong to me, Bai Jin declared. The six-armed, two-headed commander was taken aback, incredulous. Human, what do you mean by a fair duel? Bai Jin pointed at himself. We shall engage in close combat without external aid. You will not call upon any allies, nor will I summon my entities. Do you dare? The commander was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the surreal nature of this unexpected offer. I accept. The fervor in his voice surpassed even marriage vows. Very well. Yet you are accompanied by 100 defense mages. I fear their interference may hinder our fair contest, Bai Jin pointed out, indicating the numerous defense mages surrounding the commander. Instantly, the commander's expression shifted, torn between uncertainty and anger. I will have them observe from a distance. Bai Jin smirked disdainfully. You have no choice. The commander's face contorted with humiliation and rage. Commander, we have no chance left. If he deceives you, the outcome will remain unchanged. Yet if he truly battles you fairly, we may have a chance to turn the tide. Commander, if you can achieve victory, our demise will be but a minor matter. We must not continue to shield you. For the void demons, all is worth it. The group of defense mages insisted, leading the six-armed, two-headed commander to close his eyes in despair. Do not soil my flying platform, Bai Jin shouted, as the defense mages, moments away from self-sacrifice, begrudgingly dissipated their powers and vacated the platform. Without their protection, they observed that Bai Jin made no move to summon entities for a sneak attack, kindling a glimmer of hope for the fair duel. Alas, they would not witness the moment of their commander's triumph. After distancing themselves, the defense mages began to engage one another in pairs, ultimately meeting their demise. The six-armed, two-headed commander brandished 6 blades, all weapons of offense, as he strode away from the opulent flying platform toward Bai Jin. Human, I am prepared for our fair duel. Are you? The void demon commander surprisingly addressed Bai Jin with a tone of respect. Bai Jin wished to let the iron-blooded bull kings unleash their royal roar to vanquish the opponent. But considering the possibility of observing void demon elites, he resolved to defeat the commander through a different means. If this battle were to conclude in a conventional victory, the void demon realm would likely not engage in any deceitful actions. If I were to break my word, unforeseen consequences might arise. After all, Sister Xiaobing mentioned that the void demon realm is stronger than our 9th domain. Bai Jin retrieved the shockwave golden rod and stepped forward, while the 6-winged flying demon commander and the iron-blooded bull kings withdrew to a safe distance. The actions taken nearly moved the 6-armed, two-headed commander to tears. His greatest fear was being deceived by empty words, especially since he had been misled once before. Human, you are a true warrior, the void demon commander exclaimed loudly, sprinting towards him at great speed. Swish, swish, swish. Bai Jin wielded his staff with one hand, thrusting wildly at the approaching Void Demon Commander. This was his most potent and swiftest attack, delivering 100 thrusts per second, undoubtedly formidable. Haha, human, your combat skills are laughable, barely comparable to a weaned child from our side. Prepare to die. As they drew closer, the Void Demon Commander could no longer contain his inner joy. The summoned creatures were still some distance away, and he had ample time to slay the human 10 times over before they could intervene. Bang, bang, bang. The Void Demon Commander materialized beside Bai Jin, disregarding his staff as 6 blades descended furiously upon him. Haha, this decisive battlefield. Victory is mine. The overwhelming ecstasy caused the Void Demon Commander to widen his mouths in glee, his entire being trembling with joy. After numerous twists and turns, he had ultimately triumphed. The thought of the rewards awaiting him made him feel as though both his brains were insufficient to contain his excitement. What? Impossible. How are you still alive? How can you not be dead? This cannot be. Swish, swish, swish. The frenzied slashes ensued as Bai Jin attempted to strike the commander with his staff. Yet he could not land a blow. The commander's reaction speed was simply too swift, avoiding contact with the staff altogether. Why won't you die? Why? Why? I am a top-tier warrior of the Void Demon clan. Having severed my cultivation to enter this battlefield, it is illogical that I cannot slay a mere first-tier human summoner. The Void Demon Commander found himself utterly confounded by the situation before him. Bai Jin made several attempts, but realized he could not touch the commander. Crucially, the opponent was not even engaging his staff, preventing him from witnessing the might of his 36 yellow tear shock formations. Boom. Endless lightning enveloped Bai Jin and the surrounding area. Chapter 106. The Three-Headed, Six-Armed Behemoth. This surge of electricity persisted for a considerable duration, lasting a full 10 seconds before Bai Jin ceased channeling the lightning energy that enveloped the vicinity. Upon sensing the aftermath, he discovered that the full activation of the mysterious lightning core within his shock staff had consumed about 3 units of lightning power. However, the staff contained a miniature energy-gathering formation. If in a typical environment devoid of significant lightning, it would take approximately 10 minutes to regenerate the 3 units expended. Killing this commander, why is the battle not yet concluded? Bai Jin pondered. Then sensed that the 9 Iron Blood Warbulls and a 6-winged flying demon commander he had dispatched to pursue were still present, but had not returned. Absurd. Is it truly so difficult to pursue a few scattered fleeing Void Demon scouts? With a thought, he urged the 6-winged flying demon commander beside him to swiftly fly towards the safety zone of the Void Demons. This battlefield was vast, extending 300 kilometers in length and 100 kilometers in width. Searching for scattered fleeing Void Demon scouts was unrealistic. It was more prudent to block their exit outside their safety zone. Haha. Nearly 7,000 meticulously selected first-tier warriors have met their end so pathetically. Where does the Void Demon clan derive their confidence to consume our 9th domain? A light chuckle echoed as the Valkyrie derided the distant Void Demon elites. Murong Xiaobing smiled broadly. It had been many years since she had seen the Valkyrie so joyously smile. There are still 2 more battles ahead. What is there to be so proud of? The voice rang out, and then the several Void Demon elites vanished without a trace. The Valkyrie strolled casually through the void. Xiaobing, we have won this first battle. For the next, arrange for those of the Celestial class to enter. Inform them that, regardless of the outcome, they should regard it as a valuable experience. Defeat is permissible, but victory is not compulsory. Their safety is paramount. They must not be careless and lose their lives within. Murong Xiaobing was taken aback. My lady, just allow Bai Jin to continue fighting, and the Void Demons might very well face a 3-time defeat. The Valkyrie shook her head. Xiaobing, the reality is not as simple as you envision. If we achieve complete victory, all 108 cities of the southern domain will indeed return to our grasp, but the Void Demons will undoubtedly be infuriated. With their strength, they can forcibly reopen the battlefield. At that point, they may choose to establish battlefields in our other regions, leading to significant casualties in the chosen areas. Thus, it would be wiser to concede a battle. This way, the southern domain will still have 36 cities under their occupation. Leveraging the power of the 9th domain, they cannot deploy too many high-tier forces, granting us a moment to breathe. The Valkyrie explained softly. Murong Xiaobing nodded. I understand, my lady. I will ensure to advise the Celestial class members accordingly. However, given their current strength, should they unite, they might even be capable of defeating the 6,000 or 7,000 Void Demons from the recent battlefield. Should we not allow them to slay some Void Demons in the second battle? Murong Xiaobing inquired. The Valkyrie nodded. That is permissible. But it is crucial to prioritize their safety. Every Celestial tier talent is exceedingly rare and should not be squandered recklessly. Yes, my lady. And what of Bai Jin? The Valkyrie cast a peculiar glance at Murong Xiaobing. Xiaobing, You specifically selected a void demon of the 5th tier with multiple summoning abilities. Bring me his corpse, so I may refine it into a tenfold summoning skill book. It cannot escape my discerning eye. Bai Jin's woodpecker possesses a unique reflection ability that seems to bypass most defensive measures. If enhanced, our chances of victory in the 3rd battle will be greatly increased. Murong Xiaobing hurriedly retrieved the corpse of a void demon, revealing a towering creature over 3 meters tall. 3 heads and 6 arms adorned its form, covered in dark green scales, with the 3 heads arranged in a triangular formation. One head, facing forward, prominently featured a large vertical eye in its forehead. Xiaobing. In this battle, Bai Jin has slain nearly 7,000 void demons, most of whom were 1st tier, yielding only life blood crystals and mana crystals. He has no use for such a surplus. Later, ask him if he is willing to sell the surplus to our Valkyrie battle group, providing him with resources that can aid in his strengthening based on their value. The Valkyrie concluded, tucking away the 3-headed, 6-armed void demon corpse. Yes, I will inquire shortly. How many can escape? Quite the skill. Bai Jin's expression turned grim as he encircled the safety zone of the void demons with the 9 iron blood war bulls. 2 6-winged flying demon commanders keeping watch. Yet, in an instant, 3 void demon scouts transformed into phantoms, slipping through the gaps and directly into the safety zone, subsequently teleporting away. All void demons have been eliminated or have fled. Our side has won this decisive battlefield, and you may leave this battle space at any time. The maximum duration of stay must not exceed 12 hours. A total of 847 1st-tier void demon corpses are available. Would you like to gather them for collection? Bai Jin, satisfied, pointed ahead. Gather all the void demon corpses here. With a clatter, a mountain of densely packed corpses of the void demon clan loomed before him. Bai Jin hastily collected them, and soon, the storage bracelet, which was as large as a football field, contained a small mountain of bodies. He then gathered all the flying platforms previously used by the void demons, leaving no weapon uncollected. It appeared that this battlefield was distinct from the earlier 1st-tier battleground. Despite the battle's conclusion, there were no experience crystal rewards, which left Bai Jin feeling somewhat regretful. With a thought, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself in the large experimental area where he had initially entered the dungeon. My lord, we have emerged victorious. Congratulations, my lord. The jubilant cheers erupted as the entire tactical analysis team of the Valkyrie Brigade's 1st Legion surrounded him, celebrating their triumph. Not only were they present, but Murong Xiaobing and Langzi, both 5th-tier warriors, also beamed at him with joy. Bai Jin felt their genuine elation. They had won the 1st battle, fulfilling their mission at last. Murong Xiaobing smiled gracefully, saying, Bai Jin, first collect the remaining rune spears and the new batch of mana crystals. Understood. Following the path that had been cleared, Bai Jin beheld 4 mounds of spears outside. He continued to collect them, swiftly amassing over 1 million ordinary spears, explosive flame spears, ice explosion spears, and slowing spears. Furthermore, he acquired 800 mana crystals capable of restoring a total of 3 million points of pure, attribute-less mana, bringing his total to 1,000 crystals when combined with the previous 200, sufficient to restore an astounding 30 billion mana points. With a swift motion, Bai Jin's figure vanished again, reappearing in the chamber housing the flesh-melting furnace. Chapter 107. The Hierarchy of the Void Demon Clan. Sister Xiaobing, there are quite a few corpses of the Void Demon Clan. Not to worry, the melting speed of this flesh furnace has significantly increased compared to a few days ago. Just focus on depositing the corpses of the Void Demons. Murong Xiaobing replied cheerfully, standing beside Bai Jin while Langzi was currently absent. Bai Jin nodded and began to toss the Void Demon corpses into the massive flesh furnace with a clatter. Life blood crystals and mana crystals began to emerge. Bai Jin, take as many as you need for yourself. You can trade the rest with the Valkyrie Brigade later. Understood. Bai Jin continued to collect, ensuring he gathered 300 life blood crystals and 300 mana crystals for himself, his younger sister, and his aunt, along with a distinctly different crystal. Indeed, the melting speed this time was far swifter than during his previous attempts. In less than an hour, all 847 corpses of the Void Demon Clan had been completely melted. A plethora of blood red and pale blue crystals surrounded him, gleaming enticingly. Wait a moment. I shall melt a Void Demon corpse, Murong Xiaobing said as she retrieved a massive body and tossed it in. Curious, Bai Jin asked, Sister Xiaobing, is this the corpse of a powerful Void Demon? Murong Xiaobing nodded. Indeed, the commander you encountered in the battlefield today was a warlord-level entity of the Void Demon Clan. Bai Jin felt a shiver run down his spine. He had sensed something unusual on the battlefield, an awareness of being observed, and it turned out to be true. Sister Xiaobing, does a warlord-level Void Demon correspond to our 3rd-tier warriors? Bai Jin inquired. Mirong Xiaobing affirmed. Yes, in our 9th domain, 3rd-tier warriors are equivalent to warlords. However, the one you faced today had been forcibly stripped of most of his power, thus possessing only 1st-tier strength, managing to exploit a loophole to enter the 1st-tier battlefield. His power does not exceed 1st tier. Compared to a normal void demon at that level, he merely had more combat experience, an additional head, and 4 extra arms. Mirong Xiaobing seemed unconcerned about such self-mutilating beings. Sister Xiaobing, I fought him up close. He wielded a weapon in each of his 6 arms, overpowering me without a chance to retaliate. Bai Jin exclaimed. Mirong Xiaobing smiled brightly. Yet, despite his prowess, he was ultimately defeated by your electric surge. Bai Jin, while mages, summoners, and support classes also require a degree of melee capability, it is not absolute. Common practitioners often need to balance melee skills due to talent limitations, using their melee strength to compensate for insufficient mana or other constraints. However, you have absolute alternatives, including those formidable minotaurs and flying demons. Your personal melee capability suffices. What you should focus on is enhancing your minotaurs further and later learning summoning skills that can adapt to various combat environments to cover any shortcomings, she elaborated. Bai Jin nodded, glancing at the flesh furnace, where endless purplish-red flames enveloped the 6-armed corpse, the melting process progressing at an almost absurdly slow pace. This was the corpse of a 5th-tier void demon, and the fact that it could be melted was already commendable. Just a few days ago, such a feat was unattainable. Mirong Xiaobing clarified Bai Jin's doubts. 5th tier? Bai Jin was somewhat astonished. Mirong Xiaobing nodded with evident delight. Yes, while you were engaged in combat on the battlefield, I and the Lord observed the situation. A group of void demons also sent their strong ones to watch, and we seized the opportunity to eliminate 2 of them. Bai Jin raised his thumb in admiration. It seemed that while their 1st-tier combat strength paled in comparison to the void demons, the elite power of the Valkyrie Lord and Sister Xiaobing surpassed that of the void demons. Mirong Xiaobing chuckled lightly. Bai Jin, when did you become so adept at giving compliments? Before Bai Jin could respond, she continued, the void demons are not as feeble as they may appear. Our success this time was due to my spatial powers having the advantage in the void, and the Valkyrie Lord also excels in combat within the void. Should we venture into the void demon realm, our strengths would be suppressed, and the void demons would gain an advantage on their home turf, placing us at a distinct disadvantage in battle. This situation is similarly observed in the 9th domain, which is why powerful beings from both sides typically refrain from entering each other's territories. As for the void demons, their ordinary kin resemble monstrous beings with 1 head and 2 arms. Upon reaching the 1st tier, they grow an additional 2 arms, significantly enhancing their strength. At the 2nd tier, they gain an extra head, which can be a detriment, as the additional head may issue conflicting commands during combat, thus impacting their combat effectiveness. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, they gain yet another pair of arms, resembling the commander you encountered today, with 6 arms and 2 heads. At the 4th tier, they acquire yet another head, becoming the formidable 3-headed, 6-armed monstrosity. As for the 5th tier, they maintain the 3-headed, 6-armed form. But the foremost head develops a vertical eye in the center of the forehead. This tier of the Void Demon clan possesses formidable strength, with a primary brain dictating all actions and 2 auxiliary brains coordinating combat, making them exceptionally powerful amongst the myriad realms. Mirong Xiaobing praised. 3 heads and 6 arms, fighting in unison. Indeed, the advantages are monumental. Bai Jin could not suppress the longing that welled within him. In the myths of the Xia clan, there existed a legend of a 3-headed, 6-armed deity, an incredibly formidable manifestation of supreme power. The realm known as the Void Demon Realm derives its name from the formidable entities within it, referred to as the Void Demon clan, primarily composed of powerful void summoners. Yes, a profession akin to your own. The might of the Void Demon clan reaches its zenith upon the terrestrial plane. However, once they traverse into the void, their potency experiences a considerable decline. You possess the ability to soar like a flying demon, and there is no need for envy. Moreover, your melee prowess, fortified by the formidable defense and substantial health of your berserker, allows you to easily dominate adversaries of equal rank, even in direct confrontations with the Void Demon clan. Mirong Xiaobing spoke softly. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Sister Xiaobing, 3 scouts from the Void Demon clan have escaped. They did not engage in the battle and likely observed the entire confrontation, potentially relaying information back to their kin. Mirong Xiaobing smiled gently. It matters not. The strong among the Void Demon clan were already spectating. Even without those scouts, they have witnessed your capabilities. As for the second decisive battlefield, the Valkyrie has made arrangements. You need not participate in this round. Henceforth, we shall focus on enhancing your strength. Regarding these surplus life crystals and mana crystals, Identify any items of desire, and I shall facilitate an exchange based on the resources available in the Valkyrie's armory. She gestured towards a pile of crystals. Chapter 108. Countless worlds await exploration. Bai Jin nodded, deep in contemplation. He had initially intended to trade the surplus life crystals and mana crystals for rare items. Now that Murong Xiaobing had mentioned it, it seemed fortuitous. Given her powerful status as a 5th-tier spatial mage, he was certain she would not allow him to suffer any loss. Yet, after much thought, he could not discern any particular needs. Sister Xiaobing, all of my inscribed runic formations were inscribed by your generosity. I have little to offer in return. Perhaps I could use these crystals as a form of compensation? Bai Jin suggested. Murong Xiaobing beamed with delight. Bai Jin, there is no need for such formality. Strengthening your capabilities serves the purpose of securing victory on the decisive battlefield. Your recent triumph has yielded immeasurable benefits for the 9th domain, far surpassing the investment in you. Allow me to collect these items for now, and I will have Han Shui provide you with suggestions based on your current situation, after which you may decide what you require. How does that sound? She inquired gently. Bai Jin nodded. Thank you, Sister Xiaobing, for your consideration. Oh, truly. You need not be so courteous. Let us wait a moment and see what can be extracted from this 5th-tier void demon carcass. Remarkably, without any visible action from Murong Xiaobing, the small pile of crystals vanished. 3 full hours passed before the 3-headed, 6-armed 5th-tier void demon carcass was entirely refined. A crystal, the size of a fist, emerged, shimmering in the air. Murong Xiaobing extended her graceful hand to retrieve it, her gaze betraying a hint of disappointment. A worthless item. All my efforts in selecting you for elimination were in vain. She muttered quietly before turning her attention back to Bai Jin. Take a look at this. Do you have any desire for it? Bai Jin responded, In the next moment, Murong Xiaobing placed the fist-sized transparent crystal into his hand. Perceive it with your body and soul. Discern if it is something you desire. Bai Jin promptly began to sense it carefully. A wave of elation emanating from his very essence, causing a smile to break upon his face. Pulse of the Wind, an extraordinary artifact. Grade, 5th tier, Earth level. Attribute, upon use. Grants Earth level wind affinity and can endow or enhance related items with this affinity. It appears your body and soul are in dire need of this item. One more question, dear brother. Do you harbor any longing for your woodpecker skill rune? Murong Xiaobing inquired. Bai Jin once again attuned himself to the crystal. His body and soul resonated with joy, particularly the summoning of the frenzied woodpecker skill rune, which thrummed with excitement. He nodded affirmatively. Murong Xiaobing nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Your woodpecker possesses more health than the average small flying summon and exhibits a remarkable counterattack ability. Therefore, this pulse of the wind shall be yours. Bai Jin fell into a moment of silence. Sister Xiaobing, this is the sole item extracted from the 5th-tier void demon carcass. Aye. Murong Xiaobing smiled gently. This item is indeed precious. Even for a 5th-tier entity, it is worth a fortune. However, it holds no utility for me. My abilities cannot harmonize with it, and I lack other uses for it. Rather than allowing it to languish in my possession, it is far better to bestow it upon you to enhance your strength. You need not engage in the second decisive battle, but for the final and most critical confrontation, your presence will be required. The Void Demon clan you effortlessly annihilated in the first decisive battle may not be as weak as you presume. Murong Xiaobing fixed her gaze upon Bai Jin. Could it be that they possess even more formidable first-tier warriors? Bai Jin pondered, for even that 6-armed, 2-headed commander who had made a desperate bid to enter the battlefield posed no threat to him. Murong Xiaobing nodded slowly. The Void Demon realm is vast, however. They cannot utilize teleportation arrays as freely as we can. Thus, they are currently in a frenzy, summoning first-tier warriors from various locations. What you encountered was merely a small selection from a limited area, with varying levels of strength. Once a significant number of first-tier void demons congregate, their might and numbers will far surpass what you face today. There may even be true powerhouses who have severed their cultivation to enter the first-tier battlefield. Our victory in the first battle has indeed taken us by surprise and filled us with satisfaction. For the second and third decisive battles, we are prepared for defeat, merely hoping to eliminate a portion of the new generation of void demons. Soon, Han Shui will arrive alongside the tactical analysis team to confer with you. She will provide a thorough analysis, Murong Xiaobing explained, then gently patted Bai Jin's hand, signaling him to stow away the crystal. Bai Jin, this item is merely earth level. Remember not to fully integrate it with your soul, lest it taint your innate affinity. I offer you this to enhance your extraordinary woodpecker. Do not utilize it just yet. If you strengthen the woodpecker prematurely, the insufficient skill points may ultimately lead to a significant waste of power. Murong Xiaobing earnestly advised. Bai Jin quickly nodded. Sister Xiaobing, cannot my woodpecker be enhanced through skill scrolls? Why resort to such a precious item? This could forge an Earth-level gifted practitioner, right? Seeing Bai Jin had already secured the crystal, Murong Xiaobing smiled warmly. An Earth-level affinity is not weak, yet it pales in comparison to a Celestial-level affinity. The upper limits differ vastly. Moreover, this item belongs to me. I may bestow it upon whomever I choose, and even discard it without fear of reproach. My actions are not driven by the ideals of any race. I act solely upon my own volition. The strength of the ninth domain bears no relevance to me. My presence within the Valkyrie Legion is for reasons beyond mere devotion to the ninth domain. Murong Xiaobing mused with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Thank you, sister, for your guidance. I share similar sentiments. My aunt and younger sister are paramount above all else. The rest holds no significance for me. Of course, I shall forever remember your kindness, Sister Xiaobing. Bai Jin responded earnestly. Murong Xiaobing smiled gently. Everyone possesses their own perspectives. As long as one does not indulge in the slaughter of their kin for amusement, all is permissible. I find merit in your views. A true man ought to be thus. Your aunt resides at the headquarters of the Valkyrie Legion in the main city, so safety is not a concern. As for Rian, you need not worry about her. Should the day arrive when you have grown sufficiently powerful, you could bring your aunt and younger sister into your life space, rendering yourself devoid of any weaknesses, free to explore countless worlds. Murong Xiaobing expressed with aspiration. Chapter 109. Brother, you have suffered. After parting ways with Murong Xiaobing, Bai Jin soon encountered members of the tactical team, first squad of the 1st Legion, led by Han Shui. My lord, do you require rest before we proceed? Han Shui inquired respectfully. Bai Jin shook his head. He was not fatigued. Instantly, Han Shui and her companion's eyes sparkled with excitement. My lord, could you elaborate on your experiences within the battle space? This will aid us in conducting a comprehensive analysis based on the information. Bai Jin nodded, and was then joyfully escorted by Han Shui to a designated area. Before him lay an array of specialized equipment, all meticulously prepared. Bai Jin recounted his experiences in the battle space with as much detail as possible. After all, he merely revealed the prowess he had previously demonstrated. The situation regarding the woodpecker was the only new information disclosed. However, throughout, he had only summoned one woodpecker, without revealing his full summoning capacity of 120 times. The research team employed various abilities, analyzing each of Bai Jin's statements for multiple potential interpretations. Observing the extensive analysis displayed on the large screen, Bai Jin felt a sense of astonishment. Numerous details and information he had overlooked were methodically analyzed and swiftly assessed. It took a full 2 hours for Bai Jin to convey all the intricacies of the battle space. My lord, we have prepared items for you that can enhance both your physical and spiritual attributes. You may elevate some of your attributes now. Han Shui presented 2 small boxes. Bai Jin accepted them without hesitation. My lord, please return to rest and enhance your attributes. We will conduct a thorough analysis and report back to you. Bai Jin nodded and departed by vehicle. The tactical analysis team promptly organized all the information, simultaneously retrieving more data related to the Void Demon Realm to assist in their analysis. Not long after returning, Bai Jin encountered his cheerful younger sister, Lu Rian. Brother. Lu Rian joyfully bid farewell to Yang Lin and rushed to his side. Brother, there's monumental news. Half-elf mentor Leah's mother, a pure-blooded 3rd-tier elf, has successfully ascended to the 4th tier, becoming a royal entity. Moreover, she is expecting a child with a 5th-tier royal warrior. Given that elves have a lengthy gestation period, Leah will likely have a brother or sister in about 3 years, Lu Rian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Bai Jin's lips twitched. He felt his sister was rather frivolous, focusing on such trivial matters. Yet, gazing at his vibrant, youthful sister, he refrained from admonishing her. After all, it was natural for a young girl to indulge in gossip, especially about such astonishing news that was utterly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Sister, come with me to my room. I have something wonderful for you. Bai Jin turned and walked away, with Lu Rian eagerly linking her arm through his. Before long, Bai Jin brought Lu Rian into his room. After securely closing the door, he settled onto the sofa. A small pile of lifeblood crystals and mana crystals appeared in the fruit bowl on the table. Sister, enjoy. Eat until you reach the maximum of 100. Bai Jin directed towards the bowl. Lu Rian cast a strange glance at Bai Jin, but proceeded without hesitation, devouring the crystals one by one. Bai Jin also partook, knowing that while these items held little significance for him, it was better to have than to lack. Soon, both reached the limit for consuming these items. Their maximum health and mana increased by 100,000 points, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Bai Jin retrieved a crystal extracted from the corpse of the 6-armed, 2-headed commander. Life Blood Crystal. Category: 3rd-tier Blood Chi Oddity. Description: using this can increase health capacity by 30,000 points. with a maximum usage of 100 crystals. Compared to the first tier, the enhancement significantly increased, reaching 30,000 points. Bai Jin now perceived the confrontations between the 9th domain and the Void Demon Realm as increasingly terrifying. After refining the corpses of first-tier Void Demons, he obtained first-tier Life Blood Crystals and Mana Crystals, which could enhance their health and mana capacity by a maximum of 100,000 points. He had never encountered second-tier ones, but now the third-tier description had emerged. If calculated based on this third-tier Life Blood Crystal, consuming 100 would elevate his health capacity by 3 million points. He had never heard of such things. It seemed to have emerged only after the establishment of the Super God Academy. Sister, open your mouth, Bai Jin instructed. Oh, gulp. He placed the crystal, which was roughly the same size, but with a noticeably darker hue, into Lu Rian's mouth. Brother, a third-tier Life Blood Crystal. Sister Xiaobing is truly generous. She hasn't even given our heavenly class any, not even a first-tier one, insisting we slay void demons to refine them ourselves. Initially, she wanted me to take care of you, but now. Lu Rian's voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Bam! Bai Jin felt a headache coming on. What are you being so sentimental for? Just eat it. The more health you have, the safer you'll be. Which would ease my and your aunt's minds. While shaking his head, Bai Jin's arm lifted, causing his sleeve to flutter. Brother, have you gotten a tattoo? Lu Rian seized his arm and rolled up his sleeve. Acceleration runes. Yellow tier. Why are there so many inscribed? With a swift motion, Lu Rian grasped his other arm and began to inspect it as well. Her expression turned serious and slightly indignant. Why have you covered both arms with acceleration runes? What on earth is Sister Xiaobing thinking? Lu Rian's demeanor shifted to one of concern as she gazed at Bai Jin with sympathy. Brother, I had no idea you had endured so much hardship. Lu Rian's eyes glistened with tears. Wait, brother, have you been inscribed with runes in other areas as well? Without hesitation, she began to probe further, prompting Bai Jin to urgently intervene. Sister, we are both adults now. There needs to be a sense of boundaries. Do not presume to rummage through my clothes just because you possess greater strength. Despite his efforts, he could not counter the strength of her delicate yet powerful arms. Notably, his substitute skills were utterly ineffective at that moment. Brother, if you don't let me clarify, I will have Mom come over, and then we shall see how you explain this. Lu Rian's words halted Bai Jin's struggles, based on his understanding of their aunt. If she were to find out, she would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. Goodness, this is actually a profound-level energy-gathering rune. How generous is Sister Xiaobing? Lu Rian marveled in astonishment at the vast rune array adorning Bai Jin's back. Wait, brother, there are runes below your waist too. Did you inscribe a rune array on your backside? Lu Rian's voice was filled with disbelief. Chapter 110, The Pure Soul Power Crystals. Fortunately, Lu Rian was aware of propriety and refrained from inspecting further, prompting Bai Jin to exhale in relief. Little sister, why not simply let go of your hand? I shall divulge everything to you, he said. Upon hearing Bai Jin's words, Lu Rian gradually released her grip and lowered the garment that had been lifted on Bai Jin's back. Brother, is that a stamina recovery and acceleration rune tattooed on your backside? Bang. The sudden shock overwhelmed Bai Jin, who had exerted considerable effort. Lu Rian, have you been led astray by Yonglin? She does not strike me as a girl of chaotic thoughts. What on earth is going on? Bai Jin inquired solemnly. Brother, I am already of age. What is wrong with understanding a few things? Have you not learned some knowledge from Sister Xiaobing? Lu Rian retorted, rubbing her forehead with a sigh. Swish. The girl deftly dodged yet another jolt from Bai Jin. Brother, oh, forget it. What's done is done. It is such a waste to have such high-grade rune arrays. I truly cannot comprehend how Sister Xiaobing managed to inscribe a profound-level energy-gathering array on your back. Lu Rian lamented. Bai Jin offered a concise explanation, causing Lu Rian's expression to turn grave. Brother, what you have inscribed is not merely stamina recovery and acceleration runes, but energy-gathering runes. Moreover, you also have energy-gathering runes inscribed on your chest. Why do you have so many energy-gathering runes? Surely one would suffice to keep your mana perpetually at maximum levels. This is utterly outrageous, Lu Rian exclaimed, her face a picture of confusion. And those runes on your legs are for speed and jumping. Which I can understand. It's all about enhanced acceleration, but why so many energy-gathering runes? Bai Jin shot her a glare. Enough with the chatter, hurry back to rest. I need to sleep. These rune arrays have yet to fully integrate with my flesh and blood and will eventually become invisible. Lu Rian nodded vigorously, just as her phone chimed with a message. The Super Divine Academy is summoning all members of our heavenly class for collective rune inscription. What is going on? She frowned. Bai Jin patted the girl's shoulder. Little sister, it's only a matter of time. Follow your own needs and the suggestions of the engravers. After the inscribing, your strength will see a significant boost. Lu Ruyin nodded in agreement. All right, brother, rest well. If there's anything, call for sisters Jinsei and Qinghe. I shall head over first. After Lu Ruyin departed, Bai Jin secured the door. He retrieved the 2 small boxes that Han Shui had given him and opened them. Second tier profound level flesh essence. How generous. This box was even more astonishing, containing a total of 100 pure soul power crystals. Pure soul power crystal. Category: first tier soul oddity. Attribute: consuming it can enhance 1 life point of soul attribute by 1 tier. Bai Jin, somewhat puzzled, picked up 1 pure soul power crystal. This item is so straightforward to use. Why hasn't the heavenly class tested whether it can break the first tier attribute limit? Gulp. He swallowed a pure soul power crystal whole. Immediately, a surge of power coursed through him, flooding into Bai Jin's consciousness. This soul power, devoid of any life imprint, was effortlessly absorbed by his soul. 10 minutes later, the soul power contained within the crystal was completely assimilated, and indeed, his soul attribute increased by 1 point, now totaling 72. Such an effortless enhancement left Bai Jin even more perplexed. He consumed another crystal with the same ease, and once again, his soul attribute rose by another point. Is this truly so simple? Why haven't those in the heavenly class encountered the attribute limit? Bai Jin continued to devour the soul power crystals and instructed Jinsei and Qinghe to prepare the 5th tier earth-level flesh into dishes. Both his physical and soul attributes were gradually improving. Although Bai Jin did not place much importance on these enhancements, he was determined not to let go of them. He did not wish to experience once more the feeling of being effortlessly subdued by his little sister. The heavenly class comprised 7 males and 3 females, and they returned to the main city in 2 groups. Lu Ruyin, Yang Lin, and another girl who exuded an alluring charm entered a palace together. This girl was quite extraordinary, brimming with youthful vitality, yet possessing a voluptuous figure that conveyed the essence of a mature woman. Her duality of exquisite charm was both strange and terrifyingly seductive. A group of female engravers awaited them, due to the necessity of inscribing different types of rune arrays. The 3 girls separated. Shortly thereafter, 2 cries of pain echoed, while Yang Lin remained silent. The process involved slicing skin and cutting flesh, without the use of any anesthetic. Furthermore, due to the rapid recovery abilities of practitioners, the cutting had to be repeated continuously. Lu Ruyan's complexion turned pale. When had she ever endured such torment? Time and again she contemplated giving up, but just moments ago she had witnessed her brother adorned with tattoos. Surely he had also suffered greatly. Throughout her childhood, her mother had always been protective of her brother, who had never experienced any hardship. The thought of her ordinarily talented brother enduring such excruciating pain merely to spare her from burdening him, while bestowing upon her such precious gifts, steeled Lu Ruyan's resolve. My brother has sacrificed so much. I never imagined Sister Xiaobing would be so extreme. I might understand now why my brother has so many energy-gathering arrays inscribed on him. Perhaps it is to restore her mana through some vile means. My brother bears such burdens, yet remains composed in demeanor. He certainly does not wish for me and mother to worry for him. Sigh. Weakness is indeed a sin. If I were to reach the 5th tier, my brother would not have to endure such humiliation. Lu Ruyan's heart was heavy with reflections. Yet her expression soon fell again. But then again, even if I reached the 5th tier, I doubt I could match Sister Xiaobing. She is the Space Law Sovereign. After all, being invincible among peers is no mere boast. What shall I do? Must my brother endure this humiliation for a lifetime? Lu Ruyan's cries of pain subsided, and the group of female engravers exhaled in relief. Their pressure was immense as they inscribed runes for those with heavenly class talents. In this engraving area, only one individual continued to wail intermittently. Despite her weeping, she showed no inclination to halt. Yang Lin stood upright, biting down on a folded towel, her complexion pale. Yet she astonishingly maintained her composure, her body not trembling even slightly. Such extraordinary willpower earned her genuine admiration from the female engravers, prompting them to work with even greater diligence and speed. As time passed, the inscribing finally concluded. Under the precise care of the healers, the incised skin of the 3 girls was mended, with channels filled with crystal powder that would eventually integrate into their bodies over time. Ruyan, you were remarkable. You only cried out once and managed to endure. Yang Lin wrapped her arm around Lu Ruyan's waist. As a warrior talent, her physical prowess far exceeded Lu Ruyan's, and she was already moving about with ease. Humph, with a disdainful snort. The girl who had been weeping hastily donned her clothes and departed after wiping away her tears and snot. Chapter 111, The King of Nightmares. Ruyan, do not concern yourself with her, a debauched wretch. I fail to comprehend how the Super Divine Academy could admit such a person, Yang Lin scoffed. With Yang Lin's assistance, Lu Ruyan gradually donned her garments. The aftermath of the engraving would bring pain for a duration. during which she could not employ healing spells and had to rely solely on her innate recovery abilities to accept the etched runic array. Sister Lin. Gao Jie is merely constrained by her innate gifts. She has no choice in the matter. After all, her power demands such sacrifices. Lu Ruyin spoke softly. Yang Lin nodded, acknowledging her words. I understand. I harbor no disdain towards her. It is simply that I cannot abide the way she regards all women as mere reflections of herself. Lu Ruyin suddenly giggled. Sister Lin. I once heard that in a lady's eyes, all women are but reflections of herself, albeit with varying values. Yang Lin affectionately pinched Lu Ruyin's cheek. Were it not for my vigilant watch over my brother, I fear he might have been lured away by her. It truly speaks to Zhuge Liuyun's extraordinary will. Yang Lin mused. Lu Ruyin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Sister Lin. If it were not for this, our heavenly class would not have split into two smaller teams. However, despite Gao Jie's constant weeping, she did not halt or give up. To be so fearful of pain yet endure for so long, Sister Lin. While she may not surpass your determination, she is certainly far stronger than I in this regard. We must not underestimate her. Yang Lin nodded once more. I do not underestimate her. I merely find her intolerable. Lu Ruyin, your recovery is astonishingly swift, quicker than my own. Lu Ruyin beamed. Sister Lin. I possess the holy light affinity, which inherently grants me healing abilities. It is only natural that my body heals more rapidly. I did not anticipate your figure to be so splendid. You ought to wear garments that accentuate your beautiful form. Yang Lin teased, pinching Lu Ruyin's cheek again. Do not speak frivolously. I am a warrior, and my physique often serves as a burden in battle. The two ladies supported each other as they ventured outside. Sister Lin, why did you choose such extremes, only inscribing runes for stamina recovery and acceleration? Lu Ruyin inquired with curiosity. Yang Lin shook her head. Not at all. I have inscribed runes for speed and agility on my legs. The rest primarily focuses on acceleration and stamina recovery, as I am a warrior and require stamina for combat. Lu Ruyin leaned closer to Yang Lin and whispered, Sister Lin, did you know? My brother has actually inscribed an entire array of runes even before us. Yang Lin was taken aback. What do you mean? Sister Lin, can you imagine how outrageous my brother's runic array is? Yang Lin's curiosity piqued. He has inscribed numerous acceleration runes on both arms. Is that not absurd? As a void summoner, such actions do not expedite his summoning speed, nor do they augment his power in any meaningful way. Yang Lin's cheeks flushed as she pondered something. Moreover, my brother has inscribed a profound energy-gathering array on his body. Just think, despite having consumed 100 first-tier mana crystals, he would only possess around 100,000 mana. How could he possibly utilize a profound energy-gathering array? Lu Ruyin expressed her frustration. Yang Lin's astonishment grew, her complexion reddening further. Additionally, my brother claimed he inscribed speed and agility runes on his legs. While it is somewhat reasonable for a summoner to have these runes for evasion, I can't shake the feeling that these were insisted upon by Sister Xiaobing. Otherwise, he would not have chosen such runes, for they hold little utility. Lu Ruyin lowered her voice. Can you imagine the preposterous scenarios that could arise from combining those two types of runes? Yang Lin's face had turned crimson, extending to her neck. Furthermore, I noticed runic traces on my brother's waist. He admitted to having inscribed a runic array on his backside but claimed it was an energy-gathering array. Lu Ruyin continued. How could that be? If your brother has inscribed a profound energy-gathering array on his back, it would suffice for a lifetime. It is impossible for him to have inscribed an additional one on his backside. He must be deceiving you, Yang Lin whispered, her cheeks aflame. Lu Ruyin nodded vigorously. True, but I refrained from exposing him, fearing it would hurt his pride. I suspect the runes on his backside are likely for acceleration and stamina recovery. Certainly not the energy-gathering runes he claims. I once brought it up, and he became so embarrassed that he actually hit me. Quite forcefully. Yang Lin's face was now a brilliant shade of red, her thoughts evidently wandering. Alas, Lu Ruyin, why does it feel as though both the acceleration and stamina recovery runes, as well as the speed and agility runes, are all rather indecent? Indeed, I share your sentiments. However, Sister Lin, you have inscribed many such runes all over your body. Lu Ruyin, these are strictly for combat purposes. Combat. In the Void Demon Realm, within a grand hall shrouded in eerie black mist, 5 six-armed, three-headed beings of the Void Demon race bowed respectfully towards a presence enveloped in black fog above them. Unlike the fifth-tier corpse that Bai Jin had encountered, each of the three heads bore a vertical eye at their center, esteemed king of nightmares. Why did we not take the opportunity to strike while that madwoman attacked us in the void? One of the void demons inquired. The endless black mist swirled momentarily. Then a hoarse voice responded. Perhaps she seeks to provoke me. The entity behind her is one I am unwilling to confront. The 5 formidable void demons fell silent at this explanation. After a pause, one of them spoke again. Your Excellency, we have already suffered defeat in the first battle. Based on our observations, our forces were severely lacking, and we did not possess sufficient targeted strategies. Should such frivolous behavior continue? Should we consider replacing the command team from the unified command? The black mist stirred slightly. No need for replacements. They are executing my will. We do not understand. Please enlighten us. Your Excellency. The upper realm fell silent once more, and for a time, the grand hall was quiet. However, the 5 void demons below were unhurried, and not one urged for clarification. After a lengthy pause, a voice emerged from above. The power of the 9th domain is not so simple. We covet their rule power, and they are also siphoning our void demon realm's strength to enhance themselves. This decisive battle is divided into 3 encounters, determining the fate of the 108 cities of the 9th domain that we have already infiltrated. Should we achieve total victory, the 9th domain will unequivocally abandon that region. If so, conquering those 108 cities will be meaningless. Each victory corresponds to 36 cities, intertwined with one another. We need only win one battle. At that time, the areas we acquire will lose their capacity to resist the 9th domain, allowing us to continually strengthen them and prepare for the entrance of even greater powers, the King of Nightmares elucidated. Instantly, the 5 void demons exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Your Excellency, should the 9th domain gather its strength, what if we were to lose all 3 battles? One asked with a laugh. The King of Nightmares above erupted in laughter. That will not happen. They would not dare to do so, should they attempt it. We would consolidate our forces to reopen the battlefield, leading to catastrophic losses among their kin in other regions. Thus, even if we casually dispatch our forces, we will at least win one battle. If all goes as expected, we should achieve victory in the second battle, and they will allow us to win. The Lord of Nightmares declared with certainty. The 5 formidable void demon clan warriors nodded in unison. Your Excellency, we comprehend the situation. Henceforth, we shall expedite the dispatch of suitable forces from within the region. For the upcoming 2 battles, we shall exert every effort. The victories we yield are beneath our contempt. Your soul attribute has increased slightly. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with delight as he paused, for his soul attribute had just ascended to 100 points, and now it had transformed into 101 points. This signified that he had shattered the first-tier limit, which had remained unchanged for centuries. Gazing at the small pile of pure soul energy crystals remaining in the box, Bai Jin found himself perplexed. There were no resistances, nor any limitations on consumption. The celestial class should have encountered these items several days prior, making it illogical that they had not yet transcended their attribute constraints. Bai Jin picked up a pure soul energy crystal and tossed it into his mouth. The soul energy continued to converge towards his sea of consciousness as before. Could it be that I am different from others? Bai Jin continued to consume, realizing that if he devoured them all, he would possess a soul attribute of 171 points. The enhancement of his soul attribute, while perhaps insignificant for Bai Jin, who had a source of mana, would nonetheless accelerate his fundamental mana recovery rate and also enhance his maximum mana recovery speed. For instance, when he possessed 71 points in soul attribute, his base mana recovery rate was 781 points per second, and under the influence of the energy gathering array, his maximum recovery rate reached 2,800 points per second. Now, with 101 points in soul attribute, his base recovery rate had risen to 111 points per second, while his maximum recovery speed soared to 2,600 points per second. Mana equates to power, hence Bai Jin remained unconcerned that the elevation of his soul attribute might enhance the defense of the woodpecker. With a flick, a scroll materialized before Bai Jin, accompanied by Mirong Zybing's voice. Bai Jin, this is a special skill book for tenfold summoning. Use it on that woodpecker. Thank you. Sister Zybing. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Jin utilized this unexpected boon, instantly elevating his summoning multiplier to 130 times. This time, Mirong Zybing did not transport him to that space, nor did she make an appearance, and Bai Jin refrained from inquiring further. He possessed a total of 3 summoning skills, all of which were ostensibly tenfold summons, granting him a formidable edge. Merely a few hours later, the celestial class members had begun to adapt to the runic formations inscribed upon them, their strengths significantly augmented. At this moment, Han Shui gazed respectfully at the 10 young celestial class members before her. Classmates, I have conveyed the circumstances surrounding the battlefield of decisive confrontation. According to directives from above, this battle is solely for the purpose of gaining experience. Victory is neither required nor permitted. Han Shui spoke solemnly. The celestial class members exchanged glances. Yet no anger or dissatisfaction arose among them. This is a mirror spell recording device that can capture the battle conditions on the battlefield. You all have an additional important task. to gather genuine combat data on the lower-tier forces of the Void Demon clan. Han Shui waved her hand, revealing an antiquated shoulder-mounted camera-like apparatus, as several students stepped forward to learn its operation. This time, all 10 of you from the Celestial class will enter the battlefield of decisive confrontation. I have heard that you have divided into 2 factions, each harboring mutual disdain. However, I hope you will refrain from petty squabbles within the battlefield. The safe zone measures only 9 square units, so please be vigilant. If there are no further questions, you may now enter the battlefield of decisive confrontation, Han Shui concluded. The Celestial class members nodded in agreement and subsequently split into 2 teams to enter the battlefield space. As the 10 Celestial class members stepped into the battlefield, the Void Demon clan reacted swiftly. Teams of well-equipped Void Demons surged orderly towards the portal, their numbers exceedingly dense, along with numerous 6-armed, 2-headed Void Demons joining the fray. Finally, 3 6-armed, 3-headed Void Demons respectfully saluted the direction of the unified command before entering the battlefield. Thus, the Void Demon clan's forces were fully mobilized. The Celestial class members did not depart the safe zone. They were carefully nurtured subjects of the 9th domain and had received orders to only allow defeat, not victory, so they remained unhurried. Notification: Void Demon clan first-tier forces have completed their entry. Total number: 306, 350. Zhuge Liun sighed with relief, then turned to the classmates beside him with a serious expression. Everyone, please cast aside your prejudices. Although we need not secure victory, each Void Demon slain will serve to weaken their forces. Moreover, the bodies of those Void Demons can be refined into life blood crystals and mana crystals, which will greatly benefit our strength enhancement. I trust you all wish to consume 100 of each type as soon as possible. Zhuge Liun spoke earnestly, prompting nods of agreement from all. Lu Rian wore a hint of a proud smile. She had not only consumed 100 of both types of crystals, but had also ingested a 3rd-tier life blood crystal, significantly surpassing her companions in total health. The youthful girl, whose appearance belied a mature charm, spoke up. Brother Lin, rest assured, we all understand. This time, we will follow your command without question. Her voice was soft and gentle. Yet Zhuge Liun's eyes involuntarily twitched, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Gao Jia, you need not do anything. Please ensure that Hao Jian's mouth is tightly stuffed with a towel, lest he disturb us. Zhuge Liun pointed at a young man with a white towel stuffed in his mouth. All right, Brother Liun, you can count on me to keep an eye on Hao Jian. Gao Jia responded softly, causing the boy named Hao Jian to nod repeatedly in agreement. Bai Jin, you will be responsible for operating the mirror recording device. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Understood. A robust young man promptly replied. Gu Yuntao, you are proficient in protective spells, should the battle commence. I will need to step out of the safe zone to cast spells against the Void Demons, so I shall leave the safety to you. Yes, replied Gu Yuntao. A lean-looking boy. Chapter 113. One strike to annihilate over 5,000. Lu Jiaoqin, Peng Da, Yang Wei, Rian, and Yang Lin. You all should remain in the safe zone for now, with further arrangements made based on the actual situation. Yes, yes, the group responded earnestly. The Void Demon Army, under the command of the 3 6-headed, 6-armed Void Demons, swiftly formed into large formations, with over 300,000 warriors. And given that the average height of the Void Demons exceeded 2 meters, their aligned ranks presented a formidable spectacle. Advance, commanded one who pointed with his 6 arms, and the army commenced its march. Tuli, our scouts have just gathered information on the 10 humans who entered, including the one capable of slicing through anything with energy threads. Tungu, not only that, but the others have also slain many of our kin in previous skirmishes. They must represent the strongest first-tier forces among the humans. Haha, quite right. We, as royal-tier warriors, shall crush everything in this battlefield. Those unformed talents will amount to nothing when they perish. Yin Shui, you speak wisely. Were it not for the portal's limited size, we could have unleashed millions of our forces without concern. Steady, push forward resolutely. This battle is one we must win. Otherwise, the 3 formidable commanders of the Void Demon clan suddenly displayed fear in their eyes. Under the enhancement of various spells, the densely packed formation of Void Demons advanced at a remarkable pace, covering 300 kilometers in less than 3 hours. The 10 members of the Celestial class, upon witnessing the surrounding Void Demons, comprehended the terrifying scale of their numbers, 300,000. Even if we give our all, can we truly contend against such an overwhelming force of Void Demons? These entities appeared far more ferocious than those encountered previously on the battlefield. They were undoubtedly stronger, presumably of a higher tier. Look, there are quite a few 4-armed 2-headed, 6-armed 2-headed, and 3-headed 6-armed Void Demons. These must be the high-tier Void Demons that Han Shui mentioned. ones that have severed their cultivation to enter the fray. The 4-armed two-headed are of the second tier, and the 6-armed two-headed are of the third tier. Yet, could it be that these three-headed 6-armed beings truly sacrificed their cultivation strength? The members of the celestial class were utterly astonished. The 3-headed 6-armed void demons were indeed 4th-tier royal beings, a level of true significance. Who would have imagined their presence on a 1st-tier battlefield? No wonder Han Shui asserted that we could only afford to lose, not to win. There is no way we can fight them. Defeat is inevitable. I understand now. This is a lesson in the brutality of another world. We, with our celestial level talents, harbor pride and a touch of arrogance within us. Only by witnessing such a scene can we grasp the folly of underestimating any adversary. Indeed, Bai Jin. Document the details of these void demons meticulously. Let us regard this as an opportunity to gather intelligence. The members of the celestial class swiftly adjusted their mindset and began to observe the situation of the void demons earnestly. Like smoke, holy light strike. An incredibly intense beam of holy light struck Zhuge Liang, enveloping him in a radiant glow. Gu Yuntao, with a swift motion, Zhuge Liang was encased in an all-encompassing protective shield. This is a singular shield I conjured using all my mana from a magical crystal core, boasting a defense exceeding 30 million points. It's the pinnacle of my capabilities at present, Gu Yuntao stated gravely, to which Zhuge Liang nodded in acknowledgement. With a determined stride, Zhuge Liang stepped beyond the safety zone, channeling all his might into a spell aimed at the still-forming ranks of the void demons. Energy cutting. Countless slender strands of energy materialized, enveloping a 1-kilometer radius around the safety zone. Boom. The instant Zhuge Liang exited the safety zone, numerous void demon mages unleashed defensive spells. The endless strands of energy clashed against the densely packed shields. Boom. Boom. Simultaneously, a barrage of spells was directed toward Zhuge Liang's position. The formidable defense of Gu Yuntao's super shield plummeted rapidly. Within 3 seconds, Zhuge Liang retreated back into the safety zone. A deluge of magical attacks bombarded the faintly glowing aura of the safety zone, vanishing without a trace. There wasn't even a ripple. In mere seconds, the position of the void demons lay littered with casualties. Gazing at the battlefield map, the members of the celestial class erupted in joyous laughter. One strike annihilated over 5,000 void demons. Brother Lian, you are truly formidable, Gao Jia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The others also wore expressions of delight. Although it was Zhuge Liang who had struck, according to their agreement, they belonged to the same team and would share in the spoils. Nevertheless, Zhuge Liang, Lu Rian, and Gu Yuntao would receive the lion's share, with the remainder distributed among the others. Thanks to Rian's holy light, my energy strands could slice through those magical shields with such ease. And Gu Yuntao's shield was key to my survival, Zhuge Liang humbly remarked, prompting a chorus of nods in agreement from the group. Well, they were indeed prepared. It was simply unforeseen that Rian's holy light would wield such power. Nor did we anticipate Gu Yuntao's shield could withstand such a barrage of spells. However, we no longer have the opportunity for a surprise attack. Their formation is complete. And we cannot risk venturing out again, Zhuge Liang lamented. Brother Lian, we may not be able to go out, but my summoned creatures can. It's an excellent opportunity to observe their offensive capabilities, Yang Wei suggested. Zhuge Liang nodded in approval. Yang Wei, summon different creatures to probe their defenses. We must gather as much information as possible. Understood. Yang Wei began to summon various entities, each charging forth from the safety zone towards the void demons. However, they often fell within mere steps to the void demon spells. Yet, Yang Wei's summons continued to pour out from various corners of the safety zone, drawing a significant amount of firepower. Humans, is this all the strength you possess? Hurry back. Humans, your women look quite delectable. Why not offer them for our tasting? So tender and white, they must be delightful. I almost can't bear to eat them. Those men look decent too. I have a good appetite and prefer something with a bit of chew. Various taunts echoed, delivered with unsettling synchronicity, as if rehearsed. Ha Jian, with a gag in his mouth, signaled frantically to remove it, his eyes brimming with excitement and fury. Chapter 114, A Mouthful of Filth. Gao Jia tugged at Zhuge Liang's arm, and he quickly wriggled free. Brother Lian, Ha Jian wishes to remove the gag from his mouth, Gao Jia said. Her expression tinged with pity. Zhuge Liang frowned, but eventually nodded in consent. Everyone, we have gathered ample information. Remaining here bears little significance. Our orders permit only defeat. And engaging the void demons in a war of attrition is futile. Therefore, those who wish to leave may do so. Ha Jian will have the gag removed shortly. Those who wish to stay may remain. After speaking, Zhuge Liang nodded to Lu Rian and the others, and their figures vanished. The remaining few exchanged glances before gradually departing. Soon, Only Gao Jie and Ha Jian remained within the safety zone. Gao Jie looked at Ha Jian with a tinge of concern. Brother Ha Jian, I know your heart is pure and beautiful. It's just that I'm worried I won't be able to tolerate your capabilities. Ha Jian nodded in understanding and pointed to the teleportation array beneath them. With a sound, Gao Jie's figure disappeared, leaving Ha Jian in a dazed, foolish grin. Ripping off the gag from his mouth, Ha Jian's demeanor shifted dramatically. You bunch of scum. Yes, I'm referring to you three. Just you three. You already look hideous. Like excrement, three-headed and six-armed. Do you think you're Neza? Look at yourselves. Each one resembles a malevolent spirit. How did the Void Demon Realm give rise to such wretches? You might as well rename it the Void Ugly Demon Realm. Oh, you seem unconvinced. Come, let me enlighten you. Have you heard of the three-headed hellhound? It seems you can comprehend. It's a vile beast with 3 dog heads. Do you know why they have 3 heads? Ha Jian shouted furiously, his words igniting the anger and murderous intent of the 3 three-headed six-armed void demons leading their kin. However, it is peculiar that these beings seemed quite eager to continue listening to Hao Jian, each one enveloped in a natural state of suppressed fury, yearning for his words. Hao Jian surveyed the crowd with satisfaction. Let me tell you, the reason those 3-headed hounds possess 3 heads is so they can consume excrement more swiftly and abundantly. With 3 heads, you surely share a similar purpose. Furthermore, with your 6 arms, adeptly utilizing both hands and mouth, you must devour excrement at an astonishing pace. Kill him. Tear him to shreds. Blast him away with the most powerful spells. The 3 commanding 6-armed entities of the Void Demon race were the first to lose their composure. Launching an assault without hesitation, Hao Jian chuckled and, shouldering the mirroring camera left by Bai Jin, began recording everything. An overwhelming rage consumed the rationality of these void demons, unleashing a relentless barrage of spells upon the safe zone, their attacks unceasing even without any discernible effect. Regrettably, the ferocity of their onslaught was so intense that even Gu Yuntao's shield could not withstand it for a single second. Otherwise, in their current state of offense without defense, Zhuge Liang could have easily decimated them. Hao Jian ceased his words, for the air was filled with the furious roars of the void demons, particularly from the 3 commanding 6-armed figures, who were utterly frenzied. With a swift motion, Hao Jian tucked the towel back into his mouth and vanished with the mirroring camera. In this battle, the void demons emerged victorious. Han Shui led numerous tactical team members in diligently documenting the battlefield conditions as described by the members of the Celestial class. Shortly thereafter, they retrieved the mirroring camera, providing them with more immediate information. The Celestial class students departed, and the research teams continued to analyze various data. After some time, Han Shui reviewed the compiled information, her eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and shame. Lord Bai Jin, do you have a moment? Bai Jin glanced at the message from Han Shui and promptly replied. Before long, he was summoned to the experimental zone. He had already consumed 99 of the 100 pure soul power crystals, elevating his soul attribute to a remarkable 170 points. His standard mana recovery rate was 1870 points per second, and due to his energy convergence formation, his maximum mana recovery rate soared to an astonishing 500 points per second. Additionally, his physical attributes had also reached a notable 60 points. Name: Bai Jin, Blue Star Human. Rank: Level 1, Stage 1, 3034 0004. 000 Health points: 106 000106 000. Mana points: 287 0001 000. Attributes: Physical Strength 60, Power 60, Constitution 60, Agility 60. Health recovery 60 points per second. Attributes: Soul Strength 170, Spirit 170, Perception 170, Reaction 170, Mana recovery 1870 points per second. Physical attack 60. Spell attack 170. Attributes: Mystic Grade Energy Convergence Formation 6, Yellow Grade Acceleration Formation 4, Yellow Grade Speed Formation 4, Yellow Grade Jump Formation 6. Talent: Supreme Summoning. Temporary talents: Rapid Charge, Endurance, Indestructible, Vitality Surge, Demon Scales, Origin Skill, Summon Ironblood War Bull King. Skills: Summon Frenzied Woodpecker. Summon 6-Winged Demon Commander. Special Equipment: Source of Mana. Equipment: Jade Mask of Concealment, Energy Convergence Robe, Shockwave Golden Staff. Free Attribute Points: 0. Skill Points: 12. Origin Skill Points: 0. Compared to his attributes at Level 1, Stage 1, they were breathtakingly extravagant. Upon arriving, Han Shui hurriedly approached him. My lord, please follow me. Bai Jin quickly followed the somewhat anxious woman and soon encountered the battle scene. What? Over 300,000 void demons have entered the first stage battlefield? And there are even 3-headed 6-armed beings who have advanced their cultivation? Bai Jin was genuinely astonished. In the first battle, fewer than 8,000 void demons had entered, engaging him in a back-and-forth struggle. Had it not been for the woodpecker's rebound ability, he might have been overwhelmed by those void demons. Han Shui nodded, my lord. The information we previously gathered was based on your encounters in the void demon realm, where the opponents were primarily formidable beings. Therefore, our true understanding of the void demon's lower-tier combat strength only began within the battlefield space. It appears we have underestimated this otherworldly realm. Han Shui reflected. Bai Jin watched the battle in silence, witnessing Zhuge Lin decisively strike, instantly annihilating a large group of void demons, deepening his understanding of their strength. Given the ferocity of the enemy, he felt more assured of his sister Lu Rian's safety. Miss Han Shui, why is that individual gagged? Bai Jin inquired. Observing one of the celestial class members with a white towel stuffed in their mouth, their hands and feet unrestrained, capable of removing the towel if desired. The exquisite and intellectual woman's lips twitched, revealing her first display of such emotion. With a deep sigh, she steadied herself, noticing Bai Jin's disregard and feeling somewhat disheartened. My lord, this individual is named Hao Jian, and his talent is of celestial caliber, albeit quite peculiar. According to his own words, his talent is called mouthful of filth. What? Bai Jin was utterly bewildered. Chapter 115. How to break the stalemate. Han Shui affirmatively nodded, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. In truth, he possesses a kind heart, yet his words are irresistibly provocative, which is one reason why you and your sister formed a separate team. Nonetheless, Hao Jian's talent proves to be quite effective in practice. Based on prior training and combat scenarios, we have come to understand his abilities. When facing adversaries, even if Hao Jian refrains from cursing, his words incite intense fury within them. Moreover, there is a fascinating phenomenon. As long as he continues to speak, enemies remain poised to strike, yet are compelled to listen until he finishes. Once the enemy attacks, they typically unleash their full might, often neglecting defense in their fervor. Han Shui elaborated. Bai Jin's eyes were filled with astonishment. Such an absurd talent, and one of celestial grade at that, was beyond imagination. Han Shui continued, my lord. If Hao Jian's talent is utilized effectively, its impact can be remarkable. The high-ranking figures have also experienced his abilities. Even a third-stage mentor like Lei Hong lost his composure, while fourth-stage kings struggled to suppress their anger. Even fifth-stage emperors found it somewhat unbearable. According to the team leader, even they, at their fifth stage, felt their rage surging uncontrollably, which is an extremely alarming situation for those who can usually master their emotions. Fighting with uncontrolled anger contrasts sharply with combat under calmness. The team leader mentioned they had to beat Hao Jian after the fact to quell their anger. Han Shui said, a slight smile gracing her lips. Bai Jin imagined the scene of Murong Xiaobing rolling up her sleeves to slap Hao Jian's face. My lord, following today's second decisive battle between the celestial class members and the void demons, we have gathered more practical information. The previous data was far too limited, and it now seems we have inadvertently placed you in jeopardy, which is indeed our oversight. Han Shui's eyes were tinged with red as she expressed her profound remorse. Miss Han Shui, I have not faced any peril. There is no need for you to feel guilty. If you have any discoveries, please share them freely, and we will address our shortcomings together. Han Shui nodded repeatedly and swiftly transitioned into a work-focused mindset. My lord, you have just witnessed the scene captured by the mirror recording device. Unlike our first hasty engagement, this time the Void Demon clan has prepared with an unimaginable level of thoroughness. Classmate Yang Wei continuously summoned various types of contract summons to meet their demise, while the Void Demons demonstrated a range of countermeasures. Please observe these formations. They comprise gravity mages, and these others appear to be slowing mages. Their numbers are vast, and when they cast spells in unison, the area surrounding the safe zone will become a no-fly zone. Consequently, your flying demons and woodpeckers will face significant restrictions, as those slowing mages seem specifically devised to counter your flying demons. Han Shui elucidated while pointing at the formations. Bai Jin's expression grew serious. If such a no-fly domain were established, he would indeed find it challenging to respond. My lord, the Void Demon clan has not constructed a mud trap swamp area outside the safe zone this time, likely because they have not seen you enter. They expect our forces to engage in battle, hence they have refrained from imposing restrictions. If you had entered, they would likely have preemptively constructed such areas to control your formidable strength. Han Shui continued, and Bai Jin nodded in agreement. Moreover, based on the battlefield map recorded by the mirror device, the Void Demon clan is advancing towards our safe zone with a large force. As a result, you would be unable to send reinforcements in advance to eliminate the Void Demons. Given their sheer numbers, even if you dispatched all your forces, you would struggle to inflict harm upon them. Not only that, But look at these mages. They possess binding vines, ice seals, and other methods that can easily restrain your woodpeckers without causing harm, thus rendering your woodpecker's retaliatory capabilities ineffective. Han Shui pointed out various magical techniques that had emerged. Bai Jin furrowed his brow. This situation indeed seemed rather insurmountable. Even if he revealed his 130-fold summoning power, it would be difficult to contend with the might of hundreds of thousands of void demons. My lord, we previously considered a strategy wherein you and that Hao Jian would enter the battlefield and remain within the safe zone, while Hao Jian would provoke the enemy, allowing you to continuously summon 10 woodpeckers to let the frenzied void demons slay them, potentially resulting in the demise of the entire void demon force through their own retaliation. However, we also tested the defensive capabilities of the safe zone and discovered that the taunts from the void demons could penetrate the safe zone. Yet no sounds capable of directly harming us or any seductive spell effects were present. Furthermore, we conducted tests within the safe zone, and even amplification spells dissipated after passing through its protective layer. Only enhancement and summoning spells could bypass this layer of protection, given the number of void demons. Even if Hao Jian shouted provocations, he could only incite the nearby void demons, while those on the periphery, unable to hear, would remain in a dazed state during battle. Soon after, they developed countermeasures, presumably by casting silence spells upon themselves. Han Shui pointed at some of the void demons depicted on the screen. Bai Jin nodded, feeling increasingly at a loss. Miss Han Shui, can the strong among the void demons sever their cultivation to enter the first-tier battlefield? What about our 9th domain? Bai Jin voiced his doubts. Han Shui sighed. My lord, the laws of our awakened forms are imbued with various anomalies, yet no matter the attempts, we cannot lower our levels or sever our powers. Even some practitioners have sacrificed their lives in experiments to no avail. Were it otherwise, not to mention the esteemed captain, even her disciple, Lady Suai, if she were to sever her cultivation, a spatial mage carrying a vast reservoir of magical crystals would be more than capable of annihilating any number of void demons. Han Shui lamented. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the capabilities of spatial mages seemed nearly invincible, particularly at lower tiers, becoming less exaggerated at higher tiers. Miss Han Shui, if that is the case, does it mean we have no means of securing victory in our 3rd decisive battle? Han Shui shook her head. My lord, after multiple rounds of analysis, we have devised a countermeasure. However, this plan necessitates your preparation in advance. Please allow me to explain. Han Shui spoke softly. Chapter 116, The Mother of a Classmate. My lord, the safe zone is impregnable. Remaining within it ensures safety, as the void demons can merely launch verbal assaults. This issue can be easily resolved. The equipment production department is currently creating helmets or masks that can block sound. Given the overwhelming strength of the void demons, engaging them directly is not advisable. Your safety is paramount. After numerous tactical discussions, we have conceived a strategy that places us in an unassailable position. Han Shui gestured, and the scene shifted. In the foreground, a display emerged, revealing 3 figures within the small safe zone. My lord, our strategy involves you, classmate Yang Wei, and classmate Hao Jian entering the battlefield for the 3rd decisive conflict. The void demons are formidable. You must not leave the safe zone to confront them. So once you enter, you must remain within it. According to battlefield rules, if one side is surrounded for over 2 hours without counterattacking, they will be deemed the loser. However, as long as there is a counterattack, the timer will not reset. As long as a counterattack occurs within 2 hours, the time will be recalibrated. Thus, by sending you and Yang Wei to continuously summon creatures to engage in battle, we can prolong the stalemate on the battlefield. Our side, being fewer in number, and with you possessing life space and storage equipment, can carry ample supplies to sustain a prolonged engagement with the void demons. The void demons possess relatively few storage items, primarily acquired through various means from us, thus their supply is limited. In a war of attrition, victory is assured. Han Shui's enthusiasm grew as she spoke. Bai Jin nodded. Indeed, this was a brilliant strategy. My lord, with the 3rd confrontation imminent, your safety is of utmost importance, and you must remain at the Super Divine Academy for the time being. This battle may extend for a considerable duration, so you will need to explain things to your family. Your aunt will be visiting, and we will clarify everything. My lord, the captain has mentioned that your jade mask can undergo further upgrades. Would you be so kind as to remove it for me? Han Shui inquired. Bai Jin nodded. Miss Han Shui, I will have someone deliver it to you after I return. Very well, my lord. Here is the new batch of rune-marked spears. Please take them. Han Shui said regretfully. Bai Jin accepted the densely packed spears, filling 1/5 of the space in his profound-level storage bracelet, indicating the sheer quantity. Bai Jin's expression grew solemn beneath his mask, while he was not afraid of a war of attrition. He had already shattered the limits of his soul attributes and no longer saw the need to remain at a stagnant level. If a protracted battle is to ensue, especially one of uncertain duration, it would undeniably hinder his development, particularly given that he has just acquired a new talent. For him, the most expedient path to strength lies in focusing entirely on leveling up. However, he is reluctant to disclose the specifics of his talent. Moreover, having obtained such a plethora of rare resources, it would be unreasonable not to enter the battlefield. Indeed, should he refuse, it would not be his decision alone, and it could cast him in a negative light among the influential figures of the Ninth Domain. Upon returning to the palace, Bai Jin encountered his younger sister and her team members. "Brother," Lu Ruyan said with a hint of worry, rushing forward to link her arm with his and subsequently guiding him to sit on the sofa. "Brother, Yang Wei has received a message stating that the Super God Academy intends to send him, Hao Jian, and you into the next decisive battle." Lu Ruyan expressed her concern. Zhuge Liun, Yang Wei, and Yang Lin all nodded in acknowledgement towards Bai Jin. Bai Jin reassured his sister by patting her hand gently. "Do not fret, little sister. Han Shui has informed me that we need not leave the safe zone. We simply need to continually summon our summoned creatures to engage in battle." Lu Ruyan nodded in understanding. "Yes, I know, but I worry that you have yet to witness the terrifying nature of the Void Demon Clan. I must tell you, they have green faces and sharp fangs, as fearsome as malevolent spirits. I fear you may be frightened." Bai Jin shot her an incredulous glance. "What are you saying? Throughout my life, I have never been afraid of horror films. It is you and Auntie who fear mere illusions." This remark elicited a smile from Lu Ruyan, as if she had recalled some amusing memory. "By the way, Miss Jinsei, could you do me a favor and deliver this mask to Han Shui?" Bai Jin removed the jade mask from his face, instantly feeling a multitude of gazes upon him. Jinsei's cheeks flushed as she accepted the mask he handed her, reluctantly departing thereafter. "Brother, Mom will be arriving shortly. Do not worry. I will keep your numerous rune formations a secret," Lu Ruyan vowed earnestly. At that moment, Yang Lin, who had been smiling at Bai Jin, suddenly appeared flustered as a thought crossed her mind. Zhuge Liun seemed somewhat anxious and finally spoke up. "Brother Bai Rian, I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. I wish you triumph in your endeavors," Zhuge Liun said politely before departing. "Brother, soon Yang Wei and Sister Lin's mother will arrive as well. It will be just in time. I must tell you, I have seen Annie's photograph, and she is truly beautiful," Lu Ruyan exclaimed cheerfully. Yang Wei chuckled awkwardly, while Yang Lin nodded gracefully. Brother, Sister Lin and Yang Wei were raised solely by their mother. Their father perished in a hellish dungeon before they were born, well before the rules changed. Speaking of which, Sister Lin and I share similar backgrounds. We were both brought up solely by our mothers. You and Yang Wei are quite similar as well. Our mothers are truly remarkable." Lu Ruyan reflected wistfully. In that moment, Bai Jin could sense that even while Lu Ruyan spoke of less favorable matters, Yang Wei and Yang Lin did not take offense. Rather, their shared experiences fostered a deeper bond among them. Particularly, Yang Lin glanced at Lu Ruyan with a hint of affection, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. "My brother and I are fine. Unlike you, Ruyan, who learned to cook at a young age, our family relied solely on our mother's culinary skills," Yang Lin said softly. Lu Ruyan giggled and nodded proudly. "It wasn't that my mother forced me. The key was that her cooking skills were rather mediocre. My brother loved dining out back then. But eventually, I found the hygiene outside to be lacking, and so I took the initiative to learn to cook. To my surprise, I discovered I had some talent. And since then, our family has not dined out. Oh, my cooking is so mediocre that it rendered you and your brother malnourished from a young age. Wouldn't you agree?" A disgruntled voice chimed in. Lu Ruyan quickly pulled Bai Jin up. "Mom, how did you come in without making a sound?" Lu Ruyan joyfully ran over, only to receive a disapproving glare from her mother. "Xiao Jin, you seem to be doing quite well. It appears you have adapted to life here." Tang Yin scrutinized Bai Jin closely before expressing her satisfaction. "Hello, Auntie, I am Yang Lin, and this is my brother, Yang Wei," Yang Lin said. Her cheeks flushed as she greeted her. At that moment, Yang Wei kept his head down. Lu Ruyan was a vision of beauty, and given her vivacious youth, he had no ulterior thoughts. However, upon merely glancing at her mother, he found himself in an incredulous state. Should he gaze any longer, he feared he might embarrass himself. The mother of such a stunning teammate was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 117. Bai Jin, what do you think of my mother? Aunt Tang Yin did not release Bai Jin's hand, instead drawing closer to Yang Lin for observation, her gaze increasingly satisfied. "What a charming young lady. Yang Lin, I have heard much about you from Rian. You possess a warrior talent, correct?" "Yes, Auntie, I have a warrior-type talent," Yang Lin replied, lowering her head under the scrutiny of Aunt Tang Yun's gaze, which felt akin to that of a prospective mother-in-law. "How wonderful. Rian is quite the handful. I hope you can look after her." Tang Yin said, guiding Yang Lin to sit. Rian, where's the fruit platter? How can you be so thoughtless? Mom, the fruit platter is right on the table in front of you. How can I possibly reach that from so far away? Must I get up every time? Can you not place a platter beside everyone? Oh, Lu Rian obediently went with Qing He to prepare it. Yang Wei still kept his head bowed, while Yang Lin, feeling constrained by Aunt Tang Yun's presence, appeared both obedient and anxious. Xiao Jin, I learned on the way here that Auntie does not oppose your entry into the battlefield. However, you must prioritize safety. Do not let a sense of overconfidence lead to reckless thoughts, understand? Tang Yun advised sternly. Bai Jin promptly nodded. Auntie, according to the plan, I will alternate with Yang Wei to summon our creatures. There is no need for anything else, and within the safe zone, there will be no safety issues. Tang Yun nodded in agreement, positioning herself between Bai Jin and Yang Lin, holding Bai Jin's right hand with one hand and Yang Lin's left with the other. Tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels echoed as another woman entered through the door. She appeared youthful, with a flawless figure. Were it not for her mature gait and the depth in her eyes, one might mistake her for Yang Lin's elder sister. This phenomenon is now commonplace, as life expectancy has significantly increased, leaving many parents looking no different than the youth. Bai Jin's aunt was a prime example. At first glance, she could easily be mistaken for a girl in her teens. Mom, Yang Wei and Yang Lin stood up, while Tang Yun pulled Bai Jin to his feet as well. Hello, Tang Yun. I am Ni Ting, the mother of Yang Wei and Yang Lin. The woman greeted with a warm smile. Tang Yun released Bai Jin's hand and approached her. No wonder Yang Lin is so beautiful. It must be your genes at work. Hello, I am Tang Yun. Indeed, Tang Yun, you were once on the list of beauties. I have seen your photographs, and you look just as you did over a decade ago. Ni Ting replied with a smile. The two elder women began to converse amiably, though Ni Ting's gaze occasionally wandered toward Bai Jin. Tang Yun, this is your nephew, truly a handsome young man. Well, your Yang Lin is also exceptionally outstanding. Her gentle yet resilient nature is precisely my favorite type. The two women exchanged compliments about each other's children. How sentimental. Having met, let us make our exit swiftly. Is the Super God Academy merely a back alley? A discontented voice echoed, though Murong Xiaobing did not make her presence known. Yes, as you command, my lord. I shall take my leave immediately. Tang Yun promptly stood and respectfully replied, for she belonged to the Valkyrie battle group and held genuine reverence for the commander of the First Legion. My lord, please quell your anger. Ni Ting reassured her child before departing. Xiao Wei, Liner, prioritize safety and do not cause your mother worry. The two women left, leaving Bai Jin somewhat helpless, as he had barely spoken a few words. Bai Jin, Yang Wei, proceed to Han Shue's location. Yes. The two promptly accepted their orders and left. This time, however, it felt peculiar. There were no vehicles waiting for them outside the palace. Nevertheless, having visited the experimental areas several times, they were quite familiar with the route. Yang Wei's expression was somewhat odd. Bai Xiong, may I ask what type of woman you prefer? Faced with Yang Wei's unexpected and bizarre question, which he was not very prepared for, Bai Jin hesitated momentarily. However, as they were to fight side by side soon, he felt it inappropriate to ignore him. Well, I prefer someone understanding. Immediately, Yang Wei's eyes lit up. Bai Xiong, I see, you enjoy more mature women, just like me. I too prefer maturity over young girls, who tend to be spoiled and capricious, making interactions quite challenging. By the way, Bai Xiong, you just met my mother. What do you think of her? Yang Wei inquired eagerly. At once, Bai Jin's expression changed. He quickly took out a handkerchief to cover his face, not wanting Yang Wei to see his reaction. Yang Wei, my brother, your mother is undoubtedly wonderful. Yang Wei nodded vigorously. Bai Xiong, although my mother hasn't made it onto the beauty list, which is one aspect where she falls short compared to your aunt, she is still among the top tier, just below it, even comparable to those further down the list. Bai Xiong, my mother raised me and my sister. Her task is complete, and given the long lifespan of practitioners, she cannot remain lonely forever. Yang Wei spoke earnestly, then pondered for a moment. Bai Xiong, you may not know, but my mother doesn't have many friends, aside from watching television. She spends her time cooking and brewing tea. My sister's tea skills were taught by her. I noticed my mother seemed to get along quite well with your aunt and praised you, which is something I have never witnessed before. Therefore, Bai Xiong, since I see you enjoy tea, I can share my mother's contact information with you, so you can consult her about tea arts whenever you wish. My mother's contact is Yang Wei revealed it directly. Bai Jin, not being foolish, discerned the underlying implication. However, this was simply absurd. He couldn't comprehend it. He did not wish to hear Yang Wei's contact information, but with his current soul attribute of 171 points, his memory was formidable, and that string of numbers was now indelibly etched in his mind. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would never forget it. This damned terrifying memory. Yang Wei, let us discuss this another time. Yang Wei felt somewhat disappointed, but nodded nonetheless. Bai Xiong, I truly envy the bond you share with your sister. Unlike the adversarial relationship I have with Yang Lan. By the way, Bai Xiong, could you share your aunt's contact information with me? Yang Wei asked with eagerness. Bai Jin suddenly understood. This fellow had ulterior motives. Before he could respond, Yang Wei quickly added, Bai Xiong, rest assured. I merely wish to consult your aunt on how she fostered the harmonious relationship between you and your sister. I too desire to improve my relationship with Yang Lan. Bai Jin felt an avalanche of thoughts rushing through his mind, realizing he was indeed gaining insight. Chapter 118. Excessive Preparations. Yang Wei, my brother. My aunt does not communicate with strangers. Bai Jin firmly declined. This fellow's intentions were unscrupulous, and he would never disclose his aunt's contact information. Yang Wei appeared crestfallen, momentarily disheartened. The two arrived at the experimental area in silence, where Han Shui greeted them with surprise. Esteemed guests, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Han Shui's words indicated that Murong Xiaobing had casually sent them over. No worries, we merely came to see how preparations are progressing. Bai Jin inquired. Han Shui turned and pointed ahead. Currently, we are preparing the necessary equipment, especially the soundproof helmets. 1 or 2 would not suffice. So we plan to prepare 10 soundproof helmets for each of you. Additionally, we require ample supplies of food, water, and mana potions to withstand the Void Demon clan. The more prepared we are, the better. Han Shui explained. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly, recognizing the gravity of the situation surrounding the impending third decisive battle. They waited for several hours as a large quantity of supplies continued to arrive. Bai Jin also received his upgraded jade mask. After modifications, the mask had undergone a significant transformation, now resembling a mass of white jade liquid. Esteemed Bai Jin, the commander has utilized battle contributions to upgrade this piece of equipment for you. Be sure to remember the commander's kindness, Han Shui reminded him. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement before inspecting its attributes. Jade Mask of Concealment, Mysterious Grade. Description, equipped with Mysterious Grade air filtration capabilities, water-breathing functionality, and Mysterious Grade anti-detection protection. Description, equipped with Mysterious Grade sound rejection protection and adaptive shaping. Bound, compared to before. It now included sound rejection protection and adaptive shaping functionalities. Bai Jin held the mass of jade liquid and brought it close to his chin, which was covered by the handkerchief. With a mere thought, the jade liquid smoothly fused with his face. Furthermore, it could also integrate around his ears, quickly enveloping his entire face and ears. With another thought, a facial framework materialized, presenting a brand new mask. After feeling it, he noted it was even more fitting, truly resembling an additional layer of skin. Yang Wei, please try this soundproof helmet. Han Shui handed him a helmet, which Yang Wei promptly donned. Following a series of tests, the results were quite satisfactory. As long as the helmet was worn properly, the sound rejection and soundproofing array could effectively block external noise. Esteemed Bai Jin, these 10 helmets are specially prepared for you. Please accept them. Bai Jin graciously accepted the 10 adjustable special helmets. Esteemed guests, we did not prepare additional mana crystal cores this time, as they are difficult to manufacture. However, we have prepared a substantial quantity of mana potions for you. With a wave of Han Shui's hand, a multitude of wooden crates appeared, each containing 100 neatly arranged glass bottles. Advanced Mana Potion, 100 milliliters. Quality, perfect. Attribute, restores 10,000 mana points per milliliter. This advanced mana potion surpassed the intermediate ones Bai Jin had previously purchased. One bottle could restore a total of 1 million mana points. Each small crate contained 100 bottles, amounting to a total recovery of 1 billion mana points. As Han Shui continuously released a plethora of wooden boxes, she addressed the two gentlemen. Do not hesitate. I have arranged them in 2 rows for each of you to collect. Understood. Bai Jin and Yang Wei began to gather the boxes. By the time Han Shui ceased her distribution, Bai Jin had already discerned the quantity of mana potions prepared for each of them. 10,000 boxes per person. When converted into mana value, that amounted to a staggering 1 trillion points. Esteemed gentlemen, this is the extent of the mana potions prepared for the time being. We shall proceed with the meat essence pills next. Please collect those as well. Han Shui summoned another batch of boxes, each containing numerous blood-red pills the size of ping-pong balls labeled Meat Essence Pills. Grade, First Level Perfect. Attribute, satisfies the energy requirements of physical attribute practitioners up to 100 points for 24 hours. Each small box contained 100 pills. Thus, Bai Jin and Yang Wei each received 100 boxes, totaling 10,000 pills. Such a generous supply would suffice for decades of consumption. Following this, they each collected 10,000 barrels of clean drinking water, each with a capacity of 100 liters. Please follow me, esteemed gentlemen, Han Shui said, leading the way in her towering heels, with Bai Jin and Yang Wei hastily trailing behind. Bai Jin appeared composed, whereas Yang Wei seemed utterly disinterested, almost devoid of spirit. Gentlemen, here we have prepared a small restroom equipped with soundproofing and self-cleaning functions. Should the need arise on the battlefield, you may use it to relieve yourselves. The restroom is fully equipped. Feel free to take a look. Bai Jin, not one to hesitate, stepped forward without reservation. The restroom occupied merely 1 square meter. Upon entering, he was met with a toilet inscribed with burning and cleaning runes. This contraption was similar to one found in the palace he resided in. The cleaning rune cleanses the user, while the burning rune incinerates waste. Additionally, there was a water tank above with a filling inlet and a shoriat. The tank was inscribed with a heating rune, allowing hot water to be generated for bathing with the infusion of mana. Bai Jin nodded in satisfaction. Such a restroom could indeed serve as a portable convenience. Without hesitation, he collected 10 of these restrooms. My lord, these are single bunk beds designed specifically for the dimensions of the safe zone. Should you feel weary, you may rest upon them. The beds are inscribed with massage runes, which can be activated with the input of mana. Han Shui continued her introduction, revealing an array of small gaming equipment including mahjong tables, chess tables, and tea sets. Bai Jin was astounded by the offerings and collected multiple items into his storage bracelet. Lord Bai Jin, Miss Ru Yin mentioned your fondness for tea. These are various teas, teapots, abundant spring water, and fruitwood charcoal specially prepared for you, Han Shui elaborated. Bai Jin felt somewhat embarrassed by the lavish preparations. Soon, they would also be joined by Hao Jian, whose resources had already been dispatched separately, and he would arrive when it was time to depart. Furthermore, the 3 of you gentlemen might find the duration of your stay monotonous. We have thoughtfully arranged for 3 young ladies to accompany you. What? Yang Wei exclaimed in surprise, casting an incredulous glance at Han Shui. Bai Jin too was taken aback. This arrangement seemed rather excessive, particularly the inclusion of female companions. Chapter 119, Ms. Zheng Shufen. Please do not misunderstand, Mr. Yang Wei. Our plan is to engage in a prolonged campaign within the battle space, the duration of which is unpredictable. The 3 young ladies are new recruits from our Valkyrie Battle Group's Exploration Academy, of your age, and can provide companionship for conversation and games, alleviating any potential boredom. Han Shui clarified. Bai Jin nodded, understanding the rationale behind the arrangement, though he pondered why his younger sister and Yang Lin were not included. Given his sister's personality, she would certainly not be dull company. Yang Wei suddenly appeared somewhat sheepish. Han Shui noticed his demeanor. Lord Yang Wei, do you have any specific requests? Please feel free to voice them. As long as they are reasonable, the Super God Academy will accommodate. Yang Wei's expression gradually firmed. Leader Han Shui, I do not prefer the company of younger women. If possible, please arrange for a mature woman, preferably single, divorced, and with children. I find I can converse better with mature women. Boom. Bai Jin's expression was one of utter disbelief, though his mask concealed his shock. Han Shui, on the other hand, appeared astonished. Fortunately, her refined demeanor allowed her to swiftly regain composure. Lord Yang Wei, I will make the necessary arrangements for you. Do you have any other requests? Han Shui inquired. Yang Wei furrowed his brow in thought before speaking again. Leader Han Shui, we may need to engage in a prolonged battle in the decisive battlefield, the duration of which is uncertain. Each of us has our own privacy. Staying together for an extended period may prove inconvenient. The safe zone is a compact space measuring 3 meters wide, 3 meters long, and 6 meters high. I propose that we create a small 3-tiered house based on the dimensions of the safe zone, allowing for independence while still facilitating communication when necessary. This would be the most beneficial arrangement for us. Yang Wei spoke earnestly. Bai Jin felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. He understood the underlying motives behind Yang Wei's request. Yet, Han Shui seemed unaware of these implications, perhaps indifferent to such requests. The knowledgeable woman began to seriously contemplate the matter. Lord Yang Wei, please hold on a moment. I will return to discuss this with the others. The astute leader hurried away in her towering heels, as if confronted with a significant oversight. Once Han Shui departed, Yang Wei chuckled. Brother Bai, pardon my thoughts. It's not that I have excessive desires, but if this battle extends for years, then those years would be squandered. Bai Jin agreed with Yang Wei's sentiment regarding the potential duration of the conflict, yet he felt compelled to participate, having received such bountiful resources and training. We're all adults here. Your actions are not out of line. Bai Jin wished to say no more and began to examine the various intriguing items, collecting those that piqued his interest. Before long, Han Shui returned, her heels clicking as she approached. Lord Yang Wei, your suggestion was indeed insightful. We had overlooked it. We are now expediting the construction of the 3-tiered houses you proposed. Han Shui expressed with a hint of apology. The efficiency of the Super God Academy was remarkable. Within an hour, the completed structures were presented. This was a three-tiered house, standing at 5 meters and 9 centimeters tall, with each tier offering a practical height of 1 meter and 80 centimeters, barely allowing one to stand upright. The flooring was wooden, lined with soundproofing and shock absorption arrays, while the walls were made of glass, also equipped with soundproofing arrays, and the interior featured curtains. The living space was nearly 9 square meters, furnished with a bed measuring 1 meter 50 in width and 2 meters in length, as well as a separate bathing area. Each floor had a partition that, when opened, revealed a ladder for ascending and descending. Furthermore, the structure was fitted with a mechanical telephone system, enabling communication between the tiers. Gentlemen, these three-tiered houses are modular. You will need to assemble them after transporting them inside. We have constructed 3 sets in total, and should any component malfunction, you can replace it yourselves. Under Han Shue's guidance, the two swiftly mastered the art of assembling and disassembling the three-tiered cabin. Yang Wei's face was unable to conceal his delight. Han Shui appeared unfazed, even engaging several researchers in inquiries regarding the ideal qualities and characteristics of a mature woman. 3 hours later, Hao Jin arrived, nodding towards Bai Jin and Yang Wei. This time, he was devoid of a towel stuffed in his mouth, yet sported a mask that clearly denoted a tactical nature. Tap, tap. Han Shui approached, accompanied by 2 women. My goodness. Bai Jin's astonishment was palpable beneath his mask. 4. Closely following Han Shui was a young-looking yet curvaceous woman exuding a mature demeanor. He recognized her instantly as the mother of his high school classmate, Wang Gang. Wang Gang had perished within the instance, and teacher Liang had become pregnant with his child. How was it that this woman was not with Liang? Bai Jin tilted his head to see Yang Wei, who was now beside himself with excitement. His emotional response magnified 100-fold compared to when he had first encountered his aunt. A glance at Han Shui seemed to unveil a deeper understanding. He had assumed that all were students of the Super God Academy, bound to a conventional path of strength. However, he had overlooked a critical fact. All students here possessed at least Earth-level talents, while Yang Wei and his peers were at the heavenly level. In the past, it would take years to produce even one such talent. With such innate gifts, as long as they remained steadfast, achieving the 4th tier would merely be the baseline, while the 5th tier, the royal level, would be the aspiration for those endowed with heavenly talents, provided there were no unforeseen circumstances. Yang Wei was destined to become a significant figure. Supporting and aiding such individuals before their rise to prominence was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Moreover, the requirements were not excessively demanding. She was simply a mature woman. Thus, it was evident that Wang Gang's mother had been meticulously selected through multiple rounds of scrutiny, and she now appeared to perfectly align with Yang Wei's desires. Esteemed Yang Wei, this is Ms. Zheng Shufan, who will accompany you in battle, Han Shui introduced. Ms. Zheng Shufan, this is the esteemed Yang Wei, a student of heavenly talent at the Super God Academy. Ms. Zheng Shufan promptly stepped forward to pay her respects. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed Yang Wei. Yang Wei was rendered almost speechless with excitement. Bai Jin, too, felt a shiver run down his spine. He had not anticipated that Wang Gang's mother would adopt such a demeanor, referring to herself as this servant. What a peculiar address. Esteemed Yang Wei, Ms. Zheng Shufan is a high school Chinese teacher with 25 years of teaching experience. Her husband perished in an instance 20 years ago. Recently, Ms. Zheng Shufan's only son also failed to return from an instance, leaving her utterly alone, Han Shui explained with a hint of peculiarity in her tone. Yang Wei snapped out of his stupor, his satisfaction only growing. The descriptors: high school teacher, literary widow, recently bereaved, utterly alone, yet possessing an understanding of the world, imbued Ms. Zheng Shufan with a poignant aura of sorrow and vulnerability, while her gaze, demeanor, and poise exuded a profound maturity that rendered her irresistibly compelling to Yang Wei. Chapter 120. Aunt Shufan, I shall protect you. Han Shui then gestured for the young girl at the back to step forward, bringing her to Bai Jin's side. Esteemed Bai Jin, this is classmate Gu Qingkai, a freshman in the tactical division of the Valkyrie Battle Group's academy this year. She possesses exceptional talent and will subsequently join the Earth-level class. You will be classmates. Classmate Gu Qingkai, this is classmate Bai Jin. Please do make each other's acquaintance. Han Shui introduced. Hello, I am Bai Jin. As the sun sets behind the mountains, Bai Jin greeted first. The seemingly delicate and quiet girl beamed, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. The character for Karen blue and white porcelain. I am pleased to meet you, she replied softly, her demeanor exuding a pleasant disposition, though still embodying a gentle tranquility, seemingly unperturbed by the encounter. Han Shui then turned to the intensely focused Hao Jin, who was clad in a mask that concealed his face yet betrayed a deeply emotional countenance. Esteemed Hao Jin, are you certain you wish to enter alone? Hao Jin nodded earnestly, remaining silent. Thus, Han Shui did not press further. Esteemed individuals, we have completed our preparations, yet I must impart a few crucial reminders. Han Shui stated, drawing the attention of Bai Jin, Gu Qingkai, and Hao Jian. Yang Wei's gaze, however, was solely fixed on Ms. Zheng Shifen, who, at that moment, was gazing back at him with a soft, affectionate look. How utterly absurd, Bai Jin mused, realizing he must reassess his understanding of societal norms. For a professional to ascend to the first tier, one would acquire a minimum of 10 points each in physical and spiritual attributes. Life expectancy remains undetermined, but conservatively estimated at over 300 years. This implies that even Ms. Zheng Shifen, who might be in her 40s or 50s, is still in the prime of her youth. Thus, pursuing happiness and companionship at this stage of life becomes neither outrageous nor unusual. Rather, it is entirely reasonable. Esteemed individuals, based on the data recorded by the mirroring device during the last decisive battle, the Void Demon clan deployed a staggering 306, 350 first-tier combatants. Of these, 3 possessed 6 arms and 3 heads, 120 had 6 arms and 2 heads, over 650 were 4-armed, 2-headed beings, while the remainder were standard first-tier Void Demons with 4 arms and 1 head. This indicates that the Void Demon clan has numerous high-tier fighters who have bypassed cultivation limitations to enter the first-tier battlefield, Han Shui elaborated, pointing to the emerging visuals. Everyone had seen this before, but none had anticipated such precise analysis from the think tank. Recently, we received word that the Void Demon clan is amassing a substantial quantity of rare resources, their intention being clear, to enable those high-tier Void Demons to ascend once more on the battlefield. The gravity of this revelation cast a somber tone over Bai Jin and the others. Even Yang Wei was drawn to listen intently to Han Shui's analysis, his satisfaction with Ms. Zheng Shifen growing even stronger. This is a rule not established for the battlefield. Should the Void Demons break through within, they will not be expelled from the field, nor will their ascended power be suppressed. Conversely, we have the capability to achieve similar feats. Yet the experience crystals have not been produced in other instances, and our current stock is merely what you had previously acquired. We assessed it unnecessary for you to grind through other instances to reach full experience at the first tier. Even if you were to ascend to the second tier within an instance, you would still be unable to contend with the Void Demon army, necessitating a war of attrition regardless. Therefore, there is no need for concern. Simply adhere to our previous strategy of remaining in the safe zone to engage in a war of attrition with the Void Demons. The stronger they are, the greater the resources they will expend, thus enhancing our chances of victory, Han Shui asserted firmly, prompting nods of agreement from Bai Jin and the others. Esteemed individuals, there are no further matters of concern. Should the supplies prepared for you be exhausted without overcoming the Void Demons, simply return via the teleportation array. Do not dwell on victory or defeat, Han Shui concluded with a final admonition. As Bai Jin observed, several individuals nodded in agreement before proceeding towards the teleportation portal revealed after Han Shui stepped aside. Whoosh, whoosh. The 5 of them were swiftly transported away, reappearing within the safety zone of the decisive battleground. Bai Xiong, let us construct a dwelling, Yang Wei exclaimed with palpable excitement. Bai Jin nodded, and together with Yang Wei, they began to gather materials for the construction. Zheng Shifen offered a slight nod in Bai Jin's direction. However, he chose not to respond. He was not well acquainted with Wang Gang, merely a classmate, and had even less familiarity with his classmate's mother. Moreover, given the closeness between Yang Wei and the other party, Bai Jin wished to avoid any potential misunderstandings. In no time, a 3-story building was erected. Bai Xiong, Hao Xiong, Aunt Shifen, and I will ascend to the top floor. If you require anything, please contact me through the internal phone. Yang Wei claimed the highest floor without hesitation. And neither Bai Jin nor Hao Jian showed any intention of contesting this. Thank you, both of you. Aunt Shifen, please go ahead. I shall remain below to ensure your safety. You are so considerate, young master. I am most grateful, responded Lady Zheng Shifen, executing a classical gesture of gratitude. Her voice exquisitely gentle. Yang Wei, naturally, was nearly beside himself with excitement. Bai Jin was left momentarily stunned, reflecting on how Lady Zheng Shifen, a language teacher with 25 years of experience, truly possessed a remarkable charm. As she gracefully ascended the wooden ladder, Lady Zheng's voluptuous figure was evident, devoid of any excess flesh. Hao Jian glanced at Bai Jin, who immediately comprehended the underlying message. Hao Xiong, I require summon creatures for combat. Perhaps I should remain on the ground floor while you take the second? Hao Jian nodded in agreement and proceeded up the stairs to the second floor. The staircase retracted, sealing off the upper entrance, effectively isolating the 3 levels. The only individuals capable of opening the passage between levels were those residing on that particular floor, necessitating cooperation from the individuals below to activate certain mechanisms. This meant that for someone on the upper level to descend, consent from the lower level was required. And vice versa. Bai Jin turned around, discovering a large single bed measuring 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long, fully equipped with a complete bedding set. Given his own stature and that of Gu Qingkai, the bed could easily serve as a spacious double bed. With a swift motion, Bai Jin stored the intricately inscribed single bed adorned with massage runes into his storage bracelet, and, under Gu Qingkai's puzzled gaze, he retrieved 2 items. Chapter 121. Slaying the Emperor-level existence. Classmate Gu, this is a single sofa equipped with reclining and massage functionalities, and these are thin blankets, should you require rest. Feel free to sleep on the single sofa, Bai Jin explained, gesturing towards the 2 massage chair-like single sofas. Gu Qingkai smiled and nodded. Bai Jin, you may call me Gu Qingkai, no need for such formality. We will be classmates going forward. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted his attention to the battlefield map before him. Notice, the battlefield spatial map has been constructed, and special rules are now in effect. The Void Demon Realm begins to deploy combat forces. Notice, this battlefield has been jointly constructed by both parties. Our side cannot employ friendly skill damage prevention, so please avoid harming allies. Notice, the Void Demon Realm has deployed a first-tier combat force quantity of 310. Notice, the Void Demon Realm has deployed a first-tier combat force quantity of 1250. The number of combat forces deployed by the Void Demon Realm surged rapidly, surpassing 10,000 in less than a minute. Bai Jin was unsure of the size of the Void Demon Realm's teleportation portal, but estimated it to be comparable to that of the 9th domain. Such a frenzied allocation of combat forces indicated the Void Demon Realm's determination to secure victory in this battle. However, according to the strategist's arrangements, they only needed to engage in a war of attrition. The greater the enemy's numbers, the greater their consumption, thus bestowing them a significant advantage. In the Void Demon Realm, a high-tier existence cast a wide-area acceleration spell, causing countless ranks of void demons to accelerate frantically from a considerable distance before rushing towards the teleportation portal in a continuous stream, thereby maintaining a rapid entry speed. Is this truly worth it, King Kong? Inquired a top-tier existence with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 3 vertical eyes. Addressing a void demon of similar stature, but with only 1 vertical eye, the void demon known as King Kong nodded. My lord, it is worth it. I have reached the end of my life and have no hope of ascending to a higher level. The rewards promised by the United Front are immense. Rather than languish in old age, I would rather take the risk, with the resources and guaranteed protection time offered by the United Front. My family could produce several royalty-level beings, ensuring our safety. The imposing figure across from him ceased further inquiries, gesturing towards the direction of the teleportation array. Go forth. Lead your team, but do not act unilaterally. Ensure collaboration to secure our victory. Yes, the 3-headed, 6-armed figure with a vertical eye strode forward and vanished into the teleportation array. The 5 3-headed, 6-armed void demons exchanged glances before forcefully tearing apart the fabric of space, disappearing only to reappear within the void. Meanwhile, on the 9th domain side, the Valkyrie and Murong Xiabing found themselves in the void, accompanied this time by a purple golden dragon-like creature that circled around them incessantly. As the scene of the decisive battleground materialized, Murong Xiabing was taken aback. My lord, this. Shoo. The Valkyrie signaled for silence, causing Murong Xiabing to promptly close her mouth, though her astonishment was difficult to conceal. You may be aware of this matter, but it must not be disclosed. Furthermore, do not allow the void demons to observe the battlefield, otherwise, it may lead to unforeseen changes. Understood. Murong Xiabing responded solemnly. She then turned her gaze towards the swirling purple golden dragon beside her. My lord, has Bai Yi ascended? The Valkyrie nodded. Bai Yi has been elevated to the royal tier, and this purple golden divine dragon is now at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. With this divine dragon's assistance, we may indeed slay an emperor-tier void demon this time. The Valkyrie's fists clenched, her voice laced with a murderous intent. Murong Xiabing's expression grew animated. My lord, I will do my utmost to separate the incoming void demons. You should resolve the battle swiftly. Indeed, just as they spoke, the void ahead began to shatter, revealing 5 void demons converging together. The Valkyrie's eyes narrowed, truly seeking death. The one I wounded last time dares to return. Engage. Boom. Murong Xiabing unleashed her full strength, immediately severing the 5 void demons that had clustered together. Yet they shattered the space, attempting to regroup. In that instant, the Valkyrie surged into one of the spaces, striking alongside the purple golden divine dragon that followed closely behind her. Ah, save me. Bang, bang. The space crumbled, countless shards of space slicing through the void, creating a tempest of spatial debris. At the center of this void storm, The Valkyrie endured several strikes, causing the 4 formidable void demons to retreat rapidly. How did you evade? The Valkyrie's taunting voice echoed, as the 4 void demons seethed with anger. Yet, upon witnessing the lifeless form of their fallen comrade beneath them, they fell silent. Xiaobing, seal this area of the void. I seek to slay another. Boom. An endless power of space converged, and the 4 formidable void demons cast a resentful glance at the Valkyrie before tearing apart the fabric of space to escape. Give. Gulp. A crimson crystal was hurled by the Valkyrie, only to be swiftly consumed by the nearby golden dragon. My lord, it truly worked. This is an imperial-level void demon. Murong Xiaobing's complexion was pale, yet her expression radiated boundless excitement. Exhaling deeply, the Valkyrie began to consume various items to restore her strength. After a considerable time, she finally regained her composure. Had the golden dragon not taken the blow for me, this encounter could have been perilous indeed. The Valkyrie affectionately patted the golden dragon's head, to which it responded with a gentle hum. Xiaobing, they no longer dare to approach us. Remain vigilant of any disturbances in the surrounding space, and respond swiftly to any anomalies. Understood. How infuriating. That lunatic is truly reckless. How dare she employ such a reckless strategy? We were so close to encircling her. Alas, Fireblade has fallen. That madwoman deliberately targeted him after injuring him last time. What manner of beast is that? Despite being a tier below us, it withstood my full force attack unscathed. Indeed, the ensuing tempest of fragmented space is beyond the capacity of the 5th tier, yet that beast remains unfazed. Let it be. If the King of Nightmares does not intervene, we cannot do anything about that madwoman. She forbids us from observing the battlefield, surely because something has gone awry. This time, we have invested immense power. Defeat is not an option. With Fireblade dead, his domain lacks protective forces. Why not safeguard his territory ourselves? That makes sense. Fireblade has 2 5th tier Ys who require strong guardians. I shall pay them a visit. You cannot monopolize this. You must share one with me. Aren't you fond of purity? Fireblade's offspring includes quite a number of 4th tier beings. Chapter 122. A million battle forces. Go. Focus fire to eliminate the void demons. Do not approach if we are targeted. Retreat swiftly. Although we are engaged in a war of attrition within the safety zone, how could Bai Jin refrain from making any attempts? 10 6-winged flying demon commanders appeared, and Bai Jin retrieved a custom backpack containing 60 explosive spears. Whoosh, whoosh. Even while carrying the runic spears, the 6-winged flying demon commanders flew at an astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. On the battlefield map, the number of void demons continued to surge at an alarming rate. However, with such rapid deployment of forces, the void demons already within the safety zone must quickly retreat. Such hasty withdrawal would prevent them from establishing a perfect defensive system, thus providing an opportunity. Boom, boom. The 10 6-winged flying demon commanders unleashed a barrage of runic spears upon the disorganized void demons below, decimating them in droves. Though the act of throwing these runic spears would damage the corpses of the void demons, Bai Jin could not afford to concern himself with such details. Defensive mages. Erect defenses. Gravity mages. Focus fire. Archers. Binding mages. Quickly concentrate fire. Calm amidst the chaos, under the command of certain void demons. A multitude of them swiftly organized their defenses and counterattacks. The 10 6-winged flying demon commanders, having completed their volley of runic spears, vanished before the counterattack could reach them. Notification. 1st tier void demon forces have been fully deployed. Notification. Number of 1st tier void demons. 1, 0, 11, 152. After an hour, the void demons finally concluded their force deployment, surpassing 1 million in 1st tier strength. Brother Hao, Brother Yang, the deployment of void demon forces is complete, totaling 1, 0, 11. 152 1st tier entities. Bai Jin relayed the news via a mechanical telephone. Received. Only Hao Jian replied, while Yang Wei remained unresponsive. Gu Qingkai. The arrival of the void demons will take some time. You may rest for now. The seemingly gentle and delicate girl smiled slightly. It's all right, Bai Jin. You need not worry about me. I'll let you know when I need to rest. I noticed that your flying demon summons possess incredible flight speed. Why not deploy them further? Gu Qingkai inquired softly. The void demons have countermeasures. Their gravity mages and binding abilities can restrain my flying demons, Bai Jin explained. Gu Qingkai nodded thoughtfully. Bai Jin, before coming here, team leader Han Shui informed me of your circumstances. You have a woodpecker summon with a reflect damage ability, correct? Bai Jin nodded affirmatively. Even though the void demons have deployed 1 million 1st tier forces, the battlefield spans a width of 100 kilometers. They will inevitably form square formations as they advance towards us. Moreover, their gravity and binding mages cannot cover all aerial threats. So you could continuously harass them during their approach, Gu Qingkai analyzed softly. Miss Gu, please elaborate further. Gu Qingkai smiled brightly. It feels strange when you call me that. Just call me Qingkai. It's more natural. You can have your flying demons carry runic spears and summon 10 woodpeckers to cling to these spears. The woodpecker's skill cooldown is short, allowing you to deploy one flying demon at a time to launch a spear bearing 10 woodpeckers. When the time comes, execute a swift attack. The void demons will inevitably retaliate. Given the speed of the flying demons, they can easily evade just as the attack approaches. The attacks will then strike the woodpeckers, dealing reflective damage to the void demons. Following that, the flying demons can exploit the momentary gap after the woodpeckers are hit to fire a runic spear at the void demons from that angle. Thus, even if you cannot eliminate the void demons, you can still disrupt them and deplete their strength, Gu Qingkai articulated softly. Bai Jin's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Go. Whoosh. A 6-winged flying demon commander, accompanied by 10 furious woodpeckers, sped off, while a second 6-winged flying demon commander readied itself. Bai Jin refrained from revealing any additional woodpeckers, and only after several minutes, sensing that the 10 furious woodpeckers had departed, did he summon another 10. The void demons were thoroughly vexed due to their formation. Their defenses were tight, resulting in no losses. However, as long as they attacked the approaching creatures, a number of their warriors would suffer injuries. Curse it! That human summoner possesses those peculiar birds. A void demon named King Kong, with 3 heads and 6 arms, seethed in anger. Moments ago, he had been eager for battle, wishing to showcase his might, and unleashed a powerful spell that engulfed the flying demon. While he did inflict damage, he himself sustained injuries. Such wounds were trivial for him before he severed his cultivation, but now, as a first-tier limit entity, the damage was considerable. Fortunately, the troop boasted numerous healing mages, and his injuries were swiftly mended. His failed display of power resulting in injury only deepened King Kong's humiliation and rage. The continuous harassment slightly slowed the advance of the void demons, yet no one perished as a result. After several hours, the main force of the void demons finally approached the safety zone of the 9th domain. Surround this area. Proceed according to plan. Understood. The sheer number of 1,000,000 void demons is nothing short of outrageous, surrounding a vast area, rendering it impenetrable. Observing the formidable shield above this throng of void demons, Bai Jin understood that a war of attrition was inevitable. The vicinity surrounding the safe zone had transformed into a mire of mud within a radius exceeding 300 meters. A countermeasure against his iron-blooded war bull king. Simultaneously, the expansive airspace around the safe zone was under the influence of gravitational and deceleration spells, establishing a no-fly zone. When Bai Jin commanded a woodpecker to venture forth, it found itself gently descending towards the ground, barely managing to fly a meter beyond the safety of the zone. Upon its descent, an energy tendril emerged, ensnaring the woodpecker, effectively rendering it completely controlled. The woodpecker could not fall into the mire and sustain damage, nullifying any potential retaliation. The void demons had accounted for every eventuality. Go. With a mere thought, Bai Jin sent forth several more woodpeckers from various directions of the safe zone. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Chapter 123, An Intractable Situation. Human, I have long heard of your formidable summons and your ability to transfer damage. Feel free to employ any means at your disposal. A voice laced with provocation echoed, and Bai Jin turned to see a 3-headed, 6-armed void demon with a vertical eye glaring at him. Bai Jin, with 3 heads and 6 arms, bore a singular vertical eye on the foremost head, marking him as a 5th-tier royal-level void demon, having sacrificed the majority of his power to enter this realm. Gu Qingkai's voice rang out. Bai Jin nodded, choosing not to release the woodpeckers. Under such control, they were still engaged in combat, and the countdown for the safe zone being besieged would not commence. Ding ding. The phone rang, revealing a call from Hao Jian on the 2nd floor. Bai Jin noticed movement in the locking mechanism of the partition above, and promptly activated the switch below, causing the partition to open. A note fluttered down. Bai Jin, if you require me to speak, just say the word. Brother Hao, I understand. When I need your assistance, I will call you on this floor. Another note was passed down. Bai Jin, just now you informed us of the number of void demons entering. That fool Yang Wei also picked up the phone and forgot to hang up. You only need to dial the 3rd floor communication line to hear the situation above. If you need anything, just call out to him. He should be able to hear you. Bai Jin was taken aback, while Gu Qingkai beside him appeared equally stunned. Brother Hao, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. After Bai Jin replied, Hao Jian secured the partition once more. Turning to Gu Qingkai, the girl quickly feigned ignorance. Bai Jin, I know a bit about Hao Jian's talents. The think tank mentioned that he possesses a kind heart and is sincere. His abilities can be somewhat uncontrollable, which is why he used to muffle himself with a towel. Now, with that special mask inscribed with a sound-absorbing array, he will no longer inadvertently disturb others. Gu Qingkai explained hastily. Bai Jin glanced at the note in his hand, where Hao Jian had scrawled 2 words derogatorily referring to Yang Wei, struggling to reconcile that with the notion of sincerity. He contemplated dialing the third-floor communication line, but ultimately restrained himself. Currently, he faced no issues. He felt neither fatigue nor exhaustion. So it seemed best not to disturb Yang Wei unnecessarily. Casting his gaze upon the 3-headed, 6-armed void demon, Bai Jin felt a surge of desire. Previously, Mirong Xiaobing had refined an entity of such caliber before him, extracting a rare artifact of earth-grade quality, the Wind's Pulse, which could enhance skill levels and bestow special effects. Under normal circumstances, Bai Jin would not dare to covet such a being. However, at present, the opponent was merely a first-tier entity. With dual attributes maxing out at 100 points, even if they possessed some combat techniques, what of it? At most, they would be akin to a first-tier celestial-level talent from their side. Yet, it was not just this 5th-tier royal presence. There were also 3 4th-tier kings and countless 3rd and 2nd-tier beings. Such a plethora of diminished powerhouses was an invaluable treasure, rare and coveted. Bai Jin's eyes glimmered as he began to ponder how he might eliminate these existences. After much reflection, Bai Jin could devise no means to break the deadlock. With over 1 million void demons having entered, their strength overwhelmingly eclipsed his own. A direct confrontation was utterly unfeasible, given the current mire and no-fly zones. Even if he unleashed his full combat strength, it would be utterly futile. Qingkai, do you have any strategies to turn the tide? Bai Jin inquired casually. Gu Qingkai fell into deep contemplation before shaking her head with a hint of bitterness. Bai Jin, their power is far too formidable. We lack the capacity for a head-on confrontation. The situation I observe mirrors the actual scenario deduced by team leader Han Shui and the others. Our only option is to engage in a war of attrition against the void demons. Bai Jin sighed, recognizing the stark imbalance in strength. With his current capabilities, he could only endure passively. Human, I advise you to retreat directly. You constructed shelters to engage in a war of attrition, did you not? The void demon leader proclaimed loudly. Without awaiting Bai Jin's response, the void demon erupted into laughter. Just now, we caught a glimpse through the curtain and saw that you have among you the one with a particularly foul mouth. This time, we shall not be hindered by such verbal assaults. We have a multitude of mages skilled in silence and calming spells. Should that individual speak, we will respond immediately. I trust you have prepared defenses against our insults. Such measures will surely prove ineffective. The void demon leader declared confidently. Then, Bai Jin observed as some mages from the void demon camp began to cast spells, and suddenly, he could hear no sounds emanating from their side. The void demon leader gestured, and the silence spell was lifted, allowing the cacophony of over 1 million beings to resonate. Human, in a war of attrition, you are no match for us. You have constructed shelters, and even brought women along to endure longer, I presume. However, we have brought ample supplies, including a multitude of crop seeds, and our ranks are filled with females. We are far better prepared than you. With a tone of inquiry tinged with disdain, the void demon leader continued. From our understanding, you are all exceedingly young beings. In that cramped space, even with females accompanying you, how long can you possibly endure? Bai Jin fell silent, recognizing that the void demons had evidently made thorough preparations for a prolonged conflict. However, all 3 of them possessed life spaces. In a true test of endurance, the void demons would not stand a chance. Yet, the leader's words struck a vital chord. Their group consisted predominantly of youth, and even the esteemed Ms. Zheng Shifan was relatively young. Thus, the critical question remained. Could they withstand the strain? Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin returned to the single sofa and sat down. If they were to engage in a drawn-out conflict that could extend over years, his confidence in sustaining such a struggle was waning, even with female companionship, as the space was a mere 9 square meters, with a height of less than 2 meters, indeed, akin to a small prison cell. To renounce the struggle and withdraw is simply out of the question. The 9th domain has invested significantly this time. If they were to return after years of protracted conflict, it might be acceptable. However, should they return in a short span, it would be utterly indefensible. Yet, if the final battlefield is not resolved promptly, he would be unable to leave the Super God Academy to grind and level up, thus hindering his growth potential. Each new talent he acquires at the next level would be stifled. In that moment, Bai Jin felt ensnared in an inextricable predicament. Chapter 124, Wei Gu and Shu Fen's Treasure. Gu Qingkai remained silent, her mind occupied with contemplation. In the void, the Valkyrie and Mirong Xiaobing fixated on the battleground of resolution. Master, it has reached a stalemate. Just as our strategic team predicted, it now hinges on which side can endure the longest, Mirong Xiaobing remarked softly. The Valkyrie nodded. Xiaobing, we may have acted too rashly. inadvertently attracting the attention of the Void Demon clan. Fortunately, we managed to eliminate one of them, so our position remains concealed. Let us depart. This battlefield is a space constructed by the powers of both realms, and within it, we are safe. We shall return to observe in due time. Understood. With that, both figures vanished from sight. Suddenly, Bai Jin's eyes sparkled. He turned towards the girl who sat nearby. Gu Qingkai was taken aback, quickly straightening her posture into a defensive stance. However, upon seeing the expression in Bai Jin's eyes, she relaxed, recognizing it was not directed at her with any ill intent. Qingkai, I have conceived a plan to break the deadlock. Would you assist me in assessing its feasibility? Bai Jin asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Gu Qingkai, surprised, opened her mouth in astonishment before nodding vigorously. Bai Jin, do share your thoughts. Bai Jin activated the soundproofing and silence arrays of this spatial layer. He considered the possibility that the Void Demon clan might understand lip reading and promptly closed all curtains. Thus, what he was about to say would remain concealed from prying eyes. Gu Qingkai felt a flicker of tension, although Bai Jin's gaze was not aimed at her. The complete closure of the curtains made her apprehensive. Bai Jin shifted his single sofa closer, and Gu Qingkai found herself less tense. Reassured by the fact that he was seated, rendering any ill intentions improbable. Qingkai, do you know about my battle situation in the first decisive battleground? He inquired. Gu Qingkai nodded. I am aware. Team leader Han Shui had me review all relevant materials. Excellent. That makes my explanation much easier. Qingkai, this time the Void Demon clan has dispatched over 1 million strong, encompassing various types of combat prowess, leaving no stone unturned. Their mages can cast spells and shifts, enveloping our safe zone. If this evolves into a war of attrition, it may last far longer than we anticipate. Perhaps we can hold out for a year or two. But what if it stretches to decades? We cannot simply endure endless attrition, Bai Jin expressed. Gu Qingkai slightly nodded. That is indeed the case, if it comes to that. Withdrawing would be understandable, as team leader Han Shui mentioned before we entered. Qingkai, I am contemplating whether, if I propose to engage them in battle, but only if they first allow us to exit. Do you think they would acquiesce? Bai Jin asked. Please answer me first. Absolutely, they would agree. If they could eliminate us, it would yield them significant benefits. Our corpses, especially those of exceptionally talented individuals, would be deemed invaluable treasures. Gu Qingkai asserted confidently. Then, Qingkai, these void demons are all of first-tier strength, and this battleground space extends an impressive 50 kilometers in height. First-tier beings simply cannot strike at such altitudes, correct? Bai Jin inquired earnestly. Gu Qingkai's eyes lit up as she affirmed. Not just first-tier, even second and third tiers cannot reach such heights. Then, if we were to exit and engage the void demons in aerial guerrilla warfare? Bai Jin proposed. We? Guerrilla warfare? Gu Qingkai was astonished, then began to contemplate the idea seriously. Bai Jin, if that is the case, it does possess a degree of feasibility. However, certain scenarios may arise. For instance, the bulk of the void demon forces might continue to encircle the perimeter of the safe zone, adopting a defensive posture. With your flying demon's capabilities, you would struggle to disrupt such a formidable defensive configuration. Thus, we would merely be able to conduct combat harassment. However, losing the protection of the safe zone would jeopardize our security, and we would no longer be able to exit this battleground space with ease. This is precisely why team leader Han Shui did not propose a guerrilla strategy for you. Gu Qingkai analyzed calmly. Bai Jin nodded. Qingkai, I have considered what you mentioned. Yet rather than languishing in an uncertain war of attrition, I would prefer to engage in battle. They currently possess sufficient gravity mages and slowdown mages to control this area, with minimal first-tier attrition. If we initiate relentless harassment, it would compel their main forces to adopt a comprehensive defensive stance, thereby exponentially increasing their attrition. Gu Qingkai resumed her serious contemplation. After a long pause, she turned to Bai Jin. Your flying demon possesses remarkable speed. We could use it as a mount, ensuring our safety while soaring through the skies, even if the void demons deploy flying units to pursue us. I am aware of the circumstances you faced in the first battle. Their numbers, though vast, lack the capacity to encircle us at such extreme altitudes. This augments our odds of success, although there are still various drawbacks. Nonetheless, I believe we can pursue this course. However, we must approach this from 2 angles. The safe zone must also attract a portion of their strength. Thus, we can summon them for a meeting to discuss the forthcoming battle strategy. What do you think? Gu Qingkai inquired with composure. Bai Jin regarded the calm and composed girl before him. Beneath her delicate and tranquil exterior lay a decisive spirit. It was worth noting that she had been dispatched by the Super God Academy merely to keep him company and alleviate his boredom. Very well, I shall contact them. Bai Jin first dialed the phone for Hao Jian on the 2nd level. Brother Hao, come down for a meeting. We have a new battle plan. There was no immediate response, but the mechanism above shifted, and Hao Jian, donned in a mask and gear, descended, signaling that he had activated the mechanism for Yang Wei to come down. Bai Jin nodded, then established a communication link with the top tier. Away. It's nothing to worry about. Young people often start off this way. Under the guidance of a mentor, you'll improve with time. Aunt Shifen, you are so kind. Stay strong. If your husband is gone, remarry. If your son is lost, have another. With my heavenly level talent, our child will undoubtedly be a prodigy. Yes, away. Please refrain from calling me aunt. Just call me Shifen. I, in fact, have a rather youthful mindset. Shifen, you needn't call me away either. Refer to me as Wei Go, and I shall ensure your future happiness. Chapter 125. That fragrant breath. Bai Jin was left utterly stunned. Gu Qingkai wore an expression of bewilderment. As for Hao Jian, his expression was utterly absurd. Beneath the mask, his mouth was agape, clearly engaged in conversation. However, due to the sound-absorbing enchantment of the mask, no sound emerged. Brother Hao, why don't you call him down? Bai Jin handed over the phone, and in an instant, Hao Jian yanked off his mask. Yang Wei, you wretched brat. What the hell are you doing here, meddling with the Void Demon clan? You scoundrel. There's a matter of great importance to discuss. Can't you rein in your vile thoughts and hurry down for the meeting? Otherwise, I swear I'll make you regret it. Bai Jin's head throbbed, and Gu Qingkai's eyes twitched in response. After venting, Hao Jian seemed considerably more at ease. Brother Bai, forgive me, but this brat only understands the gravity of the situation when scolded, Hao Jian said apologetically, then reached for his mask once more. Creak, creak. Yang Wei descended with a face full of resentment, while Ms. Zheng Shifen did not follow, likely aware of the need to avoid confrontation. Observing the red mark on Yang Wei's neck, Bai Jin thought to himself that this fellow was indeed bold. They had only met briefly, and he was already in such a state. However, given Yang Wei's celestial level talent, it was highly probable that Ms. Zheng Shifen had not resisted at all, and was likely quite proactive. Wang Gang, your mother is willing. She should find happiness in the future. If your mother truly marries Yang Wei, you and teacher Li Ying's unborn child will have a formidable grandfather as a protector, Bai Jin mused inwardly, then retrieved a set of tables and chairs for everyone to sit. Subsequently, he recounted the new battle strategy he had just discussed with Gu Qingkai. Hao Jian removed his mask once more, inhaling deeply twice before speaking. Brother Bai, are you trying to court death with such a plan? A surge of anger flared within Bai Jin, but dissipated quickly. He sensed the iron-blooded war bull kings in the summoning space slipping into a mild state of fury. In fact, within Bai Jin's perception, the energy flow within the iron-blooded war bull kings accelerated, triggering the effect of their innate ability, Blood Surge. Blood Surge, mystical grade. Effect, semi-passive effect. When the iron-blooded war bull kings are excited or agitated, their internal energy flow accelerates significantly, greatly enhancing their strength. This was the first time Bai Jin had witnessed the activation of this talent, since the iron-blooded war bull kings were energy summons without a soul consciousness. Bai Jin had previously thought this talent would never trigger. It appeared that a strong emotional fluctuation on his part would transfer to the iron-blooded war bull kings, thereby activating this talent. Truly a terrifying celestial grade talent. It was only after my anger that it triggered the absolute replacement skill. Hao Jian's words were not malicious, which is why it didn't activate initially, but my inexplicable anger later led to the passive activation of the absolute replacement talent. Bai Jin analyzed this in an instant. Observing Yang Wei, who clenched his fists in barely concealed anger, Bai Jin was somewhat astonished by Gu Qingkai's demeanor. Although the girl appeared serious, he did not detect a hint of anger in her expression. Bai Jin then recounted the relevant details again, and ultimately, Hao Jian nodded in agreement. He took out paper and a pen, swiftly writing a message. Brother Bai, if you insist on this course, I shall lend my support. I do not require the magical potions and supplies we received upon entry. A bit of meat essence pill will suffice for me. The rest I will give to you, thus prolonging your endurance. However, if possible, I would like to accompany you. Bai Jin presented the note to Gu Qingkai, who began to ponder seriously. Bai Jin, leaving Hao Jian's talent in the safe zone holds little significance. We can manage here entirely. If the Void Demon clan deploys their airborne forces to hunt us down, having Hao Jian will force them to maintain silence or calming spells, which would restrict them and provide us with greater tactical options. Bai Jin nodded. Brother Hao, then we shall go together. Hao Jian, without hesitation, swiftly retrieved various supplies from his storage equipment, while Bai Jin quickly collected them. Yang Wei, feeling somewhat dejected, finally nodded. Brother Bai, I initially intended for us to take turns summoning creatures to maintain a state of battle, but since you have decided this, I shall also support it. However, I need a substantial number of summoned creatures, so I will not provide you with supplies. Bai Jin nodded. With Hao Jian's contribution, he could sustain himself for a decade or 8 years without issue. Even in the outside world, his magical recovery would not be hindered, as long as he had the willpower to endure. After the discussion concluded, Bai Jin turned to Gu Qingkai. Qingkai, you should be aware of my situation. My safety outside exceeds yours by far. Are you certain? Bai Jin asked in a solemn tone. Gu Qingkai smiled softly. Bai Jin, your endeavor is equally perilous. My role is to remain vigilant while you rest. We are in the same predicament. If I were to be killed, the Void Demon clan would relentlessly pursue you, and eventually, you would not be able to endure. Therefore, do take care to protect me. This softly spoken girl suddenly displayed a playful demeanor. All right, rest assured. I will keep you safe. After Bai Jin spoke, he turned to Hao Jian, who nodded gravely. As men, there was no need for further words. Hao Jian then turned to Yang Wei, whose mouth moved behind the mask in a series of motions, and after a moment, he produced an array-like object. Brother Bai, this is a special reward we received upon entering the celestial level class. With this protective array disc, when subjected to impacts beyond your capacity, it will automatically trigger a protective barrier of royal grade strength, reaching the 5th tier. This item is single use. Please, be cautious, and if it remains unused, it must be returned to me, as it is exceedingly difficult to create, Yang Wei said reluctantly. As Bai Jin had suspected, a celestial grade talent student undoubtedly possessed hidden cards. Bai Jin quickly reached out, and after a couple of tugs, Yang Wei grit his teeth and released it. Thank you. We are risking everything for the victory in this decisive battle. You can request another from the Super Divine Academy later. Qingkai, I will ensure the flying demons keep away from the Void Demon clan, while you observe the battlefield and provide tactical advice. Bai Jin handed the array disc to Gu Qingkai, who smiled and accepted it, placing it in her pocket. I understand your situation, so I won't be polite. Turning around, Bai Jin pulled aside the curtain and opened the glass door, then looked out at the three-headed, six-armed Void Demon clan leader with a vertical eye. I wish to step out and engage in battle with you. Might you consider retreating 50 kilometers first? Bai Jin directly inquired. The three-headed, six-armed Void Demon clan leader's faces twitched, and then the head with the vertical eye nodded. Human, your courage is commendable. You have earned the right to know my name. Remember, I am the War Emperor of the Void Demon clan, King Kong. A buzzing sound followed, causing Bai Jin and the others to exchange bewildered glances. King Kong. As in a gorilla? Chapter 126. The War of Attrition begins. King Kong, then you may withdraw. With a commanding gesture from King Kong, the Void Demon army swiftly organized into a defensive formation and began their retreat. After a span of half an hour, a flying beast returned from the sky, summoned by Yang Wei from another realm. Brother Bai, the Void Demons have retreated 50 kilometers away. According to the observations of this summoned creature, they do not appear to have set an ambush, Yang Wei stated. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement. And soon 5 six-winged flying demons darted out in different directions to confirm the situation. Gu Qingkai approached Bai Jin and remarked, Bai Jin, you previously demonstrated aerial combat superiority before the Void Demons. They are likely to be prepared this time and may possess countermeasures. She continued. There are probably 2 types of strategies they could employ. The first is to establish a vast no-fly zone, although the likelihood of this is minimal, as the Void Demons lack the strength to control such an expansive battlefield. The second, and more probable scenario, is that among the million Void Demons, there may be elite squads capable of ascending to battle you, even with the potential to withstand your concentrated aerial assaults for a brief period. They may not be able to defeat you, but will relentlessly pursue you until you are utterly exhausted. The girl concluded with a serious expression. Bai Jin took a deep breath and replied, I understand. They cannot dominate a space 100 kilometers wide and 50 kilometers high, so our safety should not be compromised. As for the ground forces, even if a million Void Demons advance in formation, they cannot fully secure their position. If they divide their troops, it will only provide us the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. Gu Qingkai nodded earnestly. Indeed, in this world, nothing can be predicted with certainty. One must possess a spirit of adventure. If we are prepared, then let us set forth. The girl expressed her approval. Let us go. The 3 six-winged flying demon commanders appeared beside them. Bai Jin pointed to the empty backpacks behind the flying demons, and Hao Jian and Gu Qingkai gracefully jumped into separate packs. These packs were designed to carry 26-meter-long javelins, with an internal height of 1.80 meters. The two adjusted their belongings beneath them to ensure a clearer view. With a swift motion, the 6-winged flying demon commander ascended rapidly, and Bai Jin spotted the Void Demons still in a defensive posture at a great distance. We must distance ourselves from this area, under Bai Jin's guidance. They quickly flew towards the opposite side. The space near the safety zone was too confined, rendering them vulnerable to targeted strikes. Defensive mages, gravity mages, slowdown mages, quickly proceed to the human safety zone to establish a no-fly area. A multitude of mages formed teams and hurried towards the safety zone in the ninth domain. Bai Jin watched the formidable defensive shields erected by the mages and ultimately abandoned the idea of sending the six-winged flying demon commander to attack. Energy javelins. Maintain harassment. Boom. Boom. Energy javelins continuously emerged from the sharp claws of the 8 six-winged flying demon commanders, swiftly closing in for projection, only to quickly ascend out of the void demon's range of attack. The void demons, having anticipated this, easily thwarted the repeated assaults of the six-winged flying demon commander under the protection of their massive defensive shields. Charge. Moo. 10 iron blood warbolls charged towards the void demons. Each one spaced a kilometer apart. Establish a gravity field. Attempt concentrated attacks. As the void demons command team issued orders, vast areas of gravity fields were created, combined with various slowdown techniques, significantly reducing the speed of the iron blood warbolls. However, the iron blood warbolls were level 31 entities, corresponding to tier 3, and were among the elite of the Xian level. Thus, most slowdown methods were either ineffective or minimally effective. Clatter, clatter. A barrage of arrows, javelins, and spells rained down upon the 10 iron blood warbolls, causing only minor disturbances. In Bai Jin's perception, only a few magical attacks barely breached their defenses, inflicting no more than 100 points of damage, with most dealing single-digit harm. This was utterly negligible for the iron blood warbolls, which boasted a staggering 59,520,000 health points. After 10 seconds of frenzied concentrated fire, the Void Demons command team finally gritted their teeth and issued a ceasefire order. Construct a mud trap marsh. Numerous water and earth mages collaborated to cast spells, initiating the creation of a large-scale combined magical mud trap marsh. Change the charge direction. Moo. The 10 iron blood warbolls veered off their straight charge, approaching the Void Demon main forces at an angle. Consequently, the teams of water and earth mages had to constantly adjust their positions to continue casting. Cease the construction of the mud trap marsh. Focus on defense. Encircle the human safety zone. The Void Demons ceased wasting arrows and spells, swiftly advancing towards the safety zone in the 9th domain, bearing immense defensive shields. Thud, thud. The Iron Blood War Bulls launched brutal charges, repeatedly slamming into the Void Demons' defensive shields. Although no damage was inflicted, the Void Demons were continuously expending energy to maintain their defenses. This was the aim of a war of attrition. Bai Jin, the Void Demons will undoubtedly set up camp outside our safety zone, and then construct extensive mud trap areas. Do you have any subsequent plans to exhaust their strength? Gu Qingkai inquired softly. Bai Jin pointed towards the Void Demons. When the time comes, I will have the 10 six-winged flying demon commanders continuously bombard with javelins from various directions, forcing the Void Demons to maintain their massive defensive shields over a wide area. As for the mud trap area outside, I will also dispatch the bull warriors to keep entering, compelling them to maintain a sufficiently wide and deep mud trap marsh, thereby perpetually exhausting their resources. Bai Jin articulated. Gu Qingkai smiled and nodded. That sounds feasible. Regarding the flying demons, I have a small suggestion. You could occasionally launch a runic javelin, which would require them to sustain a higher intensity of the giant shield, thus accelerating their depletion. Accepting the girl's proposal, Bai Jin nodded in agreement, possessing over 1 million runic javelins, ample for extended use. The six-winged flying demon commander's energy javelin launches would deplete their energy reserves, exhausting them after firing 704 javelins. However, Bai Jin only needed to recall these energy-depleted six-winged flying demon commanders into the summoning space, where their energy would swiftly replenish, allowing them to return to battle in no time. Furthermore, the Berserk Woodpecker could also be deployed. Chapter 127, The Decapitation Unit. This time, the Void Demons had devised countermeasures against the Woodpecker, employing vines and energy tentacles to bind it. Nevertheless, Bai Jin could repeatedly cancel and resummon, forcing a portion of the Void Demons mages to remain on constant alert. Meanwhile, in the safety zone, Ms. Zheng Shufin gently embraced Yang Wei from behind, occasionally feeding him fruit. Yang Wei, brimming with confidence, conjured a series of summoning circles, allowing various types of summoned creatures to rush forth from multiple angles. Limited by his own strength, he could only summon Tier 1 entities. However, the quantity of his summons far exceeded that of an ordinary summoning mage. As she observed the diverse array of authentic summoned creatures conjured by the diminutive man before her, Ms. Zheng Shifin's eyes sparkled with admiration. However, she did not cause any disturbances. She only offered rewards after Yang Wei had completed his summons. This thoughtfulness and understanding made Yang Wei increasingly satisfied with Ms. Zheng Shifin. My dear Shifin, what a coincidence that you and Bai Jin, as well as Lu Ruyan, hail from the same base city, Yang Wei remarked. as he turned to accept the purple grape that Ms. Zhang had offered. Shifin nodded. Indeed, Wei Gu, but I truly do not have Aunt Bai Jin's contact information. I was merely an ordinary language teacher before, while Aunt Bai Jin is part of the Valkyrie battle group. I never had the privilege to interact with her. Yang Wei nodded. No worries. Now that you are with me, once I grow stronger, you will become someone whom Aunt Bai Jin looks up to. Yes, yes, my lord. Have another grape, Zhang Shifeng said, her eyes brimming with desire and anticipation. Yang Wei's summons were continuously vanquished, yet he summoned more without any delay due to Ms. Zhang's presence. Establish a no-fly zone centered around the human safety zone. In the surrounding areas of the main force, create a large-scale mud trap. Defense mages. Regroup and alternate casting defensive spells. The decapitation squad. Swiftly utilize resources to enhance our strength. Recovery units. Provide support in batches. The Void Demon clan meticulously commenced their actions. With a militaristic approach, they adeptly countered the offensives from both Bai Jin and Yang Wei with the most appropriate resource expenditure. Regarding Yang Wei's summons, the Void Demon clan no longer paid them much heed. Once the no-fly zone was established, those summoned creatures could hardly move. Yang Wei was unfazed. As long as there were summons deployed, the Void Demon clan had to maintain a certain intensity of the no-fly zone, thus diverting some of their forces to this front, effectively alleviating some pressure on Bai Jin's side. After an hour, the main force of the Void Demon clan finally established the most suitable defensive formation. Looking far into the sky at Bai Jin and her companions, King Kong's lips curled into a cruel smile. Let you revel for a few days. Once our decapitation squad breaks through, you will realize how ridiculous and pitiful your departure from the safety zone was. One by one, items imbued with high-quality energy were taken out as King Kong and his fellow Void Demons indulged in eating and drinking, while many items were applied externally. As time passed, the strength of these Void Demons steadily increased. Bai Jin, those individuals are regaining their strength. We may have to face their pursuit soon, Gu Qingkai whispered. Bai Jin nodded. This was something I anticipated. I already have some ideas, as long as they dare to pursue us. Qingkai, if we calculate based on health points, how much health do the Void Demons have at each tier? Gu Qingkai nodded. The vitality of Void Demons is far superior to that of our human race at the same tier. A typical first-tier Void Demon has health ranging from 10,000 to 30,000, while our human average is around 2 to 3,000 points. They surpass us by several folds. For second-tier Void Demons, their health falls between 50,000 and 100,000, while third-tier ones are significantly higher, around 300,000 to 1 million. As for the fourth tier, which is the royal level, it cannot be precisely assessed, but it surely exceeds 1 million. The fifth tier is unpredictable, but there is no need for concern. That fifth-tier Void Demon cannot restore its fifth-tier strength. And those whose powers have been severed will also struggle to return to their peak state, Gu Qingkai elucidated. Bai Jin felt even more confident now. Qingkai, so even if the Void Demons pursue us, I would only be facing second-tier and third-tier combatants, right? Gu Qingkai affirmed, this time. The main force of the Void Demons has only sent 1 fifth-tier and 3 fourth-tier. Even with the best resources, they are unlikely to reach fourth-tier strength. Moreover, they are the commanders, and it is possible that 1 or 2 may leave the defensive area. They cannot all engage in battle. All right, then I am confident. If a battle ensues later, Qingkai, just watch from a distance, Bai Jin declared with unwavering confidence. Gu Qingkai looked on with curiosity, but refrained from asking further. Bai Jin's mana recovery rate had reached an impressive 36,500 points per second, keeping his mana perpetually full for the next 3 consecutive days. His 10 six-winged flying demon commanders relentlessly bombarded the Void Demon's defensive array, while waves of defensive mages from the Void Demon side took turns casting spells, successfully maintaining an impenetrable defense. As of now, neither side had suffered any fatalities in combat. Boom. King Kong suddenly opened his eyes wide, a powerful aura emanating from him as he stood up forcefully. Peak third-tier strength. I have reached my limit, he exclaimed. Everyone, are you fully recovered? King Kong addressed the over 1,000 clan members surrounding him. My lord, we are fully recovered. Please give the command. A group of Void Demons responded with fervor. King Kong laughed heartily, then turned to 3 other clan members who had also regained their third-tier strength. It is time to witness the prowess of this human summoner. You continue to command. I will lead the decapitation squad to take his life. King Kong commanded gravely. The 3 three-headed, 6-armed Void Demons nodded in agreement. Understanding that the opponent was a tier above them, in the Void Demon culture, strength equated to everything. Decapitation squad. Assemble and depart. Yes. Chapter 128. Here, a battle of life and death. 3 large metallic platforms, each exceeding 500 square meters, were assembled, and a multitude of Void Demons boarded the platforms in an orderly fashion. Boom. The The seemingly robust defensive array activated, and the three large flying platforms swiftly ascended, positioning themselves at angles to encircle Bai Jin. Each flying platform held over 500 void demons, each exuding formidable energy, all surpassing the first tier. Retreat. With a thought, Bai Jin commanded his 10 six-winged flying demon commanders to swiftly distance themselves from the void demon formation. King Kong's lips curled into a cruel smile. Human, why are you retreating? Didn't you enjoy bombarding us these past few days? His mocking voice rang out, and Bai Jin chuckled lightly. King Kong, you think a few flying platforms can surround and kill me? King Kong laughed heartily. Your flying summons are too fast. We have deliberated multiple times and found no effective countermeasures. However, we do not need to catch up to kill you. We merely need to pursue relentlessly. And you will tire yourself out while we can rotate and rest. Let us see how long you can endure. You brought them along, likely hoping they would assist you while you rested. Unfortunately, we will not grant you such an opportunity. Bringing a couple more companions only means you will expend more energy managing them. You wouldn't allow them to be slaughtered by us, would you? Bai Jin's expression grew serious as the Void Demon clan laid bare their intentions, clearly confident of their victory. Concentrate fire. Boom, boom, boom. 8 six-winged flying demon commanders unleashed a barrage of attacks on one of the flying platforms, employing numerous rune javelins. An endless conflagration and ice storm erupted simultaneously, compounded by the area-wide slow effect of the javelins, enveloping the targeted flying platform in flames and ice explosions. The mighty Titan smirked disdainfully. There is no need to employ such tactics. How could we possibly pursue without countermeasures? Indeed, moments later, the assaulted flying platform gradually emerged from that region, its speed rapidly increasing once it exited the sluggish zone. Despite enduring such a concentrated barrage, the flying platform remained unscathed, and the Void Demon clan members within showed no signs of weakness. Hao Jian removed his mask, but before he could utter a word, the Void Demons on the 3 large flying platforms swiftly cast their spells, rendering Hao Jian's voice ineffective. A smirk of contempt played on the Titan's lips. In this relentless pursuit, both sides found themselves at an impasse. However, challenges also loomed for Bai Jin. His 6-winged flying demon commander far surpassed the speed of the enemy's flying platforms, yet as a creature summoned from the void, it was solely under Bai Jin's command, leaving him without any opportunity for effective rest. Qing Xi, do you think if I challenge this Titan, he would accept? Gu Qing Xi furrowed her brows slightly. Bai Jin, that depends on the manner in which you propose your challenge. The opponent will certainly assess the risks. For the Void Demons are not a foolish race. Bai Jin turned to face the Titan. Titan, this chase is utterly tedious. Why not engage in a life-and-death battle between us? Bai Jin's voice echoed out, and the Titan grinned broadly. Are we to follow the format of your last duel with our final warrior? You won't use summon creatures? Indeed. In our contest, your other kin shall retreat a distance, and I shall not employ any summoned beings. The Titan laughed heartily. Human, you deceived my kin in your previous battle, yet your final duel was honorable. Thus, I shall extend my trust to you this once. Let us fight upon the ground, with the others keeping their distance. What say you? The Titan raised his hand, and instantly, the 3 flying platforms ceased their pursuit. Bai Jin turned back, just in time to catch Gu Qing Xi's gaze. Bai Jin, do not trust the Titan's words. He likely aims to close the distance and restrain you, after which the other Void Demons will swarm. This is a ruse, Gu Qing Xi warned gravely. Is this Titan not of the 4th-tier strength? Bai Jin inquired. Gu Qing Xi shook her head affirmatively. He was once a 5th-tier monarch. Yet he has severed most of his power to enter this battleground. Such a severance is no trivial matter. It equates to sacrificing one's potential, innate talents, and lifespan. Even if these weakened Void Demons return to their realm, they will be far diminished. Moreover, ascending to the 4th tier is no easy feat, to put it plainly. Even our practitioners in the 9th domain require an extensive amount of time to achieve the 4th-tier king level, and for the Void Demons, the time required is even greater. This Titan's current strength should be at the 3rd-tier warrior level. He may never have the opportunity to ascend to the 4th tier again, and his former 5th-tier status is a realm he can no longer reach. Bai Jin nodded. Since he is at most a 3rd tier, and Mentor Lei Hong is also 3rd tier, I wonder how they compare. Gu Qing Xi contemplated seriously. I have researched Mentor Lei Hong as well. He has been reclusive for over a decade. Although he remains at the 3rd-tier limit, he possesses certain shortcomings compared to the current 3rd-tier limits. However, his innate talent is exceptional. If he were to unleash his full combat prowess, he would still be a formidable opponent among the 3rd tiers. The reason he is assigned as a mentor at the Super God Academy may be to rekindle his fighting spirit. If Mentor Lei Hong were to engage this current 3rd-tier Titan, I cannot ascertain the Titan's unique abilities, but at the very least, Mentor Lei Hong would not be defeated. Bai Jin's curiosity piqued. This void demon with 3 heads and 6 arms possesses a natural advantage in form, yet you assert that Mentor Lei Hong would not succumb? Are you suggesting it would either be a drawn-out battle or a potential victory? Gu Qing Ci nodded. Bai Jin, when our practitioners combat beings from other realms, injury only results in the loss of vitality. We do not suffer the debilitating effects of bodily harm. However, if a void demon is wounded, it directly impacts their combat effectiveness. This is a capability that countless beings from other realms covet in our 9th domain practitioners. Bai Jin nodded. I understand now. I am no longer concerned. Qing Ci. Shortly, I will instruct the flying demon beneath you to maintain a distance of no less than 3 kilometers from those 3 flying platforms, ensuring it does not descend below that altitude. Very well, Bai Jin, do take care. Gu Qing Ci gently admonished. Bai Jin slowly turned back, fixing his gaze upon the Titan. Here and now, we shall determine our fates. Boom. Bai Jin, with the assistance of the 6-winged flying demon commander, descended to the ground. The Titan's 3 eyes glimmered with intensity as he waved his hand, causing the flying platforms to rapidly descend. Thud! The platforms landed heavily upon the earth, and the Titan gestured once more, prompting the 3 platforms to withdraw a distance and observe. Human, your courage is commendable. You have earned the right for me to know your name. The Titan proclaimed in a tone that suggested he was bestowing a favor upon Bai Jin. Esteemed Titan, my name may sound peculiar. I would prefer you not to learn it. Bai Jin feigned reluctance. The Titan laughed heartily. What does it matter? A name is merely a designation. It bears no real significance. Speak it, human. With a reluctant nod, Bai Jin confessed, my name is Yi. Grandfather? The Titan was taken aback. Chapter 129, Grandfather. Foolish grandfather. Bai Jin hastily shook his head. It is pronounced that way, but it does not carry the meaning you assume. Hence, I seldom share my name. Listening to Bai Jin's embarrassed tone, the Titan slowly nodded. That name is indeed odd, but it seems I have captured you. In an instant, the Titan's figure vanished from proximity, his body contorting as 6 slender, yet undeniably powerful arms seized Bai Jin with an iron grip. Surround him. Boom. The 3 flying platforms surged forth at blinding speed, rapidly descending in a triangular formation around Bai Jin and the Titan. High above, Gu Qing Ci's expression grew grave, yet the strangeness of the situation eased her tension, replaced by a flicker of anticipation. Boom, boom. The 9-headed 6-winged flying demon commander relentlessly hurled energy javelins at the Titan. The Titan's 3 heads displayed cruel grins as his 6 arms strained to hoist Bai Jin as a shield. The Titan was somewhat bewildered, despite his current 3rd-tier strength. His opponent was merely 1st tier, yet his 6 arms struggled to budge Bai Jin even slightly. The Titan's muscles bulged with a dark hue as he unleashed all his might. What is happening? In his confusion, the Titan swiftly turned to dodge the barrage of energy javelins, yet his 4 arms still clung tightly to Bai Jin. The other 2 arms retrieved shields from his back, successfully deflecting the incoming javelins. Boom. The 3 flying platforms finally touched down, constructing a large defensive magic array that enveloped the vessels to prevent destruction. Within, an intricate gravity field was established, prepared to restrain his colossal summoned beast. The binding mages readied themselves. Should he summon a creature capable of retaliatory power, they would seize control immediately. The energy mage siphoned the energy from this space, preventing him from regaining his strength. A silent domain was established on the periphery to shield against that foul-mouthed disturbance. A series of 5 commands were issued, and the 3 heads of the Vajra burst into raucous laughter. Grandfather, foolish grandfather, had you summoned forth the mighty giant bull at the very onset, I might have considered retreating. Or, if you had commanded your flying summons to elevate us into the skies, I would have had no choice but to engage in battle. But what have you done, grandfather? You stood there, foolishly motionless. Have you been paralyzed by fear? Ha ha. Ah ha. The Vajra could not contain his mirth. You must be the most gifted summoner of the human race. With you, I may not only avoid the clutches of death, but perhaps even ascend to greater heights. Daring to exploit this esteemed presence with a false name, I shall indulge your whims, and you will compensate me with everything you possess. The Vajra's expression turned exceedingly sinister. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, the 9-headed, 6-winged demon commander relentlessly bombarded the towering protective shield from every angle, while a cadre of mages exerted their utmost to maintain it. Moo. Surrounding Bai Jin were 10 formidable, iron-blooded war bull kings. Foolish grandfather, do you believe we are still the 1st-tier weaklings we were when we entered the battlefield? Let me inform you. We are all at least 2nd tier, with gravity and control spells combined. Subduing a powerful 1st-tier summon like yours is more than sufficient. Your little scheme has failed. Your summon may be strong, and you might even possess a damage transfer ability, but so what? In this small space drained of energy, you cannot restore your strength. We will continuously slay your summons, and with your arms bound, you cannot use items to regain power. Once your internal energy is depleted, your demise is inevitable. Everything you possess is entirely within our grasp. The Vajra clenched his fist, preparing to strike fiercely at Bai Jin, whom he had captured. The war roar of kings. Moo, moo. The 10 third-tier level iron-blooded war bull kings unleashed their war roar within the confines of the protective shield, amplifying its power manifold. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bursts of blood erupted, enveloping the space in a dense mist of blood intermingled with flesh fragments. Alas, what a waste, Bai Jin lamented. Yet fragments can be refined. As the void demons perished, an endless soft glow emerged, subsequently enveloping these remnants, binding even the blood mist to the ground. Oh, is it possible to do this? Bai Jin was pleasantly surprised, then turned to the incredulous yet still gripping Vajra. Grandfather, how could your summons possess such power? The Vajra's lips trembled, still unable to believe the sight before him. I was far too conservative. Bai Jin reflected. What? What do you mean by conservative? The Vajra asked, utterly perplexed, glancing down at Bai Jin. Your attire is similar to that of other humans. How is it conservative? Bai Jin's lips twitched. This being was a 5th-tier void demon who had lost his cultivation. If he were to be reduced to fragments, it would be an utter waste. It would be best to leave him intact. Moo. 2 iron-blooded war bull kings turned to face each other, their heads colliding, trapping the unyielding Vajra in between. Bai Jin then slowly retreated. No matter how much the Vajra exerted himself, Bai Jin effortlessly broke free. Impossible? Impossible? How could you possess such divine strength? Impossible? Impossible? The Vajra found himself ensnared in a state of utter disbelief. Bai Jin's lips curled slightly beneath his mask. Though he could not escape the power suppression from his younger sister, Lu Ruyan, that was because absolute replacement had not activated. The Vajra's strength undoubtedly surpassed his. Yet as long as he struggled, the opponent would slightly adjust their strength, transferring that force to the 130 iron-blooded war bull kings to bear. The Vajra might be immensely powerful, but how could he contend with 133rd-tier apex iron-blooded war bull kings? Ha! The Vajra suddenly burst into laughter. Grandfather, when your giant bulls slaughtered so many of my kin, I knew death was unavoidable. However, I am a 5th-tier being. Could you grant me the clarity of my demise? What manner of existence are you? Or what extraordinary talent do you possess? The Vajra suddenly fixed his gaze on Bai Jin, questioning him intently. Bai Jin, who had initially prepared to summon the rampaging woodpecker to attack the Vajra, halted his incantation. The woodpecker's retaliation had already been revealed. The absolute damage it could inflict was even more terrifying, and this battleground would undoubtedly be scrutinized by the outside world. He resolved to conceal his prowess. Swish! The shock staff materialized, and Bai Jin gripped it in his right hand, thrusting it with great force. Let me die? The Vajra trembled, the shockwave dispersing all his strength, even interrupting his speech. Stab! 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 The shock staff transformed into a blur, rapidly piercing various parts of the Vajra's body, keeping him in a state of tremor. Unable to utter a word. For a full minute, Bai Jin thrust over 5,000 times, and the Vajra finally approached the end of his life. Be a fool. Bai Jin spoke, as the Vajra's eyes brimmed with unwillingness, yet Bai Jin's onslaught showed no signs of halting, leaving him unable to utter a single harsh word. A faint white glow appeared on the ground, enveloping the Vajra's entire corpse. 5th-tier royal level 3-headed, 6-armed void demon powerhouse, the Vajra, has perished. Chapter 130, Unparalleled Carnage. Bai Jin conducted a simple disassembly of the 3 intact flying platforms, subsequently stowing them away. Whoosh! He soared into the skies. Meeting Gu Qinkai's gaze, the girl smiled faintly, seemingly relieved. Bai Jin also wore a smile. This girl was remarkably astute, grasping his thoughts with just a look, a trait that could rival that of his younger sister and aunt. Qinkai, from the battle just now, I have come to understand one thing. Perhaps I have been overly conservative. At the 1st-tier level, I would not sustain any harm. Bai Jin spoke softly. Gu Qinkai furrowed her delicate brows, contemplating earnestly. Bai Jin, based on what I observed and my understanding of your strength, your reasoning holds merit. With absolute replacement transferring all attacks to your mighty bulls, even gravity spells would have no effect on you. Currently, the only potential constraint appears to be the mud trap zone. However, the formation of the mud trap is not instantaneous. It requires the void demons to cast spells in combination, and only after a certain duration can the terrain be altered. During this time, you could easily rush through the mud trap zone. Gu Qinkai analyzed. Bai Jin nodded. Nonetheless, their numbers are overwhelming. If they were to preemptively set up a large-scale mud trap zone while you were engaged in battle with them, it could indeed restrict your movements. Simultaneously, If they were to cast a flight restriction spell within that area, your flying demons would be unable to carry you out of that zone. This is the only method I can conceive that might limit you, Gu Qingkai stated. Observing the girl's demeanor, Bai Jin sensed a hint of mischief in her heart. Hurry and tell me, what is the countermeasure? Gu Qingkai smiled brightly. Once you step into the mire trap area, you will descend into its depths. And this falling state cannot be transferred to your wild bull. Moreover, the Void Demon clan may exert control over that region as you enter the mire trap, attempting to drag you underground. However, should that occur, you have a countermeasure. Continuously draw the surrounding muck into your life space. Yet, this method may not guarantee success, as your life space must be limited in size. Therefore, you need not make contact with the sludge at all. Simply cast some wooden planks or similar objects onto the surface of the mire trap, then leap upon them. The buoyancy will suffice to support your weight. The void demons might attack the objects you throw, but the wild bull is your fundamental skill, is it not? You can repeatedly summon the wild bull to land upon the surface of the mire trap, then jump from the wild bull. In this manner, you can continually approach the void demons. They cannot endlessly create mire traps. After just a few pursuits, when the slaughter begins, the void demons will face utter defeat. Gu Qingkai spoke with conviction. Bai Jin gave a thumbs up in response. The decisive battle had commenced. Whoosh! The six-winged flying demon commander soared rapidly towards the safety zone of the 9th domain, over 100 kilometers away, accompanied by 3 others. Upon their arrival, the countless void demons surrounding the safety zone swiftly turned their gaze towards them. Humans, you dare to venture here? You are courting death. The ban on flying was intensified. This human must be fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the Diamond Sovereign, seeking refuge in the safety zone. Decapitation Squad, reserves. Strengthen your powers and ascend quickly to coordinate a pincer attack with the Diamond Sovereign. Human, perish in the endless terror of being hunted, shouted the 3 commanding figures below. Bai Jin chuckled. They had just been battling over 100 kilometers away, and it was evident that no scouts had been dispatched here, leaving them utterly ignorant of the true circumstances. Charge! Bai Jin was propelled towards the safety zone by the 6-winged flying demon commander, much to the delight of the void demons. It seemed as if they had flown awry. As Bai Jin and the 6-winged flying demon commander ascended above the protective shield of the vast void demon army. At this moment, the 3 void demon commanders were astonished, their 6 eyes gleaming with excitement. Gravity mages, pull him into the shield. The urgency in their voices was palpable. The mages quickly responded, and a small gap appeared in the enormous protective shield, followed by a deluge of gravitational pulls, gravity amplification, and binding spells crashing down upon Bai Jin and the 6-winged flying demon commander. Bai Jin remained unaffected, yet the 6-winged flying demon commander, descending below, inadvertently drew Bai Jin into the shield behind him. Success! The 3 void demon commanders rejoiced. Apply full suppression. Do not allow him any chance to resist. Countless spells converged around Bai Jin, creating an unprecedentedly potent anti-flying domain, rendering the 6-winged flying demon commander unable to fly. Whoosh! Bai Jin summoned the 6-winged flying demon commander into his summoning space, and without invoking the Iron Blood War Bull King, he charged towards the direction with the most spellcasters. What in the world is happening? Why isn't he succumbing to control? Eliminate him directly. The void demon commanders responded swiftly, and a group of seemingly formidable 6-armed, 2-headed void demons brandished various weapons to confront him. Bang! Bang! A flurry of weapons struck Bai Jin, yet they failed to impede him in the slightest. Bai Jin was but a small figure, allowing only a handful of void demons to strike him at any given time, while the majority remained out of reach. Even the rain of arrows and spells found only a minuscule portion landing upon him. In this area, due to the involvement of the void demons, various spells to impose restrictions had not been cast. Thus, 10 Iron Blood War Bull Kings emerged, unleashing their war roars, obliterating the entire region of void demons. Quickly secure that area. Construct the mire trap. Numerous spells erupted. Although the Iron Blood War Bull Kings suffered little damage, their movement was somewhat constrained. Whoosh! The 10 Iron Blood War Bull Kings were summoned into Bai Jin's space, and he exerted his legs, activating the speed and jump runes inscribed upon them, propelling himself out of that area in an instant. Another 10 war roars echoed, causing a vast expanse of void demons to explode into blood mist and debris. This sequence repeated, as in the skies above, 9 6-winged flying demon commanders, positioned at various points, frantically hurled javelins, compelling the enormous shield below to remain unyielding. Thus, chaos ensued within the ranks of the void demons. Observing this spectacle, Gu Qingkai's eyes sparkled with admiration. Perhaps, this was indeed the finest application of absolute substitution. She mused softly. Chapter 131, Yang Wei's Divine Skill. Despite the void demons employing one tactic after another against him, all were rendered ineffective upon Bai Jin, who resisted any control or damage. At all costs, concentrate fire to kill him. Once we shatter his formidable defenses, he is finished. The void demon commanders issued frantic commands, directing an onslaught of attacks towards Bai Jin's position. Yet, Bai Jin's speed was astonishing. The dense barrage of strikes instead led to the annihilation of the very void demons pursuing him. Ultimately, the three void demon commanders issued a retreat order, as over 600,000 void demons formed 6 massive formations, erecting colossal shields to keep Bai Jin at bay. The tumultuous battle resulted in nearly half of the first-tier combatants perishing on the spot, the majority tragically due to friendly fire. The void demon commanders were left seething with rage and disbelief. Tully, what do we do? The Diamond Sovereign has yet to return, and the decapitation squad is likely annihilated. One commander inquired anxiously. How should I know? What is wrong with this human? How can he withstand our attacks? This doesn't resemble the effect of protective gear. Could it be that his talent is of an exceptionally defensive nature? But why do gravity spells fail to take effect? He now has flying summons aiding him. We cannot effectively restrain him, and we are powerless to establish a large-scale anti-flying domain. If we cannot injure him, can he single-handedly engage in a war of attrition against our million-strong army? What should we do? Under the assault of his summons, we must respond with full force, leading to excessive wear on our resources. Our large army was just compelled to divide into 6 parts amidst the chaos, and with that human speed. Should we attempt to regroup, he will undoubtedly exploit the opportunity to infiltrate our protective zone. We cannot even manage to converge. The more the void demon commanders analyzed, the more terrifying the situation appeared. The fact that he sustained no damage or control was utterly unsolvable. Bai Jin clenched his fists, relishing the exhilarating sensation of battling a million-strong army single-handedly, relentlessly pursuing them, and even forcing the void demons to abandon a significant number of their kin to escape. In such a tumultuous situation, Yang Wei within the safety zone found himself engulfed in sheer shock and bewilderment. He was so overwhelmed that he could scarcely afford a thought for Ms. Zheng Shifen. The latter, equally astounded, recalled how her son Wang Gang had once mentioned that the awakening of the most charming youth at Misty Sea Base was merely an ordinary talent. Yet, how could she believe that now? However, considering that Bai Jin had entered the Super God Academy and was undertaking missions alongside the exceptionally gifted Yang Wei, she began to comprehend that Bai Jin must possess a talent of a similar caliber. The Void Demon clan was in a state of disarray, and Bai Jin was no different. With 6 colossal formations fortified by formidable shields, he found himself unable to penetrate their defenses to continue his onslaught against the Void Demons. Gazing at the ground littered with the fragmented remains of countless Void Demons, Bai Jin pondered how to break the deadlock. Meanwhile, the commanders of the Void Demons had devised a plan to converge their forces. Through hand signals, the 5 other formations, each comprising 100,000 warriors, swiftly responded. Within the larger formations, smaller shields were erected, resulting in the emergence of densely packed formations of 10,000. Subsequently, these formations began to merge sequentially with the command formation. Bai Jin was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. However, the formations only merged into the command formation from a distance far beyond his reach, leaving him unable to launch an effective attack. Ultimately, after 2 hours of consolidation, these formations coalesced into a single massive formation boasting 600,000 Void Demons. As the merging concluded, the Void Demon commanders exhaled in relief, for the mages could now take turns maintaining the gigantic shield. Thus, they transitioned into a passive defensive strategy, which also allowed for a war of attrition. In an instant, the battlefield was once again ensnared in a stalemate. Bai Jin, carried aloft by the 6-winged flying demon commander, ascended into the sky, where he regrouped with Gu Qingkai. Qingkai, the situation has reached a deadlock. Do you have any strategies to overcome it? Bai Jin inquired. The girl focused intently on the formation of the Void Demons, beginning to contemplate seriously. Bai Jin, they are already aware of your strength. It is likely they will now adopt a defensive posture within their shield, engaging in a war of attrition. For now, we have no better solution. However, you could command your summons to maintain constant aggression. This would expedite their depletion, she suggested softly. Bai Jin nodded in agreement, and with a flick of his mind, the 6-winged flying demon commander returned them to the safety zone, while the other summoned creatures continued their assault on the Void Demons. Ah, Brother Bai, congratulations on your triumphant return. Yang Wei was the first to react, his demeanor markedly different, even somewhat flattering. There was no denying it. Bai Jin's strength now far surpassed his own, and the recent scene of him single-handedly pursuing and slaughtering a million Void Demons had left him utterly astonished. Brother Yang, Brother Hao, The void demons have now retreated behind their massive shield. It seems we are indeed facing a war of attrition, and this may stretch on indefinitely. Bai Jin lamented. Hao Jian's eyes betrayed a sense of shame. His talent was somewhat unconventional, yet the void demons had countermeasures, and without the ability to transmit sound, he found himself powerless. Meanwhile, Yang Wei's gaze flickered with a peculiar intensity. Shifen, you should proceed upstairs. I need to discuss something with Brother Bai and the others. Understood. Ms. Zheng Shifen replied gently, then gracefully ascended the stairs, closing the partition behind her. Yang Wei's expression grew somewhat awkward as he steeled himself to speak. Brother Bai, I was not always like this. You know how I became this way? He asked, a hint of bitterness lacing his words. Bai Jin found himself at a loss. He hardly cared about Yang Wei's transformation. Spit it out. If you have something to say, just say it. Hao Jian interjected, removing his mask momentarily before donning it once more. Yang Wei's temples throbbed with agitation, yet he refrained from retaliating against Hao Jian. All right, Brother Bai, I will be candid. I inadvertently established a summoning contract with another world. I can summon entities from that realm. However, these beings are known as succubi, peculiar in appearance, with pointed tails. Yet, they exude an irresistible allure that ignites desires deep within me, and my desire is for a mature beauty like Ms. Zheng Shifen. Yang Wei confessed, his face flushing crimson. Bai Jin was taken aback. This fellow could summon succubi, an exceedingly rare occurrence. With scarcely a few present in the entire ninth domain, often coveted by powerful individuals. With Yang Wei's talent, he could bypass the damage associated with summoning. And if he were to market succubi, he would likely amass considerable wealth. Brother Yang, are you suggesting? Bai Jin asked gravely. Yang Wei nodded earnestly. Now that we find ourselves in a stalemate, we must break through. Otherwise, we could be at this for 10 or even 20 years. And that child will have grown up by then. With my ability, I can summon up to 91st tier succubi. Brother Bai, you have flying summons, when the time comes. Take these succubi around the void demons, and let them entice those within the massive shield. It will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. The void demons are beings of flesh and desire, and the succubi's enchanting allure transcends racial boundaries. Once they catch a glimpse, their desires will be ignited. I refuse to believe those commanders can control the desires of hundreds of thousands of void demons. As Yang Wei spoke, an odd smile crept across his face. Hao Jian appeared utterly dumbfounded, his expression reflecting sincere naivete. Meanwhile, Gu Qingkai was deep in thought, contemplating this possibility. Brother Yang, summon them. I am prepared. With a swift motion, Bai Jin retrieved the components of the previously acquired large flying platform from the void demons, and after assembling them, 3 elongated platforms, each 100 meters long and 2 meters wide, emerged. These platforms, having been assembled without spellcasters, had lost their flight capabilities. However, the 6-winged flying demon commander was capable of lifting them aloft. After testing it, the 6-winged flying demon commander divided into 3 groups, each comprising 3 members, effortlessly lifting the lengthy platforms into the air at a commendable speed. A summoning array illuminated, and a gentle chant resonated. Bai Jin felt a sudden chill. For merely hearing that sound triggered his absolute substitution skill. Subsequently, the 130 iron-blooded war bull kings within the summoning space entered a state of heightened bloodlust. The effect was slightly less potent than when Hao Jian had triggered it previously. However, when an extraordinary humanoid entity exceeding 3 meters in height materialized, the 130 iron-blooded war bull kings erupted into a fervor. Fortunately, the iron-blooded war bull kings lacked consciousness. Only the flow of energy within their bodies accelerated significantly, with no other unusual occurrences. Strictly speaking, these succubi were merely humanoid. Their appearance, hair, eyes, limbs, and bodies bore little resemblance to humans. Yet simply gazing upon them inexplicably stirred profound emotions within the heart. What on earth, Yang Wei, what kind of summons is this? Hao Jian bent down, hastily donning a noise-canceling helmet, his eyes averted in trepidation. Bai Jin gazed in surprise, noting that although Hao Jian's demeanor was somewhat peculiar, he had not succumbed to irrationality. In comparison, this state was far superior to his own. At the very least, Bai Jin found himself observing the alluring succubus intently. With a slight tilt of his head, he noticed Gu Qingkai's face had taken on a subtle flush, yet her eyes remained clear and focused, indicating she was in the best condition among those present. Yang Wei, as the summoner, had his back turned to the enchanting creature. Brother Yang, continue. With the succubus here, victory is assured, Bai Jin declared. Yang Wei nodded in response, bending slightly as he began to unleash his summoning skills. The succubus emitted a series of sounds, incomprehensible due to the language barrier. Yet, Bai Jin could sense a heightened flow of energy within the iron blood war bulls summoned, indicating that even if her words were unintelligible, The succubus's voice possessed an undeniable allure. Brother Bai, I have given the order. They will obey your commands. However, they are living beings. So you must ensure they are fed and watered regularly. I shall ascend now. Yang Wei decisively bent and made his way up the steps, swiftly disappearing from sight. Brother Bai, we are counting on you. Hao Jin followed suit, bending to ascend. Bai Jin turned his head and met Gu Qingkai's gaze. Fortunately, there was no hint of awkwardness between them. Hey, Brother Yang, how am I to communicate with them given this language barrier? Bai Jin inquired as he dialed a number, but received no response. This fellow, Bai Jin could only look towards Gu Qingkai, hoping she had some insight on the matter. Bai Jin, succubi are uniquely intelligent beings. They can perceive the emotions of other life forms and adapt accordingly to evoke the deepest desires of their targets for their amusement. Their combat prowess is also commendable, making them quite extraordinary in battle, Gu Qingkai explained. Should I simply instruct them to stand on that platform? Bai Jin asked. Gu Qingkai nodded. Allow me. I will endeavor to convey the message. The girl stepped out of the safe zone and began to communicate with the throng of first-tier succubi in various ways. After a full half hour, Gu Qingkai returned, sighing with relief. Bai Jin, the communication has been successful. However, they wish to have some delicacies first. Please provide each of them with a meat essence pill. Bai Jin retrieved 90 meat essence pills, which the succubi quickly devoured, appearing quite satisfied. Everyone, proceed to the platforms. But do be cautious, do not fall. With a gesture towards the 3 elongated platforms, the succubi swayed their hips and ascended gracefully. Upon closer observation, Bai Jin noted that the nearly 3-meter-long, whip-like tails of the succubi extended from their lower backs, swaying enticingly and displaying a sharpness that suggested they could serve as weapons. Up, the 6-winged flying demon commander exerted its power, and the 100-meter-long, 2-meter-wide platform soared into the air. The succubi immediately showcased their remarkable balance, showing no signs of tilting or toppling despite the acceleration. Seeing the succubi perform so excellently reassured Bai Jin. Go, split into 3 directions. The 3 elongated platforms flew in a triangular formation towards the Void Demon Clan's territory several kilometers away. Having just witnessed the carnage, the Void Demon Clan was too fearful to send scouts and remained huddled within their massive protective shield. Gulp, gulp. Countless frenzied swallowing sounds echoed as over 600,000 void demons widened their eyes, staring at the peculiar female beings on the platforms. The command team of the void demons, composed of at least 2-headed high-ranking beings, experienced an even greater impact as multiple heads surveyed the situation from various angles. The flying platform succubi performed, stunning the entire assembly. Everyone close your eyes. A booming voice commanded as the 3-headed, 6-armed void demon commanders frantically shouted. 60,000 void demons instinctively obeyed the order and shut their eyes. However, even with their eyes closed, visions of what they had witnessed continued to invade their minds. 91st-tier succubi were spread across the 3 elongated platforms, each striking various poses while observing the myriad changes in the throng of monsters below. As they observed, their movements and sounds evolved, amplifying their impact. Chapter 133. The outcome is decided. A portion of the void demon warriors began to turn away from the command team, opening their eyes greedily to gaze at the wondrous females in the sky. This action triggered a chain reaction, as a large number of void demons turned their backs to the command team, fixated on the succubi above. Gulp, gulp, gulp. 3 loud swallowing sounds resonated as the 3-headed, 6-armed commanders exchanged glances, then averted their gazes in unison. We're done for. We cannot cope. This was their shared sentiment. Bai Jin turned around, and Gu Qingkai did the same. The situation among the void demons began to deteriorate, yet the colossal shield remained intact, preventing any immediate strikes against them. Though the void demons were androgynous, careful observation allowed for differentiation. Not only were the male void demons in a pitiful state, but the females were equally so. Perhaps even more so. The succubi's allure seemed to transcend gender. Bai Jin discreetly glanced at Gu Qingkai beside him, her eyes still clear, though her cheeks had deepened in color. As the succubi grew increasingly audacious, more and more void demons found themselves unable to restrain their inner desires. Ultimately, chaos erupted, and the massive magical barrier crumbled without a fight. Kill. Moo. 10 iron blood war bulls charged from all directions, their bellowing cries signaling each instance of their kingly assault. Yet, over half of the disoriented void demons disregarded the threat posed by the iron blood war bulls, remaining lost in their revelry. A few void demons, eyes reddened, fled towards the opposite side of the battlefield. Qingkai, stay in the safe zone. I am going in. Okay, be careful. With a whoosh, Bai Jin vanished, accompanied by 2 6-winged flying demon commanders, swiftly slaying the panicked void demons along the way. As for the 3 3-headed 6-armed commanders, Bai Jin engaged them directly. unleashing the might of his golden staff to dispatch them without mercy. The void demons scattered across the vast battlefield, and Bai Jin could not attend to such a large area. Ultimately, he returned to the safe zone, guiding the succubi back to the vicinity, while he took 10 six-winged flying demon commanders towards the void demon stronghold. Halfway there, he ordered, search for and eliminate the hidden void demons. Return swiftly upon exhausting energy. Bai Jin issued the command, and 5 six-winged flying demon commanders sped away. Setting up a chair, Bai Jin quietly sat just outside the safe zone, beginning his vigil. Occasionally, void demons approached, only to be dispatched one by Bai Jin, who lay in wait. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Jin spotted Yang Wei arriving on a flying beast. Brother Bai, the battlefield map indicates that some void demons remain concealed within. I will summon a batch of creatures capable of seeking them out to assist you in their elimination. Very well. Yang Wei commenced his summoning, and 5 hound-like beasts materialized, leading the 5 six-winged flying demon commanders away. Yang Wei then landed beside Bai Jin, saying, "Here you go. Do be cautious of ambushes from the void demons." Bai Jin returned the protective array disc he had received upon enrollment to his counterpart, who smiled and tucked it away. Brother Bai, we have already emerged victorious in this battle. I wonder what your plans are once you step outside. Yang Wei inquired. Brother Bai, I apologize for my earlier request for your aunt's contact information. Please forgive me. Yang Wei bowed solemnly. Bai Jin regarded him with a serious gaze for a moment before finally lifting him up. Brother Yang, let us consider that matter resolved. A sigh of relief escaped Yang Wei's lips. Brother Yang, what about the succubi you summoned earlier? Bai Jin asked curiously. Oh, those succubi? I have already sent them back. You know their power. Even I, as their summoner, struggled to contain them. I even caught Hao Jian peeking through the curtains to watch them from the 3rd floor. Yang Wei replied with annoyance. Bai Jin recalled the prowess of the iron-blooded Battle Bull King and decided to pose a more earnest question. Brother Yang, is there any way for those succubi to remain with us long-term? Yang Wei looked at Bai Jin with an incredulous expression, as if he found it hard to believe. Brother Bai, when the succubi appeared, your performance was exemplary, even surpassing that of your companion. I must remind you, succubi are not human. We belong to different species. It would be unwise to entertain any thoughts on that matter, as it would be quite scandalous. Yang Wei advised gravely. Bai Jin's lips twitched. He understood Yang Wei's words were well-intentioned, making it difficult for him to counter. Brother Yang, is it possible for the succubi you summoned to be transferred to someone else? Bai Jin inquired. Yang Wei, still astonished, nodded slowly. Brother Bai, my talent is somewhat unique. I can transfer and sell summoned entities. However, once transferred, the entity is free. Of course, one could employ enslavement scrolls or similar items, but there would be many restrictions. Also, I came specifically to ensure that if the battle ends abruptly and you exit, you will keep my ability to summon succubi confidential, although they belong to another species. Their allure is unparalleled. If this information were to leak, I fear I might never find peace again. Yang Wei requested earnestly. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Yang, to be candid, I require a succubus, not for any other reason, but to enhance my combat prowess, Bai Jin stated earnestly. Combat prowess? Enhancement? Yang Wei's expression transformed, filled with disbelief and astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to grasp something. Inhaling sharply, he nodded solemnly. Brother Bai, I understand your needs. The allure of the succubi can indeed augment your combat capabilities. However, should we not first seek the approval of Lord Ice Emperor? Bai Jin felt a surge of frustration. His displayed prowess was largely thanks to Mirong Xiaobing's assistance, making it difficult for him to voice his thoughts. Brother Yang, please just tell me how to proceed. Yang Wei regarded Bai Jin with newfound respect, sensing that Bai Jin held a certain status in the presence of that esteemed individual. The Ice Emperor is a master of spatial magic. Even if I have the opportunity to ascend to the 5th tier, I must show deference. Such a significant figure deserves my utmost consideration. Yang Wei pondered seriously before resolving himself. Brother Bai, I kindly ask you to control one of the void demon race so it does not kill, thereby delaying the conclusion of the battle. Brother Bai, trust me. I will not disappoint you. Yang Wei declared with grave sincerity. Chapter 134, The Five-Tailed Succubus. With a swish, the summoning array materialized, and a succubus emerged with a soft sigh, while Yang Wei had already turned away in advance. Brother Bai, could you please check how many tails the succubus has? Brother Bai, pay close attention. Succubi also possess varying levels of quality. A one-tailed succubus is the most ordinary. Since you desire one, I cannot possibly present you with something so mundane. Yang Wei explained loudly. Brother Yang, one tail. All right, let us continue summoning. Let us expedite our efforts. One tail. One. By the end, Bai Jin could only utter a single word, and upon hearing one, Yang Wei would cancel the corresponding succubus's summoning. This rapid cancellation meant that the succubus would be sent back before fully arriving in this world. As the summoning arrays appeared one after another, Yang Wei did not use any items to replenish his mana, indicating that he likely had a power-gathering array inscribed on him. Two tails. Two tails. Bai Jin felt a surge of excitement as he managed to summon hundreds of first-tier succubi, and finally, one of a different caliber appeared. Brother Bai, 2 tails are not sufficient. We need at least 3 to start. Brother Bai, is the void demon race secured? Brother Yang, it's under control. One of my summoned entities has restrained it. Excellent. Let us proceed. Yang Wei seemed particularly invested in this matter, hastily summoning and canceling again. Time slipped by, and Bai Jin felt as if days had passed, as both he and Yang Wei's eyes had turned red. It was noteworthy that both possessed physical attributes exceeding 50 points. Yang Wei could summon up to 90 entities simultaneously, with a sole attribute of 90 points, while Bai Jin's was an impressive 170. The fact that their eyes had turned red indicated the extent of their labor. 5 tails. 5 tails. Bai Jin's voice brimmed with excitement, and this time, Yang Wei spun around abruptly. Upon confirming that the succubus indeed had 5 tails, Yang Wei could no longer contain his laughter. Brother Bai, we have succeeded. A 5-tailed succubus has been summoned. Yang Wei was ecstatic, and Bai Jin shared in his excitement. After such a long endeavor, Yang Wei had summoned 2-tailed, 3-tailed, and 4-tailed rare succubi. Unlike the 1-tailed succubi, the allure diminished with each additional tail. Yang Wei provided an explanation. The more tails a succubus had, the stronger their self-control. And when they exerted their seductive powers, the effects would far surpass those of the most ordinary 1-tailed variety. Correspondingly, the number of tails represented a succubus's innate talent. Akin to their tier of abilities, while not absolute, it was generally accurate. A 5-tailed succubus indicated a high likelihood of becoming a 5th-tier entity, comparable to the top-tier talents on their side. The 5-tailed succubus regarded Yang Wei with a scrutinizing gaze before shifting her attention to Bai Jin. Humans, what benefits do you offer me for summoning me? An enchanting voice resonated, though it did not manifest audibly. These words echoed distinctly in Bai Jin's mind. Yang Wei was taken aback as well, clearly having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Here, he produced a small box of meat essence pills and handed it over. The 5-tailed succubus extended one of her tails to ensnare the box, drawing it back towards herself. She plucked one of the meat essence pills and tossed it into her mouth. Immediately, her brow furrowed. Human, this is far too unpalatable. It does not align with what you promised me. Her voice was laced with anger. Brother Bai, do you have something more delectable to offer her? Let us stabilize her first, Yang Wei inquired hastily. Bai Jin hastily recalled the delicacies he possessed, and without further ado, he produced an array of various items with a flourish. Among them were mana potions, mana cores, and meat essence pills. He even retrieved several life blood crystals and mana crystals. Naturally, he also brought forth an assortment of stored food. The 5-tailed succubus nodded with satisfaction, feeling that this human was far more reliable than the one who had summoned her. Gulp, gulp. As various items were consumed, the 5-tailed succubus occasionally frowned. Gulp. Upon swallowing a life blood crystal, her expression transformed into one of sheer delight. With a swift motion, she devoured the remaining life blood crystals from the small box Bai Jin had produced. The mouth of the 3-meter-tall succubus was indeed quite large. Soon after consuming a few mana crystals, her joy only intensified. In no time, the 5-tailed succubus sampled all the items and food Bai Jin had laid out. Eventually, she settled down to savor a box of pastries. Although the energy from these foods was meager, the flavor of this box was exquisite. The 5-tailed succubus praised it. Bai Jin glanced closely and realized that the pastries in her hand were indeed made for him by his younger sister, Lu Rian. Human, as per our agreement, I have come to experience your culinary delights. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, the 5-tailed succubus declared, adopting a posture that demanded more treasures to be revealed. Yang Wei let out a sigh, feeling a certain trepidation towards this 5-tailed succubus, though not out of fear of rebellion. Succubus, are you satisfied with the delicacies we've provided? Yang Wei inquired. The 5-tailed succubus nodded slightly. It suffices. You may consider it fulfilling the terms of our contract. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei was instantly elated. Excellent. Then let us proceed according to our agreement. However, the 5-tailed succubus sensed something amiss as the summoner's sudden joy filled her with foreboding. Suddenly, her expression morphed into one of shock. Why has one term of the contract vanished? What is the meaning of this? How could this happen? The 5-tailed succubus, no longer composed, appeared somewhat horrified. Bai Jin's eyes flickered as he began to grasp Yang Wei's extraordinary innate talent. Impossible. Why has the first term of the contract disappeared? Human, what have you done? The 5-tailed succubus questioned fiercely, her 5 sharp tails poised to strike at any moment. Bai, If you were to face her unarmed, would you stand a chance? Yang Wei suddenly asked in a lowered voice. Bai Jin paused for a moment before quickly nodding. You have seen my strength. It is not an issue. Bai. If this five-tailed succubus enhances her powers, you will still be able to contend with her, correct? Yang Wei pressed further, and Bai Jin nodded affirmatively. No problem. Bai. Should the five-tailed succubus employ her seductive powers, she would far surpass a single-tailed one, perhaps by 100-fold or more. You can still manage, right? Yang Wei's tone turned serious. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Jin nodded. I can handle it. Yang Wei nodded vigorously, and then turned to face the five-tailed succubus, who was on the verge of losing control. Succubus. Only I can return you to your original realm, but you must agree to one condition. Chapter 135, Blood-Colored Romantic Dance. The five-tailed succubus composed herself and gazed coldly at Yang Wei, whose eyes were now bloodshot. Human, you will not coerce me into accepting unreasonable terms. Our contract has been fulfilled. Send me back at once. Otherwise, I would rather slay you and be eternally barred from returning than acquiesce to any unfair demands. Her five sharp tails were brimming with menace. Yang Wei touched the array disc hidden in his garments, finding solace in its presence. Succubus, review the terms of our contract. As Yang Wei spoke, the five-tailed succubus focused intently, locking her gaze onto Bai Jin. As long as I defeat this first-tier human named Bai Jin beside you, you will return me to my original world, and he will fight me unarmed. Is that correct? The five-tailed succubus inquired with a probing tone. Yang Wei solemnly nodded. Indeed. You are aware of the peculiarities of this space. Entities of excessive strength cannot enter. My companion is of equal tier to you, both being first tier. The contract terms are precise. He will certainly engage you unarmed. If you emerge victorious, even if my companion is slain, I will send you back. However, if my companion prevails, you must obey him, but he will not subject you to degrading tasks typically required of females by males, such as serving, bathing, conversing, entertaining, or any other distasteful duties. The five-tailed succubus fell silent, gracefully circling Bai Jin, observing him closely. A first-tier human, in terms of physique and limbs, cannot possibly be my match. Given your stipulations for the contract, this individual must possess considerable confidence to defeat me unarmed. With the rapport you display, it is evident that you do not wish him harm. Rather, you seek to have me accompany him, assisting him in acquiring my allegiance. Thus, this Bai Jin must undoubtedly be a paragon among humans, endowed with formidable combat prowess capable of effortlessly vanquishing me. The five-tailed succubus's voice resonated within their souls, and both Yang Wei and Bai Jin remained silent. Among my kin, I too am among the most gifted. Across numerous realms, my talents stand at the pinnacle. A mere human has such confidence in defeating me. It seems you are indeed extraordinary. The five-tailed succubus's tone shifted, her gaze towards Bai Jin now tinted with intrigue. Summoner, you dare propose such terms, which suggests you are well prepared. I cannot harm you, correct? The five-tailed succubus turned her attention to Yang Wei, who nodded slowly. Thus, if this individual is truly a paragon of talent, I would gladly follow him. However, I must add a condition. Should he prevail over me and claim me, he must diligently nurture my abilities and refrain from placing me in perilous situations. The five-tailed succubus articulated her stipulation. Yang Wei glanced at Bai Jin, who nodded. I will cultivate her, but I will ensure her power remains within my control. Ha ha ha. It appears you are not entirely confident, the five-tailed succubus remarked, her sole voice conveying an understanding of their exchange. Succubus, review the contract terms. Yang Wei urged, and the five-tailed succubus concentrated once more. After a brief moment, she nodded, having found no discrepancies this time. Human, is that flying demon lord over there your summoned creature? Are you also a summoner? The voice of her soul echoed. And Bai Jin noticed that Yang Wei seemed to have not heard this query. No need to speak. Simply convey your thoughts in your mind, and I will perceive them. The five-tailed succubus communicated once more. Bai Jin responded, yes, that is my summoned creature. You possess 5 identical flying demon lords. Are you a void summoner with multiple summoning capabilities? Indeed. How many types of summoned creatures do you have? Is the flying demon lord your most powerful summon? Bai Jin felt a sense of foreboding as the five-tailed succubus's soul communication revealed her ability to sense his thoughts, which seemed rather excessive. I possess 3 types of summoned entities. Strictly speaking, the 6-winged celestial demon commander is the weakest among them. Bai Jin responded within his mind. Noting that this assessment is comprehensive, the iron-blooded war bull king undoubtedly reigns supreme, boasting far superior health and defense compared to the 6-winged celestial demon commander. As for the berserk woodpecker, despite its apparent frailty in combat, it wields the powers of reflection and absolute damage, rendering even the void demon clan incapable of countering it effectively, leaving them with mere restrictions as their only recourse. The five-tailed succubus's eyes sparkled with interest as she glanced at the 5 formidable six-winged celestial demon commanders, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. Human, I find it hard to believe in the capabilities of your contract summoner beside you. He has the ability to modify the terms of the contract. You wouldn't dare to cross me, would you? The five-tailed succubus inquired. Bai Jin hastily replied, I have no intentions of causing you any harm. My only desire is to harness the allure of the succubus to awaken a certain power within my summoned entities, and nothing more. This declaration seemed to please the five-tailed succubus immensely. Human, you possess 5 six-winged celestial demon commanders, alongside 2 other more powerful summons. Therefore, your total strength is quintupled, decupled, or even multiplied 20-fold. Can you provide me with an approximation? Bai Jin felt a twinge of discomfort. These 5 succubi were exceedingly shrewd. If the situation became dire, he could simply manage with one of them, as he already had sufficient succubus power. Perhaps 5 times, he stammered. Ha! Human, you are deceiving me. Is it then 10 times? Close, so very close, he replied, feeling the intensity of their gaze. The 5 succubi ceased their inquiries, their eyes now glimmering with anticipation. I concede. I am willing to enter into a contract with you. Bai Jin, echoed the ethereal voice of the five-tailed succubus. Bai Jin remained relatively unperturbed, having engaged in conversation and inadvertently divulged much information. However, Yang Wei was in a state of disbelief, feeling that the situation had taken a ludicrous turn. Moments ago, she seemed intent on slaying him, yet now she was capitulating without a fight. This stark contrast was overwhelming. Nonetheless, with her capitulation, the terms of the contract were effectively established. Succubus, I advise you to refrain from any trickery. Sign the contract with my companion earnestly, should you attempt any deceit. Our human champions possess myriad means to deal with you. Yang Wei warned coldly. The 5 succubi chuckled softly before gracefully advancing toward Bai Jin. In a surprising display, the towering 5-tailed succubus, standing at 3 meters, knelt before him, causing Yang Wei to gasp in astonishment. Extending her right hand, her sharp claws drew a line across her brow, releasing a crimson aura. To the fledgling human warrior, I, blood romantic charm dancer, wish to bind our souls in the highest form of contract. From this moment forth, I shall become your ally. Please seal this pact with your soul's essence. The melodious echo of her soul's voice reverberated within Bai Jin's mind. Chapter 136. Human, I am sincere. Yang Wei, recovering from his shock, quickly reacted. Brother Bai, this is a celestial opportunity, a form of contract that I cannot attain. Quickly, use your soul's essence to bind her soul. However, upon hearing Yang Wei's urgent tone, Bai Jin's expression hardened. It wasn't that he doubted Yang Wei's intentions. Rather, the nature of the 5-tailed succubus's contract posed a significant dilemma. Signing would necessitate the use of his own soul's essence, a matter of grave importance. The essence of one's soul is not an ordinary power, it is finite. And as one's soul strengthens, the essence may gradually increase. Yet, this augmentation is exceedingly limited, and each fragment of soul essence is pivotal. His supreme summoning talent derives from this essence. Should he allocate any of his soul's essence to the 5-tailed succubus, his innate abilities would be diminished, a prospect he was unwilling to face. Furthermore, he recognized that the 5-tailed succubus could effortlessly perceive his thoughts through his emotions and soul fluctuations. Solidifying his resolve, no, you cannot proceed in this manner. I am truly sincere. This is the highest contract of my kind, centered around you. Once you sign with your soul's essence, I cannot harm you, and you may even benefit from my innate abilities. I possess an unparalleled charm. Once you acquire this gift, you could easily captivate the hearts of all females. Bai Jin, now, hasten to sign the contract. As the succubus's mellifluous voice echoed, Bai Jin's face darkened with murderous intent. For she had invoked her enchanting powers, causing the 130 iron-blooded warbull kings he had summoned to spiral into a state of uncontrolled energy. Their strength multiplied manifold. Yang Wei's eyes blazed with fury as he bent low and fled with extraordinary speed. Meanwhile, the flying entity he had previously summoned was in a state of utter disarray. Summoner, don't run. Return me to safety, the 5-tailed succubus cried, losing her previous composure as she turned to chase after Yang Wei. Break her limbs, Bai Jin commanded, and the 6-winged celestial demon commander, which had held the Void Demon clan member in check, unleashed its power, snapping the 6-armed demon's limbs with a swift motion. Capture her. With that, all 10 6-winged celestial demon commanders took flight, their savage instincts unperturbed by the 5-tailed succubus's influence. No, human, please spare me. Do not kill me. If you do, you shall gain nothing. I am willing to enter into a servant contract and become your thrall, the 5-tailed succubus pleaded, evading the grasp of the 6-winged celestial demon commanders while hastily transmitting her soul's voice. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. As the 10 six-winged celestial demon commanders relentlessly pursued the five-tailed succubus, struggling to capture her due to her remarkable agility. All void demons have been either slain or fled. Our side has triumphed in this decisive battle. You may depart from this battleground at any time, with a maximum stay of 12 hours. In total, there are 1,006, 151 first-tier void demon corpses, 3, 960 second-tier corpses, and 1,040 incomplete third-tier corpses. Should they be gathered for collection? What? Bai Jin turned to see that the void demon whose limbs had been severed had vanished, leaving a trail of blood leading to a safe zone. It was astonishing that a demon with 6 arms and 2 legs could traverse such distance in mere seconds. Bai Jin marveled at the five-tailed succubus's prowess. However, the fact that this void demon could suppress its overwhelming desire to escape was equally impressive. After losing one void demon, Bai Jin no longer insisted on pursuing further and commanded the gathering of the void demon corpses. With a rustle, countless corpses of the void demons appeared, mostly fragmented remnants. Save for those few that had been pierced through by the energy javelins of the six-winged celestial demon commanders, which remained relatively intact. The most complete corpses belonged to the diamond and the 3 six-armed entities, all of which had been slain by his mighty staff, their bodies remarkably preserved. However, even the corpse of the diamond beast was deemed by the battlefield's spatial essence as a third-tier carcass, one lacking power. Swiftly, Bai Jin collected all the corpses of the void demon clan into his storage bracelet, resulting in a towering mound of bodies within. Boom! The 9-headed, 6-winged demon commander firmly grasped the limbs and 5 tails of the 5-tailed succubus, forcefully pressing her down onto the ground before Bai Jin. Master Bai Jin, please accept me as your servant. I shall grant you the utmost pleasure, the 5-tailed succubus pleaded. Bai Jin's gaze became increasingly frigid. The allure emanating from this succubus was terrifying. The energy surging within the iron-blooded battle bull king flowed at an astonishing pace, illustrating the magnitude of temptation he faced. Bai Jin, I am of the succubus royal family. Our kind differs from ordinary succubi. Once our bodies are claimed by any male, we become utterly loyal companions for life, never intending to harm one another. The 5-tailed succubus continued, Bai Jin, this is the greatest secret of my clan. If you claim my body, you shall possess all of me completely. Just give it a try. Please do not kill me. She wore a pitiful expression. Bai Jin's eyelids twitched. Although the 5-tailed succubus exuded an overwhelming allure in his eyes, she fundamentally belonged to a monstrous category, with claws for hands and feet and 5 terrifying tails. Only a fool would desire the body of such a creature. As he felt the iron-blooded battle bull king's ability to withstand the raging energy within begin to falter, Bai Jin realized a significant vulnerability of his own. Should the iron-blooded battle bull king explode due to the excessive speed of energy flow, he would instantly lose his indispensable vessel. Under the extreme temptation posed by the 5-tailed succubus, he could very well succumb. There was no alternative. A 5-tailed succubus of this caliber could not be easily restrained, not even by Yang Wei, this summoner, who had fled in disgrace. I hope the intact corpse of the 5-tailed succubus can yield what I desire. With a swift motion, Bai Jin summoned the shock staff, and upon seeing the lengthy implement, the 5-tailed succubus revealed a flicker of fear in her eyes, which she quickly suppressed. Master Bai Jin, please feel free to strike me. All that I am belongs to you. Her sultry voice rang out, and Bai Jin summoned all 130 iron-blooded battle bull kings, who then exploded into countless energies. Summon the wild bulls. This instinctive thought surged forth. In the next moment, Bai Jin's eyes turned crimson as he gazed upon the 5-tailed succubus still pinned to the ground. Chapter 137, The 5-tailed Enchantress. Crack, crack, crack. Bai Jin, with red eyes, relentlessly struck the 5-tailed succubus, who was firmly pressed down by the 6-winged demon commander, with the shock staff. Each strike dispersed the succubus's power, and the shock staff contained a profound-level lightning core. With every blow, the lightning coursed through the succubus's weakened body, rendering her entirely paralyzed. This electrical assault impacted her very soul, rendering her incapable of unleashing her seductive powers or even thinking clearly. Bang, bang, bang. The 9-headed, 6-winged demon commander dissipated, suffering simultaneous damage from the shock and lightning forces, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Bai Jin was jolted back to reality upon witnessing the mass of flesh on the ground. What a close call. Bai Jin felt a surge of dread. His greatest fear had materialized. The 5-tailed succubus unleashed an unprecedented allure the moment he withdrew the shock staff. Consequently, all 130 iron-blooded battle bull kings, already on the brink of energy overload, perished. The succubus's seductive influence was relentless. He barely had a moment to summon the iron-blooded battle bull kings once more. Fortunately, I instinctively summoned the iron-blooded battle bull kings. Even if it was just one, it absorbed the overwhelming damage. Moreover, this creature's final temptation was for me to strike her with this staff. Without that, I might have truly fallen under her spell. Bai Jin gazed at the blood-soaked shock staff in his hand, then with a flick, activated the shock formation, shaking off all the blood and grime. After repeatedly summoning the iron-blooded Battle Bull Kings 13 times, a new assembly of 130 iron-blooded Battle Bull Kings emerged within the summoning space, restoring his sense of security. The reason he hadn't killed the succubus outright was to preserve her complete form. He wondered if this pile of mush would have any impact. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin began to communicate with the unknown entity. Great Will of the Ninth Domain's rule, I have made a substantial contribution to this decisive battlefield. Could you assist me in refining the corpse of this five-tailed succubus into a summoning skill book? Bai Jin respectfully made his request. Endless power coalesced, enveloping the mass of flesh in radiant white light. After several seconds, the light dissipated, revealing a skill book radiating an eerie red glow before Bai Jin. Summon five-tailed succubus, Earth level special. Description: upon learning, one can expend 1,000 mana points to summon an equivalent half-energetic, half-corporeal five-tailed succubus. Description: summoning time is 180 seconds. Cannot be interrupted during casting, and has a cooldown of 108 hours. Cannot be summoned repeatedly. Earth level. Bai Jin's face lit up with excitement as he stored the skill book away. Alas, learning an Earth level skill requires a full 64 skill points. Why didn't I request the necessary skill points earlier? Should I try again? Bai Jin's eyes flickered as he began to earnestly communicate with the will of the Ninth Domain once more. Great Will of the Ninth Domain. I am willing to dedicate my strength for the enhancement of the Ninth Domain, yet I lack sufficient skill points to learn this skill book you have bestowed upon me. Could you grant me an ample amount of skill points? Response: feasible. Please deposit Void Demon Clan corpses for skill point exchange. A hazy white light materialized before Bai Jin, and without hesitation, he frantically withdrew the first-tier Void Demon Clan corpses from his storage bracelet and cast them into the light. It was uncertain how many he had thrown, but eventually, a spark of light appeared, smoothly merging into his being. You have gained one skill point after depositing an entire million first-tier Void Demon Clan corpses. Bai Jin had amassed a total of 100 skill points. On average, 1,000 first-tier Void Demon Clan corpses exchanged for a single skill point. Each Void Demon Clan corpse could be refined into a first-tier life blood crystal or mana crystal at the blood and flesh furnace. The exchange ratio was indeterminate in its appropriateness. However, for Bai Jin, it was undoubtedly suitable. He had once again shattered the first-tier limit for acquiring additional skill points after surpassing the soul attribute's first-tier boundary. Observing the still-present white light, Bai Jin gritted his teeth and continued to deposit the Void Demon Clan corpses. Approximately 1,000 second-tier Void Demon Clan corpses could yield one skill point. Bai Jin exchanged for 3 skill points, yet he hesitated to expend any third-tier corpses. In total, he acquired 103 skill points, alongside 600 remaining second-tier Void Demon Clan corpses and 1,040 incomplete third-tier corpses. Learn the skill to summon the Nine-Tailed Succubus. You have expended 64 skill points, successfully mastering the summoning of the Nine-Tailed Succubus. Your supreme summoning talent has activated, initiating adjustments to the summoning skill. You have acquired the skill to summon the Nine-Tailed Succubus. Summon Nine-Tailed Succubus, Earth level special exclusive 130-fold summon. Description: after learning, you can expend 1,000 mana points to summon up to 130 entities of the same level, manifesting as half-energy. Half-corporeal Nine-Tailed Succubi. Note: summoning duration is 18 seconds. Disruption by conventional means during casting is prohibited. Skill cooldown is 108 hours, once the maximum number is reached. Further summons are not permitted. Oh my, a succubus. It can't be the kind I am imagining, right? Bai Jin stifled his excitement and began the summoning immediately. Before him, a summoning circle radiating an irresistible allure materialized, and this time, Bai Jin summoned forth a single nine-tailed succubus. Master, I am here, came a voice imbued with both charm and a playful tone, as a delicate, pale foot stepped lightly from the summoning circle, followed by the full reveal of her figure. Gulp. Bai Jin swallowed hard. Every inch of her exquisite form resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities. He realized, however, that this was not merely an illusion of beauty, but rather the succubus's innate allure was so potent it evoked such a response. Your servant greets you, master. The flawless woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall, gracefully knelt before Bai Jin, gazing up at him. Bai Jin looked down, his brilliant eyes reflecting an endless expanse of snow white. Thankfully, the succubus was adorned in attire reminiscent of silk, bestowing upon her an enigmatic yet dignified allure. Nine-tailed succubus, blood-red romantic dance, earth-level special, human form. Level. First stage. First rank. Health points. 35, 200, 000. Energy points. 70, 400, 000. Defense strength. 170. Physical attack. 176, 000. Special charm strength. 704. Talents. Natural charm. Morphing. Soul perception. Extreme ferocity. Traits. Heart of wisdom. Skills. Combat form. Ultimate allure. Soul charm. Equipment. None. You have summoned the nine-tailed succubus blood red romantic dance. You receive a talent feedback enhancement, granting you the temporary talent of natural charm and the temporary talent of soul perception. Your physical constitution is incompatible. You are unable to acquire the temporary talent of morphing. Your temperament is incompatible. You are unable to acquire the temporary talent of extreme ferocity. Chapter 138. The first soft rice talent in history. Bai Jin meticulously sensed the two new temporary talents bestowed upon him. Natural charm, temporary. Effect, passive talent. Significantly enhances your charm, granting you extraordinary appeal to other beings, particularly females. What the hell? Bai Jin felt an urge to curse. He quickly focused on the other temporary talent. Soul perception, temporary. Effect, semi-passive talent. Allows you to perceive various information based on the target's soul fluctuations. Why do these talents keep appearing? Would it be too much to ask for something that enhances my combat prowess instead of these passive abilities? Bai Jin lamented softly. The raging woodpecker had bestowed upon him the talent of rapid impact, exponentially increasing his physical assault capabilities. The iron-blooded bull king skill endowed him with enduring stamina and indestructible vitality, transforming him into a perpetual motion machine. The six-winged flying demon commander granted him the demon scale skill, allowing energy-infused microscaled armor to emerge upon his skin, providing extraordinary effects. Now, with the natural charm talent. He was already quite handsome. It seemed he would have to wear a mask indefinitely. And with soul perception, if utilized properly, he could accurately discern the thoughts of his targets, making it an invaluable tool for wooing. Natural charm attracts females, while soul perception allows for precise understanding. Once he succeeded, he would become a god. This must remain a closely guarded secret. Even my little sister and aunt must not learn of these temporary talents. Should even a whisper escape, it could jeopardize my future. Bai Jin felt a chill run down his spine, turning his gaze to the succubus still kneeling before him. This stunning succubus bore the same name as the previous nine-tailed demon, blood red romantic dance. Such a remarkable coincidence piqued Bai Jin's interest. He knelt down slowly to assist the succubus to her feet. Upon contact, a warm sensation enveloped him. This was the softest skin he had ever touched, surpassing even that of his sister and aunt. Though merely at level 11, she possessed an astounding 35, 200, 000 health points and 70, 400, 000 energy points, far surpassing the six-winged flying demon commander of the Xian level. Her physical attack of 176, 000 was even greater than that of the 31st level iron-blooded bull king. Could this seemingly delicate and pure succubus truly wield such formidable power? Bai Jin scrutinized her further, puzzled by how she appeared incapable of combat. But what kind of attack did this special charm strength represent? Bai Jin raised her, examining her closely, and the more he looked, the more captivating she became. Gazing into her human-like eyes, he sensed that this situation was far more extraordinary than he initially believed. As he carefully perceived her essence, a light ignited in Bai Jin's eyes. Heart of Wisdom. A tribute. Within the summoning space exists the Heart of Wisdom. Blood-red romantic dance possesses intelligence, even upon her demise. Upon being summoned again, she will retain her previous memories and wisdom. In the summoning space, a luminous orb radiating a spectrum of colors floated, deeply connected to the succubus before him. Bai Jin restrained the impulse to summon another succubus. The battlefield space was likely under scrutiny by many entities, and he could not expose his ability to summon multiple beings. Dance, can you understand my words? Bai Jin inquired, and the succubus before him smiled and nodded. Her brilliant eyes seemingly focused solely on him, as if he were her entire world. Master, your servant can understand your words. If you prefer silence, you may also communicate via soul transmission, and I shall respond in kind. Her melodious voice resonated, and Bai Jin felt as if his very soul had been purified. No matter how he looked at it, the succubus before him appeared to be an impeccably refined lady, entirely devoid of any semblance of a demon. All right, we shall leave it at that for now. I will delve deeper into your being later. Yes, your servant looks forward to your profound engagement. Bai Jin immediately dismissed his earlier thoughts. No matter how pure her exterior, a demon is still a demon. Whoosh. The succubus before Bai Jin was reabsorbed into the summoning space. Even with the tenfold cooldown reduction, he would still have to wait 108 hours before he could summon again. How could such a flawless woman possess the talent of extreme ferocity? This was a talent associated with the six-winged flying demon commander, embodying a cruel and inhumane disposition. Bai Jin glanced up at the sky, then concentrated his thoughts. Leave the battlefield. Whoosh. His form vanished, reappearing in the experimental area. Master, welcome back victorious. Han Shui's excited voice rang out, and Bai Jin acknowledged the intellectual beauty with a nod, then turned to the smiling Mu Rong Xiaobing beside her. Come. Let me take you to the flesh-melting furnace of the void demon race. With a swift motion, Bai Jin was transported before the imposing blood and flesh furnace. Murong Xiaobing gestured towards the furnace, saying, Bai Jin, thanks to your victory in the third decisive battle, this furnace has gained even more power. Hurry and begin the melting process. Understood. Without hesitation, Bai Jin approached the colossal furnace, casting a multitude of fragmented void demon corpses into its depths. Beginning with those of the second tier, crystal orbs of a notably darker hue began to emerge, and without delay, Bai Jin commenced to consume them. The second-tier lifeblood crystals could enhance his health limit by 5,000 points, with mana crystals providing a similar boost. The third-tier lifeblood crystals and mana crystals could elevate his health and mana limits by a staggering 30,000 points. The current furnace operated with remarkable speed, and Bai Jin soon completed the melting process. Gather everything up, let us also melt those remaining corpses, and see if we can extract something valuable, Murong Xiaobing suggested. Bai Jin complied without hesitation, collecting all the remaining second-tier and third-tier crystals. In this brief moment, his health and mana limits surged by 5 million points. He cast 3 intact three-headed, six-armed void demon corpses into the furnace, and immediately, violet-red flames erupted. Approximately 5 minutes later, 3 egg-sized crystals materialized before Bai Jin. Incomplete source of mana. Category: Profound level mana artifact. Description: Capable of storing up to 5 million points of the same source mana, which can be drawn upon at any time. Fragmented Essence of Might. Category: Profound level talent artifact. Description: Using this can enhance might-related talent effects. Fragmented Essence of Triple Speed. Category: Profound level talent artifact. Description: Using this can enhance speed-related talent effects. Upon observing the attributes of these 3 crystals, Bai Jin turned to Murong Xiaobing. She reached out to take the crystals, having observed Bai Jin intently for some time, her gaze somewhat peculiar. Bai Jin, these 3-headed, 6-armed void demons had a significant portion of their power forcibly severed. Even after utilizing various items to restore their power to the third tier, they remain in a state of diminished potential and talent. Consequently, these items are incomplete and their effects are far inferior to those of their complete forms. While they possess decent value, they may prove less beneficial to you, potentially hindering your development instead. What do you think? Should we heed my sister's advice and donate these items to the Valkyrie battle group? Murong Xiaobing inquired with a smile. Chapter 139, The Hundredfold Summoning Skill Book. Bai Jin nodded without a moment's hesitation. Sister Xiaobing, let us not rush. Allow me to melt this corpse first. He then cast the mighty corpse into the flesh-melting furnace. This process took longer, lasting a full 10 minutes before a blood-red crystal emerged, which Bai Jin eagerly seized to examine. Fragmented Essence of Blood Rage. Category: Earth-level talent artifact. Description: Using this can enhance blood-related and rage-related talent effects. Sister Xiaobing, I'll give you this one as well. He handed over the blood-red crystal, and Murong Xiaobing chuckled as she accepted it. Very well, considering your generosity, I shall reward you with a significant boon shortly. In an instant, the surroundings transformed, and Bai Jin found himself within a solemn grand hall. The Valkyrie he had previously encountered stood before a massive tome radiating endless milky white light, her back turned to them. My lord, Bai Jin has arrived. Indeed, the Valkyrie turned, her face still obscured by the pale golden mask he had seen before. Bai Jin, you have secured 2 victories for the 9th domain in the decisive battles, earning you considerable merit. Thus, you must be rewarded. However, this reward is of great significance, and I need to pose a question before this book of rules. Bai Jin promptly replied, Please, my lord, ask away. The Valkyrie nodded, and the immense tome emanated a brilliant light that enveloped the hall entirely, evoking in Bai Jin a sensation reminiscent of his awakening of talent. Bai Jin, regardless of what the future holds, can you pledge not to harm the ordinary human populace of the 9th domain without provocation? Can you vow not to betray the human race of the 9th domain? Will you fight for the human race of the 9th domain? Her inquiry encompassed 3 questions, and after a moment of contemplation, Bai Jin began to respond. My lord, I can commit to not actively harming the ordinary populace of the 9th domain. If I am harmed by those ordinary individuals, I will retaliate rather than endure. Provided that the people of the 9th domain do not betray or harm me, I can assure you I will not betray them. As for fighting for the ninth domain, I cannot guarantee the nature of the battles, yet I am willing to combat any foreign entities that seek to harm the people of the ninth domain, within my capabilities and without endangering myself. As the blinding white light dissipated, revealing the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing, the latter's expression was one of anticipation. While the Valkyrie pondered briefly before nodding slowly, prompting a sigh of relief from Murong Xiaobing, the Valkyrie remarked, "What you expressed represents your innermost thoughts. It may not seem particularly noble or selfless, but that is the norm. Bai Jin, I hope you cultivate sufficient strength to protect all that you hold dear." With a swift motion, a radiant skill book was tossed toward Bai Jin, who caught it eagerly. Hundredfold Summoning. Special. Description. Upon learning, you can designate a summoning skill for fusion, granting it the effect of summoning a hundredfold. This designation can only be made once. If the chosen skill is destroyed, the hundredfold summoning effect will cease. My goodness. A hundredfold summoning. Bai Jin exclaimed in astonishment. One of his greatest trump cards was the hundredfold summoning, and he never anticipated such a special skill book would appear before him. Murong Xiaobing patted him on the shoulder, saying, "What are you waiting for? Quickly apply it to your Bullman skill to override the original tenfold summoning. The power of that tenfold summoning will be overshadowed. You just communicated with the battlefield space and acquired that peculiar summoning skill for women. Remember to use it." Bai Jin nodded vigorously and promptly utilized the skill book in his possession. Instantly, his summoning multiplier soared to an astounding 230 times. His strength surged dramatically. The Valkyrie regarded Bai Jin with a somewhat peculiar gaze, sensing that this young man, masked in white, was oddly captivating. Yet her will was formidable, and she swiftly suppressed this unaccountable attraction. Bai Jin, with 100 bullmen boasting nearly 60 million health to absorb damage for you, your safety has reached a certain threshold. Your talent is undoubtedly extraordinary. Remember to maintain a low profile. Since your entry into the Super God Academy, our Valkyrie battle group has provided you with considerable protection and support, but this is now at its limit. If you wish to become a true powerhouse, you must engage in perilous battles. From now on, if you desire anything, you must earn it through tangible contributions. We will no longer extend our resources to you." The Valkyrie stated solemnly. Bai Jin nodded earnestly. "Thank you, my lord, and Sister Xiaobing for your guidance. I understand, and will strive to enhance my strength discreetly." The Valkyrie nodded in satisfaction. "Good, go now, and report the situation in the battlefield space to the advisory team. It will aid us in gathering more information about the void demons." With a flash, Bai Jin's figure vanished from sight. Murong Xiaobing gazed at the colossal tome of rules before shifting her attention to the Valkyrie. "My lord, am I still to be responsible for the Super God Academy? I dare not reveal myself lightly," she inquired with a hint of trepidation. The Valkyrie nodded. "You need only to remain there as usual, without concern for trivial matters. Let everything unfold naturally. By the way, ensure that Yang Wei is not wasted. His talent grows stronger as time progresses. Please have the Super God Academy extend their support to him. His contribution to our swift victory cannot be overlooked." The Valkyrie's voice was laced with an unusual tone. Murong Xiaobing's lips twitched. "Rest assured, my lord, I will convey this." That rascal sigh. Speaking of which, Bai Jin has transferred the remnants of the slain high-ranking void demons from the battlefield for me to hand over to the war group. What are your thoughts on this matter? The Valkyrie's gaze sharpened. "Xiaobing, I have already provided him with the essence of the Emperor-level void demon I vanquished. What do you wish to exchange for his worthless trinkets? Furthermore, he emanates an inexplicable allure, likely a result of the strange summoning artifact bestowing him with a charm talent. You must address this issue, otherwise he will attract numerous women and females seeking his attention. Our support and protection have been ample. In the past, did we ever receive such favors? Endless protection does not forge true strength. Henceforth, refrain from meddling in his affairs. If he is to grow, he must do so on his own merit. If he cannot thrive under his current circumstances, then he is not destined to become a formidable force." Murong Xiaobing nodded earnestly. "Yes, I shall take care of it." Within the unified command of the Void Demon clan, the sole survivor, a six-armed, two-headed void demon, had regained his sanity after enduring various healing and calming spells. From the depths of the endless black mist, a voice emerged. "That summoner with the formidable giant bull can disregard any attacks you launch, be they binding or damaging. They will prove ineffective." The void demon fervently nodded. "My lord, it is indeed so. Just he alone has disregarded all attacks and decimated nearly half of our fighting force, subsequently forcing over 600,000 of us into a defensive stance. This time, not only did the entity within the black mist fall silent, but even the four three-headed, six-armed beings present stood in stunned silence." Chapter 140. Enslave his wives and daughters, slay his offspring. After a prolonged pause, one of the entities spoke, and what happened next? How did you come to be the last one standing? Is it possible he could breach the shield reinforced by your combined might? The six-armed, two-headed void demon promptly recounted how the group of succubi had thrown their minds into disarray. The other void demon warriors exchanged glances, astonished at the catastrophic defeat. A million-strong army had entered the fray, initially confident of victory, yet only one had narrowly escaped the battlefield. Succubi? You mentioned that a human summoner called upon succubi. I am somewhat familiar with these fiends. They revel in inciting the deepest desires of their targets before tormenting them to death. However, are succubi not clever? How could those summoned dare to oppose our vast army? They are, after all, creatures that cherish their lives. The six-armed, two-headed void demon bowed his head. Unable to answer that query, the voice from the black mist resumed, very well. Observe his injuries upon departing the battlefield. He must have succumbed to the succubi's temptations. For managing to maintain a sliver of resolve to return with this information, he has earned his merit. You may depart. Rewards will be dispensed shortly. Thank you, my lord. The six-armed, two-headed void demon rejoiced before hastily turning to leave. Crack. The sound of a watermelon being smashed echoed as a void demon warrior struck, swiftly killing the one who had been about to depart. The black mist churned violently, frostbone. What audacity grants you the boldness to slay the warrior I favor before my very eyes? Prepare to meet your end. Boom. The endless black mist surged forth as the four void demon warriors united to block the attack. King of Nightmares, we have lost 2 of the 3 decisive battles. As the commander of the unified command, you must bear the responsibility. We have reported this incident to the Elder Council. Await your punishment from them. Spoke several of the warriors, causing the black mist to swirl with increasing ferocity. Very well. I have also reported this incident to the Elder Council. The third Elder has responded and will personally arrive. We shall see how the Elder Council chooses to punish me. The King of Nightmare's furious voice reverberated, and his attacks grew increasingly ruthless. The clash of their full might obliterated the entire hall, resulting in countless void demons perishing in the aftermath of the battle, many of whom were high-ranking beings. Boom. A powerful aura descended, abruptly quelling the fierce conflict. The endless black mist coalesced into a humanoid form. Honor to the third Elder. Honor to the third Elder. 5 reverent voices resounded. A figure descended from the sky, arms outstretched, appearing as an ordinary void demon. Elder. The King of Nightmares has mismanaged operations, leading our clan to lose 2 out of 3 first-tier decisive battles. And even Fireblade perished at the hands of a madwoman from the 9th domain, lamented the void demon named Frostbone. Fireblade is dead? The third Elder expressed surprise. Elder. Had the King of Nightmares not remained inactive within the unified command, Fireblade would not have perished, and we could have slain that madwoman from the 9th domain. The third Elder turned to regard the still mist-enshrouded King of Nightmares. The King of Nightmares respectfully bowed, then produced a recording crystal ball. Elder. I repeatedly advised them against engaging that woman from the 9th domain. They refused to heed my counsel. Even after Fireblade was injured once, they still insisted on taking him to observe the third match. Afterward, Fireblade was slain, and Frostbone and the others quickly divided Fireblade's wives, daughters, and territory among themselves. I have reason to suspect they conspired against Fireblade. The King of Nightmares stated calmly, as the crystal ball displayed scenes of the discussions among himself and the other 5. Nightmare, you speak slander. Fireblade was my dear friend. How could I conspire against him? I took his wives and concubines out of concern for their safety in his absence. Nightmare, cease your unfounded accusations. We merely watched over Fireblade's territory, and once his descendants matured, we would return the land to them. Indeed, our vigilance ensures that Fireblade's territory remains intact. The 4 beings exclaimed in unison. The King of Nightmares sneered, indeed, all for Fireblade's sake. However, my spies report that apart from his wives and daughters, all of Fireblade's sons and descendants have been ruthlessly slaughtered by your hands. Fireblade had 2 5th-tier wives. If you had not intervened, who would dare to bully them? Is this your version of protection? Enslaving his wives and daughters, slaying his offspring. In an instant, the 4 beings fell silent, awaiting the third Elder's judgment. Fireblade's demise is the result of his own arrogance and folly, the third Elder remarked quietly, eliciting expressions of relief among the 4. This would allow the matter to be swept under the rug. Losing the first decisive battle was not overly concerning, as our side had emerged victorious in the second. Yet, why did we falter in this third decisive battle? The third Elder inquired, his dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Elder, the King of Nightmares leads the unified command. He must bear the blame for our defeat. Please, punish him. Elder, we have mobilized a considerable amount of our forces for this battle, even sending 5th-tier warriors into the fray, exhausting all our strength. The inadequate intelligence gathering during the early stages of the nightmare was the principal reason for our defeat. The four entities lamented in sorrow. The Nightmare King once again produced several crystal spheres of recording and handed them over to the third elder. The third elder observed the contents of each crystal sphere with a calm demeanor, but his expression grew increasingly grim, ultimately culminating in clenched teeth. Damn it! In this first decisive battle, why did that commander babble incoherently, revealing possible means of suppression by that human summoner? Had it not been for that, during our third battle, we could have surrounded their safe zone and bombarded them with endless insults, wearing them down to the point of surrender. Yet what should have been a certain victory turned into a catastrophic defeat. Nightmare, how do you explain this? The voice of the third elder was laced with cold fury. The Nightmare King took a deep breath and stepped forward. Elder, while I am the commander of the unified forces, the warriors employed are drawn from the domains of the five of you. Regardless of battlefield command or the warriors themselves, I have no authority to interfere. Even in the second and third decisive battles, it was the five of you who drove the events, while I had no part to play. Had it not been for this, with my steady and cautious plans, there would have been no need for these three decisive battles prior to the ninth domain. It was a guaranteed loss. It was only because you five accepted the proposal for three decisive battles put forth by the humans that we find ourselves in this current predicament. The Nightmare King spoke with great anguish. The four entities fell silent, and the third elder also remained quiet. Chapter 141, Little Thief. What are your intentions? After a moment of silence, the third elder finally spoke. The matter of the three confrontations was an action endorsed by our Council of Elders after thorough analysis, and there is no need for further discussion. The failure of this third decisive battle was due to yet another human summoner summoning a succubus? The Nightmare King nodded. Yes. Elder, that is indeed the case. It is regrettable that one of our warriors, who managed to resist the allure of the five-tailed succubus, returned to the battlefield gravely injured with vital information. I had intended to reward him, but Frostbone struck him down just after, and unable to bear the thought of such talent being squandered, I confronted them. The third elder's complexion changed. A five-tailed succubus? He withstood its charms and returned with battlefield intelligence while still conscious? The Nightmare King nodded and recounted how that warrior managed to return. A barely contained fury ignited within the eyes of the third elder. Frostbone, taken aback, sensed impending doom. Elder, on the battlefield of decisive battles, there are only valiant warriors who die, not cowardly souls escaping for their lives. Such a life-loving individual deserves to die. Slap. A sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed, leaving all present in stunned silence. Frostbone, in disbelief, touched his face, where a clear imprint of a hand remained, only then feeling the burning pain. You fool. To resist the temptation of a five-tailed succubus and return with clarity to report intelligence, such a warrior, and you killed him without a second thought? Slap. Another crisp sound rang out, as the third elder delivered another slap to Frostbone, leaving a matching imprint on his cheek. You bastard. I want to skin you alive and feed you to the dogs. Frostbone glanced down at his skin, realizing it was unlikely any dog could chew through it. However, at this moment, he dared not voice any objections, bowing his head deeply, silenced by fear. Our clan has suffered such a defeat. The ninth domain originally had 108 cities infected by our void demon realm, and now they have reclaimed 72 cities. Such a catastrophic loss, and you shall not escape responsibility. The third elder paced, and all present lowered their heads in submission. Frostbone felt the stinging sensation on his face, a mix of shame and anger swirling within him. As an emperor-level powerhouse, possessing dominion over a realm, he was regarded as a godlike figure by countless void demons. Occupying such a high position, he had been slapped, which filled him with humiliation and rage, wishing to unleash his fury immediately. Yet, the one who struck him was the third elder, a being of even higher standing, and he dared not harbor resentment. Struggling to suppress his anger, Frostbone decisively raised his head and spoke. Elder, the power of the ninth domain pales in comparison to ours. Since you are here, why not lead us to re-establish a battlefield in the ninth domain? Our fallen kin demand blood for blood. I am willing to take the lead in this battle. Slap, 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 slap. A barrage of slaps ensued, sending Frostbone's massive form flying. You insolent wretch. Over a decade ago, our council of 7 elders acted together, only to be met by the domain lord of the ninth domain, who single-handedly defeated 7 of us, killing the strongest, the first elder, on the spot, while the second elder was gravely injured, and their wounds continue to worsen. I myself suffered minor injuries back then, and it has taken all these years to recover. How dare you suggest I lead you to open a battlefield in the ninth domain? Little thief, Frostbone. What are your true intentions? The angry shouts and relentless slaps continued, prompting Nightmare and the other 3 to bow their heads even lower. After a long while, the third elder finally ceased his assault, having vented his frustrations. Looking at the few entities before him, he felt increasingly vexed. Nightmare, what plans do you have next? The Nightmare King quickly raised his head slightly. Elder, while the current situation is unfavorable, we have secured 36 cities as nails driven into the 9th domain. Interspersed among their 72 cities, these 36 cities now fully belong to us, allowing us to continuously deploy higher-tier forces. The 9th domain will not tolerate our persistent incursions into their remaining 72 cities and will undoubtedly dispatch forces to engage us, regardless of how the battles unfold. The 9th domain will certainly suffer casualties, and what we require is their fallen corpses. Thus, I plan to initiate continuous warfare in the 36 cities. Our numbers are boundless. And as long as we can amass a large number of human corpses from the 9th domain, the casualties will matter little. This will create a battlefield of flesh and blood attrition. The longer it persists, the more advantageous it becomes for our clan, until the day their strength is utterly depleted. And we, the Void Demon Realm, consume the 9th domain. The Nightmare King spoke solemnly. The third elder nodded in agreement. Good, the unified command will continue to exist. And you remain its sole commander. Nightmare, heed the order. Present. Frostbone, Fireblade, Ironclaw, Xiang, and Wolf Soul, in their quest for glory, have interfered and undermined the unified command, resulting in this defeat. On behalf of the Council of Elders, I hereby strip you of all domain rights. Frostbone, Ironclaw, Xiang, and Wolf Soul looked up in disbelief. Seeing the seriousness on the third elder's face, Ironclaw and the others gazed at Frostbone, whose appearance was unrecognizable, before they all lowered their heads in tacit acceptance of this decision. Nightmare, you shall command Frostbone, Fireblade, Ironclaw, Xiang, and Wolf Soul, overseeing all forces from their respective domains. All combat power will be at your disposal, but should there be any dissent, you have the authority to decide. Nightmare acknowledged the command. Everything settled. The third elder's demeanor softened considerably. Nightmare, while the lower-tier forces of the 9th domain are weak and easily slain, their high-end forces are exceedingly formidable. And our Council of Elders dares not take risks in that regard, even though that domain lord was severely injured by us before. You must exercise caution in your next moves and avoid personally venturing over there. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Well, although this battle did not go as desired, as you mentioned, we possess 36 cities, akin to nails driven into the 9th domain, making future attrition warfare significantly simpler. Frostbone, Ironclaw, Crimson Rock, and Wolf Soul, accompany me to the Elder Council. The Lava Demon Realm is launching a massive invasion into our Void Demon Realm, and that place requires formidable combat power to maintain order. You shall redeem your past transgressions through valor. Any subsequent domains will be apportioned to you. Understood. We obey the command of the Elders. The 4 Imperial tier beings hastily bowed in response. Frostbone summoned his inner strength, finally managing to alleviate the swelling on one of his heads. Gritting his teeth, he spoke up. Elder, may I be permitted to return briefly? I have 376, 588 wives and concubines. Please allow me to bring them to the battlefield. Frostbone implored earnestly. The third elder turned abruptly, casting a cold gaze upon Frostbone for a moment before finally letting out a sigh. Frostbone, you possess extraordinary talent as an Imperial tier being. How is it that you cannot perceive the folly of carnal desires? Do you not realize that the more wives and concubines you have, the more your rationality diminishes? Is it possible that physical desire surpasses the satisfaction of becoming stronger? The third elder questioned with grave sincerity. Frostbone fell into silence. Yet the expression on his face spoke volumes. The corner of the third elder's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, Frostbone. I shall send someone to escort your wives and concubines to the battlefield, but you may only bring a fraction of them. 376, 588 is far too many. This is a battlefield, not a harem. Thank you, Elder. In truth, I hold dear only a little over 8,000. I have their portraits and names here. Smack. A resounding slap landed on Frostbone's head, sparing him from a more severe reprimand. The large album he had produced was snatched away by the third elder, who then tossed it toward Nightmare. Nightmare, see to this matter. Yes, Nightmare. Frostbone warned. You are not to lay a finger on any of the wives and concubines in this album. If you dare touch even one, I will return to eliminate you. Chapter 142, The Battle Form of the Enchantress. Bai Jin recounted the events of the battlefield in detail, while Han Shui and her team diligently recorded all the information. However, while the researchers were earnest in their note-taking, Han Shui found herself repeatedly glancing at Bai Jin, seemingly attempting to see beyond his white jade mask. Bai Jin sighed inwardly. The enchanting allure bestowed upon him by the five-tailed enchantress's blood romantic dance was indeed overwhelming. How could he possess such charm? It felt as if every strand of his hair radiated brilliance. He was undeniably captivating. Alas, did he harbor any feelings for me? Lately, I find myself dreaming of this mask every night, utterly mortified. The captain had previously mentioned that if other legions became aware of Bai Jin's existence, they would undoubtedly employ various unsavory methods to capture him. I possess a vial of Xian-grade charm water. Should I consider administering it to him? Bai Jin, with his attention focused solely on Han Shui, could hear her innermost thoughts as if he had stepped into her very soul. By the way, Captain Han Shui, where has Gu Qingkai gone? Huh, to my place? Boom. Han Shui snapped back to reality, her face flushed crimson, wishing to find a crevice to hide in, yet unable to take a single step. She cared about her appearance, but not excessively so. Lord Bai Jin, Gu Qingkai has gone back to the Valkyrie Academy to pack her belongings. She is set to enter the Earth-level class of the Super God Academy next. Oh, what about Hao Jian and Yang Wei? Han Shui's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. My lord, Hao Jian has returned to rest, while Yang Wei's situation is rather outrageous. Relevant personnel are currently assisting him in addressing his issues. Recalling Yang Wei's frantic escape, Bai Jin vaguely sensed what was amiss. The next moment, he concentrated on Han Shui, and indeed, he heard the thoughts of this intelligent woman. How disgusting. That guy Yang Wei actually plowed the field. Truly astonishing. According to Hao Jian, Yang Wei can summon succubi, and claimed he had to find Lord Bai Jin for something, likely to summon succubi elsewhere. Otherwise, such a debacle would not have happened. I wonder why the higher-ups have not developed a distaste for Yang Wei. On the contrary, they seem to value him more. Is it that perversion garners attention? Captain Han Shui, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. All right. Han Shui replied with a hint of regret. And Bai Jin caught the echo of her thoughts. I thought he would take me with him. How disappointing that he is leaving alone. Bai Jin, remove your mask. I will upgrade it for you. Otherwise, your charm will lead to numerous troublesome situations in the future. Mirong Xiaobing's voice resonated as Bai Jin, returning in a vehicle, hastily removed the mask, which then vanished from existence. To avoid inciting any complications, Bai Jin wrapped his face with a scarf. Upon returning to the palace, Bai Jin quickly retreated to his room and secured the door. He summoned the iron-blooded war bull king repeatedly, replenishing the number of summoned beasts to 230. As for the six-winged flying demon commander and other summoned entities, he chose not to replenish them, opting to wait until he could complete a dungeon run and fill the quota of 230 all at once. With a thought, the five-tailed enchantress's blood romantic dance manifested before him. Gulp. Bai Jin took a sip of water before gazing at this uniquely intelligent summoned entity. Since he had previously activated a summon, he could not bring forth a second five-tailed enchantress at this moment. Enchantress, assume your battle form. Yes, master. Before him, the beauty underwent a silky transformation. In less than a second, the originally human female, standing just over 1.7 meters, morphed into a towering 3-meter-tall demon. 5 sharp tails swayed gracefully behind her, emanating an otherworldly allure. The energy flow within the 230 iron-blooded war bull kings accelerated, their power surging dramatically. Blood romantic dance, Earth-level special, succubus form. Level, first tier, first level. Health points, 70, 407,000. Energy points, 70, 407,000. Defense strength, 170. Physical attack, 352,000. Special charm strength, 1, 408. Talent, innate charm, morphological transformation, soul perception, extreme ferocity. Traits, heart of wisdom. Skills, battle form, supreme allure, soul's charm. Equipment, none. Transformed from human form to succubus form, her health doubled, reaching an astounding 70, 407,000. This surpassed the health of the iron-blooded war bull kings. However, the iron-blooded war bull king boasted additional formidable defenses due to its indestructible talent, while this five-tailed succubus possessed only a base defense strength of 170, categorizing her as high health but low defense. Her physical attack doubled, reaching a rather terrifying level. Gazing at the 3-meter-tall succubus before him, with her razor-sharp claws and the glimmering, cold-tipped tails, Bai Jin comprehended her formidable nature. The succubi on the battlefield surely did not possess such terrifying attributes. Real life should mirror our human progression, where attributes significantly increase with each advancement. Yet, my void summons seem to have been developed to their utmost limit. Could this be my unique circumstance? Bai Jin felt a chill run down his spine. The void summoner was a profession that had only emerged in the 9th domain in recent decades, with beast tamers and contract summoners being the predecessors. He had not heard of any void summoner possessing extraordinary strength. In fact, they were generally considered inferior to other established professions. The peculiar charm that he could barely comprehend had also doubled, leaving Bai Jin perplexed. Could it be that this monstrous form possesses greater allure than the previously perfect girl-like visage? My master, please command me. The sultry voice of the enchanting demoness resonated, as Bai Jin gazed with satisfaction at the five-tailed succubus. Indeed, the more he observed, the more pleased he became. The succubus's physique exuded a formidable combat prowess, seemingly born solely for battle. My dear succubus, how is it that you possess such an extreme talent for ferocity? Bai Jin inquired directly. My master, it appears you favor my human form, the beguiling voice replied. Allow me to revert back to it to respond to your query. Bai Jin nodded, and before him, the towering 3-meter-tall demoness transformed into a pure and alluring woman, obediently kneeling at his feet. Tentatively, she placed her delicate hands upon his thigh, and then, astonishingly, the succubus gently laid her head upon his lap. Her radiant eyes were filled with admiration and affection as they gazed up at him. Bai Jin felt an extraordinary sensation, akin to being the moonlight in her eyes, evoking an unwavering devotion. As for the extreme talent for ferocity you inquired about, my master, it is a common trait among demons, characteristic of larger species. Demon? What do you mean? My master, succubi are indeed demons, and they belong to a remarkably powerful race, not inferior to your aerial demon servants. Bai Jin was taken aback, unable to suppress the urge to lift the gentle, submissive girl resting on his knee for another look. How could she possibly be associated with demons? Even in her demon form, she appeared full of combat potential, yet not evil in the slightest. It seems that succubi are melee-type demons. I wonder if acquiring one would even hold significance. Was I impulsive? That is a hefty expenditure of 64 skill points. Bai Jin contemplated, feeling somewhat regretful. What use could melee combat prowess possibly have compared to the might of the iron-blooded war bull king? As if she could perceive his thoughts, the succubus raised her head slightly and spoke softly. My master, I am quite useful. When you are weary, I can attend to your rest. When you are engaged in battle, I can transform into a combat form to protect you. As a summoner, your safety is paramount. If needed, I can also command your summoned beings to fight while you remain in a secure location. Bai Jin nodded. The ability to direct his summoned creatures from a distance indeed seemed advantageous. Very well, I shall assess your performance henceforth. Yes, my master, you shall not be disappointed. Now, would you like me to assist you in resting? Wait, isn't that outfit innate to you? How can you? My master, it is not permitted for others. But you may do anything. Lu Rian returned to the palace, entwined with the fair-faced Yang Lin. Sister Lin, your brother, Sai, it's irrelevant to you. Don't look so concerned. It's all that Hao Jian's fault for speaking so carelessly. Look at my brother. He must know about this. Yet he hasn't sent me a single message. Lu Rian led Yang Lin to the sofa, where Yang Lin's expression remained grim. That wretch. He found a teacher older than our mother, and I could barely tolerate that. But to act so on the battlefield, I just want to slap him into oblivion. Yang Lin seethed, gritting her teeth. Lu Rian immediately embraced Yang Lin. Sister Lin, why not stay here from now on? I'm genuinely worried you might do something rash to your brother. The Super God Academy seems to value him even more now. There must be a reason. Just treat it as if your brother has run away from home. Yang Lin ultimately nodded in acquiescence to Lu Rian's persuasion. You don't understand how distressing it was earlier. That old woman called me sister-in-law. Can you believe it? She truly acts as if she has married Yang Wei. It's utterly revolting. How can there be such a shameless woman? Lu Rian's face reflected sympathy. Sister Lin, many things do not unfold as we wish. Just like my brother, possessing such striking looks, yet still living off others. We, my mother and I, have no means to change this. In fact, I may not even be able to rescue him from this predicament. Lu Rian expressed her melancholy, prompting Yang Lin to comfort her softly. Lu Rian, you come up here this instant. Bai Jin ground his teeth in frustration. Having heard commotion downstairs, he intended to personally summon his sister, only to overhear her lamentations. Lu Rian's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Ah, brother, I thought you were with Sister Xiaobing. When did you return? Bai Jin's lips twitched. With his soul perception ability, he discerned his sister's true thoughts. Nervously, Lu Rian hurried upstairs, cautiously opening Bai Jin's room door. Brother, I was wrong. I won't speak about you behind your back anymore. Before she even entered, her thoughts were already perceived by Bai Jin. He pulled her in without a pleasant demeanor. Ah, brother, be gentle. What's wrong? Did I truly anger you? Should I let you hit me a few times to relieve your frustration? Lu Rian had planned to appease him, but upon witnessing her brother's expression, she became astonished. Brother, what have you done? Why do you look the same, yet so irresistibly captivating? Her gaze was fixed upon Bai Jin's face. Bai Jin, in an irritable manner, swatted her lightly. Enough chatter, eat. With a clatter, a heap of second and third tier life essence crystals and mana crystals spilled onto the table. Ah, How did my brother acquire these? Has he truly won over Sister Xia Bing's heart? Lu Rian was utterly bewildered, but quickly snapped back to reality. Brother, Hao Jian praised you endlessly after mentioning you, even reducing his foul language. It seems your war bull truly wreaked havoc on the battlefield. It appears there was a misunderstanding. It must be my brother's gains from the battlefield. With a powerful summoner paired with formidable summoned beings, and remaining in a safe zone, my brother's strength is indeed commendable. I will certainly find a way to help him acquire even better skills. Then I shall not hold back, continuously consuming the crystals. Lu Rian soon found herself filled with second and third tier life essence and mana crystals, boasting over 3.6 million health and mana points. Such health and mana points, Bai Jin surmised, could only be enjoyed by students of the Super God Academy. Brother, from now on, Yang Lin will reside here. She plans to stay on the first floor, right beneath your room. Sigh, I merely mentioned it casually. And now Yang Lin has truly agreed to stay. Bai Jin raised his phone, glancing at the message. Lu Ruyan's expression immediately fell. Brother, I lack the authority to return. The Super God Academy currently has no plans for a break. We must study various knowledge and combat techniques every day. I'm so envious of you. With Sister Xia Bing's permission, you can go back anytime. With a thud, she collapsed, her eyes welling with tears. Having grown up together, Bai Jin disregarded her pitiful demeanor. Stop rambling. Health and mana are merely facets of strength. Remember, do not recklessly take risks simply because of your talents. I will return and let my aunt try these crystals to see if there is any effect. Lu Ruyan nodded repeatedly. I understand, brother. You should return early. We have already surpassed the first tier limit of 100 attribute points and are continuing to improve, aiming to see if there are higher restrictions. Bai Jin nodded, for he had long since broken the first tier limit of soul attributes and the acquisition limit of an additional 50 skill points. All right, I understand. Little sister, keep it up. His younger sister, Lu Ruyan, who had been staring intently at him, forcibly pushed him out of the room, and Bai Jin closed the door behind him. Chapter 144, Earth-Level Concealment of Presence. Mirong Xiaobing had already taken the mysterious grade jade mask for modification. Once it was finished, it would likely conceal the wretched allure that plagued him. The night passed quietly without incident. Bai Jin opened his eyes, then stopped the gentle massage from the blood romance fox spirit. Mirong Xiaobing was already standing at the foot of his bed. The space mage scrutinized the somewhat nervous blood romance fox spirit before snickering. I thought you were truly indifferent to women. It seems you possess a strong sense of possession, relishing in the manipulation of your own servants. Bai Jin, I have given you the items. From now on, I will no longer deliberately allocate resources to you. Everything must be approached with caution and diligence. Do not become overly enamored with desires, at least not until you are sufficiently powerful. She tossed a transparent orb, which Bai Jin hurriedly caught. It was early morning, and Bai Jin felt a peculiar sensation that made him hesitant to lift the covers and rise. So he remained seated on the bed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. With a swish, Mirong Xiaobing vanished. Space mages truly are remarkable, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Master, she is quite fearsome, yet she harbors no malice towards you. The fox spirit spoke softly. Suddenly, Bai Jin's eyes brightened, and he swiftly turned to the delicate fox spirit kneeling at the edge of the bed. Bai Jin, you can sense the desires of others, correct? He asked excitedly, supporting the fox spirit's shoulders. She nodded. Yes, master, that is my primary innate ability. Are you inquiring whether that powerful being harbors any desires for you? Bai Jin nodded vigorously. The fox spirit's brow furrowed slightly before she shook her head. Master, that being does not possess any romantic desires for you. At least none that I can perceive. However, I can sense another kind of emotion. She seems to eagerly anticipate your ascension to becoming a top-tier powerhouse. This anticipation carries a certain purpose, yet it is not aimed at harming you. The fox spirit spoke, somewhat perplexed. Bai Jin nodded. Understood, that suffices. After all, becoming stronger is my goal. This is not conflicting. From now on, if you are by my side, do not use your charm powers without my permission. Especially around these two. Should you dare to invoke their desires, I will flay your skin. Bai Jin retrieved a photograph, which prominently featured him alongside his younger sister Lu Ruyan and his aunt Tang Yun. The fox spirit nodded continuously. Rest assured, master, such a situation will never arise. I can sense your emotions and will not defy your intentions. Satisfied, Bai Jin acknowledged that this summoned entity possessed wisdom, distinctly different from all previous summons. Almost akin to a sentient being. Holding the transparent orb aloft, Bai Jin's expression turned to one of astonishment. Jade Mask of Concealment, Earth Level. Description: possesses mysterious grade air filtration capabilities. Allows for water breathing, and provides Earth-level anti-detection protection. Description: includes mysterious grade sound rejection protection and shape-shifting capabilities. Description: Grants Earth-level concealment of presence. Bound. Transitioning from mysterious grade quality directly to Earth-level signifies a qualitative leap. Bai Jin gently brought the transparent liquid orb to his chin, and it seamlessly merged with his face. In an instant, Bai Jin grasped the implications of the mask's third attribute. While wearing this mask, his presence would significantly diminish, causing others to instinctively overlook him. The Earth-level effect was already of the highest caliber. Taking out a mirror, Bai Jin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Unlike the previous white jade mask, this new upgraded mask was entirely transparent, making it feel as though he wore nothing at all. Indeed, thoughtful design, as wearing a mask typically draws attention. Summoning the fox spirit back into the calling space, Bai Jin hurried towards the teleportation array. In the Super God Academy's Earth-level class chat group, there was course information sent by Mentor Lei Hong, but attendance was not mandatory. So Bai Jin planned to return and let his aunt try the life essence crystals and mana crystals to see if they had any effect. The jade token that Han Shui had previously given him had not been reclaimed, allowing Bai Jin to teleport freely to the main city. "Aunt, I'll be home shortly." Receiving no response, he assumed she was still asleep. Her soul was weaker than an ordinary person's, and her physical body was at the third tier. Managing a powerful body with such a weak soul was a considerable burden for her. He took out his car and pressed the accelerator. Now with a soul attribute of 170 points and a physical attribute of 60 points, he could smoothly overtake at high speeds. Upon arriving outside the Valkyrie Battle Group S base, Bai Jin parked the car and then sprinted towards his aunt's courtyard. As he neared her residence, he halted abruptly upon spotting the girl who had guided him earlier. His aunt had mentioned that this girl was from the Bai family in the southern region and could be trusted to a certain extent. "Bai Jin, you," the girl remarked softly, noticing his changed appearance. "I thought you had the courage to show your face." Bai Jin nodded. "You seem busy. I'm off to find my aunt." The girl appeared somewhat taken aback. "All right." Bai Jin turned and dashed into the large estate where his aunt resided. The courtyard gates were left wide open, a sign of security that allowed his aunt to disregard such trivialities. Watching Bai Jin's departing figure, the girl suddenly smiled. "Honestly, Tang Yin, didn't he tell you who I am? This is the second time you've called me girl," the Valkyrie stated. "Your innate talent is undoubtedly beyond the heavenly level. This time, you made significant contributions on the first-tier battlefield against the Void Demon Realm. If your talent were mediocre, you could lead a comfortable life without worries. However, with such exceptional gifts, even if you are unrelated to the Bai family, you will inevitably embark on adventures in different worlds to grow stronger, and therein lies the greatest concern for your safety. You possess the absolute replacement skill. And now you have the 100-fold summoning source skill. Your defense and damage absorption are already sufficiently robust. Thus, your shortcoming lies in the lack of personal strength. Let me compensate for this weakness." The girl exerted all her strength, then vanished without a trace. A low, resonant sound echoed, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. And the girl reappeared, clutching a blood-red crystal the size of an egg. Taking out her phone, she sent a message. Tang Yun, who was initially astonished by Bai Jin's transformation, hurriedly exited upon reading the message. "Take it. It's for Bai Jin." The girl thrust the blood-red crystal into Tang Yun's hand, disappearing again before she could respond. Chapter 145, The Blood of the Divine Dragon. Due to issues concerning her soul, Tang Yun was unable to discern the properties of the blood-red crystal in her hand. But she understood it must be an extraordinarily precious item. She quickly returned indoors. "Xiao Jin, that girl from the Bai family is the one you mentioned who would guide you. She has given you something." Bai Jin was somewhat taken aback. Yet he could sense the immense energy contained within the blood-red crystal held by his aunt. He hesitated to accept it. "Aunt, she belongs to the Bai family of the southern domain. Did you not say I should avoid any connections with them?" Tang Yun's expression grew complicated. "That is true, but the item has been received. See if it proves useful to you. If not, I will return it to her later. If it is indeed beneficial and of significant value, then harness it to enhance your power. You have no ties to the Bai family now, but this girl. Your current strength level is still too low. Once you are sufficiently powerful, you will understand everything." Tang Yun's tone was filled with a sense of gravity, causing Bai Jin's expression to shift. "Aunt, could she be the betrothed my parents arranged for me at birth? Is she bearing some burden for me?" Upon seeing his aunt's sudden change in demeanor, he felt a sense of foreboding. "Xiao Jin, you may pursue any woman, but not her. Do you understand?" Tang Yun admonished sternly. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly. "Aunt, I harbor no such intentions. I merely find it rather strange." Tang Yun gestured for Bai Jin to sit. "Xiao Jin, this girl has left an impression of being taciturn yet decisive in battle, avoiding interaction with others. She is now a formidable fifth-tier entity, among the strongest of her rank, to the extent that even the Ice Sovereign cannot defeat her." Bai Jin straightened in astonishment. "What? Sister Xia Bing is a spatial law sovereign. an invincible presence among her tier. Even she cannot best her. Tang Yun's gaze turned peculiar. Xiao Jin, why do you call her sister Xia Bing so effortlessly? Bai Jin stammered. His aunt chose not to press further. The Ice Sovereign is indeed invincible at her level, yet this individual has remained undefeated. Previously, she was the commander of the 7th Legion when she was at the 4th tier, and now, having ascended to the 5th tier, she stands as the commander of the 2nd Legion, subordinate only to the Valkyrie. Should the Valkyrie fall, she would be the next in line to claim that title. With such responsibilities, it is best to limit your interactions with her. Unless you reach a certain level of strength, the more you engage with her, the greater your peril. Bai Jin nodded earnestly. Understood. Upon receiving the blood-red crystal from his aunt, his face was filled with astonishment. Divine Dragon Blood, rare blood artifact. Grade, 5th tier, heavenly level. Attributes, the pure blood of a 5th tier divine dragon, containing the essence of the dragon's bloodline and power. Upon use, one can acquire a low concentration of the dragon's bloodline. Note, using this item will alter one's racial type. Proceed with caution. Aunt, this is Divine Dragon Blood, a 5th tier heavenly level blood artifact. Bai Jin inhaled deeply. It was his first encounter with such a remarkable entity. Tang Yun was equally astonished, seemingly taken aback by the rarity of the item. Her brows furrowed slightly. She inquired, Xiao Jin, do you feel any affinity for this item? Is it of significant use to you? Does your body or soul express a strong desire for it? Bai Jin closed his eyes to attune his senses. After a considerable while, he opened his eyes, a hint of perplexity evident. Aunt, my body does not possess a craving for it, nor does my soul. However, one of my skills seems to yearn for it intensely. In his earlier attunement, he sensed that all 4 of his summoning skills exhibited varying degrees of desire. If the iron-blooded Battle Bull King had a craving level of 1, then the Enchantress was at 2, and the 6-winged Flying Demon Commander reached a level of 10. The most profound yearning arose from the skill of the Woodpecker, which could attain a staggering level of 100. For this skill, possessing absolute damage potential, Bai Jin had initially intended to elevate it to a perfect level upon his return. The current situation had ignited a plan within him. Bai Jin had expected the iron-blooded Battle Bull King to be the one most eager for the divine dragon blood, considering it had previously ascended from yellow to profound grade through a blood artifact rune. Tang Yun sighed softly. Xiao Jin, accept it, as long as it empowers you. Do not concern yourself with other matters. Any grievances or debts can be resolved once you attain sufficient strength. Bai Jin nodded earnestly. Aunt, I understand. I shall accept it. With a thought, he stored the egg-sized divine dragon blood, knowing the time for its use had not yet arrived. He retrieved a fruit platter from the table and, with a flourish, released various life blood crystals, mana crystals, and a pure soul power crystal he had meticulously saved. Aunt, please try one of these to see if they might be of any benefit to your soul's injury. These are life blood crystals, which can enhance your health limit. These are mana crystals, which increase your mana capacity. And this one is a pure soul power crystal that boosts soul attributes. Bai Jin explained each item, while Tang Yun regarded him with a gentle, affectionate smile. She then took a life blood crystal and placed it in her mouth. Aunt, what is happening? When my sister and I consumed these, they melted instantly upon entering our mouths, yet yours. Tang Yun slowly expelled the life blood crystal from her mouth. Then tried a mana crystal, only to observe the same lack of effect. The pure soul power crystal yielded the same result. Bai Jin could not help but inquire, Aunt, should you not try swallowing it? Tang Yun shook her head. No need. These items have not yet been tested by the Legion on me. But I have attempted various substances these past days, all failing to alter my condition. Xiao Jin, you should keep them. Do not overly concern yourself with my soul's injuries. My soul has not continued to weaken over the years, and given my physical condition, I could live for several more centuries. Not to mention, I could still raise children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Hearing his aunt's light-hearted words, Bai Jin chose to ignore them. Aunt, since you found them ineffective, and my sister and I have already consumed our fill, why not let you give the remainder to that girl from earlier? While it may not compare to the divine dragon blood she provided, it serves as some form of compensation. Very well, your reasoning is sound. A good man must repay his debts, but he should also remember to show gratitude. I shall deliver it for you. Bai Jin collected the various life blood crystals and mana crystals, placing them in a box, which he handed to his aunt. After she nodded and departed with the box, he wiped the pure soul power crystal and casually tossed it into his mouth. Before long, his aunt returned, and Bai Jin was in no rush to leave, choosing instead to spend the day in her company before departing. Chapter 146. She is not as good-tempered as I am. Gazing at the exquisite wooden box in her hands, the girl smiled faintly before casting an irritated glance at the presence beside her. Enough of this feigned weakness. Hurry and eat. With a melodious roar, the vibrant purple-gold dragon, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, opened its maw and inhaled deeply, instantly consuming all the life essence crystals and magical energy crystals contained within the box. The girl gently clapped her hands. The situation in the southern region has stabilized. Let us proceed together to intimidate the 4th and 5th tier entities of the Void Demon clan. The dragon joyfully responded, seemingly filled with anticipation. The girl smiled. Rest assured, I shall ensure you are well fed once we acquire these treasures. Within a grand hall of the Super Divine Academy, a gathering of 5th tier beings convened. Murong Xiaobing occupied the prominent position at the head of the assembly, with over 20 formidable men and women seated below. Your Excellency, Ice Sovereign, we comprehend your proposal. The Valkyrie Battle Legion will oversee 5 cities, while the other 9 major legions will each manage 2 cities. This arrangement is agreeable. However, given that the Super Divine Academy has only recently been established, why monopolize 6 cities? Why not allocate 5 cities for the common populace? With so many medium-sized legions, we are left with merely 2 cities. Is this not excessive? One 5th tier individual could not help but inquire. Murong Xiaobing casually glanced at the questioner. To clarify, what I just articulated was not a proposal, but a decision. As her words resonated, the assembly of 5th tier beings lowered their gazes, keenly aware of the necessity to show respect to the woman at the helm, who was not only a 5th tier powerhouse, but also the sovereign of spatial magic, a unique presence among their ranks. The cool voice continued. Furthermore, I summoned all of you here to convey an important directive. The 5 cities designated for the common folk and smaller factions are opportunities for those with ambition and courage among them. Members under your command are strictly prohibited from venturing there. Any infraction will result in immediate revocation of exploration privileges. Understood. We shall comply. The assembly responded in unison. Murong Xiaobing nodded with satisfaction. A reminder to all, I am merely responsible for the Super Divine Academy. The highest authority in the Southern Region War Zone is Bai Jin, the 2nd commander of our Valkyrie Battle Legion. The assembly was taken aback. What? Bai Jin? How can a 4th tier individual bear such a heavy responsibility? Wait. The 2nd commander of the Valkyrie Battle Legion is not merely a subordinate commander. Has Bai Jin ascended to the 5th tier? Murong Xiaobing slowly nodded. Indeed. Bai Jin has attained the 5th tier. I must remind you that the complexities surrounding the Bai family in the southern region are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. You must grasp their essence. The consequences of past actions were undeniably heinous, yet the subsequent ramifications have benefited the 9th domain. The survivors of the Bai family have not shirked their responsibilities and have remained loyal to the human race of the 9th domain. Bai Chongqing and his son are currently engaged in battle in the southern region. While the common folk may harbor hatred and resentment towards them, do not be foolish. Bai Jin is not as good-tempered as I am. As the highest authority in the southern region war zone, she possesses the power to make decisive judgments. It would be wise to refrain from questioning her decisions in the future, or else you may find yourselves regretting it. The warning echoed, and the assembly of 5th tier beings lowered their gazes, feeling stifled by the Ice Sovereign's self-deprecating remark regarding her temperament. Yet, the woman above was known for her ruthless decisiveness and unpredictable moods, leaving no one daring to question her authority. Lastly, I must remind you that the cities under your jurisdiction do not have stringent entry restrictions. Ensure that the teleportation zones are well guarded, and all entering personnel must undergo training to avoid unnecessary fatalities. Now be on your way. Yes, we take our leave. The assembly of 5th tier beings responded respectfully before departing. Once the group had vacated the hall, Murong Xiaobing turned her attention to her companion. How did I fare in bolstering your presence just now? The space rippled slightly, and Bai Yi's figure materialized. Thank you, Ice Sovereign. Her cool voice resonated, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Murong Xiaobing, feeling a pang of concern, grasped the girl's hand. Now that you have reached the 5th tier, why still refer to me as Ice Sovereign? I believe you should address me as Sister Xiaobing, just as Bai Jin does. The girl remained silent. Murong Xiaobing sighed. Do not bear such immense pressure. You are merely tasked with overseeing this area. Treat it as a job. What if the sky were to fall? You cannot bear the weight of it all. Why impose such psychological burdens on yourself? Learn to adopt my perspective. Remain indifferent, confront challenges head-on, and only then can you truly live freely. The girl continued to remain silent, leaving Murong Xiaobing feeling at a loss. Since you joined the Battle Legion, I have yet to see you smile or relax even for a moment. Do you aspire to bear the endless pressures like the Valkyrie? It is unnecessary. She simply cannot see beyond her burdens. The 9th domain faces even greater crises ahead. I assure you, the Southern Region War Zone will not be overly arduous. We have successfully negotiated cooperation with the Lava Demon Realm, which is currently launching a large-scale invasion of the Void Demon Realm. The Void Demon Realm is now embroiled in a fierce struggle, and their available combat forces for this battlefield are quite limited. The establishment of the Southern Region War Zone is all part of the plan. You have already experienced the miraculous effects of the life essence crystals and magical energy crystals, utilizing the 36 cities occupied by the Void Demon clan as battlegrounds. We will slay the seemingly endless Void Demons. Consume enough first-tier crystals, and your health and magical energy will increase by 100,000. Sufficient second-tier crystals will yield an additional 500,000, and enough third-tier crystals will elevate your power by 3 million. Perhaps one day, every member of our 9th domain will truly embody the essence of dragons. Bai slowly lifted her head. Your Excellency, Ice Sovereign. If you truly possess such a carefree outlook, why remain within the Legion? Would not traversing the myriad realms be the epitome of liberation? Mirong Zibing paused, then gently tapped the girl's forehead. Have you been eavesdropping on that gossiping woman, Lan Shi? The girl fell silent once more, prompting Mirong Zibing to become slightly irritated before vanishing in a flash. Annie had chatted with Bai Jin for quite some time before finally succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep. Bai Jin quietly made his way to the underground training area, summoning the succubus to conduct multiple thorough checks, ultimately confirming the absence of any surveillance measures. Summon the six-winged demon commander. In an instant, a myriad of summoning circles materialized, and Bai Jin swiftly drew the six-winged demon commanders into the summoning space. He then filled his ranks with 230 berserk woodpeckers. After several hours of waiting, the summoning cooldown for the five-tailed succubus finally elapsed. Summon the five-tailed succubus. Countless blood-red summoning circles appeared, and melodic voices echoed, though no additional greetings were offered, differing from the first five-tailed succubus's blood-red romantic dance. In a flash, 229 identical flawless maidens manifested, leaving Bai Jin awestruck by their boundless perfection. Chapter 147, a magnificent panel. Bai Jin stored 228 of the five-tailed succubi into the summoning space before turning his gaze to the one remaining. Five-tailed succubus, Earth Grade Special, Human Form. Level, 1 Tier 1. Health points, 35, 200, 000 35, 200, 000. Energy points, 70, 400, 000 70, 400, 000. Defense strength, 170. Physical attack, 176, 000. Special charm strength, 352. Talent, natural charm, transformation, soul perception, extremely ferocious. Characteristic, wisdom. Skills, combat form, ultimate charm, soul enchantment. Equipment, none. The five-tailed succubus still embodies the delicate image of a perfect girl, yet it no longer possesses a unique name. In comparison to the first, its enchanting allure has diminished by half, and its characteristic has transformed from the heart of wisdom to mere wisdom, while all other attributes remain unchanged. Battle form. At Bai Jin's command, the succubus before him seamlessly morphed into its five-tailed demon form. Upon reviewing its attributes, Bai Jin nodded in approval. Its health and physical attack strength had doubled, akin to the first, yet this time, the special enchanting allure remained unchanged at 352 points. Bai Jin began to sense the conditions within the summoning space, and soon discerned notable differences. The heart of wisdom from the blood-colored romantic dance was a fist-sized orb of multicolored light, while the wisdom of this 229 five-tailed succubus manifested as 229 pigeon egg-sized orbs of light, also multicolored, but significantly weaker in intensity. It became apparent that summoning skills could exhibit such variations. The blood-colored romantic dance was an exceptionally unique entity, so much so that even multiplier effects could not be applied. It seemed prudent to pay closer attention to this in the future. Reflecting on last night when the blood-colored romantic dance gently massaged him throughout the night, Bai Jin cast a satisfied glance at the succubus beside him. With just a glance, the dance obediently led Bai Jin to a resting chair, while another succubus began to assist in kneading and massaging his body. As he savored the exquisite massage techniques, Bai Jin contemplated his next course of action. The limit attributes for the first tier are a dual score of 100 for both body and soul, while the second tier allows for dual scores of 100, 200, and 300 points. The third tier escalates to 100, 200, 300, and 600 points. However, ordinary practitioners cannot reach the limits of both attributes simultaneously. Even the current elite students can only experiment with one at a time. His younger sister, Lu Ruyan, has recently broken through in her soul attribute, while Yang Lin, the warrior, has excelled in the physical attribute. This indicates that Mentor Lei Hong, as a third-tier limit battle master, possesses 600 points in physical attributes, alongside a commendable soul attribute. The limit attributes do not necessitate achieving maximum thresholds in one tier before advancing. Even if one attribute does not reach 100 points in the first tier, upon transitioning to the second tier, the limit remains at 300 points. It is simply necessary to compensate for any deficit in attributes during the second-tier phase. Nevertheless, ordinary practitioners typically reach their limits before advancing to the next tier due to the increasing difficulty in acquiring free attribute points. In the past, free attribute points could only be obtained through challenging hell dungeons, with first-tier hell dungeons being considerably less perilous than their second-tier counterparts, leading to the phenomenon of level stagnation. However, this is merely applicable to ordinary practitioners. For me, acquiring a new talent at each level is paramount, as long as I possess an abundance of exceptional talents. Traversing higher-tier hell dungeons will not present a formidable challenge. Bai Jin meticulously analyzed the situation and resolved to prioritize leveling up to the second tier before anything else, as this would grant him an additional fundamental skill. Bai Jin, Blue Star Human. Rank, First Tier, Level 1, 3, 030, 0004, 000, Health, 3, 600, 0006. 000, Mana, 3, 780, 0008, 100, 0001, 000, 3, 780, 0008, 100, 0001, 000. Attributes: Physical Strength 60, Strength 60, Constitution 60, Agility 60, Health Recovery 60 points per second. Attributes: Soul Strength 171, Spirit 171, Perception 171, Reaction 171, Mana Recovery 188 points per second. Physical Attack 60, Spell Attack 171. Attributes: Mysterious Level Energy Gathering Array 6, Yellow Level Acceleration Array 4, Yellow Level Speed Array 4, Yellow Level Jump Array 6. Talent: Supreme Summoning. Temporary Talents: Rapid Impact, Endurance. Indestructible, Health Like a Flood, Demon Scales, Innate Charm, Soul Perception. Fundamental Skill: Summon Iron Blood War Bull King. Skills: Summon Rampaging Woodpecker, Summon Six-Winged Flying Demon Commander, Summon Five-Tailed Succubus. Special Equipment: Source of Mana. Equipment: Jade Face Hidden Shadow, Energy Gathering Robe, Shockwave Golden Staff. Free Attribute Points, 7, Skill Points, 51. Fundamental Skill Points, 0. His attributes were astonishingly magnificent, with health exceeding 3.6 million and mana at 3.78 million, a feat unimaginable for ordinary practitioners. Bai Jin found the Blood and Flesh Furnace designed specifically for the Void Demon clan truly remarkable. With this functionality, as long as a sufficient number of Void Demons were defeated, the human practitioners of the 9th domain would continuously emerge with robust health and ample mana. Moreover, in battles against foreign races, 9th domain practitioners would not suffer physical harm. They would merely experience a depletion of health. If their health were sufficiently robust, their safety would multiply, allowing even formidable warriors to charge recklessly across the battlefield. Furthermore, with practitioners possessing fundamental skills, some magic-based practitioners, if endowed with ample health and mana, could transform into artillery, unleashing devastating output, a power that was utterly terrifying. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated for such eventualities? Bai Jin could not help but ponder, sensing he was drawing closer to certain truths. As night swiftly passed, Bai Jin ventured to the cafeteria ahead of time to retrieve a sumptuous breakfast, while his aunt indulged in a leisurely slumber. After finishing the meal, Bai Jin departed from the Valkyrie battle group's quarters amidst his aunt's repeated admonitions. With limited skill points, he could not afford to learn skills haphazardly. Thus, he strolled along the wide street while contemplating which dungeons to tackle next. Bai Jin, what are you doing here? A melodious voice, tinged with delight, broke his concentration. Looking up, he indeed spotted Gu Kinkai waving at him. The girl was seated at a windowside cafe, sipping her coffee alone. Just as he was mulling over his next steps, the brilliant strategist appeared. Bai Jin made no pretense, walking directly into the cafe and taking a seat across from her. Bai Jin, aren't you supposed to be in class at the Super God Academy? Are you out shopping? She inquired with a hint of curiosity. Bai Jin nodded. I came to visit my aunt and was contemplating which dungeon to grind for experience. Kinkai, since you're here, do you have any suggestions? Gu Kinkai began to deliberate seriously, simultaneously ordering a cup of coffee for Bai Jin. With a flick of her hand, an enchantment enveloped the two of them, ensuring their conversation remained private from nearby ears. You have the Rampaging Bull to substitute damage. With 10 exceptionally resilient bulls, you could practically bulldoze through anything. On the battlefield, this would enable you to triumph over the millions of Void Demons. In terms of offense, the Six-Winged Flying Demon Commander is an exceptional summoning, capable of both ranged and melee attacks. You already possess a well-rounded arsenal for physical ranged and close combat. Additionally, your Woodpecker has retaliatory capabilities, serving as a means to catch enemies off guard, though it pales in comparison to the Flying Demon and the Bulls. Thus, For the 3 common combat scenarios, land, air, and sea, you currently lack a summoning creature for maritime battles, which is something you might consider pursuing later. While your bulls are robust and well defended, it would be wise to also learn a healing type summoning, as well as a control type summoning. Once you have all this covered, you might contemplate elemental summoning or find a way to imbue elemental artifacts into your existing summoning skills. Gu Kinkai articulated gracefully. Chapter 148, A Talent Without Rank. Bai Jin furrowed his brow slightly. He was already aware of these insights and found them lacking in practical recommendations. Seeing that Bai Jin remained unresponsive, Gu Kinkai chose not to pursue the conversation further. Bai Jin, are you returning to the Super God Academy later? Bai Jin shook his head. Not for now. There aren't any dungeons over there. I plan to level up by grinding outside. Gu Kinkai was taken aback. Haven't you seen the messages in the group? The Super God Academy has now linked all first and second tier dungeons from various factions, and you can directly teleport to the corresponding dungeon areas from there. Huh. Bai Jin hastily pulled out his phone to check, activating the notification sounds for the class chat group. Announcement. The first tier battlefields of the 9th domain and the Void Demon Realm have concluded. The Academy has opened teleportation channels for all first and second tier dungeons within the 9th domain. Students may choose according to their circumstances. Announcement. There are currently 46 combat students at the Super God Academy, and there will be no further additions. Please cherish this rare opportunity, value your lives, and strive to grow stronger. Announcement. The Earth level class has been reorganized. The current 36 students have been divided into 6 teams based on grouping, and the Earth level class will be split into 6 classes, introducing auxiliary students as well. What? No one informed me of this. Bai Jin felt a bit exasperated. Such a significant change in the Earth level class should have warranted a call from the school staff. Gu Kinkai smiled slightly. Bai Jin, this is my fault. I went to the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy to handle some paperwork and pack my things. And I thought you would receive the news while you were at the Super God Academy. Bai Jin was taken aback. What do you mean? How could this be your fault? With a gentle exhale, the girl replied, Bai Jin, you are considered a solo player in the Earth level class. But during the 3rd decisive battle, we teamed up. So, if you agree, I will join your class as an auxiliary student and become your teammate moving forward. Do you accept my joining? Gu Kinkai asked nervously. Bai Jin gazed at this delicate and quiet girl. He initially intended to refuse, but upon reflection, he ultimately nodded. With a deep breath, Gu Kinkai's face lit up with joy. Bai Jin quickly lowered his gaze, realizing that when she took that breath, her figure was quite appealing. Kinkai, since the Earth level class is divided into 6 smaller classes, who will be responsible for our class? The girl gently shook her head. Bai Jin, we aren't part of those 6 classes. Bai Jin was bewildered. What? Your situation is entirely different from others. You will be treated separately. This time, the Celestial level class has also been reallocated. Your sister, Lu Rian, Zhuge Liun, and Yang Lin are grouped together, while Yang Lin's brother, Yang Wei, has been placed in a separate team. Then there's that Hao Jian. He is also in a solo team. Gao Jia, Wei Jin, Gu Yuntao, Lu Jiaoken, and Peng Da have formed a team. As for you, in fact, you are also placed in a solo team, with treatment equivalent to that of the Celestial level class. Gu Kinkai explained. Bai Jin glanced at his phone, feeling quite speechless. They had treated him with the same regard as a Celestial level talent, and yet, no notification had been provided. Kinkai, what you mean is that you will be following me, essentially becoming a member of my team, correct? Gu Kinkai nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Bai Jin, your combat power is formidable, but as your strength grows, the responsibilities you must juggle will increase. Many tasks can actually be handled by me, allowing you to focus more on becoming stronger. My role is somewhat akin to your sisters Jinsei and Qinghe, though I lack Qinghe's nurturing nature from the internal affairs class. However, I am capable in combat, serving as a hybrid of support and combat personnel. Gu Kinkai's explanation made Bai Jin regard her with renewed interest. She hardly seemed the type to possess combat abilities. Bai Jin, since you've accepted me as your teammate, I'll henceforth address you as Captain. It's more formal and respectful this way. Captain, I'm generally aware of your situation, so let me briefly introduce myself. Gu Kinkai spoke softly. Bai Jin nodded. This was customary. Every practitioner was required to keep their talent under wraps, but that was only relative. If even comrades who fought side by side deliberately concealed their abilities, a team could hardly endure. Captain, my talent is learning. What? Learning? Bai Jin was somewhat bewildered. Seeing his confusion, Gu Kinkai elaborated. Yes, learning. My talent does not have a specific grade, but the more knowledge I acquire, the stronger this ability becomes. This is why the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy recruited me and subsequently sent me to the better-resourced Super God Academy. Bai Jin became more serious. Are there limitations on the types of knowledge you can learn? Gu Kinkai shook her head. None that I have encountered so far. Whether it's pure knowledge or combat techniques, I have not faced any restrictions. Bai Jin nodded. That's good. I need assistance in that area. Just analyze various information for me, and you need not worry about combat. Gu Qingkai smiled brightly. Captain, don't underestimate me. I've observed the combat situations of Minter Lei Hong and Minter Lia at the Super God Academy. If they were to suppress their abilities to match mine and refrain from utilizing their innate powers, I am confident I could either hold my ground or even defeat them. Bai Jin was astonished. Are you certain? The girl nodded earnestly. Captain, not only that, but I am currently learning various knowledge through the Valkyrie Battle Group's information database, including runes, equipment crafting, potion making, and other auxiliary professions. After gaining practical experience, I can tailor items for you and your summoned creatures. Bai Jin was genuinely taken aback. Observing the girl's serious and confident demeanor, he recognized she was not jesting. All right, once you become proficient, I will entrust all manner of items to you. Rest assured, Captain, I will work diligently. Otherwise, with your rate of growth, it would be easy for me to fall behind your increasing strength, the girl stated earnestly. By the way, Qingkai, since you can access the Valkyrie Battle Group's database, could you help me find out why my aunt is unable to use life crystals and mana crystals, and even pure soul crystals? Bai Jin inquired with concern. His aunt was also within the Valkyrie Battle Group system. Yet she seemed only able to view various information released by the group, unable to access many secret documents. Moreover, when he was with his aunt, his soul perception was activated, and her mind was filled with all sorts of bizarre thoughts, such as whether Murong Xiaobing was pregnant and what the child might call her. Suddenly, Bai Jin was surprised to see the girl, who had lowered her head to begin researching, as she possessed none of the chaotic thoughts he had expected. From the moment they began talking, he hadn't heard a single errant thought from her. Chapter 149, Shield of the Guardian. Could it be that her learning talent made Gu Qingkai exceptionally focused, preventing her from exhibiting any contradictory thoughts? This was the only possibility Bai Jin could conceive. Gu Qingkai took out a tablet and began to examine it intently. After a short while, she lifted her head. Captain, I have some information. The situation is somewhat unique. The Valkyrie Battle Group has conducted multiple experiments, and only those practitioners who awakened after the great upheaval in the world can use these life crystals and mana crystals. Practitioners prior to that, including those of the 5th tier, are unable to use them as well. Moreover, the related experiments are still ongoing, and it appears that the over 100 million professionals who awakened this year are exceptionally unique. The girl spoke with utmost seriousness. Bai Jin furrowed his brow. Qingxi, how is it that you can perceive such clandestine information? Aren't you merely a newly enrolled student? Gu Qingxi replied with a faint smile. Captain, you underestimate my aptitude for learning, and simultaneously, you underestimate the caliber of the Super God Academy. Furthermore, if you do not accept me, I will still be assigned to a team of other students with heavenly class talents, which, in many respects, is equivalent to being at the 5th tier. Bai Jin nodded in understanding. By the way, if I wish to acquire items such as pure soul power crystals, what channels are available? Gu Qingxi did not respond but instead rose to her feet. Captain, let us proceed to the Super God Academy. Once there, you will uncover many things. Shortly thereafter, the two were transported to the Super God Academy. Beep. Notification. Classmate Bai Jin, please proceed immediately to the Academic Affairs Office. The Academic Affairs Office. Does the Super God Academy have such a department? Captain, it's over by Team Leader Han Shui. That is indeed the Academic Affairs Office. Bai Jin, upon arriving with familiarity, Han Shui soon approached them. My lord, we were just about to send someone to the main city to summon you back. Huh? What is going on? This lord is not even wearing a mask. So this is what he looks like. However, while his face appears handsome, there's an inexplicable lack of allure compared to yesterday's impression. Listening to Han Shui's thoughts, Bai Jin quickly redirected his attention. What is the matter, my lord? Please follow me. Han Shui soon led him and Gu Qingxi into a room. My lord, the Void Demon clan has secured one victory in the 1st tier decisive battle, thereby completely taking control of our 36 cities in the southern region. According to the arrangements made by the higher-ups, our Super God Academy has been granted the exploration and development rights to 6 of these cities. Per the directives, the heavenly class students have been divided into 4 teams, including yours, each entitled to explore and develop one city, while the earthly class students share the exploration rights to one city among their 6 teams. You arrived a bit late, so there are only 2 cities available for selection. Which one do you wish to choose? As Han Shui pointed with her delicate hand, Bai Jin beheld 2 jade tokens. Yunkai, Kanglin. Grasping the Yunkai jade token, Han Shui tucked away the remaining one. My lord, the Super God Academy's teleportation area has constructed 6 small teleportation arrays. With this jade token, you will have complete control over the corresponding small teleportation array. Without your permission, no one else can enter the Yunkai city occupied by the Void Demon clan, Han Shui elucidated. Such a divine opportunity. The resource allocation at the Super God Academy is utterly outrageous. A single academy has obtained the rights to 6 cities, and that fellow Yang Wei, along with Hao Jian and Bai Jin, gets to monopolize a city each. How absurd. Han Shue's expression remained stoic, yet her thoughts brimmed with astonishment, which piqued Bai Jin's curiosity. Bai Jin nodded. So, this means that I have full authority over Yunkai City, correct? Han Shui confirmed with a nod, my lord. You may slay the Void Demon clan within Yunkai City to acquire merits and resources. This is an opportunity given to you by the 9th domain to strengthen yourself. Alright, I understand. I will handle matters from here. How should I proceed with my studies in relevant knowledge or skills? Is it the same as before, continuing with classes? Bai Jin inquired. Han Shui nodded, my lord. Indeed, though it is not mandatory. You may come to us at any time, and we will analyze the situation based on your requirements. Bai Jin nodded. Very well, I shall return now. Qing Xi, find something to occupy yourself with. I need to rest for a while. Understood, Captain. After parting ways, Bai Jin returned directly to his sister's palace. With Jin Se and Qing He absent, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped him. Lying on the bed, Bai Jin began contemplating his next steps for development. Leveling up is a certainty. However, with the recent emergence of the opportunity to oversee a city's exploration and development rights, preparations must be made. Currently, I possess 4 formidable summons: the Woodpecker, the Savage Bull, the Sky Demon, and the Enchantress. What remains is a water combat summon and elemental summons. The rest pertain to support and control types. First, let us prioritize leveling up. With a mere thought, Bai Jin retrieved a small pile of experience crystals, a total of 17, capable of providing 17 million experience points. At present, he only needed about 100,000 more experience to reach level 2 of the first tier. Use. An endless warm current surged forth, and Bai Jin ascended to level 2 of the first tier. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summoned skill. The summoned creature will convert 30 damage taken into health. Mysterious grade. 2. Shield of the Guardian. Each time a summoned creature lands a critical hit, it generates an energy shield equivalent to 5 times the damage dealt to the master, with a maximum duration of 60 seconds. Mysterious grade. 3. Designate a summoned skill. The summoned creature's physical defense increases by an additional 3 points per level. Yellow grade. Bai Jin began to scrutinize these 3 talents. The first and third had appeared previously, while the second was an entirely new type. The first is essentially equivalent to a 30 damage reduction. For instance, if 100 points of damage are taken, it would restore 30 health, resulting in an effective loss of 70 points of health, which feels rather mediocre. The third is also somewhat lacking, providing only 3 additional physical defense per level, which is decent for practitioners, but insufficient for a steadfast Iron Blood War Bull King. The second one requires a critical hit to generate a damage shield of 5, which also seems rather unimpressive. Bai Jin felt somewhat disheartened. None of these talents were particularly outstanding. After much contemplation, he realized that his safety was already quite sufficient, and none of these options would significantly enhance his strength. Never mind, I will choose one for now and upgrade later. The rampaging woodpecker will continue to be nurtured, that wind pulse is ready. And even the dragon's blood is available. This characteristic of absolute damage is worth pursuing. Moreover, the rampaging woodpecker possesses a 30 critical hit bonus, so it shall receive this enhancement. I will bestow the second effect upon the rampaging woodpecker summon skill. As Bai Jin made his choice, his summon of the rampaging woodpecker gained an additional talent effect. Chapter 150, Full Health Targeting, Damage Absorption. Summon Rampaging Woodpecker. Excellent exclusive. Talent effect, 230 Summon Multiplier, Level 10 Health 10, 000, Rampaging Energy Absorption, Critical Hit 30. Damage Rebound 10, Shield of the Guardian. Description, can consume 20 points of the subject's mana to summon up to 230 Level 10 Half Energy, Half Flesh Rampaging Woodpeckers. The quantity summoned determines mana consumption. Description, summoning time is 0, 5 seconds, cannot be interrupted by conventional means, skill cooldown time is 6 seconds. Maximum number of rampaging woodpeckers is 230. Upon reaching this number, no further summons can be performed. Bai Jin swiftly made his way to the underground training area, subsequently summoning a tree-like monster through the energy battle puppet zone. Go. 10 rampaging woodpeckers swiftly soared forth. Buzz. An energy shield enveloped Bai Jin entirely. Subsequently, a persistent buzzing sound enveloped him, and a multitude of overlapping shields materialized around his form. Bai Jin swiftly checked the combat log. Your rampaging woodpecker has inflicted a critical hit on the energy battle puppet, decayed giant tree, dealing 88 points of damage. You have gained 48 points of all-encompassing energy shield defense. The log was inundated with such information. Currently, the rampaging woodpecker's attack speed stood at 156 strikes per second. With a critical hit probability of 30, under the assault of 10 simultaneously attacking entities, an abundance of protective shields emerged. Splendid. I had assumed that such shields could only exist singularly, yet they can indeed stack infinitely. With Bai Jin's heightened awareness, the defensive value of the transparent energy shield surrounding him continued to escalate. After 10 seconds, he commanded the 10 rampaging woodpeckers to cease their assault. Upon inspecting the external shield's defense value, he found it to be 22,800. Impressive. The effect of this profound-level talent surpasses my expectations. This is merely the result of the woodpecker's exceptional quality, relying solely on absolute damage for critical hits without breaching defenses. Once this skill is enhanced further, the damage dealt will undoubtedly be explosive, and the shield value will become astonishing. Elated, Bai Jin promptly utilized a small experience crystal again. After 4 uses, he advanced to level 3 of rank 1. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summoned creature to convert 30 damage taken into health. Profound level. 2. Designate a summoned creature to gain an additional 6 points of spell defense per level. Profound level. 3. Designate a summoned creature to gain an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Yellow level. Utterly disappointing. He designated the second talent effect to the skill of summoning the Iron-Blooded War Bull King. Upon issuing the command, his Iron-Blooded War Bull King received an additional 198 points of spell defense, a rather paltry increase. After consuming another 5 small experience crystals, Bai Jin ascended to level 4 of rank 1. Selectable talent effects. 1. Full health targeting. When attacking enemies with health above 80, critical hit rate is 30, Earth level. 2. Designate a summoned creature to convert 30 damage taken into health. Profound level. 3. Designate a summoned creature to gain an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Yellow level. Upon viewing this Earth level talent effect, Bai Jin was somewhat astonished. The previous shield required critical attributes, yet here was a talent that significantly enhances critical hit attributes. He applied the full health targeting talent effect to the rampaging woodpecker. Without hesitation, Bai Jin consumed the remaining 6 small experience crystals, elevating his level to rank 1. Level 5. Selectable talent effects. 1. Damage absorption. Each attack on a target will absorb 30 of the damage dealt, replenishing health, mana, or stamina. Earth level. 2. Designate a summoned creature to convert 30 damage taken into health. Profound level. 3. Designate a summoned creature to gain an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Yellow level. Incredible. He chose to apply the damage absorption effect to the skill of the Winged Demon. Bai Jin made his decision promptly. In the previous battle, the 6-winged Winged Demon commander performed admirably, constantly launching spear attacks that forced the Void Demon clan to erect massive shields for defense. However, each energy spear shot consumed 10,000 points of energy for its condensation, making prolonged combat difficult for the 6-winged Winged Demon commander. Once energy was depleted, it had no choice but to return to the summoning space for replenishment. Now, with this Earth-level damage absorption talent effect, he no longer needed to worry about the sustainability of the 6-winged Winged Demon commander. After exhausting all small experience crystals, he allocated all gained free attribute points directly to the soul attribute. Bai Jin, human of blue star. Rank. First, level 5, 236,000. Health. 3, 606, 400. Mana. 3, 817, 800, 000. Attributes. Physical strength 64, strength 64, constitution 64, agility 64, health recovery 64 points per second. Attributes. Soul strength 198, spirit 198, perception 198, reaction 198. Mana recovery 2, 178 points per second. Physical attack 64, spell attack 198. Attributes. Profound level energy gathering array 6, yellow level acceleration array 4, yellow level speed array 4. Yellow level jump array 6. Talent. Supreme summoning. Temporary talents. Rapid impact, endurance, indestructible, health like a flood, demon scales, natural charm, soul perception. Core skill. Summon Iron-Blooded War Bull King. Skills. Summon Rampaging Woodpecker, summon 6-winged Winged Demon Commander, summon 5-tailed Enchantress. Special equipment. Source of mana. Equipment. Jade Face Concealment, Energy Gathering Robe, Shockwave Golden Rod. Free attribute points. 0. Skill points. 55. Core skill points. 0. After completing the allocation of free attribute points, Bai Jin furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed a certain dullness, as though his body were responding sluggishly. Could it be that my soul attribute far exceeds my physical attribute, resulting in such a severe mismatch? Bai Jin found himself unable to consult Han Shui or the others at this moment, as it would risk revealing his surpassing of the limit attributes. Fortunately, The sensation of dullness was not overwhelming, and he quickly acclimated to it. Next, he aimed to grind dungeons for experience, vowing not to engage in the slaughter of the Void Demon clan in Yunkai City until he reached the second rank. Bai Jin did not reach out to Gu Qingkai, but instead headed toward the direction where Han Shui and her companions were located. Comparatively, Bai Jin felt that Han Shui's side was more reliable and trustworthy. Although Gu Qingkai appeared to pose no immediate issues, after all, they had only interacted for a few days. Even though she was now a member of his team, Bai Jin never intended to form a genuine party. He planned to engage in various solo endeavors. The only reason he accepted her as a teammate was that her reasoning made sense, and he needed assistance with some trivial matters. Chapter 151, Deep Sea Octopus, Lava Giant Python. Strolling along the street, Bai Jin contemplated which dungeon to select. He was still lacking a summon capable of battling in the ocean, so he decided to address that first. I hope Han Shui can recommend some reliable aquatic combatants. Bai Jin soon encountered the elegantly dressed Han Shui. Team leader Han Shui, I would like to know what aquatic summons might be suitable for me. Han Shui nodded. Please wait a moment, my lord. I will gather personnel to assist with the analysis. Striding briskly, Han Shui quickly assembled a group of tactical team members to discuss. Following extensive data analysis, Han Shui hurried back to the room where Bai Jin was resting. Gently closing the door behind her, she approached Bai Jin with a tablet in hand. My lord, we have conducted several rounds of analysis regarding your situation and identified 2 relatively suitable and powerful aquatic summons. Please take a look at the first one. The deep sea octopus, essentially a giant octopus, is quite formidable, possessing immense strength and flexibility. When all 8 tentacles engage in battle simultaneously, it faces virtually no adversaries in the deep sea. Han Shui introduced while pointing at the photograph. Bai Jin observed intently for a moment before turning his gaze towards the refined lady. My lord, this is a particular creature. But there is an even more formidable recommendation for you to consider. As Han Shui swiped the screen, a fearsome image of a giant crimson serpent materialized before them. What is this? He inquired. My lord, this is the lava python, a creature that dwells deep within molten lava. It possesses immense power and is classified as a highly formidable fire attribute monster. However, there have been accounts of powerful beings being pursued by this lava python, who then sought refuge in the depths of the ocean. Remarkably, the lava python did not hesitate to follow into the abyss, where it could move freely despite its fiery nature, unaffected by the surrounding water. Bai Jin lowered his head to scrutinize the image. The serpent was adorned with thick, fire-red scales that exuded an air of extraordinary defense. Han Shui, is the lava python not significantly stronger than the deep-sea octopus? Han Shui nodded in affirmation. Indeed. My lord, these 2 creatures exist on entirely different planes. The deep-sea octopus is merely a flesh-and-blood life form, while the lava python embodies a life form with fire attributes, making its strength incomparable to that of the deep-sea octopus. If they were to encounter one another, the deep-sea octopus would undoubtedly become the lava python's prey. Bai Jin looked at Han Shui with a hint of confusion. If that is the case, why was the deep-sea octopus even presented as an option? Han Shui gestured for Bai Jin to take a seat, then elegantly crossed her legs as she settled across from him. Her legs appeared perfectly sculpted, devoid of any excess flesh. They could easily be compared to those of the 5-tailed enchantress in terms of beauty. Bai Jin had been trying not to focus on her, wishing to avoid the myriad of thoughts that might arise. However, he discovered yet another remarkable utility of his soul perception. He could discern the truthfulness of her words through the fluctuations of her soul, which felt almost divine. Han Shui looked slightly disappointed. She had deliberately slowed her movements to cross her legs, and while he had glanced at her, his expression remained impassive. My lord, a deep-sea world is encroaching upon our 9th domain, yet this world lacks a dominant race. Thus it has not established an instance to engage in combat with us. This deep-sea realm seeks to forcibly merge with our 9th domain using the very power of its world, and for many years, it has provided us with vast quantities of high-quality ingredients and resources, serving as a perilous resource site. The strongest creatures in this deep-sea world are at the 5th or even 6th tier, and their movements are not confined to a single location. If you require the skill book of the deep-sea octopus, you will need to procure the corpse of one yourself, and then refine it into a skill book using your contributions, Han Shui elucidated. Bai Jin nodded slightly. The Super God Academy had already provided him with ample resources, and it was unreasonable to demand everything. The Valkyrie had specifically cautioned him about this when she gave him the 100-fold summoning skill book. I understand. And what of the lava python? He asked. Han Shui replied. My lord, the situation with the lava python is even more precarious. This serpent is a formidable life form from the demon realm. According to the records, juvenile lava pythons reside deep within molten lava. Any lava python that ventures out to hunt is at least of 4th tier, corresponding to our 4th tier monarch level. Its high defense and thick blood, coupled with its fire attributes, render it extraordinarily powerful. Bai Jin furrowed his brow. Han Shui, are you suggesting that neither of these monsters is one I can currently contend with? Han Shui confirmed with a nod. Indeed, my lord. It is wiser to be selective. Those weaker aquatic summons will only waste your skill points. You may choose to forego such summons for now and learn them later when you are stronger. I understand. Please send me the information on these 2 monsters. I will study it later, Bai Jin requested. Certainly. After returning, Bai Jin did not review the deep-sea octopus's data. Having just glimpsed the lava python, he had developed a fascination for this fearsome creature. He opened the information and began to read diligently. The lava python was a creature encountered by powerful beings from the 9th domain who had ventured into the demon realm. They preyed upon various demons and possessed a formidable defense of molten scales. Even common demons could not withstand it. When faced with defeat, the lava python could swiftly retreat into the lava, making it exceedingly difficult to kill. Bai Jin closed the data. He would consider this matter after reaching the 2nd tier. Han Shui was right, quality over quantity. The rampaging woodpecker, without its absolute damage characteristic, was nearly worthless. In contrast, the Iron Blood Warbull King, the 6-winged flying demon commander, and the 5-tailed enchantress remained exceptionally powerful, even without the enhancement of his innate abilities. This demonstrated a significant disparity. Next, it was time to dive into dungeons and earn some money. Bai Jin examined the numerous dungeons available through the Super God Academy and quickly zeroed in on one. Minotaur Battlefield, Small Exotic Realm. Strength level, level 29. Entry requirement, level 1 to 29, 1,300 participants. Description, a battlefield dungeon established by the Minotaur tribe of the Savage Beast Realm in the 9th domain. The Minotaur tribe possesses considerable strength. It is advisable to configure your team members judiciously. The Savage Beast Realm. Excellent. I meet it again, and this time with Minotaurs. They share a name with my Iron Blood Warbull King. It seems only fitting for them to cross paths. Typically, 2nd tier dungeons are only accessed by those at the 2nd tier, yet I will enter at level 15. Even if the dungeon adjusts the monster levels. The minimum will still be level 20, the lowest within the 2nd tier, and it will not truly restrict it to level 15. However, my Iron Blood Warbull King is entirely at level 35. I will not be at a disadvantage in terms of levels. Onward. Chapter 152. Never even saw the monsters. Summoning an Iron Blood Warbull King and equipping it with a saddle, Bai Jin headed straight for the dungeon area. Level requirements met. Team size requirements met. Are you sure you wish to enter the Minotaur battlefield? A friendly reminder. Your strength has not yet reached level 20. Entering a 2nd tier dungeon is not advisable. Do you wish to proceed? With the friendly reminder appearing, Bai Jin naturally opted to enter. You have entered the Minotaur battlefield. Based on your level, the strength of the monsters in the Minotaur battlefield has been suppressed. Current monster level is 20. Bai Jin genuinely did not wish for the Minotaur strength to be suppressed. The higher the level, the more experience he would gain. The difference between level 20 and level 29 was negligible for him, as neither could breach his defenses. The setting was a vast, barren plain, stretching endlessly. However, the dungeon data indicated that this instance was a circular space with a diameter of 20 kilometers and a height of 800 meters. The dungeon monsters were minotaurs. Not bull-headed humans, but rather upright beings resembling savage bulls. These creatures were clustered within a tribe, making it nearly impossible to eliminate them one by one, allowing for up to 300 participants to enter, as the number of minotaurs exceeded 500, putting the 9th domain at a numerical disadvantage. Swoosh. 10 6-winged flying demon commanders appeared. Go, eliminate all targets. Whoosh. The 6-winged flying demon commander vanished in an instant, and soon after, rapid kill notifications flooded in. Your 6-winged flying demon commander has killed a Minotaur warrior projection. You have gained 200 experience points. Your 6-winged flying demon commander has killed a Minotaur captain projection. You have gained 800 experience points. In less than 2 minutes, all monsters had been vanquished. And Bai Jin had not even glimpsed a single creature before he could exit the dungeon. Riding upon the formidable Iron Blood Warbull King, he was accompanied by the enchanting Blood Romance Charm Maiden. Initially, he had merely summoned her to observe the conditions of this dungeon. For this particular Charm Maiden possessed the innate talent of a wise heart, making her a key candidate for his focused development. However, it soon became evident that no matter how intelligent or pure a Charm Maiden might be, her essence remained that of a succubus. Charm Maiden, if you cannot sit still, I may have to recall you. Bai Jin issued his third warning, prompting the Charm Maiden to comply. This utterly useless substitute skill was baffling. Why was it that when the Charm Maiden collided with him, the impact was not redirected? Confused and somewhat exasperated, Bai Jin noticed the ordinary promotion certificate left behind after the projection of the Minotaur captain had perished. The charm maiden smoothly shifted into her succubus form, and upon approaching, her sinuous tail elegantly curled around the promotion certificate lying on the ground. Master, please keep this safe. After completing her task, the charm maiden instantaneously reverted to her human form and extended a delicate jade hand, presenting the promotion certificate to him. Bai Jin accepted it, and with a mere thought, exited the dungeon. Good heavens! Bai Jin, who is that behind you? A thunderous exclamation erupted, unmistakably from his classmate Chung Bo of the Earth class. With a swift motion, Bai Jin withdrew the charm maiden into the summoning space. He had initially been the sole occupant of the dungeon, planning to promptly enter the challenging Minotaur battlefield upon his exit, only to encounter Chung Bo. Good heavens! Brother, is that a summoned being? A humanoid summoned being? Chung Bo gaped in astonishment, while his companion Zhang Fei wore a similarly incredulous expression. Brother Chung, you're making me laugh. How come summoners have it so good? Bo Gu. A somewhat coy voice chimed in, sending chills down Bai Jin's spine. Chung Bo chuckled heartily and promptly patted Zhang Fei's sturdy shoulder. Fei, don't be jealous. Just look at Bai Jin's summoned being. She is not even close to my type. You know exactly what I prefer. Zhang Fei's face flushed with shyness, and Bai Jin felt a wave of nausea at the sight of Zhang Fei's robust visage. Brother Chung, we can chat more later. I need to grind in the dungeon, he declared, entering the challenging Minotaur battlefield. Level compatible, team size compatible, possessing an ordinary promotion certificate. Are you sure you want to enter the challenging Minotaur battlefield? Notice, your strength has yet to reach level 20. Entering a tier 2 dungeon is not recommended. Do you wish to proceed? Enter. Notice, you have entered the challenging Minotaur battlefield. Notice, based on your level, the monsters within the Minotaur battlefield have been suppressed. The current monster level is 20. As Bai Jin's figure vanished, Chung Bo grasped Zhang Fei's massive hand, which resembled a platter. Fei, Bai Jin is no longer like us. I hear he is being supported by both the Ice Emperor and the Stream Emperor, with his top-tier equipment and skills. He is on par with those in the Celestial class. Zhang Fei leaned his substantial head against Chung Bo's shoulder. Bo Gu, we need not envy him. With our strength, we will gradually catch up to the Celestial class. Chung Bo nodded, then began to grumble. Our Earth class has 6 teams sharing the Kanglan City, while I hear the Celestial class enjoys 5 cities. This disparity is surely difficult to overcome. Zhang Fei quickly reassured him. Bo Gu, as long as we are happily improving our strength together, even if we cannot catch up with the Celestial class, it is of no concern. Fei, you are truly considerate. 2 minutes later, Bai Jin obtained an excellent Tier 2 promotion certificate. The ordinary Minotaur dungeon yielded approximately 100,000 experience points, while the challenging version offered around 400,000. Bai Jin swiftly exited and re-entered the dungeon. Once again, there were no surprises. 10 level 15. Extraordinary 6-winged flying demon commanders continued their relentless slaughter of the monsters within the nightmare level dungeon. By the time Bai Jin acquired the remarkable Tier 2 promotion certificate, he had yet to glimpse the monsters, and this time, he reaped 1.5 million experience points from the nightmare dungeon. Entering the Hell level Minotaur battlefield. Level compatible. Team size compatible, possessing a remarkable promotion certificate. Are you sure you want to enter the Hell level Minotaur battlefield? Notice, your strength has yet to reach level 20. Entering a Tier 2 dungeon is not recommended. Do you wish to proceed? Enter. Special notice. You are despised by the Savage Beast Realm. The Savage Beast Realm will increase the combat power allocation in the Hell level Minotaur battlefield. Do you wish to enter? Bai Jin hesitated. Esteemed will of the 9th domain's rules. Will the Savage Beast Realm deploy forces exceeding Tier 2 in the Hell level Minotaur battlefield? Will they employ other types of forces? Response. Only Tier 2 Minotaurs can enter the Minotaur battlefield. Bai Jin felt a slight sense of relief, then inquired again. Esteemed will of the 9th domain's rules. Will the Savage Beast Realm target me, as they did in the previous Wild Bull battle space? This was crucial. Ordinary Tier 2 Minotaurs posed little threat to him. But if the Savage Beast Realm, a whole world, were to attack him, he would have no means of resistance. Chapter 153. The Charm Maiden is so powerful? Response. The Hell level Minotaur battlefield is established under our control. The Savage Beast Realm is powerless to intervene, and your safety will not be jeopardized by the Savage Beast Realm. With such assurance, what was there to fear? Entering the Hell level Minotaur battlefield. Notice, you have entered the Hell level Minotaur battlefield. The monsters in this dungeon are genuine creatures of the Savage Beast Realm. Notice, based on your level, the monsters within the Minotaur battlefield have been suppressed. The current monster level is 20. Esteemed will of the 9th domain's rules. May the suppression of the Minotaur strength be lifted? Response. If we do not impose strength suppression, the Minotaurs in the battlefield will reach level 29. Do you wish to lift the suppression? Oh, it can truly be done. Had I known this when I was slaughtering those 2 million wild bulls last time, I would have done it then. Lift the suppression. Our suppression of the Minotaur strength has been lifted. Special reminder, you are despised by the savage beast realm. The Minotaurs will regard you as their mortal enemy. He chuckled. It was indeed a life and death scenario. Would they not consider him a foe if they did not loathe him? Bai Jin mused nonchalantly, then commanded his 10 six-winged flying demon commanders to surround him. This time, he intended to witness what the Minotaur monsters were truly like. Charm Maiden, where are you placing your hands? Ah, Master, it is entirely my fault. My skin is too smooth and tender, and I unintentionally slipped off. Bai Jin, Charm Maiden, if I were to have you learn knowledge such as tactical analysis, alchemy, runes, and equipment crafting, would you be able to learn? Bai Jin grasped the Charm Maiden's jade hand to prevent any mischief. The Charm Maiden sighed melancholically. Master, you are squeezing too hard. I possess a wise heart. Of course I can learn various forms of knowledge. Moreover, once I acquire it, even if I perish, you can summon me again, and my knowledge will remain intact. Why do you refer to yourself as this servant? Did you not just call yourself this maid? Master, I belong to you. A maid with a sense of belonging can also be referred to as this servant, right? Bai Jin nodded. Very well, I will focus on your development henceforth. Gu Qingkai possesses learning talent, while you possess a wise heart. I wonder who is stronger? Regarding Gu Qingkai, Bai Jin felt a twinge of confusion, for she had claimed that her learning talent bore no rank and would grow stronger as she acquired more knowledge. This is indeed a growth-type talent. It is the first time he has encountered such a category of ability. However, his innate talent has already surpassed the celestial level, and it is likely that the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing have deduced some aspects of it, yet they have not acted against him. Instead, they have invested considerable effort in his development, particularly by providing him with a 100-fold summoning skill book, emphasizing its application in summoning the Mighty Bull skill, clearly aimed at enhancing his survival capabilities. Master, over there lies the Minotaur. The delicate fingers of the enchanting maiden pointed toward the distance as she spoke softly. Bai Jin followed the direction of her alabaster finger and immediately beheld a densely packed, rudimentary encampment. Towering creatures, each exceeding 5 meters in height, moved about within the camp. Just as depicted in the dungeon data he had observed, these monsters were clad in muscles that resembled explosions, and with their bipedal form, they could barely be classified as humanoid. However, their heads were those of bulls, and their feet were not hooves but rather fearsome claws, presenting a terrifying visage. Master, these minotaurs exude a demonic aura, she stated. What? Bai Jin exclaimed, turning back in surprise, nearly colliding with the enchanting maiden behind him. The minotaurs were creatures of the wilderness. How could they emanate a scent of the demon realm? Are you certain? He asked earnestly. The enchanting maiden nodded seriously. Master, there is no mistake. I am a 5-tailed succubus from the demon realm. Having lived there since childhood, I cannot mistake the essence of the demon realm. Bai Jin nodded in understanding. All right, I will examine it further later. Understood. Roar. As the distance closed, the minotaurs charged forward with a deafening roar. The ground quaked beneath the stampede of the minotaurs, clouds of dust swirling in their wake. Minotaur warrior, Lord level. Level 29. Health 900,001, 500,000. Physical attack 2320-2860. Defense 2650, 3550. Talent, tough skin, double endurance, ferocious. Skills, bite charge. According to the information Bai Jin had reviewed earlier, a height of 5 meters indicated a Lord-level Minotaur. The difficulty had escalated significantly compared to the first-tier Hell dungeon, which explained why previous adventurers had reached their limits in attributes before advancing. With a mere thought, Bai Jin commanded the 10 six-winged flying demon commanders in the sky to launch energy javelins for concentrated fire. You have slain a level 29 Lord-level Minotaur warrior, earning 200 experience points. The level 15 six-winged flying demon commander possessed a base physical attack of 48,000. When utilizing skills, this could result in significant damage, with a single javelin capable of inflicting over 100,000 points. Often, a single volley could take down a charging Lord-level Minotaur warrior, and the six-winged flying demon commander could fire javelins at a rate of 5 per second. Thus, Bai Jin could potentially eliminate 5 Lord-level Minotaur warriors each second. Swish. The 9-tailed succubi appeared. Mei Wu, you take command of them in battle. Yes, master. The enchanting maiden, who was holding Bai Jin, replied earnestly. Battle form, Trinity, go. With Mei Wu's command, the 9-tailed succubi swiftly transformed from their delicate girl-like appearance into their fearsome succubus forms. 6-winged flying demons, target the minotaurs on the perimeter. Leave the front lines to the succubi. The 10 six-winged flying demon commanders quickly soared to the edges, commencing their systematic extermination of the Minotaur warriors. Boom, puff, puff, puff. The cacophony of piercing sounds erupted, leaving Bai Jin astounded. Are the succubi this formidable? The five-tailed succubi, forming a trinity team, unleashed their long tails to mercilessly impale the Minotaur warriors around them. Moreover, their sharp claws did not remain idle. A single encounter could vanquish 1 or 2 Minotaur warriors. This was the destructive force of a single five-tailed succubus. In their trinity formation, they systematically cleared small clusters of Minotaur warriors. Mei Wu, aren't succubi considered the weaker demons in the demon realm? Bai Jin observed the ruthless efficiency of the five-tailed succubi, which seemed far removed from the notion of weakness. In fact, they appeared far more ferocious in battle than the flying demons he had encountered previously. Seeing Bai Jin's satisfaction, Mei Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Master, succubi are not a weak race. Chapter 154, The Unmatched Valor of the Enchanting Maiden. In the demon realm, succubi constitute a powerful demon race spread across various domains. However, due to their lesser numbers compared to some formidable races, they are not considered the strongest overall. When it comes to individual combat prowess, succubi rank among the top tier. Mei Wu explained softly. Bai Jin nodded, finding this more credible. If such combat-capable succubi belonged to the weaker races of the demon realm, then the demon realm would indeed be terrifying. He had fought against flying demons before, but at that time, their powers had been suppressed and did not fully reflect their combat capabilities. Bai Jin pointed toward the elegantly lethal five-tailed succubi, Mei Wu. Each of these succubi could individually dispatch a Minotaur warrior. Why not let them operate separately? Wouldn't that allow for the slaughter of more Minotaurs? Mei Wu smiled brightly. Master, that is indeed possible. However, having them in trinity formation minimizes the damage they might sustain. The Minotaur warriors can inflict harm upon our fragile forms. This way, they can swiftly eliminate surrounding Minotaurs while reducing the risk to their companions, and their killing speed will not be slower than if they were dispersed. Master, they are gaining combat experience as they fight, have you noticed? Initially, they attacked the Minotaur warriors purely on instinct, but now they are adapting their attack patterns. Bai Jin observed intently as the five-tailed succubi continued their ferocious and brutal combat. However, they were no longer relying solely on brute force. They began targeting the Minotaur warriors' weak points, such as their eyes, necks, and groins, resulting in a dramatic increase in lethality. This learning ability exceeds my expectations. I doubt I could match it, Bai Jin thought, nodding repeatedly. Master, let them accumulate combat experience for now. Once all these Minotaur warriors are eliminated, the more powerful Minotaurs will experience the allure of the succubi's charm, Mei Wu stated, pointing toward the few formidable Minotaurs commanding the battle in the background. Bai Jin nodded. All right, I shall await your performance. Mei Wu smiled with joy. Master, I shall not disappoint you. A level 29 Lord-level Minotaur warrior yields 200 experience points. In no time, Bai Jin leveled up. Selectable talent effects. 1. Damage absorption. Each attack on a target will absorb 30 of the damage dealt to replenish oneself, convertible into health, mana, or stamina. Earth level. 2. Designate a summoned creature to convert 30 of the damage taken into health. Mystic level. 3. Designate a summoned creature's physical defense to gain an additional 3 points per level. Yellow level. When I reached level 15, I had just granted this damage absorption talent effect to the six-winged flying demon commander, and now it appears again upon reaching level 16. Bai Jin meticulously observed the ferocity of the nine-headed, five-tailed succubus in battle, yet she continuously endured relentless assaults from the surrounding Minotaurs. The five-tailed enchantress lacked any additional defensive attributes, her defensive strength a meager 198 points. He directed the damage absorption effect to bolster the five-tailed enchantress's skills. Instantly, this effect manifested upon the five-tailed succubus amidst the fray of battle. In mere moments, the substantial damage she had sustained, amounting to hundreds of thousands of health points, was restored entirely. Truly formidable. With her 5 tails, supplemented by 2 sharp claws and her fierce fangs and talons, she could unleash 7 or 8 attacks in an instant, making the restoration of health almost unimaginable. Observing the 5-tailed succubus dispatching foes with her claws and tails, Bai Jin began to contemplate whether he should custom-make some weaponry for them. The void summons were indeed capable of wielding equipment, but upon returning to the summoning space, the weapons would automatically detach, necessitating re-equipping for the next battle. However, these 5-tailed succubi possessed intelligence, so when the time came, he merely needed to release the weapons, and they could don them themselves. Furthermore, they could assist the less intelligent 6-winged demon lord and the iron-blooded bull king in equipping their gear. At that moment, Bai Jin realized how invaluable the intelligence attribute of the 5-tailed succubi truly was. Mei Wu, do you truly not wish to enhance your powers with the essence of the divine dragon? Bai Jin inquired earnestly. Mei Wu shook her head, responding, Master, the essence of the divine dragon is precious and potent, yet once we partake of it, our powers may become tainted, potentially leading to the loss of our enchanting abilities. The enhancement would merely pertain to melee strength and health. In the demon realm, there are indeed formidable demons who hunt dragonkind from other worlds. Yet these instances are predominantly for energy absorption. Few powerful demons transform their very essence into that of a dragon. Your divine dragon essence is of the 5th tier celestial grade. And as a 5-tailed succubus, my essence is not inferior to such a grade. You shall soon comprehend this when you witness our combat prowess. Mei Wu explained softly, and Bai Jin nodded in agreement. Roar, roar. The 3 6-meter-tall minotaur captains behind them bellowed furiously, as the charging minotaurs continuously shifted their formations. Alas, no matter how they charged, they struggled to breach the relentless slaughter wrought by the 9-headed, 5-tailed succubi. Even when a few minotaurs managed to reach Bai Jin to strike, they could not inflict a single scratch upon him, only to be dispatched by Mei Wu, who smoothly transformed into her succubus form to eliminate them. As hundreds of minotaurs fell, Bai Jin leveled up once more. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summoned entity to convert 30 damage received into health. Mystical grade. 2. Frenzy. Passive, increases attack speed by 30, but energy consumption increases by 100. Yellow grade. 3. Designate a summoned entity to gain an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Yellow grade. Haha, splendid. Bai Jin exclaimed joyfully, subsequently applying the newly acquired Frenzy passive talent effect to the 5-tailed enchantress's skills. Instantly, the killing speed of the 9-headed, 5-tailed succubus, currently in a state of frenzied slaughter, surged dramatically. This passive talent would indeed escalate energy consumption by 100, yet presently, the 5-tailed succubi possessed the damage absorption talent, keeping their energy levels in a state of significant overflow. Next time, he would apply it to the 6-winged demon lord. In truth, Bai Jin had already ranked his 4 skills. At the forefront was undoubtedly the life-saving iron-blooded bull king, robust in health and defense, with the potential for promotion. Following closely was Mei Wu, with whom he had spent considerable time and had thus ranked second. Both of these skills possessed unique suffixes. In third place was the frenzied woodpecker, whose attributes appeared rather lackluster at present, yet its absolute damage characteristic rendered it impossible to ignore. Furthermore, Bai Jin had acquired rare items to elevate his strength. As for the 6-winged demon lord, while formidable, its must-hit characteristic imposed considerable limitations, making it a powerful ranged force on his side. Minutes later, Bai Jin reached level 18. Selectable talent effects. 1. Bloodied Strike. Summoned entities attacking enemies with health below 30 gain a 30 critical hit chance. Earth grade. 2. Designate a summoned entity to convert 30 damage received into health. Mystical grade. 3. Designate a summoned entity to gain an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Yellow grade. Earth grade talent, Bloodied Strike. Bai Jin's expression turned peculiar. Previously, he had a full health suppression talent, and now Bloodied Strike had emerged. After contemplating, Bai Jin bestowed this talent effect upon the frenzied woodpecker. Now, the critical hit attribute of the frenzied woodpecker was simply outrageous. Surely the guardian shield would trigger even more frequently. With nearly 1,000 minotaurs slain, vast carcasses littered the ground. Excellent. These are all valuable resources. I wonder if the blood and flesh furnace specifically designed for the Void Demon Realm at the Super Divine Academy can refine the corpses of these savage beasts? Roar. 3 furious roars resounded as the 3 minotaur captains commanding from the rear charged forward. Unlike the previous 1,000 minotaurs that fought barehanded, these 3 minotaur captains wielded enormous battle axes. Minotaur Captain, Yellow Grade. Level, 29. Health, 5, 200, 0006, 500, 000. Physical Attack, 13, 920. Defense Strength, 1, 521. 850. Talents, Iron Skin, Endurance, Ferocity. Skills, Cleave, Bite, Charge. With physical attacks exceeding 10,000, any ordinary second-tier practitioner would undoubtedly perish from a single blow. Thus, the vast majority of ordinary talent practitioners in the 9th domain would ascend to the 1st tier and pursue various professions, seldom venturing to take risks in dungeons for leveling, as the mortality rate for ordinary talent practitioners escalated with each ascent to higher tiers. Talent determines height, a truth that has never changed. Though Bai Jin appeared to possess ordinary talents, he actually transcended the celestial grade, enabling him to bulldoze through various dungeons. Master, please observe. Ultimate Seduction. One of the 5-tailed succubi broke from the formation, standing atop the corpse of a minotaur warrior, and began to sway her body. With a whoosh, Bai Jin sensed that within the summoning space, Two 29 iron-blooded bull kings were all in a state of accelerated energy flow. Roar, roar, roar. The three Minotaur captains, in a state of charge, abruptly slowed their advance, quickly halting a few meters away from the dancing five-tailed succubus. It was not that they did not wish to approach, but rather that three more five-tailed succubi had intervened, directly ensnaring them. Observing the dazed and utterly helpless three Minotaur captains, Bai Jin turned to Mei Wu behind him. The succubus immediately offered an apologetic explanation. Master, what we invoke is merely the most potent desire within the target's heart. There are myriad forms of desire. Yet it seems that the vast majority are base and carnal in nature. I truly did not anticipate that these minotaurs would be so affected. Continue. Yes, my master. Please take a look. Puff, puff. The sinuous form of the five-tailed succubus plunged her sharp tail into the enormous eye of the minotaur captain, repeatedly withdrawing and then viciously re-embedding it, creating an extremely gruesome scene. It is evident that the succubus, being a demon herself, embodies an exceptionally cruel nature. Until the very end, the Minotaur captain remained oblivious to his fate. You have slain a level 29 yellow-ranked Minotaur captain, earning 556, 800 experience points. Meanwhile, the other two Minotaur captains remained indifferent to the gruesome demise of their comrade, still in a state of disarray. Puff, puff. Another Minotaur captain met his end. This time, the act of killing was even more brutal, as the five-tailed succubus wore a twisted expression of delight, as though inflicting torment upon her enchanted prey brought her immense pleasure. Mei Wu, you must not behave this way. I am of the human race, and you are currently in human form. Do not subject me to such extreme cruelty. Bai Jin admonished sternly. Mei Wu nodded earnestly. Master, I understand. I shall ensure that you are spared from witnessing such brutal scenes in the future. This was merely to demonstrate the efficacy of my enchanting powers. Master, there remains one Minotaur captain. Please observe. Soul charm. The five-tailed succubus fixated her gaze upon the last remaining Minotaur captain. In less than 3 seconds, he snapped out of his dazed state and stood beside the five-tailed succubus, wielding his massive axe like a sentinel. What? Master, the soul charm has succeeded. This Minotaur captain is now ours. What? Bai Jin exclaimed in surprise. Then summoned his iron blood war bull, which rushed forward. Dismounting from the bull's back, Bai Jin approached the towering creature, scrutinizing it closely. There were no indications of capture, but the Minotaur captain's demeanor clearly suggested he was now an ally, obedient to their command. Mei Wu, how profound is the level of this enslavement? Is there a time limit? Master, as long as you do not revoke this succubus, the Minotaur captain shall remain under control. And in terms of quantity? Master, the soul charm is an exceptionally unique ability, applicable to only one target at a time. It can only be employed again once the current target has perished. Bai Jin's gaze intensified as he looked at Mei Wu. Did you not use this skill on me back in that battlefield? Mei Wu quickly knelt. I did so in hopes of returning to the demon realm, unaware of your greatness, master. Bai Jin gently lifted her, who appeared pitiful. I harbor no intentions of reproach. I merely inquired. Thank you for your forgiveness, master. Bai Jin regarded the fearsome succubus before him. The soul charm can only be used on one target. What about the ultimate enchantment? Are there restrictions? Mei Wu nodded. Master, the ultimate enchantment has fewer limitations. It merely requires the target to perceive it to take effect. The closer the target is, the more potent the effect. However, the target will perceive the succubus as an object of desire, and if left unchecked, the consequences could be dire. Bai Jin inhaled sharply. Indeed, the situation had become rather perverse. Master, you could elevate them into the air and then employ the ultimate enchantment at a great height, thereby expanding its range and avoiding contact with terrestrial beings like the Minotaurs. Very well, I understand. Mei Wu, I want you to examine these Minotaur corpses and discern why they harbor the essence of the demon realm. Yes, master. Upon receiving the command, Mei Wu became serious, leading the other 9 succubi, who had transformed into delicate human forms, to diligently investigate the Minotaur remains scattered on the ground. Observing the succubi deftly dismembering the Minotaur corpses with their fair hands, Bai Jin began to collect the bodies strewn about. Chapter 156, Celestial Level, Legion Will. After gathering nearly 1,000 Minotaur corpses into his storage space, Bai Jin prepared to test whether they could be refined in the flesh-melting furnace. The succubi worked earnestly, undeterred by the gruesome horror, while Bai Jin set about preparing tea, turning his back to them. Time passed, and a delicate hand took the teapot from Bai Jin's grasp, pouring him tea. Master, we have reached preliminary findings, Mei Wu spoke softly. Bai Jin nodded. Tell me. Mei Wu gestured, and Bai Jin turned to see the neatly arranged fragments of Minotaur bodies, nearly causing him to retch. Master, our research indicates that the Minotaurs were originally bovine creatures, akin to your war bull. Their current form is indeed a result of the influence of the demon realm's power. You mentioned that they are monsters from the savage beast realm. It is plausible that this realm has suffered an incursion from the demon realm, allowing its power to infiltrate the savage beast realm, leading to this transformation. Mei Wu explained quietly. Bai Jin rose to examine the remains more closely, but found himself unable to comprehend. After all, they were merely pieces of corpses, and he could not perceive any trace of the demon realm's essence. Mei Wu, your knowledge stems from your time in the demon realm, which differs significantly from our ninth domain. I will endeavor to impart our knowledge to you, enabling you to analyze and judge more comprehensively. Yes, Master. I shall strive to meet your expectations. Slay it. You have slain a level 29 yellow-ranked Minotaur captain, earning 556, 800 experience points. You have obtained a second-tier perfect promotion certificate. In recognition of your performance, you have been awarded 20 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Is that all? No subsequent events? No climactic battle in the savage beast realm? Nevertheless, the rewards for this quest were quite substantial, exceeding those of the first-tier hellish flying demon dungeon. However, can this reward be farmed without restriction? The hellish dungeon was not a singular occurrence. Bai Jin waited for a while longer, yet no further reactions occurred, ultimately resigning to exit the dungeon. Coupled with the first-tier perfect promotion certificate he had acquired from the flying demon, Bai Jin could ascend directly to the third-tier warlord level if he amassed sufficient experience. It seemed that reaching the third tier was not particularly challenging. Why then do ordinary individuals struggle to attain even the second tier? Perhaps they could not engage in hard difficulty. But surely, through consistent efforts in normal difficulty dungeons, one could gradually ascend to the third-tier warlord level, devoid of any bottlenecks. Slightly perplexed, Bai Jin sensed that he could still enter the hellish difficulty dungeon of the Minotaur battlefield. It appeared that the savage beast realm was not overly concerned about the lives lost in battle, unlike when they had vanquished the savage bulls. Could it be that the savage beast realm, as Mei Wu suggested, had truly been invaded by the demon realm, with these minotaurs embodying the essence of that realm? Akin to mutated cells? Confusion aside, Bai Jin opted to enter once more. This time, he did not engage in research as he had previously. Go, slay all monsters. 10 six-winged flying demon commanders took to the skies, with 9 of them carrying a girl with bright eyes upon their backs. Thud, thud. As they approached the gathering area of the Minotaurs, these bright-eyed maidens gracefully leaped from the heights, transforming seamlessly into their fearsome battle forms mid-air. The slaughter commenced. In no time, Bai Jin ascended to level 19. Optional talent effects. 1. Legion Will. For each additional summoned entity of the same origin, health 1, attack 1. Attack speed 1. When receiving damage exceeding maximum health by 30, the excess will be distributed among the same origin summons. Celestial level. 2. Designate a summoned creature to convert 30 damage received into health. Mystic level. 3. Designate a summoned creature to gain an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Yellow level. By the heavens. Master, is this truly the place? Be silent, Mei Wu. Bai Jin felt the hair on his neck stand on end, then took several deep breaths. Gazing at the emerging talent effects, he quelled his excitement and began to ponder. Legion Will, an unprecedented celestial level talent effect, must be approached with utmost caution. Following the precedent set during his promotion to the first tier, he could select one of the previously encountered talent effects to be fixed as an inherent talent, applicable to all summoning skills. The Woodpecker skill had essentially squandered a potential 100-fold summoning effect. Thus, I shall delay my choice until the next level. Bai Jin began to assess the second and third talent effects. The second was undoubtedly superior to the third, which offered a meager increase in defense that he found unworthy of consideration. Logically, I should assign the effect of converting 30 damage into health to the Iron-Blooded Bull King, as it effectively boosts the Bull King's health by 30. Alternatively, I could bestow this effect upon the ferocious yet fragile five-tailed succubi, making their demise nearly impossible. However, it felt somewhat unwarranted to do so. The Iron-Blooded Bull King already possessed ample health and defense, while the succubi thrived in a state of overflowing health and energy due to their damage absorption abilities. After much contemplation, Bai Jin finally resolved, my safety is paramount. I shall bestow the second talent effect upon the Iron-Blooded Bull King. Upon issuing his command, the Iron-Blooded Bull King gained an additional talent effect that converted damage into health. Bai Jin's current level stood at 19, 202-30760, and his experience continued to surge. According to the promotion principle, he needed to accumulate an additional 50 for 100,000 experience after reaching full experience at level 19 to ascend to the second tier. A non-suppressive Tier 2 Hell level dungeon could provide approximately 22,000 experience. A mere trifle. That amounts to merely 3 runs of the Hell dungeon, And considering my capacity to suppress dungeon monsters, I estimate I can complete a run in about half an hour. I hope the Minotaur dungeon does not reject me. Bai Jin charged forward atop the iron-blooded Bull King, continuously collecting the corpses of the Minotaurs. Regarding these creatures imbued with the essence of the demon realm, Bai Jin dared not allow his life space to decompose them directly. The potential for exposure to any tainted essence that could attract negative effects from the demon realm was too risky. After approximately half an hour, Bai Jin was able to clear the hell-level Minotaur dungeon. For the second and third runs, he received 20 free attribute points and 10 skill points each. But during the fourth run, an unexpected situation arose. In light of your performance, you are awarded 12 free attribute points and 6 skill points. You have reached the limit for acquiring free attribute points and skill points in the first tier Hell Dungeon. To continue acquiring them, please advance to the second tier. Chapter 157, Ascending to the Second Tier. Bai Jin calculated that during his completion of the Savage Beast Path Hell Dungeon, he had earned 20 free attribute points and 10 skill points, while the Hell-level Flying Demon Dungeon rewarded him with 8 free attribute points and 4 skill points. Having just cleared the Hell-level Minotaur dungeon 4 times, he had amassed 72 free attribute points and 36 skill points, perfectly totaling 100 free attribute points and 50 skill points. Previously, during the climactic battle against the flying demons of the demon realm, I had additionally acquired 32 skill points. In the third decisive battle against the Void Demon Realm, I even exchanged the corpses of Void Demons for 103 skill points. Is it possible that skill points acquired in such a manner do not count towards the limits? Might I have thought I had broken the maximum acquisition limit for skill points in the first tier when, in fact, I merely stumbled upon alternative acquisition methods? The more Bai Jin pondered, the more plausible he found this theory. Nevertheless, my attribute points and skill points are sufficiently abundant. And since I can continue to acquire free attribute points and skill points after breaking into the second tier, what is there to hesitate about? Within this Hell Dungeon, Bai Jin retrieved the perfect grade first tier promotion certificate and silently invoked its use. Your level meets the promotion conditions, your promotion experience is sufficient, and your promotion certificate fulfills the requirements. Promotion commencing. The perfect grade promotion certificate transformed into an endless light, merging with his body, subsequently intertwining with his accumulated experience to fortify him. Perhaps 10 minutes passed, or maybe just a fleeting moment, but Bai Jin gradually opened his eyes. Promotion successful. You have ascended to the second tier, level 0, and gained 1 origin skill point. You have utilized the perfect grade promotion certificate, attribute correction completed. And you have received 61 free attribute points. Your leveling experience is now multiplied by 7. You will receive 7 free attribute points with each subsequent level up. Optional talent effects. 1. Legion Will. For each additional summoned entity of the same origin, Health 1, Attack 1, Attack Speed 1. When receiving damage exceeding maximum health by 30, the excess will be distributed among the same origin summons. Celestial Level. 2. Designate a summoned creature to be level 20. Earth Level. 3. Designate a summoned creature to have a 30 critical hit chance. Earth Level. 4. Life Drain. Each attack on a target will absorb 30 of the damage dealt to replenish oneself, convertible to health, mana, or stamina. Earth Level. 5. Full Health Targeting. When attacking enemies with health above 80, critical hit rate 30. Earth Level. 6. Low Health Strike. Summoned creatures attacking enemies with health below 30 will have a critical hit rate of 30. Earth Level. 7. Designate a summoned creature to have all attributes 200. Mystic Level. 8. Designate a summoned creature to reflect 10 damage back to the attacker. Mystic Level. 9. Guardian Shield. Each time a summoned creature lands a critical hit, it generates an energy shield equivalent to 5 times the damage value for the main body, with a maximum duration of 60 seconds. Mystic Level. 10. Designate a summoned creature to gain an additional 6 points of magical defense per level. Mystic Level. 11. Frenzy. Passive, base attack speed increased by 30, but energy consumption increased by 100. Yellow Level. 12. Energy Drain. Passive. Each attack on a target will absorb 10 of the damage dealt to replenish oneself, convertible to health, mana, stamina, or energy. Yellow Level. 13. Designate a summoning skill of no more than perfect grade, class 1. Yellow Level. 14. Designate a summoning creature with 10,000 health. Yellow Level. 15. Designate a summoning type skill to summon a creature of level 10, yellow grade. Upon promotion to the second tier, you may select one of the aforementioned 15 talent effects to solidify within your supreme summoning talent. Due to the occurrence of repeated talent effects, only 15 options are available for selection upon promotion to the second tier. Gazing at the myriad of talent effects, Bai Jin's envy was palpable. He yearned to solidify them all as fixed talents. Particularly, the second Earth grade talent, summoning creatures of level 20, was pivotal to the formidable strength of his iron-blooded Bull King. If he could bestow this talent effect upon all his summoned creatures, Bai Jin's power would undoubtedly surge. In fact, had it not been for his current terrifying summoning multiplier, the benefits of selecting this Earth-grade talent might surpass those of the Heavenly grade. Moreover, talents that enhance critical hits and damage absorption are equally splendid. Unsurprisingly, Bai Jin chose the singular Heavenly grade talent effect ranked first for solidification. Upon completion of his selection, he acquired his first Heavenly grade talent effect, Supreme Summoning. Fundamental effect. Summoning type skills gain extraordinary modifications. Summoned creatures are guaranteed to be in an optimal development state and possess inherent traits. Base effect 1. The foundational summoning speed of summoning type skills is 1000, with a base cooldown time of 90. Base effect 2. Base mana value is 1000, with a mana recovery speed of 1000. Base effect 3. Summoning skills are locked at a 230-fold summoning multiplier. Base effect 4. Legion Will. Talent trait. At each level, one may select a talent effect of their choice. Endless Enhancement. Absorb the power of similar talents to amplify talent effects. An intangible force enveloped all summoned creatures, prompting Bai Jin to burst into laughter. With a 230-fold summoning multiplier, all summoned creatures received enhancements of 230 in health, attack, and attack speed. A tinge of disappointment flickered within him. The anticipation nestled deep in his heart was not satisfied by such results. He promptly checked the most crucial summoned creature, the Iron-Blooded Bull King, and gasped in astonishment. Iron-Blooded Bull King, Mystical Grade Special. Level, 4th Tier, 0 level. Health, 78, 600. 00017, 664, 00078, 600, 000. Stamina, 78, 600, 00078, 600, 000. Defense Strength, 202. Physical Defense, 57, 600. Magical Defense, 28, 800. Physical Attack, 115, 226. 0004, 960. Talents, Endurance, Indestructible, Iron-Blooded Will, Bloodlust. Traits, Promotion. Skills, Roar of the King, Barbaric Stomp, Mighty Charge. Equipment, none. The health had been augmented by an additional 23-fold, yet the health cap remained unchanged, indicating that this enhancement is temporary. The physical attack, initially exceeding 110,000, now surged by over 260,000, bringing the total attack beyond 380,000. As for the attack speed, although no data was displayed, it was reasonable to assume that there was also an additional 23-fold increase. This aspect held little significance for the Iron-Blooded Bull King, yet it became invaluable for the other summoned creatures. Chapter 158, Wind-Winged Dragonbird. Cancel 1. As one Iron-Blooded Bull King dissipated within the summoning space, the health and attack enhancements diminished by 1, confirming that such enhancements rely on quantity. Without it, their efficacy dwindles. Nevertheless, in Bai Jin's eyes, the most beneficial aspect of the Heavenly grade talent, Legion Will, was the subsequent clause. When receiving damage exceeding the maximum health by 30, the excess will be borne by other summoned creatures of the same origin. Thus, even against the mightiest foes, to vanquish any of his summoned beasts, they would need to launch 4 attacks. Of course, this effect bears an extreme vulnerability. If an enemy's attack is overwhelmingly powerful, a single blow that could slay a summoned creature might, upon damage sharing, leave that creature unharmed, while others may perish due to the shared damage. With all summoned creatures' strengths multiplied several times, the excitement was far from over. Bai Jin was eagerly awaiting the acquisition of a few foundational skill points upon promotion to the 2nd tier. With a mere thought, he allocated all free attribute points to his sole attribute. As for the foundational skill point, Bai Jin's expression grew solemn as he directed it towards the summoning of the Frenzied Woodpecker skill. Instantly, the skill's runes dissipated, merging completely with his soul. Summoning Frenzied Woodpecker. Excellent exclusive origin. Talent effect, 230-fold summoning level 10, health 10, 000, frenzy energy absorption, critical damage 30, damage reflection 10. Guardian Shield at full health targeting low health strikes, Legion Will. Description, can consume 20 points of mana to summon up to 230 level 10 semi-energy, semi-corporeal special frenzied woodpeckers, with mana consumption determined by the number summoned. Description, summoning time is 1 second, cannot be interrupted by conventional means, maximum number of frenzied woodpeckers is 230, once reached. No further summoning is permitted. The talent effect was beyond description in its magnificence. Yet, due to the skill's inherently poor foundation, even after enhancement, its attributes remained unimpressive. Subsequently, Bai Jin retrieved the 5th-tier Earth-grade wind pulse bestowed upon him by Murong Xiabing, merging it with the Summoning Frenzied Woodpecker skill. The Summoning Frenzied Woodpecker skill is an origin skill. This fusion promotion requires no additional skill points or skill upgrade scrolls, fulfilling the fusion promotion criteria. The skill begins to promote. Special reminder. Choose 1. Fully integrate the power of the wind pulse with this skill, which will completely transform the skill, and its traits will change accordingly. Choose 2. Partially integrate the power of the wind pulse as a talent enhancement for this skill, which will partially alter the skill, while its traits will remain unchanged. Please make your selection. By the heavens, that was close. I choose the second option. Partially integrate the power as a talent enhancement for the skill, ensuring the traits remain unchanged. As Bai Jin issued the command, the wind pulse in his hand transformed into a gentle breeze, melding into his being. Minutes later, filled with joy, Bai Jin began to examine the newly acquired skill. Summoning Wind-Winged Spirit Bird, Mystical Grade Exclusive Origin. Talent Effect, Mystical Grade Wind Elemental Body. Arise, Wind-Winged Spirit Bird. Channeling Mana, a pale white summoning array manifested before Bai Jin. With a melodious chirp and a gentle breeze, a slender and agile bird soared gracefully before him. Wind-Winged Spirit Bird, Mystical Grade. Level, 30. Health, 9, 600, 0002, 208. 000960, 000. Energy, 3, 840, 0003, 840, 000. Defense Strength, 239. Physical Attack, 480, 000110, 400. Magical Attack, 140, 000 400, 033, 1200. Talents, Rapid Strike. Mystical Grade Wind Elemental Body. Traits, Absolute Damage 960 points. Skills, Windblade Strike, Storm Strike, Transform into Wind. Equipment, none. You have summoned the Wind-Winged Spirit Bird. You receive Talent Feedback Enhancement, granting you a temporary Rapid Strike talent. Your body composition is incompatible. You cannot receive the temporary Wind Elemental Body talent. Bai Jin surveyed the magnificent bird, enveloped in a gentle breeze, and found himself begrudgingly satisfied. Its quality had ascended to the profound level, no longer languishing at the bottom. However, its basic health points were evidently inferior to those of other summons, embodying both physical and magical attacks. It had transformed into a wind elemental entity. Without hesitation, Bai Jin retrieved the 5th-tier Heavenly Grade Dragon's Blood. He proceeded to fuse this essence with the Summon Wind-Winged Spirit Bird skill. The Summon Wind-Winged Spirit Bird skill is a fundamental skill. This fusion upgrade requires no additional skill points or upgrade scrolls, meeting the fusion upgrade criteria, and the skill is commencing its ascension. Special notice, choose 1. To completely merge the power of the dragon's blood with this skill, resulting in a total transformation of the skill and its characteristics. Choose 2. To partially imbue the power of the dragon's blood as a talent enhancement for this skill, causing a partial alteration while retaining its original characteristics. Please make your selection, opting for the second choice to preserve the characteristics. The dragon's blood, the size of an egg, transformed into an endless crimson energy that flowed into Bai Jin's being. This experience felt distinctly different, and the duration was significantly longer. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed, but the fusion ascension eventually concluded. Summon Wind-Winged Dragon Bird, Earth Level Exclusive Fundamental. Talent Effect, Profound Level Wind Elemental Body Dragon Bloodline. Wind-Winged Dragon Bird. Observing the dramatically transformed avian before him, Bai Jin joyfully began to examine its attributes. Wind-Winged Dragon Bird, Earth Level Dragon Species. Level, 30. Health points, 39, 609, 108. Energy points, 68, 406. Defense Strength, 239. Physical Attack, 481, 104, 000. Magical Attack, 1, 443, 312, 000. Physical Defense, 240. Magical Defense, 240. Talents, Rapid Charge, Profound Level Wind Elemental Body, Dragon Bloodline. Characteristics, Absolute Damage of 1, 920 points. Skills, Dragon's Roar, Dragon's Might, Windblade Strike, Storm Strike, Wind Transformation. Equipment, none. You have summoned the Wind-Winged Dragon Bird. Receiving a Talent Feedback Enhancement. You gain a temporary Rapid Charge talent and a temporary Dragon Bloodline talent. Your physical constitution is incompatible. You cannot gain the temporary Wind Elemental Body talent. What the heck? I have the Dragon Bloodline too. Bai Jin hurriedly began to examine the temporary Dragon Bloodline talent he had acquired.